No Soundbites Allowed is a podcast hosted by Michael Vass. The podcast focuses on providing in-depth discussions on various political and social issues. As the title suggests, the aim is to go beyond quick soundbites and explore topics in greater detail. Michael Vass, the host, engages with guests to analyze and discuss current events, policies, and political ideologies. The live stream and videos cover a wide range of subjects, including politics, economics, social issues, and more. By delving into longer, more comprehensive conversations, No Soundbites Allowed aims to provide listeners with a deeper understanding of the complexities surrounding contemporary issues. AI is listening. Shouldn't you know what AI knows? Aren't you tired of being treated like a child by major media parrots and want to be respected as an adult? There is nothing to lose and a lot to potentially gain, so check out No Soundbites Allowed on all major social media platforms.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining me. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss. Thank you. Guess what? Today is my birthday. That's right, April 6th. Born in 1968, I am 56 years old, and I am happy to be here with you. I'm happy to celebrate my birthday with you. This is how I enjoy my birthday. Spending time with all of you in a marathon live stream covering everything, covering the American dream. 56 years of the American dream. I think it's a very important thing to talk about. And to have feedback from you, to talk with you about all of the things that are on your mind. Whether it's a question about me, whether it's a question about America or American politics, where we were, where we are, where we will be. Doesn't matter. I'm more than happy to have that conversation with each and every one of you. Please just let me know what's on your mind. You can call into the program all day at 929-715-8569. The phone is on and it is connected. You'll see scrolling above the number. You'll be able to call in there. As well as leaving chats, as we can see from Agent Black over in the UK. I've got the first one to speak. Hello, Agent Black. And he goes, happy birthday, Graham. Graham, I wish you could have made it. I know Graham was planning to be here live with me in the Bronx to speak with me and to speak with you. He wasn't able to make it, but Graham, I am glad to see that you are okay and you're able to reach us here. I do have a message I just want to put out for everyone. That I thank you for joining me on my birthday. I appreciate each and every one of you, whether you watch the program for 30 seconds or you watch it for the 12 plus hours that I will be live streaming. I am happy to have you here with me on my birthday to help me celebrate. I really appreciate each and every one of you that are our subscribers and people who are watching the program. And if this is the first time that you are watching the program, we want you to know we welcome you and thank you. No matter what your politics, no matter what your color, your ethnicity, what country you are in, we are happy to be here to celebrate the First Amendment with you, the freedom of speech, to talk about the issues that matter, that's personal, entertainment, professional, and most of all, we want to thank you for being here for part of my birthday. With that said, I'm also going to take just a moment here, and I see your comment, Graham. I'm going to take a moment very quickly to get into the mood. See, my day has just started up, so I'm a little bit off. What I'm going to do is I want to take a moment to have a little bit of my morning coffee. I just walked my dog, Khan. He had a great morning walk. We just got started, got everything set up. So I'm going to have a little bit of coffee, and to get us into the mood of the day, I'm going to play something that I think is really wonderful. And I do see the comment from you, Graham, and I will respond. And Dal, thank you. I see you're here with us too. But to get us into the mood, I'm a little different than a lot of people. I'm black, I'm a conservative, I'm Republican, I am 56 years of age, I like classical music, I like rock music. I'm a little bit different than the categories we always get told we're supposed to fall into. And that's one of the big things. The American dream isn't about fitting into a category, into a checkbox to comply with whatever the so-called leadership is telling you you should be. It's about being you. And we're going to talk a lot about that today. But this is one of the most beautiful songs, I believe, ever created in the history of mankind. It's one of the most beautiful, most relaxing, and I think it sets up the day. I want to start with this as I do a little bit of background. I have to do some technical stuff, but I want to start with this, and then we'll get right into the day. I hope you will enjoy this. And if for those of you who've only heard hip hop, you've only heard the modern music on Top 40, take a moment. Actually listen to this. I think you will have an appreciation for it.
So Why does the Wi-Fi only seem to work in this room?
No, we don't want that. No commercials, no commercials. But I did just want to take some time to share Ave Maria with everyone as we get started today to talk about so many different things about the American experience. I think that's one of the most important things, the American experience of what is America. How great is America? Is America flawed? Absolutely. Is it perfect? Not at all. Is there any nation that is the equal of America? Not ever in history. This is the one nation and the time period in the world that has been the best for mankind. We have lifted more people out of poverty. We have increased the net global peace, the quality of life. Never have been so great, and only in this nation is it possible for anyone to achieve virtually anything through their own effort and merit. Yes, you can be born to a single parent household like Barack Obama and grow up from being relatively middle class poor and become president of the United States. You can do it. It has been done. It can be done again. So never hold yourself back. You can achieve great things through your own efforts and merit. Meritocracy is one of the greatest things that America provides to the world. Not democracy, meritocracy. That we are not limited by our class, by our color, our religion, our anything. You are not limited. And only in America is that truly possible. Does that mean that you will guaranteed succeed? Absolutely not. You may fail, and you may get up and try again, and you may fail again, but you can always get back up. You can always try again. In my lifetime, 56 years now, I have gone through, I was born during the civil rights movement at the very end of that, as America was transitioning, as we were moving away from antiquated ideas that had been around the world for millennia. And America was helping to spearhead and move forward and say, no, we can live in a meritocratic society. We can live together with different cultures, different ideals, different everything, and live together. And we changed. We went from the ideologies of the 1930s, 1940s, and moved into a relatively harmonious time period. Again, was it perfect? No. But I know the racism of the 1970s, and by the late 1980s, early 1990s, that was gone. In my lifetime, in 20 years, we went from a very racially divided nation into a racially harmonious nation. And I don't think a lot of younger people today see that. They talk about racism today, and they talk about how difficult the race issue is in America as they benefit from all the changes that have happened, as they take steps to go backwards. We are moving closer to the 1970s, the 1950s, than in any other point in my life. We moved away from all of that in my lifetime, and now we're moving backwards. I know kids will say, but Mike, you just don't get it. What do you mean I don't get it? I lived it. I have lived this difference. I remember when in the 1970s, when I was growing up in elementary school, mixed race marriages were illegal in parts of America. People were threatened, their lives, they got killed for having interracial marriages, especially black and white. I know people who are friends of my family, they came from the South and moved here into the Bronx because they had an interracial marriage and they couldn't continue to live in the South, in South Carolina, because they would get killed. So they came to New York City, into the Bronx, living with my family as they established themselves. And today, You can't see a TV ad that doesn't have a mixed-race family. There isn't a TV show, a movie that can't include people of every kind of diversity that you can name. There are check boxes for this stuff. You have to include it, whether it's a 30-second commercial, a movie, a TV show, in everything. So you can't tell me that America hasn't moved forward. We have. It's that the politics didn't move forward. The politics needs this kind of division, this kind of animosity, so that politicians can get reelected. So that these politicians can try and convince you that without them, you're going to be worse off than you've ever been before. They don't want you, and they're always going to the youngest generation because they don't remember what happened before. They weren't alive to see that, no, this is a solved problem. Now, I know someone will say, Mike, you don't understand. There's racism. Any one individual across America may say, but I've experienced some kind of racism, some sexism, some type of ism, or some kind of phobe. I understand. Any one individual may encounter that. It's not like I've never run into racism in my life. I've had several incidents where I've had to deal with racists throughout my life. But that doesn't mean America is racist or that I have been deprived of anything. Yeah, it exists. Then again, go to any other country in the world. It's not just an American thing. I know the world is very America-centric because we produce 80% of all the entertainment in the world. I understand that because YouTube and Facebook and Twitter, these are American companies. I understand. So people have this perception that what's in America is the way it is in the rest of the world. No, it is not. You can go to France and ask the French about Moroccans, ask them about Africans and North Africans, and tell me there isn't any racism there. You can go to England, you can go to Germany, you can go to Japan, China, ask about the Asian countries, Southeast Asia, ask them how they feel about each other. Whether it's the Japanese, the Koreans, the Chinese, ask them, the Philippines, ask them how they feel about each other. You'll see the same kind of racist tones that you hear in America as well. It's just a reality of life. But we can improve it. And the thing is, in America, you can succeed even though there is a very small percentage of people who have these restrictive attitudes and ideals. And it's the politicians that make it worse, that have been trying to grow that because they thrive in that kind of restrictive environment, that environment which tries to prey on individual groups. They're the ones who do the best on it, and that's why they promote it. This is how they get reelected. You can't see a progressive who goes out and doesn't have in their campaign something about race, something about gender, something about sexuality. These are the characteristics that they are advertising. Not about whether they're the best person, not about whether they're capable, and in fact, very often to distract from what are the policies and issues that they want to promote. And we have seen that getting worse and worse over the last 56 years of my life. It's really sad. So let me look at the comments here for a second. And Janice is with us. Hello, Janice. Janice is with us off of Facebook and says, happy birthday, Michael. Just to let everyone know, we should be live right now on Facebook, on YouTube, on Rumble, on Twitter, on DLive, maybe one or two other channels as well. You are welcome to leave your comments in the chat, as you can see, and I do see the chat over on Rumble as well. I can't put it on the same stream, but I am watching that as we go live. At the same time, you are also able to call in. That's 929-715-8569. The number is scrolling across the top of the screen, and you can call in at any time to ask any question on any topic, whether it's personal or professional or political. Go right ahead. If it's a political topic over the last 40 years, I can tell you that I have some comment on it. I've probably done a video or done commentary on it somewhere in the last 40 years. And I do want to mention as well, before we get any further, and I'll get into more about how great America is, the American dream, in just a moment. I did want to mention that we do hope to be, in the near term, having an interview with Lars Mapstead and or Chase Oliver. These are two libertarians. They are candidates for the Libertarian Party for the presidency of the United States. We have had on one of the vice presidential candidates for, that was in 2020, Spike Cohen. And we've done interviews with him. We've talked with people who run for various offices, but this should be interesting, and we are trying to get that done this month. You can look forward to seeing that. So, and if I could, I'd have Donald Trump on, and I'd do an interview with him. I'm just a little too small for him, but I'd try it anyway. I'd interview Biden if they would ever dare let me, but I'm a black Republican, which means, according to Biden, I don't exist. So they won't let me do an interview with him, but I would, and he wouldn't be able to get away with the stupid things he said to Don Lemon without having clarification. Because I would love for him to explain to me why in CNN, in a town hall in 2022, why he said that black people didn't know how to use the internet. In fact, he said it was black and Hispanics don't know how to use the internet to find polling locations where they can go and vote. They don't know how to use the internet. That was Joe Biden who said that. That was after he told black people that if you don't vote Democrat, you're not black. Like he's the arbiter. Like he's the one who can choose that. Again, that's the race in America. That's politicians who are dependent on these race issues to try and generate votes to make you feel like you need them, but you don't. In fact, this is all part of what we saw when Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, AOC, the New York 14th District, she brought this in. It was this era. We are now in the era of feelings, of political feelings, where we have politicians who, like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez said on 60 Minutes, it's not about being empirically correct, mathematically correct, semantically correct, or in other words, having the correct words. No, it's all about her feelings. It's all about the feelings, their personal truth. That's what they think is the reality, even though it has nothing to do with reality. That's all subjective. That has nothing to do with what's going on in our world, but they're running on feelings alone so that they could obfuscate and distract from whether or not they're effective, whether or not they're efficient, whether or not they are accountable for what they have done and understand the consequences of the laws and the issues that they are promoting and how it is affecting each and every one of us going down the line. Not just today, but the next year, the next 5 years, the next 10 years. And we can see that difference when we look over time. And when someone like myself, 56 years of being in America, living the American dream. So let me start off. Hey, John. John says, I'm 56. You're just a kid. Well, you know what? I love being told that I'm a kid at 56. I know I look younger, but no, I really am 56. But thank you for the compliment, John, and thank you for joining us. John Cordisco. He has Cordisco's Corner. He's done fantastic. I helped John with some of the ideas when he was starting up with his channel, and he started from no views whatsoever, and today now has more views than I do. In fact, he has more subscribers. He has 5, 6, 7,000 subscribers. We're only at 1,200, 18 years later. YouTube hates me. They hate this channel. Please like, share, subscribe, because YouTube hates this channel. Because we're actually honest and we actually know the issues better than most politicians, better than most of the reporters, because we take the time to do the job. Hang on, we got the first call coming in. Hello, give me 1 second. Hello, and this is No Soundbites Allowed. May I ask, what's your first name?
Hey, Mike, John Curtis, how are you?
Hey, John, how are you?
56. Holy crow, I got clothes older than you are.
Hang on. You're a little bit. It may be my connection on my side, so I'm just trying to
Okay.
clear it up. Go ahead.
I was going to say 56. I got clothes older than that.
Well,
They're so old, they're back in style.
56 is a good age. I'm happy with it.
So you were born right at the beginning of the hippie era, right?
Say what?
You were born right at the beginning of the hippie era.
Yeah,
What,
at the end of it.
let's see, you were born in what, 67?
68.
68? Yeah, that's right when the hippies started. So you missed all that. But
Yeah.
you hit the John Travolta thing pretty hard when you were a kid, so you were in that generation.
No, I remember John Travolta. He came out with, what was that movie? It's The
Saturday
Breakout.
Night Fever?
Yeah, Saturday Night Fever. I remember going to the movie theater. It was a double feature with that and Jaws.
Oh,
Yeah, and
double
Jaws.
feature. Not showing your age now, a double feature.
Oh yeah, well, yeah, it is. But yeah, I remember. For a lot of people,
Yeah.
a lot of people don't know that going back, if you bought a movie ticket, you were able to see multiple movies back to back.
But I knew who as a young teenage boy didn't want to be with the white three-breasted suit and had the pretty girl on the dance floor. Everybody wanted to be John Travolta.
Yeah, and so the movie Saturday Night Fever came out in the
Yeah,
70s.
people forget he was fairly famous when he was on the TV show there before he did that.
Well, Welcome Back, Kotter came
Yeah, he's
after.
one of the what do you used to call him, sweat hogs or something.
Yeah, yeah, that was the
Yeah,
TV show.
Vinny. I'm trying to think. Was it Vinny Barbarino? That's what it was.
Yes, that was his character on Welcome Back, Kotter.
I don't have a clue how I remembered that.
It was a very popular show at the time.
Well, anyway, Mike, now that soon as the Blinken, that our Secretary of State, who's a mental pygmy, has orders from whoever's the president, not Biden, whoever's running the White House, they're going to put Ukraine in NATO. So as soon as the paper is signed, they incur Article 5, that attack on one is attack on all, and all the bets are off.
Well, gee, you really jumped. You went from 1972 to modern day politics, and you jumped from John Travolta as Vinnie Barbarino to NATO, Ukraine joining Ukraine.
Well, I'll just throw that out there because that's on my mind. That when I heard that they're going to put him in NATO, it put everything else that I was thinking of off the table because that's a huge deal.
No, I think it is important, and of course today I was planning to talk about it, and I do agree with you. The United States, as we had, what was it? It was Antony Blinken, the Secretary of State, standing and telling the world that Ukraine will, not could, but will join NATO. That's a very strong declaration. That is literally trying to start a war with a direct war between the United States and Russia.
Yep. It's called wag the dog, if I remember the term right.
Well, I wouldn't say wag the dog because
No, wag the dog. It's it's an old term about you do a distraction. Anytime there's a war going on, the president's numbers always go up dramatically.
Yeah, let me show, and what you're seeing on the screen for people watching right now, this is Antony Blinken. This is the statement that he made. This was on April 4th, 2 days ago, Thursday, when he made the statement that the United States will help Ukraine become a member of NATO. Now, the problem with this is we know the number one thing that Russia has told the world since 2013, actually before then, but since 2013, they've been telling the NATO and the world that if the Ukraine joins NATO, they will go to war with Europe. They will go to war with the world.
They'll feel physically threatened and they'll push some buttons.
Yeah. So this isn't a distraction from the 2024 election or the American economy.
I think the U.S. supporting them to go into NATO is the distraction because they're pretty sure it'll start a war, and nothing helps a sitting president more than war.
Well, I know America tends not to switch presidents, but we already have enough events. I mean, we've got the American hostages being held by Hamas in Gaza.
Yeah, and at the same time they're holding our hostages, they're telling Israel to stop and supporting Hamas. I'm like, what is this, backwards day? Or this is like a Babylon Bee article? I don't understand.
Well, I do. It's because Biden is desperate for
Well,
his...
he wants to keep his base, that I know.
Yes, but let me explain it clearly because I think a lot of people miss this. When you look at the results of the Michigan primary, what we see is
Oh, yeah. All right.
looking at just Donald Trump and the Republicans that voted for him, 759,000. The number of Democrats that voted just for Biden were 632,000, which shows a clear victory for Trump in a swing state that desperately Biden needs. There were 101,000 unconfirmed, uncommitted votes that was the response by Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, their resistance group that want to support Hamas, the terrorist organization.
Well, there's large Islamic populations in Michigan, so.
Right, but the main group are the ones with Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, and what they were resisting, they knew Biden needs that 101,000 plus individuals to be competitive. He can't compete without that.
He has to have them or he's finished.
Huh? Yeah, he needs them. He absolutely has to have them. Otherwise, he loses the swing states.
Yep.
And that's why he has switched. You noticed right after Super Tuesday, he suddenly switched and started promoting a pro-Hamas movement, trying to give them more humanitarian.
Oh, yeah. No, I understand the premise of it. If he has to go to those lengths to keep those people, which is a lot of them is the progressive base of his party that are turning on him with the protesting, even outside of Michigan. If he has to pull those people back in, that means he has nothing to run on.
But he doesn't. He doesn't have anything.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, you could make up something. You could polish something up and make it look better than it is. He doesn't even have that.
No, he can't, because in every objective empirical measurement that you can use for America at this time, nothing is better than it was 4 or 5 years ago under Trump.
You know, that's the old remember the old Ronald Reagan quote.
Well, it's true though.
Are you better off than you were 4 years ago?
But it's true. Empirically.
No, of course it's true.
Yeah. So he has nothing. Every major policy that the Biden-Harris administration have put forward has failed. Every single policy. There's nothing you can point at.
Well, the premise of their ideology makes it fail.
Well, yes, but they don't care. See, the base don't care about ideology. Again, it goes back to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, to that democratic socialist mindset, which is that it doesn't matter what the empirical, mathematical, semantic truth is. It's about their feelings. And that's what he's appealing to. Biden is appealing to feelings about, well, it will get better eventually. You have to keep going down this road, or someone else will take your free stuff. They will make you feel bad. That's what they're fighting on. That's what he's going after. And if he can get progressives to feel good by going after or helping Hamas, a terrorist organization, then he's doing it because he's got the backing of every single college, which is teaching every student, no, genocide is okay as long as it's a small group of people trying to genocide a large group of people, which is insane by its definition, but that's the progressive ideology.
Oh, yeah, that would be the same premise as to say the civilian casualties. We're looking at the middle of 1944. There's tremendous bombing going on in Germany proper, especially Berlin and some of the military targets. And 10 times more German civilians died than English civilians. So let's just stop and call it peace. Now, if they tried that back then, they would crucify people. For some reason now, it's okay.
Well, it is a strange mindset that we have gotten into. And again, it's about having feelings and individual truth rather than empirical truth. So,
Well, I think it almost comes down to the point where most progressives, their ideology is on the oppressed and the oppressor narrative.
well, that is their feeling. They
Yeah.
feel that if a group is small, then they are always right. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter what their ideology is. So, uh, again, looking at Hamas, Hamas is a terrorist organization. That is a fact.
Yeah. So that,
Hamas, when they got created, their declaration, their mission statement, their constitution includes the statement of genocide of
yeah.
Israel and anyone who doesn't believe what they believe. But
You know what? It shouldn't say convince me, but I convinced a lot of people that we had this discussion when we saw videos of some of the Jewish individuals that were kidnapped and some atrocious things were done to them, and then they were murdered, and they had their bodies in the streets in Gaza. And the average Palestinian was spitting on them and throwing rocks at the dead bodies. And I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute. These aren't Hamas fighters. This is the general population. They think the same.
well, they elected Hamas. Hamas is a democratically elected government.
Oh, yeah. And they've also had 20 years of brainwashing. So they brought up all these young people. Now they're in their 20s and 30s, and they're pretty much brainwashed like the Nazi youth.
Right. So you can't have too much sympathy in terms of, well, because I see the colleges, they try to separate this. Well, there's the Palestinian people and then there's the government. Well, the Palestinian people elected that government, which is a terrorist women.
By huge margins. Huge margins.
Yeah, by huge margins. They're unopposed. The Palestinians elected a terrorist organization with a message of genocide. They knew what they elected.
Yeah, they didn't say one thing and do another. They outright said they were going to do it, and they said okay, and they voted for him anyway.
Well, it's part of every single public statement they have made since the 1974 formation, in their documentation, which you can find at several of the universities. This is what they believe.
You've got the leader of Iran now saying publicly that the Israelis are finished, and now's the time to go after them because the USA is pulling out their support.
Well, Iran is planning. Iran is behind Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. They are the ones who fund and train each of these terrorist groups.
That's where the money comes from, yes.
Yeah, the money and the training and many of the weapons. All of the rockets, there have been tens of thousands of rockets that have been fired into Israel by the Houthi terrorists, Hezbollah, and Hamas.
That's just fighting back against an oppressor. Mike, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, that's stupid. That is very short-sighted.
Yeah, Ben Shapiro had an interesting point. He said, I've been in Israel many times, and I have family over there.
Yeah,
he says, oddly enough, the freest Arabs, the freest Palestinians in the whole Middle East are the ones that live in Israel.
Well, yes, and that's another aspect of it. But I was going to say...
No, what he's trying to say is that you don't see the craziness because they know they live there, and they say, well, we they may not like us that much, but we're treated very well, and we're part of the society, and we work, and we do things like the Israelis do, and we're happy to live here rather than anywhere else. And the other sign that they're crazy, and I think they're just, I should say outcasts, is the fact, look at the Egyptian Gaza border. I mean, it's like 8 stories high with walls and barbed wire. Even the Egyptians don't want them crossing. So that speaks volumes.
Well, let me finish the first thought, which is all of the money. Iran is connected not just because they are funding all the terrorists in the Middle East, but also because of the training. And we see that the humanitarian aid that has gone to Gaza, that has gone to Jordan, that has gone to Yemen, that the Houthis, the Hezbollah, and Hamas have used that money to buy Iranian rockets. That's a fact. That is an empirical fact, no matter how anyone feels about it. That's a fact.
Yep.
So that's one thing. And to address your other point, which is looking at this and saying, what we're seeing here. Well, actually, no, now I lost myself. This whole problem goes back to the core, which is America has a very limited point of view. We're looking at snapshots over time. If you follow the international news, which I have been, and you're watching Deutsche Welle, which is DW News, you look at the BBC, The Guardian, Hindustan Times, the Nikkei News, you're looking around the world, everyone else has been paying attention to this. And when you look at the broader picture, you don't see, oh my God, look, there's this war. This small terrorist group is being decimated by an army. Well, remember, and we have to remember, it was Hamas that unilaterally decided to kill civilians from around the world that caused the war they are now suffering from. They wouldn't need humanitarian aid if they didn't kill.
I think that was part of their strategy, to have so much atrocities and have do such horrible things and make it known that they did it. They think the Israelis would overreact and world opinion would turn on Israel.
Well, that's what they're counting on, is that the world's going to only pay attention.
To a certain extent, the mainstream media has done that.
Well, the American mainstream media has focused on the moment, because the mainstream American media has a memory of about 3 days. They only pay attention to the news in the last 3-day cycle, and they count on people forgetting what happened 3 months ago. Because remember, there's still Americans that are held hostage at this moment. Yeah. And we know Hamas killed 34 Americans. We should be actively involved here because our national interest, our people are involved in this.
And I think, part of it goes back to what you said earlier. The fact that Biden needs that base support, so he has to do this.
Yes, which is why the news media, which is supporting Biden largely, the overwhelming majority of the American media. Wait a minute. Let me finish the thought. The American news media, which is about 80 to 90%.
You're kind of cutting in back and forth, so I'm getting a little bit.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking you to wait. I'm saying the American news media, which is about 80, 90% left-leaning, have been fortifying the 2024 election to support Biden, which is why they are trying to give as narrow a point of view about the Israeli-Hamas conflict so that they can make Hamas look as good as possible by deleting or forgetting everything that led to this. They're trying to, this is how they fortified the election, to give Biden the room to support the progressives to get the votes. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah, no, I agree. And I've said so for a while. But the thing of it is, though, you've got to be so desperate to keep that kind of base. I mean, that's almost borderline criminal.
Well, he is desperate. Have you watched every single poll going back more than 9 months, more than a year? Democrats don't want Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. And according to every poll, the majority of the polls have consistently said Joe Biden will lose in a race versus Trump. Mind you, is it close? Yes, but he loses in every single poll consistently over the last more than a year. So they are desperate, and he has nothing, absolutely nothing in his policies that he can point to and say, this is good.
I mean, you've got to be some kind of an idiot to side with known terrorists, especially in something as recent as October 7th, to try to keep your base. You got to be nuts.
No, I wouldn't say they're nuts. They're not. They're emotional. They have a very specific point of view. And they're only looking at things from that specific point of view, from that emotional feeling.
Well, let them die on that hill, then.
What?
Let them die on that hill.
No, that can't. That I can't hear. What did you say?
No, I said the old saying: if that's the hill you want to die on, then do it.
Well, it is. That is the hill they want to die on. They are all about feelings. The facts don't matter.
I have one. I'll leave it with this, and I'll let you go on with the show. The only thing I'm fearful of is some chicanery going on, but my number one fear is the people that don't like Biden that are Democrats that will vote for him anyway because he's not Trump. That's my biggest fear.
Well, that's a reality. It's not a fear. There are people who will do that.
Even as bad and the things we're talking about that are horrendous and some of the people he sides with and what's going on in the world and domestically, if after all of that doesn't convince you, I don't know what will, and that's my fear.
Well, no, because again, they're going off of emotions, and they're.
Oh yeah, many people do. Sadly enough, I mean, I ran enough local elections to know that.
I know, but I know you have, but that's the problem. You can't be emotional about an election. That's not the reason to vote for or against anyone, because.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that we'll say smarter heads prevail.
No.
And the progressives that don't like Biden, enough of them just stay home.
Maybe that might happen, but.
Because that's a half a vote for Trump if you just stay home.
Well, sort of. But what you're going to see is they're going to talk about abortion's going to be coming up. But anyway, racism is going to be coming up. And that's going to get them back.
Oh, yeah. It's all about racism, yeah.
Yeah. You're going to hear about abortion and racism, and that's going to be what he's going to run on because they're emotional topics, not empirical. And that's what's going to be his message.
Well, I guess fight fire with fire. You have to use emotions right back at them. We'll see how it works out. I mean, the Democrats are very good at winning elections locally and nationally, so we're going to have to see. Maybe take some of their, we'll call their map, their way of doing things. Maybe we'll have to, when I say we, I mean Republicans will have to use some of their tactics, and we'll see how it works out.
Well, I don't think that would be a good thing, but we'll talk about it. There's a lot of time today. I'm going to be on for a while.
Anyway, have a good birthday. I haven't been to sleep yet. I worked all night tonight, so.
Well, not a lot of sleep, but I'll be on for the whole day.
I work nights now. I work 10 p.m. till almost 6 a.m., so.
Well, you go ahead and take a nap. Don't worry. I will be here. I'm not going anywhere for a while.
Yeah, when those people told you as you get older you need less sleep, lied. They didn't stretch the truth. They lied.
No, I get you.
Anyway, happy birthday, and I'm sure we'll talk again.
Absolutely.
All right, dude. I'll see you.
All right. Thank you, John.
All right. Bye.
Bye-bye. So, folks, if you're wondering, that was just a conversation. And let me get that all fixed. There we go. So, as many of you may notice, I'm not kidding when I say you can call in to 929-715-8569, just like John just did, John Cordisco, and call in and talk about what you think is important. And your issues are as important to me as anything else. And I'm happy to hear your voice, to hear what you think about all the different issues. Well, don't need that anymore. Because that's really critical, to hear your voice. That's what the politicians don't want to hear, is what you think. And it's not about whether you agree with me 100% or 80% or at all. It's about what do you think? And let's have this conversation because we're Americans. And the more we talk about these issues, the easier it is to find the best choice, the most accountable and efficient and effective policies and politicians to help improve the future. And that's why I want to thank John for calling in on my birthday here and to talk about all the subjects that he was bringing up, which we'll talk even more about and go into more detail throughout the day. I did want to catch back up on some of the comments. I see that. So Janice joined us. And again, Janice, thank you for joining us. I know she was on Facebook. Mary's with us. Hello, Mary, and thank you for joining me as well. Come on, Mom. My mother showed up. It's my birthday. My mother's here. Dal says, if those Palestinians wanted to end hostilities, come here, Mom. Come here, Mom. The Palestinian people would separate themselves from Hamas. Not to... Okay, before I get that. Mom, what are you doing?
I just came in.
Oh, I thought you already took off your jacket. My mother's here. She might even pop into the frame for a second. That'll be cool if she does that.
I can't.
And spin your legs around.
Yeah. Come on, Mom. You'll make it, Mom. See, this is going to be a treat for you people. It's going to be a treat for everybody because you get to see my mom for a second. Pop in. Pop in. Just don't. No, look there. Look at the camera, Mom.
I didn't know where it was. Hi, everyone.
Well, do you want to take the mask off and let them see your face?
Hello. How are you? And happy birthday. God bless.
Thank you, Mom.
How's everybody?
Yep. So that's my mom. So if you're upset with me, blame her.
I heard that.
That was funny. Okay. Made myself laugh. So yes, my mother is here and some of my other family are here. Yep. And so I wanted to, let me go back. Again, Dow was saying, if those Palestinians wanted to end hostilities, the Palestinian people would separate themselves from Hamas, not to have external groups trying to protect a segregation between the two. Well, here's my first thing. If the people of Palestine legitimately wanted to have an end to the situation, if they wanted to support humanitarian aid from the United States or any other organization, well, real simple. Give us back the hostages. Give the hostages held, the British hostages, Nepalese, the Thai, the Americans. Give back all the hostages. Then every nation in the world has a reason to say, Israel, they gave us back, including the Israeli prisoners. Give them all back, all those hostages that they are torturing and sexually abusing. Give them all back, and the world can join in and say, hey, Israel, you've got back your people. Let's stop for a moment. Let cooler heads reign. Stop with what you're doing, and let's think about this. And we'll feed the people of Palestine, which of course means we're feeding Hamas, but at least we've got a reason. We don't have a reason right now. They have our hostages. They won't give them back. They won't even tell us if the hostages, the American hostages, the British hostages, the French, the Germans, they won't tell us if they are alive or dead. That's the most simple, basic thing. You've got a hostage. Is the hostage alive or dead? They won't tell us because they know that's their leverage. And as long as they have that, they can try and manipulate the situation. So the people of Palestine, they picked a terrorist group to run their country, and the country is being run like a terrorist organization. And so I can't feel bad about that. Kevin has joined us, and he said, happy birthday. Thank you, Kevin, for joining in. The J-Rest break. John himself, John Rastusha, says, Mike, happy birthday to the dragon himself, political dragon. That is me. May all your enemies and haters, which are a lot, weep. May they weep another day on this glorious day. Well, they are weeping. They do hate me. And you know what? If they want to jump in today and call in or to leave a chat and tell me how they think I am wrong on these conclusions, I'm happy to hear that conversation. If they would like to talk about how Hamas isn't a terrorist organization, let's have that conversation, because there's lots of evidence that says, yes, they are. From Hamas themselves, their own very declarations. If they want to say, oh, but it's not that bad, well, then why do we have American hostages still being held? Why isn't Biden getting them back? Let's have that conversation. I'm more than happy to have that conversation. They won't, because they will lose. They want the emotion and not the fact. That's why colleges support this, because they're indoctrinating people to believe in emotion, not fact. So Dal, everyone's saying hello to my mom, which is always great. So I'm always happy to have people see my mom, and that's fantastic. I'm really happy that she's here, and my sisters are here, so that's also great. They may pop in at some point throughout the day and actually show up. Mind you, doesn't mean everyone agrees with my political ideology, even in my own family. You don't have to either. I'm not a progressive. You can disagree, and I'm happy to hear that. Maybe you think, no, but Mike, this is a good thing to support Hamas. I don't see it. I don't see it helping anyone. It isn't making the world better. And by the way, we are seeing this situation escalate, and it's done on purpose. Iran knows that Americans tend not to elect a new president while there is a major military conflict going on for our nation. It's just our history. So we tend not to switch presidents, and they would rather have a weak president than a strong president. Regardless of whether you like or dislike Trump or Biden, I don't care. You can like or dislike whomever you want. That has nothing to do with politics. My God, how hard is it to convince people of this? Whether you like a president or an elected official or not has nothing to do with whether they are effective and efficient at their job. That's just the reality. You can love them all you want. You can want to have beers with them or have their babies. I don't care. That doesn't mean they're good or bad at the job. Their actions and their policies are good or bad, independent of how you feel about that. And empirically, we know Biden is weak. That's just a fact. China has said so. Russia has said so. The world has said this repeatedly. And we know that Iran is more than willing to raise up the conflict to keep Joe Biden in because they are able to manipulate him. Remember, the first 3 years of the Biden-Harris administration, they have begged and pleaded with Iran to reinstate the Iran nuclear deal. They have given billions of dollars. They have removed dozens of sanctions on Iran just so they could talk to Iran about reinstating the Iran nuclear deal. Desperation. That's desperation on the part of the Biden-Harris administration. Iran recognized that. The longer they have Biden in office, the more that they can dangle the carrot in front of them saying, we might sign the Iran nuclear deal, bring back the Obama-era deal. If you just get rid of a few more sanctions, just give us a little bit more money that is used to fund terrorism. We know this. John Kerry, the then secretary in 2016, the then Secretary of State under the Obama-Biden administration, went on to CNBC January 2016 and told the American people and the world that the Iran nuclear deal was funding global terrorism through Iran. And we saw a rise in global terrorism after the Iran nuclear deal was signed. This is what Iran wants. And they know, because Biden wants that history, he wants to have that progressive policy, he is willing to give up billions of dollars and sanctions and endanger the world in the future. That's just the fact of it. I understand progressives will feel good about this. Many far-left Democrats will feel good about it and think, well, we're making the world more peaceful. No, you're not. You're increasing more terror. You're increasing the ability of Iran to have long-range missiles to attack Europe, to attack Israel, to attack the United States. This isn't long-term. It does not make you safe. Even short-term, because it's funding terrorism, it doesn't make you safe. But you're not supposed to connect the dots. You're not supposed to think about this logically, if at all. You're supposed to feel. You feel safe because someone said, there's a nuclear deal. So you feel safe without thinking about, yeah, but you can feel safe about today, whether or not Iran's going to use a nuclear bomb today versus, but there's going to be more terrorism around the world. And down the road, they're absolutely going to have the means to drop a nuclear bomb on you from a further distance. No one's supposed to think about that. I think that's very important. So I know we jumped ahead talking about Gaza, talking about Hamas, and we're going to talk about the pier soon enough. Because again, when we stop to really have the conversation, you start looking at the details. You start remembering all of the facts that are important and playing together. And I understand the news media won't do that for you. They won't take more than 30 seconds, a minute and a half to tell you any of this. They want you to read the headline and forget. Just obey. Don't ask questions. Don't think about it. Don't think about the next logical consequence. They want you to just obey. It's okay. Just do whatever we say. And that's the problem. We should have a memory about this. We should have a discussion and a debate about all the details when we add them up and say, okay, does this make sense when we add up everything? When we look at the consequences of what we have already done. Should we do another Iran nuclear deal? Well, the last time we did it, Iran created better missiles. They created more rockets. They increased the amount of global terrorism in the world and destabilized the peace in the world. Gee, do we want to do another one? Is it worth it? I would say no, it isn't worth it. I know the Trump administration agreed with me, but empirically, take Trump out of it. Is it worth more terrorism in the world affecting individuals with a threat of having a nuclear bomb by long-range ICBM? Is that worth it? And my answer is no, it's not worth it at all. You may disagree. Tell me why. Don't tell me because you feel safe. I don't care. You feel lots of things. Your feelings will change in 15 seconds. The reality doesn't. And that's the thing we need to focus on, I think. So, Dow says, obey your authority. How about no? How about no? Okay. So let me take a moment and step back for a second. Let's step back. Because we're talking about the overseas, we're talking about that. Let me step back and talk for a moment about, is America great? The American dream. What's 56 years of the American dream? What is the American dream? The American dream, I believe, and you may disagree, but I believe the American dream is the ability to succeed, to gain something that you don't already have. That's the American dream. To move forward and to improve, to have a better quality of life, to have some of the luxuries that you want, to have all of your essentials taken care of. This is the American dream. Now, many people visualize that, or they emphasize that. They talk about that in terms of, well, owning a house with a white picket fence and a car, being married and having 2 kids. That's the way we've classically depicted the American dream. But what is it really? It's about comfort, success, quality of life, and the ability to achieve more than what you started with. That's what it really is. It's about meritocracy. It's about being able to have the chance to achieve. It's about equality of opportunity, not equality of outcome. That's a very big difference that doesn't get a lot of talk. And I know people like Jordan Peterson have talked about this for many years, but you really don't hear about that. And the news media wants you to forget that America is the capital. We are the home, and we are the embodiment of equality of opportunity. That's why everyone in the world is coming to America, because they have the equality of opportunity. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. Is there any other nation in the world that even comes close to what America will provide? No. And in 56 years of my life, that is absolutely true. Absolute truth. There is not another country that is even close to the opportunity, the equality of opportunity that America provides. And we're screwing it up. We have been losing that leading edge on the rest of the world. Not because the rest of the world is becoming more meritocratic, that you can have that same opportunity, equality of opportunity in other parts of the world. That's not happening. No. America is becoming more like just every other country. We are losing our freedom. We are losing our opportunities. We are losing our equality. We are becoming more militaristic, more of a dictatorship, and more authoritarian, just like every other nation in the world. We are becoming ordinary. We are an extraordinary nation, and we are becoming an ordinary nation so that we can fit in, so that we're part of the crowd. Because the rest of the world isn't moving up. They're not improving. They're staying the same, and we are decreasing. And that is a problem for the world. That's why we are seeing more militarism in the world, why we are seeing nation after nation is militarizing, prepping for a war, because there is no standard to try and reach for. There is no pinnacle. The hill is becoming a flat plain, and that's a problem. Now, not everyone will agree with me on that, and that's fine. You don't have to, but let's have the conversation. Let's have a conversation that lasts more than a minute and a half, which is all you're going to get on your local or your national news. Minute and a half and they're on to the next story. Don't think about it. Don't consider what happens next. Just move on. Keep on moving. How about we slow down? So in 56 years of my life, I started off I was born in 1968, started elementary school in 1970s, got to see I remember the Iran hostage crisis in 1980. I remember the oil embargo and the gasoline crisis here in the United States in the 1970s. I remember stagflation, which I think we're having to a degree at this moment as well, because America is in a recession. We have been in a recession since August of 2022, which we have talked about on this channel for quite a lot of time, and we're going to continue to be in that recession because it's not being addressed. So I remember those things. I remember, and I have been the victim of racism when I was in elementary school. I've talked about this before. I remember I think it was in first grade, I think it was first grade, when I was talking to one of my classmates, happened to be a white girl in the classroom. This is in 1974, 1976. I was in first grade. And I talked to her in class, and she, after school, I'm waiting for my mom to pick me up, and she told her brother that I had a conversation with her in class. Not a big deal, right? Today, in the hyper-racist reality of today, no one would blink an eye if you said, oh, I was talking to my classmate, and that classmate happened to be, I don't know, Asian or straight or gay or Muslim or brown-skinned or white. No one would care. No one would even think about that. Matter of fact, it wouldn't even come up in the conversation. No one asked their kids, oh, did you talk to the white kids today or the black kids or the Hispanic kids? No one asked that. They did in the 1970s. And so she told her brother. Her brother, who was older, still a kid, but older, came over to me. I think he was in high school. And he came over to me and he threatened me. Again, this is like 1974, 1976, right in there. I'm in first grade. And threatened me that I can't talk to his sister because she was white and I'm not. See, that's racism. That's the reality of racism as it existed in America in the 1970s. That doesn't exist today. Now, is that to say all racism is gone in America? No, absolutely not. But there is no equivalent between today and the 1970s or the 1930s. We aren't in that same situation at all. In fact, we are far, far better off today than we've been at any point in time in the past in terms of inclusion, diversity, equality of opportunity. Far better today than ever before. The thing is, how many people were alive in the 1970s and have that as their reference point, that can look at that? How many people are talking about that on the nightly news, on the John Olivers of the world, or the Daily Show with Jon Stewart. How many of them are actually talking about, oh no, this is where we were, look how far we have come? They don't talk about that. So the younger generations, kids who were born in the year 2000, the year 2001, they've only been in the modern era, in this 21st century. They have no idea. So they think, oh my God, it's so oppressive today. No, it's not, because they keep being told it's oppressive today. No, it's not. No, it isn't. You have a hell of a lot of freedom. You have a hell of a lot of opportunity. I remember growing up 70s and 80s, we couldn't imagine many of the things that are happening right now. I'll give you a great example. In my lifetime, 70s, 80s, in the 90s, no one imagined that we would have a black president in my lifetime. We thought it was at least 50 years away. Even in the 90s. Hang on, we have another call coming in. All right. Hello, and thank you for calling in to No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael, and what's your first name?
Yeah, hi, it's Janice.
Hey, Janice. How you doing?
Good. You were just talking about racism in the 70s.
Yeah.
Okay, got a story for you.
Mm-hmm.
There's on Staten Island, there was an Italian neighborhood in Rosebank where a black person or a Puerto Rican person could not walk through the neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
They would get beat up. You knew not to walk through the neighborhood, okay? It was just like that. And I had a friend who was Puerto Rican, and he was dating an Italian girl who lived there. So he decides to walk her home,
Mm-hmm.
and I guess he's feeling strong, and I guess his ego, whatever. He's walking down, so they all confronted him. So they all start on him. He actually fought back. They were fighting him, and he fought so well that he gained the respect of the Italians in the neighborhood.
Yeah,
So
because he was willing to defend himself.
Yes, that he fought and he stood up to them. He's like, they were like, they ended up having a respect for him. He was like the only Puerto Rican who was allowed to walk in Rosebank. So yeah, I remember those days well.
Yeah, and people think, oh well, that's just a movie. That's West Side Story. Where do you think the inspiration from West Side Story came from? It was reality. That was the real. That's how things, Hollywood, a little bit of Hollywood, but it was real.
It was real, and it's not like that today at all. All.
No, today no one cares about interracial marriages. No one cares about whether you wear a hijab or not, for the most part. No one cares about, we've got people of every type, not just in the major cities, but everywhere across America. You still there?
Yeah, I'm here. It's a little hard to hear you. It's a little like you're underwater.
I know. It's just the way the connection is. I can't.
Right, but I just had to say that because it is true. People would not believe that today. They talk about racism and all this stuff. There were racists back then, and people did have their neighborhoods. Everybody had their own neighborhood, and but now it's really not like that. They wouldn't believe it the way it was back then, unless they lived it.
I think that if kids today had to live in the 70s, they would be horrified. They wouldn't be able to survive because of the division. And it wasn't, tell me if I'm wrong, Janice, it wasn't that people were running around going, I hate you. It was just, yeah, but we don't talk to you. We just don't talk to you. You don't come over here. It was just the way it was. It wasn't about hate. It was just, we just don't do that.
Well, people had the Italians, they wanted you to marry an Italian. It was like that. When the old country, it wasn't, I guess you call it racism. It is racism. But, when you look at it, it was just a cultural thing that they didn't want to intermix,
Mm-hmm.
But that's all past. That's in the past now in America.
Yeah. Let me ask you, how do you feel about now when we have the safe spaces, they call it voluntary segregation, where kids are being separated in schools? This has happened in 2021, 2022. Chicago schools, the superintendent is segregating the kids based on the color of their skin Do you think that's a positive, or are we going backwards and a negative?
No, it's unbelievable to me because like during the 60s and 70s we broke the mold. We 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 rebuked all of the our parents, and it was all let's get together, peace and love, and it was it was all about that. To see that we're going back to that, it's really disheartening. I mean, it's sad to see that what we all went through, to see us going backward. So yeah, and then it sucks.
Okay, I agree with you, but I don't think there's enough people who are asked that question, nor does the media try and point out that there's a lot of people who believe
Yeah,
that.
It's hard to hear you, Mike. I'm going to go offline now. Listen to you.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Now, folks, I know when you call in, it isn't the perfect connection. Hey, I'm a one-man system, okay? So it's not perfect, but we can hear you in the phone calls. And I can hear people better than you can hear me, most likely. That's probably my phone. But what I was saying is, when we're looking at this, you just don't hear from the news, you don't hear from the political commentators asking people, regular people, hey, do you want to go back to the 70s? Do you want to have the segregation back? Do you think segregation is good? Did we get it wrong in the 60s, in the 50s and 60s? The civil rights movement, was it wrong? Should we segregate? If you ask the average person who's been alive, we're talking about people who are 50, who are 60. Yeah. Just because we're a little older doesn't mean we're stupid. It just means we're older. Ask them. Is that better or not? And you will hear, just like what Janice said, no, this is better. It's better to be the integration, to have that equality of opportunity, to have the conversations with other people. Going backwards is not good. And yet, you keep hearing that, well, if you're MAGA, if you want to make America great, if you're a conservative, if you're a Republican, you must be evil because you want to go back to the 1950s. Yet the policies of the progressives are the things that are taking us back to the 1950s. I have yet to hear any Republican, any conservative, any libertarian say that they want to have more segregation, more safe spaces. That's not a right-leaning policy. That is a left-leaning policy. That is a progressive policy. They want segregation. They want safe spaces. They want to voluntarily segregate. That's their idea. That's not on the right. And that's the policies of the 1950s. Why do we want to do this? But yet they're supposed to be the good guys and we're the bad guys. We're saying, no, don't go to segregation. Have the equality of opportunity, have people being integrated, talking to each other, dealing with each other, even if that means we don't agree, even if that means we have arguments, that we're passionate about the issues that we go through. Let's do that. And the left is telling you, no, we've got to protect those groups. And let me tell you, when they're saying that to you, they're telling you that you are not human. The segregation, the voluntary segregation, the ebonics, that's what they call it, ebonics and segregation, the progressive policies are dehumanizing. They're not about celebrating you as a human. They're turning you into a category. They're making you a checkbox. They are dehumanizing. The Equal Rights Amendment, the movements, the third wave feminism, gender identity politics, it is absolutely dehumanizing because they don't value you. They consider you a category and a checkbox, and you don't have agency. You don't have the right to change anything about your life. They are the worst things we could possibly ever try and promote. And I know there's a lot of people on the left going, oh my God, I am triggered. Trust me, by the end of my birthday, you'll be triggered beyond belief. Because you should be. Being triggered isn't a problem. It's how you deal with being triggered. That's the thing. That's what's important, not that you got triggered. Oh, you offended me. So what? You offended me. Do you care? You don't care. I love it. The people on the left never are worried about offending people on the right. But God forbid someone on the right offends someone on the left. Now it's a crime, it's a microaggression, and you have a problem. What, Mom?
I'm saying this is on the stove for you.
Well, give it to me here. I'm going to be sitting here for a while. Sorry. My mom thinks I'm too skinny. She wants me to eat. She's probably right. I am skinny. So I think it's very important. I think that's critically important that we have to understand if we do not address these things, we become more isolated. We have more people talking in echo chambers, and everything falls apart. Everything becomes less than. And quite honestly, these policies consider you less than. If you have to be segregated from other people, if you can only identify with people who are exactly like you, then you're in an echo chamber. You are a problem. Seriously, if you go to the movies, if you went to the Marvels because, oh, those are women up there, I can identify with them. If you went to see the Marvels and you went, you know what, Ms. Marvel, she's Pakistani, I can identify with her, so I have to see that. You are living in an echo chamber and you are destroying your life. If that was your reason, if you wanted to be entertained, if you thought they had good characters, which they didn't, if you thought there was a good story, which there wasn't, and you went to see it, fantastic. But if you're going there because of identifying with things, then you have failed. Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael. What's your first name?
Mike, it's me, John. What's going on?
Hey, John, what's going on? We've got John
Mike,
from the J-Rest break with us. Go ahead.
Mike, first off, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mike, I want to go into a completely different direction than anything you've talked about so far.
Sure.
All right. So, for those who don't know, I'm doing a college class right now for my master's, and it's all about United States history. And you know what I found through this project that I'm doing right now?
What's that?
I found that I have never learned the history of where I live. So part of the project is going through local history.
Okay.
And let me tell you, after learning about local history, I have such an appreciation, more so than ever before, for where I live. And I think that's almost part of the problem that we're facing with a lot of young people these days. They don't have a sense of connection to their community.
No, that makes a lot of sense. Because you're not supposed to. If you have a sense of history, then you have a sense of unity. Because we are tied together. The American history is our history. And that unifies us. So if you don't remember that, if you don't know about that, then you're just isolated. You're in your echo chambers. Does that make sense?
No, absolutely. And it's a real shame because I think we would see, everyone right now is calling for more bipartisanship, right? They want more people to get along. They want more peaceful politics, as they put it, right? I hear that.
Oh, hell, I hate that idea. I hate that idea.
But you know what if they really want to improve it, how about they actually go out and socialize in their community? So many young people are stuck on the internet, and I think that's hurting everyone as a whole, right? Because there's no sense of bond. Previously, Mike, you can probably vouch for this. Where would you meet people? You would go to community, places that are popular in your community, right?
Park, you go out to the park, you go to a bar, you go to a library, you're out and about with people, yes. Mm-hmm.
Right, you would meet people locally. And now it's like, because I don't have to leave my house, right? I don't have to see them face to face, and I can just send it over the internet, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
There's no sense of, and I think we would overall we'd see a more conservative populace if more people started coming together in their community and continuing to just feel pride in their community.
Well,
right.
Let me ask you this. Have you seen an increase since, I don't know, over the last decade? Has there been more litter on the ground? Is there more grime and decay in the last decade, especially over the last 5 years? Has that increased more? And I would believe, yes, it has, because we have less connection to everything outside of our tiny house, our apartment, our house. Once you step away from that, no one cares anymore because you're not dealing with it anymore.
Mike, I couldn't agree more. I mean, these people aren't going out. They're not caring. So why should the city care, right? Why should the government of the city care if no one else cares, right? And that comes down to, why aren't we educating in local places the history of our towns, the positive history? Because it seems like when I'm taking history courses or I'm seeing history taught, it's all about America bad, we're racist, we're awful, this is what happened. Our history has never been positive.
Yeah, they say that.
George Washington, evil racist. Thomas Jefferson, evil racist, right? Our founding fathers, all bad. But when you start to get into the local history, you can really connect to it, and you can see the positive change from when it started all the way to now. And I just don't understand. So let me ask you this, Mike. You're
Sure.
a bit older than me. In school, where you grew up, did you ever learn about your local history?
To an extent, not a lot, but we did learn history in general. There was a different emphasis then than there is now. Not so much on modern news, but there was more of an expectation that you would go home and you would be having a conversation with your parents, you do reading. There was more of expectation that you were involved than it is now. So it's a little different. And honestly, I was constantly, we would talk to our neighbors. We knew, like my neighbors in my neighborhood in the Bronx, we had a couple of people who have fought in World War II, and they're my neighbor. So we would talk about that. We had many people who were from Italy, from Hungary, people who were from Jamaica, so we got a little bit, it was a very diverse area here in the Bronx. And we got to hear that because those people were here and they would talk to us. Does that make sense?
No, it does. And you know what? We can tie this all the way back. I think this was already happening before, but when COVID lockdowns happened, this just absolutely sped up the process.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
It was already going forward because they wanted you reliant on staying inside. They didn't want you to go out. And by proxy, there was no way to communicate with your neighbors because they didn't want you to. They didn't want you to have that sense of community when they did the COVID lockdowns.
Oh, yeah.
They didn't want you to know your neighbor. And we're still feeling the effects. I mean, I'm going to be honest. I know a lot of young people who probably don't know who their neighbors are, who have never visited their public library, right? How crazy is that? That we have people who maybe from the ages of like 5 to 20 who haven't visited their public library or know they have one.
Well, the libraries are being closed. In part, the excuse is because you have access to the internet. There's a big difference between going to a library than looking at something on your phone. Massive difference in terms of the quality and capability. And I think, and when you're at the library, it's more communal. You have people you can talk to and have an interaction with and socialize with as you are gaining this knowledge. You get to interact and, again, continue to ask questions, to critically think and go, hey, I was reading this and it made me think about something else. Is there a book that would expand this different idea? That's interaction. You don't get that when you're on the internet just reading an ebook or having someone or audio book. There's no one there who's going to say, oh, now that you heard about this, it sparked your imagination, go read this. You don't get that. That's dehumanizing. And the other part of the problem is, of course, you don't know your neighbors because you get everything delivered. You don't go out. Amazon drops off clothing for you. You've got, Uber Eats or something like that, that delivers the food to your door. When are you going outside? You can do a remote job. You're not talking to people. You are in a cage, and that is the ultimate echo chamber. And that's a problem. Does that make sense?
Yep. No, I absolutely agree. And let me tell you this, Mike, you might not know this. Most school districts are now giving kids from the beginning of school, from when they start going to school, probably in like first, second grade, Chromebooks. And they're giving them to all the grades. So you're starting in school with a computer. They give you a laptop as soon as you start school. So they're actively encouraging no more reading, right? They want you to do it digitally because for some reason they think that the future is going to be completely digital, which they may be right, but you're still going to need practical skills. You're still going to need to know how to look things up and practical skills with reading, no matter what. So this idea that we need to teach kids like growing technology, the most recent technology, instead of just basic skills, I think is ludicrous.
Look, George Carlin said it the best when he said in his comedy, he said, they want you to be just smart enough to run the machines, but not to ask questions. And when you have these kids who are being sucked in, they're being taught, oh, go to the computer, go to the computer, go to the computer. And at the same time, let's not forget, YouTube and Google just came out and just told us that they have a obligation to mess with the algorithm they're going to overweight what you're going to be receiving. In other words, they're going to put a bias into the search engine, regardless of what you're looking for, so that you get what they approve of. We just had, 2 days ago, Disney, Bob Iger, was just telling shareholders and the world that Disney has a moral obligation to put their political ideology into your entertainment. He's already said that. So look at what we're getting. And you can only do that when people aren't talking to each other saying, I don't want more politics in my entertainment. I want to ask a question about the book I just read. You can't do that if you're talking to human beings, if you're interacting with human beings. You can't do that. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's the problem. I mean, we're seeing more of the Bob Iger approach, and it's in our education. Oh, you have a question? Hit the button. Hit the button. You got the Chromebook. Hit the button. No, I don't want to hit the button. Ask the question so that you know how to ask questions, so that you get to understand the English language, and then I'm going to give you an answer, which means you have to have comprehension. You have to be able to understand the English language and the ability to communicate socially with other human beings. It is dehumanizing to take that away, especially from kids who are developing. It is dehumanizing. You're taking away the most essential part, social interaction and the expansion of your imagination through that interaction. Maybe, what's another way of saying it? Every communication, English, language, writing, is merely taking the words that are in your head and putting them out to other people. And the more words that you know can take the thought in your head and more accurately share it with everyone. If you're not having that interaction of trying to get the thought in your head out to someone else to communicate, you become dumber and dumber, and you have less ability to speak to people. That's why Grammarly is such a great thing. I hate Grammarly. It's so viral right now because college students can't figure out how to write. They can't get the thought in their head down to a piece of paper. And I'm not saying they have to be Shakespeare. They can't do it at all. Grammarly is writing for them because they don't know how to think critically. Mm-hmm. And that's terrifying to me. to me at least. You might disagree. Young people might disagree, but I think that's terrifying.
You know, let me tell you this story. I work with students, obviously, right?
Hmm.
I had to teach someone how to use a dictionary over the age of 15.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Shouldn't be that hard.
I had to teach someone how to look up a word in the dictionary.
It shouldn't be that hard. I remember
Right.
third grade. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
And let me ask you this. Do you think they're more likely to remember a word? And I can tell from personal experience.
Mm-hmm.
I use dictionaries personally, like physical dictionaries when I'm reading or something like that. And the reason I do it is because if I look it up on my phone, I read the word, I read the definition, I forget about it. If I'm actively looking it up, I'm going to remember that. And it seems like they don't want you to do that. They want the easy convenience as opposed to actually remembering the information.
Well,
Actually being able to use that critically.
well, it's worse than you think, actually. See, if I have a dictionary, this is why every parent should have a dictionary that has an unabridged dictionary. I recommend it with at least 3 to 5 definitions of the words. Why?
Mm-hmm.
When you're looking at the page to start with, your eyes see more than what you are paying attention to. Your mind sees the entire page. It sees all the words and all the definitions. Subconsciously, it's there. You consciously filter out all the things you're seeing to focus on the one word, but subconsciously, you're seeing all these words. You're seeing all these definitions. Whether you understand it all or not, doesn't matter. It's in there somewhere in your brain. In addition, when you're looking at a dictionary, I see, even by accident, multiple definitions of the word I'm looking for. Now, this cannot be manipulated. If I have a dictionary from 1980, I have a dictionary from today, you can't change that on the fly electronically. As an example, what is a man? The definition was changed a year and a half ago to not a woman. That is called circular logic. It doesn't answer anything. It doesn't define anything. What is the definition of a woman? Not a man. That is circular logic. That doesn't answer, that doesn't give you a definition. You can't define something by having being even more vague than what you started with. But you can do that electronically, and that will be the only answer, because Google and the social media giants, the internet overlords, can say, when you look up what is a man, you will get the only answer, not a woman. You will get that. That will be the first response and the only response. And by the way, the history of definitions, you'll never see that. That's the problem with being online. That's the problem with having every kid look in a Chromebook to find a word. You will lose everything else, because I had a teacher, third grade, and the way she would punish her students, and me quite a bit, was that Miss Schusterman would say, here's this dictionary. It was unabridged. I mean, it was huge. It had words down to the 7th, maybe 10th definition, all the way back to the Aramaic definition of these words. And she would pick a letter, and you would have to, depending on how bad you were, you would have to write every single word and every definition of that word to, depending on how bad you were, to the 2nd definition, to the 5th definition, to the 7th. Usually I had 3 to 5 definitions of every word, because I was pretty bad in 3rd grade. I just admit, I was a bad student. But she made me write word after word after word throughout all of the letters. We're talking about hundreds, if not thousands of words with, 3 definitions, 5 definitions each that I had to write down. And what she was doing, now I thought it was a punishment. She was teaching me. She was teaching me about the English language, English comprehension, and she was putting in my brain, because I was reading the word, I was writing the word, I was writing the meanings of the word, I was understanding the meanings of the definitions, And there's quite a few words there that I was like, oh, this definition is interesting. I didn't know that's what it meant. It's one of my favorite words in the English language is a Jacob's coat. Do you know what that is?
No, I don't.
Okay, most people have never heard of that. A Jacob's coat is actually one word. It's not two words, it's one word.
Okay.
And what it is a coat of many colors, usually made from sheepskin, which is dyed and usually also leather. It's just a patchwork leather coat. A sheepskin coat is technically a Jacob's coat. It refers back to the Bible, and it also refers back to that time in history before the Middle Ages when we were more tribal, and these are the things people would wear. So it has both an Aramaic definition to it, or aspect to it, as well as a historical aspect. And it's one word. Who knows that? Nobody. Nobody knows that. No one uses it. I can't even figure out how I would put it into a sentence, but it's a word. And now, how much more do I know about history? How much more do I know about religion? How much more do I have to ask about life? Because I know that word and I know the meaning of that word. And I was forced to do that in third grade by a teacher who said, I'm going to teach you and you're not even going to notice it. And here I am, 56. I still remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Does that see the difference between, and I think that exemplifies the difference of kids looking at something, pressing a button, and Google says, here's your answer versus look what I found for myself.
Yeah. It's self-reliance rather than letting the computer do it for you, right? Because you're actively going and looking it up. And before I go, I want to add one more thing.
Sure.
Right, and why local history. You know what local history would do? It would cut the cost of how much local cities and towns spend on trying to revive their economic conditions. Okay? How much money do these dying small towns in cities that are losing people, especially in New York, spend on trying to revive it economically? How much money, right?
Oh, we're talking tens of millions easily.
Every time. I mean, where I live specifically, I see billboards, ads, and it's not working. But what would happen if we actually made people proud to live in the area and said, this is the history of the area. Look at all the things that have happened before. They're more likely to stay, right? If you want to keep people and you want businesses to come, you have to proudly discuss your history and you have to share it, right? And that's not what they want to do right now, I guess, in schools. They want to tell you, oh, we're all evil, all of history bad. But we would cut the cost of economic development if we made people proud of where they live. Because I can tell you this, no one I grew up with in my hometown knew anything about where we lived. They didn't know a single thing that I've been learning in the past week. Not a single thing, because I didn't know. The people I went to school with didn't know. And I wish I did. Because I might have said, you know what? This place has so much rich history. It is so important. So many things that I didn't know have happened here actually did. This is a place worth living in and passing down that information. But instead, what do? Well, all of our history is racist. We're all bad. Thomas Jefferson, evil, right? It's the biggest shame if we actually want to go forward with a conservative agenda, right? For all conservatives and Republicans, if you actually want to do that, you're going to have to start building a sense of community again. I think that's one of the most important things we can do as everyday citizens, right? This is not like a big overall thing. I mean, you can engage the people in your community with local history. You can engage them and show them some of the things that are outside of a monitor or screen. And it's infuriating to see, Mike. It really is.
No, I agree with you. And again, it's because we're being dehumanized, and we need to remember, we need to have a purpose, which remembering our past helps us have a unified purpose, a common goal, a common direction. And I think it's very essential. I think it's very important. We're going to talk more about that in just a few moments. But I agree with you. I understand exactly what you're talking about. And I think it is important because people don't realize how dehumanizing education, politics, entertainment, how dehumanizing it is right now, and how much we're being told we should be dehumanized. We're not thinking of it in that aspect, and it's kind of terrifying. And when you have the perspective of being able to look back several decades and go, we didn't do that before, and we were better, and now we're doing this new progressive move forward, and it's worse. Maybe we missed something there. Maybe this isn't as good as we've been advertised it will be. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And you know what? I'll say this, and let this be the final thought on your birthday.
Okay.
No other show on the internet is talking about this issue, right? Only on No Soundbites Allowed, a show with open free speech policies like you have, and this is an absolute compliment to you, would allow anyone to call in, completely different topic, and go with it. So, Mike, have a wonderful birthday. I'll probably be calling in later in the day, but thanks for letting me call in, and I hope the next year to your next birthday continues No Soundbites Allowed, and you continue to grow.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for that. I really appreciate that. Folks, as you can see, we've been taking many, many calls in a row. We've been here for, almost 2 hours now. I need to take a quick break, so bear with me for just a moment. And my dog is also making some noise, so that's interesting. So bear with me one moment. I know we've been hearing from a lot of people. I'm going to take a quick second here to just put this up. Come on. Silly machine. Just like with the Sudan, I'm going to be right back. Let me play this for a second, and I will be right back with you guys. Just like with the Sudan 1 year ago, the United States Marines come in, they're going to the embassy, they're evacuating the embassy, they're leaving the Americans behind. Now, I don't blame the Marine Corps. They're doing what the commander-in-chief, they're doing the orders that have come down the chain to them. Get those Americans, get them home safe. That's a great thing, and I will never be upset that Marines did their job. I have a massive problem that the Biden administration, they're not getting Americans out of Haiti. You know, hell in a handbag. It's going crazy over there. There is a massive problem, and it is a threat to life. We see this. This is coming from the Miami Herald. U.S. military flies Marines into Haiti embassy, evacuating some staff. Overnight airlift. Port-au-Prince is a battlefield. That the hellhole that is Haiti just got worse. What about the Americans who are in Haiti? The singular purpose of the United States government, of any government, is to protect the people. So far, Biden abandoned 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan. He abandoned 10,000 Americans in the Ukraine. Last year, he abandoned 16,000 Americans in the Sudan. Joe Biden said, figure your own way home. The American State Department under Antony Blinken said, figure your way home. Where was the warning to the rest of America saying, hey, don't go to Haiti this week? If you're in Haiti, get out of Haiti now. And once the people in the American embassy are gone, there's no safe zone for those Americans that are left. There's no one to protect them. There's an empty building. This is from ABC News. This was April 21st of 2023. This is a story that they suppressed because you might. Duh. Forgot I had the volume down. Let me start over. So my puppy needs to go out for a walk real quick. We've been going for about 2 hours. This is not the end of the day by any means. We're still going to be going for many hours. We've had several phone calls come in, and I enjoy the conversation, really enjoying that a lot. We're going to take a quick break for just a little bit. I am trying to find a comment. I'm thinking about 45 minutes thereabouts that we're going to just step out for a second, and bear with me. There. So let me share with you a conversation that I had. What year was this? This is from 2019. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. From 2019, I'm going to share a conversation I was having at Binghamton University. And I think it was pretty interesting, talking about gun control, talking about freedom, talking about a few different things. Let's see, Miss K. By the way, Miss K, I see you. Thank you for being here with us. And that's from down under in Australia. Gotta love that for my birthday, getting in touch with me. Let's see. Yes, I know you couldn't hear. Thank you, Graham, for letting me know that I was muted for a minute there. I didn't notice it. Miss K, there's screenshots. I do see user has been banned. User, you've been with us. Thank you. I do see some of the comments, which, yes, I'm going to go back into about the conversation I was having with John when we were talking about definitions, English language, communication, talking about being human, socializing. These are all important things. We're going to talk a little bit about that in education when we come back. So I will be going over your comments there. I am looking forward to seeing even more comments. Please do. If you have made it through the first 2 hours of my birthday, this marathon, and you've enjoyed it so far, please like, share, subscribe. Let's see how many people will join us for my birthday and will enjoy having these conversations to actually say what they think, whether you agree with me or not. You want to talk about something completely different? Absolutely. You want to ask me a personal question? Absolutely. Don't be insulting, but if you want to ask a question about me, how I grew up, what life was like 50 years ago, 40 years ago, 30 years ago, what's different about then than now, that's why I am here today. Let's have this conversation. If you want to talk about, and we will be talking more about, this is all about the American dream. This is about the equality of opportunity, not the equality of outcome. And there is a massive difference there. So we're going to talk about all of that and much, much more. We're going to talk about what's happening overseas and how it's affecting your life right now. We're going to get into a little bit of that. But give me a moment, like I said. So I'm going to play this real quick. I'll walk my dog, and then I will come back and we'll continue. So please, I thank you. I'm looking for the comments, and I will be back shortly. All right, everybody. I think we're all here. And nothing better than starting from the beginning, right? So, for those who don't know or are unfamiliar, and we're also being broadcast live right now. So, for anyone who doesn't know, my name is Michael Voss, or Michael Vasquez. We're actually the same person we're here for. Michael Voss is the name I took on when I was a stockbroker back in the late 90s. It is a legal federal alias. You ever see that box whenever you're filling out forms for the government? It says alias. Yeah, I'm the actual person they wrote that. They had that box for. I actually have to fill that in. So if you hear Michael Voss, you hear Michael Vasquez, same person. Doesn't matter. And if you're wondering why did I do that, because as a stockbroker, I got tired of being called Velez, Velasquez, and every other name you can possibly imagine instead of Vasquez. And that's stuck. Now, what we're going to talk about today is the Second Amendment, red flags, gun control, but really, it's much bigger. What we're going to be talking about today is American freedom, American rights, and the consequences of restricting those freedoms and those rights.
And I think it's a very important issue because it affects every aspect of our lives in many, many ways, and will do so for decades to come. First, before I even get to that, let's take a trip through my life. Back in about 1996, 1997, I was a stockbroker, as I mentioned. And I was coming home from the office one day from Manhattan. I lived in the Bronx, where my family grew up, and where I'm originally from. And in the 90s, if you've ever been around the Bronx, it was a troubling time. Lots of crack, lots of drugs, lots of problems, gangs. And as I was coming home, in my suit, in my briefcase, I had a gentleman stop me. Just walking past me, stopped me, turned me around, and he pointed the gun right in the middle of my chest. He was about this far away from me. He was high on crack. And his answer was, I want you to understand that I could kill you. He had my attention. Luckily, he wanted to make a point. And he just wanted to make that conversation. What was going through his mind at that moment as he was high on crack, I have no idea. But we had a conversation. It lasted about 20 minutes. Something very important to understand about someone who has a gun pointed at you. He didn't shake. He wasn't nervous. This wasn't the first time he pulled a gun on someone, and it wasn't the first time that he was going to shoot them. He didn't point at my head. This wasn't a movie. He pointed squarely in the center of my chest. He understood. He was going to kill me if I did something. That's an important moment. I'll give you another moment. Here in Binghamton, I'm a homeowner, business owner. I've owned my house now for 11, 12 years. And about 3 years into owning the house, had some friends over. One was a pregnant woman. They were staying over at my house Saturday morning, 4 a.m. There's a massive bang on my door. Don't know what's going on. Woke everyone up. Well, the banging went to someone breaking down my door and entering my house. Screaming, shouting, knocking some stuff over. Rampaging. I get my friends over, protect the woman who's pregnant, get everyone into a room, call the police, prepare to defend myself. I have one final door between this person who just figured out from all the noise upstairs and hearing the lights come on. There are people in the house. And he's coming. And I got everyone into one room, have an access point to get outside onto the roof down. You got police coming, and I'm at the door barricading it as he's trying to break down the door. That's a very important moment. Now, I do want to give props to the Binghamton Police Force. I had 8 police cars show up like that. They were there within about 2.5, 3 minutes maximum, which felt extremely longer than that in my life at that moment. And this door is buckling, and I had this one thought. At any moment, this guy's going to break through this door. This door is not going to work. And what am I going to do now? How do I protect my friend, my pregnant woman that's there? How do I protect myself from this person who is obviously ill? Well, wound up, the police came, ran out the house, ran into my neighbor's house, broke into their house, and was sitting on their couch when the police came and got me. High on PCP. Many people today would tend to tell you that I was a victim of gun violence. I'm here to tell you right now, no, I wasn't. He was on. Well, I wasn't a victim of gun violence. I was even a victim of violence. The gun that the crackhead had, that wasn't having any malice against me. It wasn't trying to shoot me. It didn't have a point to give to me. The man, the crackhead did. The guy on the PCP broke into my house. The weapon he had with him, the weapon didn't have any malice against me. It didn't care. He did, in his deranged mind. I was a victim of people with malintent, individuals that were looking to possibly kill me. When you hear someone say, you're a victim of gun violence, no. Throw that out. When you hear that on the news, throw that out. You are not. No one is. You're a victim of criminals and deranged people and people with malintent. That is a major difference in when we hear it. Because the weapon they're using, whether it's their hand, a brick, a gun, a knife, doesn't make a difference. It's the person that has that. I can stab you with a fork knife, a fork, a knife, a spoon. Are they incredibly deadly weapons that need to be banned from all human beings? No. They're utensils you use to eat. The difference is the person who's wielding that, instead of trying to eat their breakfast, they're trying to stab you or harm you. There's the difference. And we need to understand that as a society, because the problem isn't a gun or a firearm. It's not a knife or a brick. It's actually the person who's wielding that and the intent that person has at that moment. If we're going to talk about the Second Amendment, we're going to talk about rights, we're going to talk about anything, we have to understand that it is the person and their intent that's the first thing that we have to talk about. If we're going to talk about trying to resolve things and fix things, we have to talk about the person that is doing something wrong. We start and end the conversation there. Everything else is an accessory. It's ancillary. It's a distraction. It's a way to confuse the issue and make you make a decision that you wouldn't normally make otherwise, because you're not thinking about what the real problem is. And you will never get a solution if you're not dealing with the root of the problem and you're only dealing with the cosmetic issues. So that's an important thing I want to get out. I mean, you don't hear that a lot in a lot of conversations talking about Second Amendment and everything else. No one really looks at it that way, and we should. Because it starts in the middle, the end, all of it is right there. But we also throw out some numbers here, so that we have a good scope and understanding. Because very often we hear, it sounds like, oh my God, the world's just going to hell in a handbasket. Guns are the worst thing that could possibly happen, and it's just destroying the nation. Let's really understand what we're talking about here. There are approximately 330 million people in the United States at this time. Approximately 157 to 160 million of those people own handguns. That is every other person. Half the nation, at least, owns firearms. In fact, based on the estimate, there's about 357 million guns, firearms in the United States. Every other person in America owns 3 firearms, on average. That means if you don't own a firearm, the person next to you probably does. Whether it's for their self-protection, for their home, their work, whatever it may be. Guess what? The guns aren't killing everyone. Because if they were, we'd already all be dead. There are more guns than there are people, and there are more than enough people to kill everyone without a gun. So let's throw out this premise that the gun is absolutely dangerous. Because it's not. It is inherently not. Again, it comes back to who is the person and what intent do they have. Now, whether or not I own a firearm in my home doesn't really matter. What does matter is if I do, or even if I don't. You're not in my house. If you are in my house, and you've been invited in, you still wouldn't know. You don't need to. It doesn't matter. My intent is not to harm you. And most of your neighbors would say the same thing. But if you happen to be on PCP or maybe not, and you break into my home, why wouldn't I defend myself? Would it make a difference if I defend myself with a sword? Would it make a difference if I use a broomstick? Does it make a difference how I defend my home? Does anyone have a right to come into my home and start evaluating every object I have that could potentially be a weapon and then decide, hey, I'm going to take those away from you? Some people may notice, and you can go to YouTube, back in December of 2012, just prior to the New York SAFE Act being passed, I went through a selection of items that could be in anybody's home. Shotgun, screwdriver, steak knives were among the items that I pointed out. Oh, and a hammer. Guess what? In the United States, people die because of rifles, hammers, steak knives, and screwdrivers. If you don't believe me, look up the FBI's Crime in the USA data, which I look at on a regular basis. Did you know that in Connecticut, 2016, you were 12 times more likely to be killed by someone with a knife than with a rifle? You know why? 0 people were killed in Connecticut in 2016 with a rifle. 0 people were killed in Connecticut in 2015 with a rifle. 0 people were killed in Connecticut with a rifle in 2014. But people were killed with knives, hands, guns, hammers. People died. So is this issue serious? Yes, it is. Are we seriously talking about it? No, we're not. Not at all. What we're seriously talking about is what some people believe and want you to emotionally feel to get a political outcome they want. That's the truth of almost all the conversations about guns and gun control. And this is not a speech. I was going to write a speech, but I decided, you know what, let's have a discussion instead. Because I can give you the stats. I've been doing this for 12 years. I check the gun control, all the numbers on firearms, deaths, every year. I write at least 2, 3 articles. I do at least 1, 2 speeches every year on the updated numbers. And people fall asleep. Because the numbers are boring. But you know what? The discussion is. And that's why I want to discuss this with you. So if I jump a little bit, please excuse me, but that's how conversations are, right? When we look at what we're hearing about this, there's 3 things that we really need to look at when we talk about gun control. First thing is, who's doing it? How are they doing it? What can we do? Essentially, those are the 3 questions. And the first thing you always hear one thing every time. There's actually 2 conversations that happen every time there is an incident. And in particular, the incident that happened yesterday. And I am sorry and give my condolences to the family of the woman who died in Pacoa, California, because that was a horrible thing. Mind you, that wasn't a mass shooting. A mass shooting requires 4 people being free. So it's technically not a mass shooting. The problem is, depending on the media, it's a mass shooting, it's everything and anything that will get a headline and draw people's eyeballs to it. But my point is, what we're seeing in the conversation is always these 2 things. Oh my God, that incident happened. Let's take away every gun in the universe. Or the other side is, oh my God, something happened. I need to be more protected. I need a fire. Both of those arguments actually are valid. They're also both flawed. But one thing is very true. In the United States, we have an intrinsic, immutable right that is given by God to us to own a firearm. That is a fact. It may be reinterpreted, it may be modified, it may be restricted, but we start with the first thing first. Why do we have that right? Because without that right, you have no other right whatsoever. Without the right to defend ourselves from any source that is a danger to us, we have no freedom. Ever. Let me put it in context. Many people may be aware. I lived in Moscow back in '91. And if you remember what was happening back then, there was a coup. It was a very scary time. There were a lot of people arguing against the government. I was down at the Russian White House, Kutuzovsky Street, with hundreds of other Russians and some other expatriates standing out, and we were against the coup attempt that was happening. The government decided to bring in tanks rolling down the street against us. And I remember the thing that was said at that moment. If you're not serious, get out of here. The tanks are on their way. Can you imagine for a moment? And I'm a former Marine. I've been around tanks, I've been around guns all my life while I was in the service. Can you imagine what it feels like to see a full-on Russian tank rolling down the street, 3 others behind it, coming straight to you? A weapon that takes out buildings. It's meant to take out other tanks. That is meant to mow down people who are fully armored. And you're just standing there like this. You know what's one of the biggest difference in that moment than any moment in America? We can arm ourselves. The government can't just have a coup, wake up in the morning on the radio, we have a new government, and then roll tanks down the middle of the street. Because in America, we can go and get our arms. We can defend ourselves. One of the biggest problems that Yamamoto mentioned before Japan attacked America in World War II, we should never attack the American mainland, because there will be a rifle behind every blade of grass. One of the biggest reasons why America has remained America for over 200 years is every nation in the world is absolutely terrified by the fact that we defend ourselves from the government and from everyone else. And you can't just walk in and take us over, though many nations would like to. These are important things to understand when we're talking about the Second Amendment and its restrictions. Because without this understanding, all it is the government said you can have something. And if the government tells you you can have it, they can tell you they can take it away. That difference is important. Because the government can't take something that is intrinsically and inherently mine unless I give them the right to do so. And we have done that 22,000 times. A lot of people don't realize this. There are 22,000, actually over 22,000 gun control laws in America, and have been for most of the existence of America. We also have great laws. Murder is illegal. So when you understand that, something should come across everyone's mind. We have 22,000 ways of saying, don't use a firearm to hurt someone. And if you kill them, you will be punished by law. Why do we need more laws? It's an important question, and it never gets asked. Is the 22,001 law that gets passed, that's going to suddenly stop people from misusing a tool? I don't think so. I don't think the criminals are thinking that. I don't think the deranged think that. There's no reason to believe that we're going to be any safer with 22,001 laws than we were at 19,999 laws. The fact that we have murder and we now define it as murder with a weapon doesn't change the fact that it's still murder. What it does mean is that we have to really evaluate what are we looking to do and what are the consequences of what we're doing. The 1934 National Firearms Act, over 60 years ago, or 80 years ago, was passed. And it said, we don't have a right to have a machine gun. We don't have a right to a sawed-off shotgun. We don't have a right to make a bomb. And the nation agreed on that. It was passed by Congress, and I have yet to hear anyone ever say, Yes, the average person should be able to go out and make a bomb. And I don't think anyone will ever make that argument, because you shouldn't. There's no practical use for that. That's not the kind of argument we're hearing today. When we listen to laws like red flag laws, what we're hearing is not something that is very specific for the protection of the public. What we hear is a political agenda to take control away from people and their lives. Let me explain what I mean by that. The red flag law right now is in 15 states. It is being considered in the Senate and in the House of Representatives as a national legislation. Red flag laws, very simple, and the simplest way to explain it. Somebody is upset and thinks you're dangerous. And because they think that, they go to a court, the court issues a warrant, and police, or law enforcement, take all firearms that you own. You then go back to the court after the fact and try and get your property back, if you're not dangerous. That's it in a nutshell. What I have just described is a violation of your First, Second, Fourth, Fifth, 15th, 8th, and amendments and due process. I'll say it again. Red flag laws violate your First, your Second, your Fourth, your Fifth, your 8th, your 15th amendments and due process. And no one's willing to tell you that. No one is willing to stand up and say, this is what's going to happen to you. Plus, by the way, several other consequences. And a really big kicker to it all, you're not going to be a day safer. You're not going to be any safer. You're not going to protect anyone. You're just going to have less freedom. So let's run through it real quick. First Amendment. Well, red flag law is initiated because someone saw something about you they did not like. That means they can see a tweet, they can see a Facebook post, they can see something on social media. It could be a conversation that you had. It could be a conversation that your kid had with the teacher. This is enough to initiate, both on the federal level and in most of the states, a red flag complaint. They then go to the courts and start that whole process. Second Amendment. You've never committed a crime. Red flags are not based on crime. You will never commit a crime if you are having a red flag action put against you. No crime has ever been done. But they take your property. And they take your inherent right to a firearm that shall not be infringed, and yet it is. So it violates your Second. Your Fourth Amendment, invasion of privacy. They're coming into your home. They're going to take every firearm in that home. They're going to search that entire home for every firearm that is there. Fifth Amendment, which is also part of due process with the 15th Amendment. You don't get to see your accuser. The accuser will go into a courtroom without ever telling you about it and make a complaint, and a judge will make a decision without you ever knowing about it. In most of these laws, you don't get anyone to represent you in that courtroom. And no one has actually ever spoken to you. This is all happening without your knowledge. You have no due process. You don't get to defend yourself until after you have been punished. That's not due process. Eighth Amendment. It is cruel and unusual to punish someone for something that is not a crime. I see a lot of people here are wearing blue jeans today. Guess what? How about we say that everybody who wears blue jeans has to pay the government $50? Is anyone for that? Not that you committed a crime, not that it's a bad thing to do, but because you're doing it, we're going to punish you. I don't know anyone who would say yes to that. What's the difference? There is no difference. It is cruel and unusual to take away someone's property, to destroy their reputation in their community, to possibly affect their job, to cause them to have to spend tens of thousands of dollars to get back their property without ever once committing a crime. That is insane. And there is no other aspect of life in America or anywhere where I can understand or anyone has ever tried to explain that we should punish you, but you never did anything wrong. That's just a quick summary of this. But there's another consequence that's built into the red flag law. A lot of people don't realize this because, again, it's never spoken about. And if you're wondering, by the way, I've done roughly about a year of research on this. I've already published an 8,000-page paper on this. I have over 200 sources on this, on red flags in every state that they have existed so far and are proposed. One of the consequences that happens in every single state is that if you have children in the household where a red flag is going on, the state must take your children. The state will take your kids. How's that? That's not in the law. You're right, it's not in the law. Every single state in the United States has Child Protective Services. In New York State, it's called CPS, right? There is a mandate that if the police are coming to a home, they must notify Child Protective Services. Child Protective Services is required by the state that if a child is in a home that is dangerous, they have to take the kids out. If you are a danger to yourself and your community such that the government has to suspend your right to the Second Amendment and take away your property, that home is too dangerous for a child to be in. The state must take your kids. You are now fighting to get back your property and to get back your kids. You never committed a crime. Hey, we're doing good. Does anyone feel safer? At all? By the way, please tell me which criminal is being stopped by this. Is the crackhead who pulled the gun on me being stopped by a red flag law? No, you're going to say, Mike, well, see, that's not it. It's mass shootings. We're going to stop the mass shootings. We are? We're all in New York here. People who are watching this may not be familiar with New York, but there's a city called Islamburg.
Hello, everyone. Okay, we are back. Thank you for being patient with me. You know what? I got to share this. I understand. Everyone loves their dog, and their dog is, the best dog in the world. I understand that. So, my puppy, Khan, come here, Khan. He has no love of pit bulls. Fair enough. We're walking out just now, and a guy has 2 pit bulls. None of them are on the leash. Why are you walking a dog in New York City without a leash? 2 pit bulls. Seems like decent dogs. Seems like a decent owner. I don't know. But so one of his dogs starts rushing towards. He's bounding half a block down towards me and, of course, my dog. So I back off. We ran away, essentially. Didn't look pretty, but I know that this dog, this foreign dog, is bounding towards me with unknown intentions. My dog doesn't like that breed, and he's going to protect me. He starts growling. I know they're about to have a fight. Whether or not that other dog, the pit bull in this case, is friendly or not doesn't matter. The owner's like, hey, come back over here. If you can't control your dog, don't let your dog out on a leash, out without a leash. It should be pretty straightforward, but yet people do this. And then they wonder why their dog gets into a fight or how it gets hurt. It's because you let that dog that you can't control off a leash. I really, really don't like that. It pisses me off. It's very upsetting. Very upsetting. If you can't control your dog, implicitly, then don't let them off the leash. Period. And I'm in New York City. I know my dog 110%. I don't let him off the leash. Why? Because I don't know what someone else's dog or what some other car or what some young kid's going to do that may set him off or have an incident happen. So I'm not going to leave him off the leash. It's just simple. To protect him, to protect me, to protect other people. Think a little bit, folks. These people who walk their dog without a leash in the public, in a densely populated area, think about it for a minute. I don't know. That's my gripe. That's me just griping. It's my birthday. So I'm going to let it go. And I'm going to say, thank you, each and every one of you, for being here with me today. This is my BLM, my birthday live stream marathon, and I appreciate each and every one of you that have joined us for over the last 2.5 hours. And we're going to be here all day. This is a marathon, and we are going to talk about everything. We're going to talk about the American dream and all the ways that it affects our lives and internationally affects the lives of others across the world. And this is the reason why people come to America. I know, in recent generations, you go to college, you look at the propaganda out there. America's terrible. Oh my God, it's the worst place. If it was so terrible, why are there tens of millions of people trying to get into America every year? It's not that terrible because they know we have meritocracy. We have freedom. More than anywhere else in the world, we have the freedom and the meritocracy so that anyone can succeed. And that's a wonderful thing. It's something that is vanishing and we have to protect it. We have to ensure it for the next generation because it is going away slowly and slowly. They're stripping away our rights. And I kind of addressed that a little bit in my conversation in 2019 that you were just watching. It was me talking about the red flag laws and the unintended consequences that come along with it. Not just the loss of your rights, the destruction of the amendments in the Constitution, but the other unintended consequences, like what it does to families and how it destroys them and puts the government over individuals without a crime ever being committed, without anything other than an accusation, because it's one of the things we see nowadays. Accusation equals guilt. It's an offshoot of that mentality that feelings are more important than facts. This is the offshoot of this democratic socialist, AOC-inspired kind of mentality that comes from the colleges, that comes from the propaganda we have been fed, many people have been fed for their entire lives, is this idea that accusation is the same thing as guilt. It's like fame is the same thing as infamy. No, they're not the same thing. If you've been arrested and you're an entertainer, that doesn't make you famous. That makes you infamous. That's not a good thing. We shouldn't be glorifying or celebrating that. And the same way, when someone is accused of something, that doesn't mean they're guilty. I'm not talking about just Trump. I'm talking about anything. If you're accused, like with red flag laws, you have a gun. Your kid is tired in school. Therefore, you must be evil and that gun must be dangerous. No, that accusation doesn't mean that you get to take my property and take my child away. It doesn't mean that. That's what red flag laws do, but that's not what should be happening because it's not logical. It's a feeling, but it's not a fact. We need to address that. Okay, so we're going to go into a few things, and I'm going to go over some of the comments in just a moment. By the way, you can watch the program on Rumble, on Twitter, on DLive. We're on Facebook, and of course, we're also on YouTube. Please like, share, subscribe, wherever you prefer that you're watching it on. That's all I ask. It's a birthday gift to me. You can like, share, and subscribe. Let more people be involved to ask their questions, whatever it may be. Because I am here to take the time today to share my point of view about the American dream and how it is affecting each and every one of us. And how, going forward, how we're going to see the world develop and how we can improve it together. That's part of the American dream. It's not just a White House and a picket fence and 2 kids and you're married. No, it's also about the next generation, about what we are giving them, the foundation that we are reinforcing so that they can have everything we've had and more, to continue to have the quality of life that we have had and that we can see in the future being even better. It's about the meritocracy. And that's a big word for me. It's very important. Earning things on your merit is so important. I don't want equality of the outcome. That means someone else decided for me. It means I don't have agency. It dehumanizes you. When you hear all of these progressive ideas and they want to have an they want to equalize the opportunity of the outcome, they're taking away your choice, your individuality. They are dehumanizing you. It is evil. It is bad for women, for blacks, for Hispanics, for Muslims, for Christians, for Jews. It is bad for everyone. There is no one who benefits from equality of outcome. Everyone benefits from the equality of opportunity, of meritocracy, which is an essential part of not just capitalism, but also democracy. Absolutely inherently important. Now, I know there are people who are being triggered like crazy by hearing a black man say that, a black conservative Republican. You're triggered. Oh my God. And he's talking about meritocracy in America. Ah, and I know. But you know what? If you disagree, I have a great thing. Don't tell me your feelings. Tell me why I'm wrong. You can leave it in the chat. You can go into the chat and leave me a message, or you can call in to 929-715-8569. And let's have that conversation. If you want to tell me I'm old, I already know that. If you want to tell me I'm ugly, a lot of women don't agree with you. You want to tell me that you think I'm dumb, I'm sorry, I've got 18 years of experience of doing political commentary, says I'm not. I've already been a stockbroker. I've already owned a couple of businesses. I lived overseas, speak a couple of languages. You're not selling me on that idea. I know there's some people go, well, but you don't have a degree, Mike. You're not an expert, recognized by the approved media. I don't need to be. Don't need to be. If I can read and I can understand the concept, even if you have to pull out a dictionary, if you can read, then you can be aware of what's going on. There's so much. But before we get to that, let me slow down. We've been talking about a lot of stuff. We've already been talking about a bit about racism and race in America and how that has changed. We've talked about the economy a little bit. We talked a little bit about the international politics, talking about Hamas, Israel, talking about how that is affecting America today, and it will affect us in the future. We're going to talk more about that in a little bit. We were talking about education and kids and how the current education system is dehumanizing. It is taking away the social interactions that are essential for our kids and for the future of America and the world, and that they are dehumanizing them. They're controlling what they get to see and how they see it in terms of the definitions that they get to read and learn. They're taking away the ability to have an imagination, to have critical thoughts, to ask important questions. These are essential for a society. And if we strip those things away, we strip away the humanity of the next generation, and we doom our livelihood, our nation, our future to authoritarianism and destitution. I truly believe that. But let me go on. Let me go to some of the comments, because we had some comments. We've been receiving several calls. I appreciate and thank everyone who's calling in. From John Cordisco, who has the Cordisco Show. We got a call from Janice. We got a call from John Rastusha, who does the shorts, the J Rest Break, which you see on our channel. He does a lot of those, and I'm ever so thankful because I'm not good. I do a lot of work on the shorts. I overproduce the shorts, and generally speaking, YouTube hates them, except for one, which got 12,000 views. Otherwise, they hate me. But John, he gets thousands of views every time he does a short. He's good at that. I don't know how. I just don't get it. So let me catch up here. I know Miss K has been speaking and mentioning how my mom was correct. I'm going back on some of the comments here. And she was talking about my mom and how my mom is always right. And yes, my mom always is right. I love my mother. And that I need to eat and I'm too skinny, and she's right. So I wanted to cover that, and this is coming from the United Kingdom. User has been banned is with us, and he also agrees that my mom is always right, and I agree with him on that as well. Let me see here. User has been banned said they can't secretly change meanings in books, but they can on the net. Going back to our conversation with John Rasuja about education and kids getting Chromebooks in kindergarten and first grade and elementary school, yeah, the problem is you can't control the way they change it. At any given moment, Google can change the definition of a word. You can see they've done this before, where they've changed the meaning of oh God, it's an economics recession. Sorry, went blank for a second. They changed the definition of what is a recession. Why? So they didn't have to say that Joe Biden brought us into a recession in August of 2022 and that we remain in a recession at this moment. Many of the countries around the world are in a recession as we speak. Matter of fact, many people think we're in stagflation, something that we haven't seen since the Carter administration back in '79. But that's where we are right now. But they changed the definition so they didn't have to say that. It's kind of like with the Obama stimulus. Remember, they stopped using the word stimulus. Democrats, progressives, the news media, they haven't used the word stimulus since the Obama stimulus in 2010. Why? Because it failed. It failed so fantastically, so broad-based. It failed in every single target and promise that it made, that they won't use that word anymore because it's a negative now. They don't use shovel-ready jobs. Shovel-ready jobs was a term. Where did that come from? Obama. It failed so miserably that they won't even go near that term anymore. That's since 2012. Will not say shovel-ready job. No, they won't mention that ever, especially when they're talking about infrastructure, because it failed. $400 billion later, we have the Francis Scott Key Bridge falling down, not just because it got struck by a cargo freighter, but because it had been struck so many times without being repaired, it could no longer withstand the impact. So there are multiple problems there, part of that being the infrastructure. They just don't want to talk about it. See, and you have kids who don't know that these words like racism, they now say that racism is based on oppression, about someone having power. That isn't what racism is about. It is the, what's the word I want to say? It's treating people differently because they are different than you or a certain target group. It is that discrimination. That's where we see racism come from. It has nothing to do with power. The reason why they use power is to justify the groups they want to take care of. Hamas is a good guy, according to Harvard, Cornell University, Binghamton University. They're happy to celebrate Hamas because they don't like Israel, and they like the politics of Hamas, which makes no sense to me, but they want to support them, and they say, well, they're not racist, they're not genocidal because Hamas is smaller than Israel. I'm sorry, Israel doesn't want to genocide the Palestinian people or Hamas. They don't. They didn't write that into their constitution. They haven't been having speeches about that for decades upon decades. Hamas does. Hamas does have in their constitution that they want to genocide people that don't agree with them, that they will continue to have war until everyone who does not think like Hamas thinks is dead. That's in America, that's Europe, that's in the United States. Hezbollah has said the same thing. The Houthis say the same thing. And where did that all come from? Iran, which has been saying that exactly same thing since 1980, when they took American embassy workers hostage for 460 some odd days. That's the reality. That's the fact of it. And our kids don't know that there's a meaning besides the one that they're putting in front of them. And that's all they're learning. And that is hurting them. Hurting them. So let me go on. Let's see. Going into some, I'm just catching up on the comments here. User has been banned mentions when it comes to internet research, it's always good to archive what you look up. I generally try to, but it's also important to have another reference material. Dictionaries are essential. Thesaurus is essential when you're, especially if it's terms you're not familiar with. I'm a well-educated man, and I still use dictionaries and thesaurus from time to time just to make sure I understand, especially if I'm reading some financial documents, I'm looking at 10Ks, if I'm looking at the United States budget, if I'm looking at anything legal, any of the amendments or laws, legislation that's out there. Yeah, sometimes I need to just look up the term. Why not? It's not something you should be embarrassed about. No one knows every single word and every definition. Look it up if you don't know what it means, so that you will understand, so that you can then communicate whether you agree or disagree or how it might be improved. Absolutely. User's ban goes on to say, however, using an internet archive or cloud storage, depending on the info and what the future brings, they could delete that. Local storage, even screenshots, are the best. Well, I agree. I don't use cloud storage. I don't believe in that. I can't stand it because someone else has your data, your information, and they can change it anytime they want to because they have possession of it, not you. So they can change your data, change your information at a moment's notice. So, hey, my sister's here. My sister is giving me food. She's giving me food. Gotta love it. Food, pizza. Yes. No pineapples on pizza. I have sausage on people. I'm a normal person. Normal person. Come here, friend. I want you to see my sister. She's about to jump on the screen. She gave me sausage pizza. Come on, pop in. Camera. You're like mom. You guys want to look over at the computer.
I didn't see your setup.
There you go.
Hey.
That's my sister. Yes, everyone's younger than me. Well, not my mom. Well, my mom is always 21, but, you know.
Yeah, he's the old fogey.
Hey,
Oh, thank you for that.
happy birthday.
Yeah. Thank you. I love it when family tells me how old I am. I love it. But I do love my family. I truly do.
Your family loves you.
Thank you, guys. And they're feeding me, so that's, a bonus, too. So yes, cloud storage is, I don't trust that, folks. Always have a backup of the essential things that you need or that you're looking up because they can go in and change it anytime they want. It's electronic, and that's kind of terrifying. Miss K from down in Australia says, I use screenshot loads daily, and I still print important documents, and I think that's absolutely a good practice. Let me catch up here. Several people said hello to Francine, and in particular, Miss K is saying hello to my sister Fran, and she does a great job. She's fantastic. She's had an incredible life, and I was in the Marines, she was in the Army. Family's got a lot of military in it, and maybe that's part of the reason why I love America, because like many in my family, I've been willing to put my life on the line for this nation. Because I believe in it. I believe in its principles. And that's something we don't see as much. In the last 56 years, throughout most of my life, I'd say right up until about the mid-2000s, somewhere around 2010-ish, right about when Obama came in and he decided he wanted to transform America, the average person believed in America. Not that we were perfect, but that we were good and we could improve, that we could fix things. And we did that continuously. We were able, in one generation, we went from Jim Crow to essentially equality. And within, 2 generations or 30 years of Jim Crow, we had the first black president. Something that, if you asked me in the 80s, never would believe it. When Jesse Jackson, Reverend Jesse Jackson, ran for president in the 80s. I remember that. The Rainbow Coalition, the Rainbow Party, supposed to bring everyone together. That's what I remember. The rainbow wasn't about your gender and your sexuality. No, in the 80s, the Rainbow Coalition was about your politics, that your different political and racial beliefs would all come together to make America better. That's what the rainbow was in the 80s. It's completely changed now. But that's, when we saw Jesse Jackson run, it was an accomplishment back then. Just for Jesse Jackson to run for president was an outstanding thing that many people never thought they would live to see. A black man run for president and get any kind of attention whatsoever on a national basis, on an international basis. And then within 20 years of that, we have Obama win twice. And yet, America's supposed to be more racially divided today than it was in the 1980s, more than in the 1970s. It makes no sense empirically. It may feel like that to some people, but that's the lie that they use. They use the lie of your feelings, which are easily manipulated because your feelings constantly change. So they can easily manipulate you with your feelings rather than focusing on facts that don't change, that they can't defend against. That's just the way it is. Miss Kay mentions that her brother served in the Australian Army and in the United Nations. That's fantastic. I'm glad that he did that. And that helped a lot of people around the world. The United Nations, it has problems, but it has benefits too. And you know what? It takes a lot of dedication to join them, to voluntarily join the military. And at this point, I personally would tell you, we should have the draft back. We should have mandatory military, much like most of Europe, where they have mandatory military. Everyone serves for at least 2. Some nations go 4, but many of the European nations go 2 years. Now, I'm not big on the EU. I'm not big on European traditions overall, especially the French. I don't really have a lot to say positive about the French. That's me. That's my bias. It's okay. You don't have to agree with it. But I do agree with mandatory militaries because, one, it helps the youth get more discipline in their life, which is sorely lacking nowadays. We have fewer and fewer families, traditional family units, where discipline would be instilled. We have less discipline coming from our schools and colleges. It's more do whatever you feel like. You can do anything at any time, anywhere. We have more and more people who are breaking laws, like what we see with the illegal immigrants. They're breaking the law to enter the United States. They're breaking the law, robbing people, stealing from people. We just saw that in the Bronx. They just arrested eight individuals who were trying to commit murder. They had a drug ring. They had a gun ring. These are Venezuelan gang members. And they were doing so because they didn't think they would be punished. Because if you are an illegal alien in sanctuary cities and states around America, the law doesn't apply to you like it does American citizens or anyone else. You can break the law. You get rewarded for breaking the law. That's a lack of discipline. And we have kids who are growing up seeing that every day, that these people aren't paying when they go on to mass transit. Every time I take my dog to the groomer or to the clinic, or I get on to the train, you know how many times I see people, they just don't pay the fare. They're like, hey, I'm not going to pay the fare. Just walk on to the bus. Oh, I'm not going to pay the fare. They just walk through the turnstiles. This happens, and it's happening in the Bronx, it's happening in Brooklyn, it's happening in Queens, Manhattan, it's happening throughout all of New York. Regular Americans, citizens and others are just not paying. And then they wonder, okay, the price keeps going up and up on trying to fund the MTA. Besides the government waste that's involved, besides the inability to keep up with the infrastructure because they're not spending enough money to actually keep it modern and up to date. But then you also have the fact that it is implicitly accepted that people will just use the system and never pay. when I was growing up, you never got on the bus, as an example, without paying your fare. Kids in school, you would have a bus pass. You would pay half or you wouldn't pay anything, but that's because you had a bus pass. The elderly would be able to show that they had reduced fare, but they still paid. And nowadays, it just blows my mind. I'm on the bus and I'm like, here I am, I'm paying $275 to take my dog to the clinic, and I got to pay $275 to come back. And I'm watching half a dozen people get on the bus with me, and none of them are paying. I'm like, why am I paying? Because I'm an American citizen, because I have the discipline. That's the right thing to do, because I know everything falls apart if I don't make that payment. Because if we get no money coming in, there is no way that we're ever going to afford even bad public service. We need to do this. But but we're seeing all these people, and almost always it's young people. Look, I understand. I've been poor. I've been homeless twice. I just lost my house. I lost 98% of everything I owned in 2023 alone, separate of the times that I've been homeless in my life. I understand what it is to be poor and to be hungry. I get that. And it's one thing to say when you're getting on the bus, look, I'm sorry, I really can't afford it this time. I really need to get to this job. I need to get home. Can you give me the compassion to allow me to get this service even though I can't pay for it? See, that's an exception, not the rule. That is compassion and generosity to say, it's okay, because don't worry, everyone else is paying. We're still going to be able to afford this. We can provide this service to everyone. And because everyone is paying in, we can have the generosity to absorb the very few individuals with that exception that can't, because life happens. We get that. But when everyone is the exception, when the exception is the rule, and we have more and more people who are younger and younger that think they are entitled to just use the services, to use the bus, and never make a payment, that it's just something that's given to them. It's granted. It's an absolute. Why should they have to pay? Why should they even consider it? Because it won't be there in the future. Your lack of discipline, your lack of accountability, your lack of concern and care and compassion to make the payment will deny you the service in the future. It falls apart. It's like socialism. Other people's money will take care of it. Guess what? If there isn't anyone else's money, it doesn't happen. Every one of these socialist governments fail eventually. Why? They run out of other people's money. And they don't have anything. They've never incentivized anyone to do anything. Now, if this triggers you, if you disagree with that, that's fantastic. You can call in 929-715-8569. You can tell me why you think I am wrong. What is your evidence? I'm giving you both anecdotal and I can provide actual evidence, internationally verified news reports and government reports from multiple nations to back up everything that I am saying. And I do that and have been doing that for 18 years. And on my Sunday live streams, I do that every week. We've gone, 7 months in a row without a break. And tomorrow I will be on Sunday as well, doing exactly that, providing you the sources, the links of everything I'm talking about. So we can have that discussion. I have the evidence to back up everything I am saying. The left, progressives, not so much. They've got feelings, which are immaterial. They're transitory. They're translucent. Let me go back to some of the comments here. Cool Roy is with us. Hey, Cool Roy. Good to have you on. Thank you for joining us on my birthday. My BLM, my birthday live stream marathon. That's my BLM. I'm redefining BLM. It's birthday live stream marathon. That's what it means to me. And that's my truth, so it must be true. Cool Roy says, I disagree. Most people can't make it mentally or physically. There's got to be a return to morality and personal responsibility, but not forced upon free people. No, I think you're talking about, I think Cool Roy is talking about the mandatory military. And actually, yes, people can do it mentally and physically. Having been in the military, I understand the requirements. Now, if we're having a mandatory military where everyone goes in for 2 or maybe 4 years, we also have to expand and understand that there's a difference between the mandatory troops, the voluntary troops. We do have to understand there's a job for everyone. Anyone can dig a ditch. That's a fact. Now, some people who are more physically fit and more physically capable will dig the ditch faster than other people. Some people can type or they can do, we've got a lot more electronics. We have a lot more cyber warfare and that need. Just because it's the military doesn't mean that they can't do domestic needs, the good of the nation. So when I say that, it changes what the military is somewhat. It's not just the defense of the nation through military force, but it's also taking care of the needs of the nation through this expanded workforce. I think it can be done, and I think we see it being done right now. We see it in many nations that, especially in Europe, that do this. So it is something that can be done, and we can accommodate people who have less physical or mental capabilities, and maybe we give them exceptions. Maybe if you don't have the minimum physical standard, the minimum mental standard, you're excluded. Okay, I can live with that. We could do that. So you convinced me, Corey. Yeah, we give there are classes of people who are physically and mentally incapable that we would give an exclusion to. But everyone else, mandatory military. It would help them. It would help the nation. Ms. K says, reoffenders, they should be given the option or services. I think just some of... Okay, so for people who are offending, who abuse bus services and public services without making a payment, well, then they should do something to make up for that lack of ability at the time. And again, we're not talking about people, the exception where life happened. You just lost your home. You're homeless through no fault of your own. That you need that help to get food, to get to that job. That's the exception. But for those who are just doing it because they think they're entitled, yeah, make them do something else. If you're, 16, 17, 18, 20, 25, and you're just walking onto a bus, you've got the latest iPhone, you've got a Starbucks latte in your hand, and you're telling me, I'm just not paying. I'm sorry, you can afford it. You got $500 pair of jeans, you got $200 pair of sneakers on. You can afford the bus fare. You can afford to pay for the public transit. You can't tell me that you're impoverished. Get a cheaper pair of sneakers, get a cheaper pair of jeans. Don't buy that latte. Maybe get just a regular cup of coffee, or don't. Maybe not get the latest iPhone just because it came out. You have the ability to make the payment. You just don't want to. Let's acknowledge that. You don't want to. That's a feeling. That the fact is you can afford it. You choose not to. That's a problem. That you're choosing not to, and you know it's wrong. It is wrong. Whether or not people are calling you out, you know right and wrong. You know you should be paying your fair share, and you're not. That's the problem. But let me go on. Cool Roy says, I guess you don't really believe in freedom. No, I do believe in freedom. I also believe in absolute anarchy. I don't believe in. I do believe in rules. I do believe in society. I believe that there are certain compromises that we make to have a functional society. You don't have to agree with the things that I'm willing to bend or compromise on. That's fine. You can tell me, Mike, I don't agree with that whatsoever. That's okay. because it's not a dictatorship. I don't want a dictatorship. I'm giving you my suggestions because I think it can have a positive benefit. But like you were having the conversation with me, Roy, and I hadn't taken into account those who are physically and mentally incapable. Just they can't do certain things. They just can't be in that kind of military structure to get that, not because they can't get the discipline, not because it isn't a benefit to them, but there aren't jobs that would be analogous to them. Okay, I hadn't considered that. In having the conversation with you, I can acknowledge this is part of the conversation I missed. See, this is what happens when we critically think and we analyze and we ask questions and we delve into this more than just 30 seconds, but actually go into it and say, well, does this apply in every case? Are you sure? Are you right? We don't know that until we ask questions, until we analyze what we have said, that what the policy is, how does it affect other people? That's what we're missing in America right now. It's not enough to just say, here's what I feel, and well, everyone has to feel the same way. No, we don't, and maybe that's a good thing that we don't. So I thank you for challenging me. It's a good thing. Thank you, Cool Roy. Graham says, Michael, why should we not use basic income tied to militia service to incentivize enlistment in the National Guard? Wouldn't this lead to a more healthy and secure population? Well, to answer your question, Graham, we already do. We pay our military, and we have reserves. You can join the reserve, and you will get paid. So we do that already. We already incentivize them, and we already pay them, so they are getting a basic income, whether they're in military full term or if they're in the reserves, whether it's National Guard or Marine Corps Reserve or any of the other reserves. You can get that and still get the benefits as well. So we do incentivize people. Why do we need to incentivize them more? And let's think about this. I don't want to buy them off. You know, you're not joining the Army because you want to go to college. Let's understand what your trade-off is. And we're trying to sell it like, you can join the Army and you'll be a chef in a war zone. Don't leave out that part. You're going to risk your life. Yes, you can be a chef. Yes, you can type. Yes, you can, they have all these wonderful fluffy commercials that they have of all these people who are non-combat. Well, the job of the military is combat. Yes, there are non-combat parts of it as well, but it's combat. And you have to be prepared for that. Don't shy away from it. Admit it. That's part of you are willing to put your life on the line for this nation, to improve this nation, to help it move forward, to better understand what it is that we take advantage of every day. The freedom of speech means so much more when you understand people die for that every year, not just in the past, not just in creating our nation, not when we passed the Constitution. Today, right now, there are members of the United States military that die to protect the Second Amendment, the First Amendment, the Constitution, your rights, your freedoms, your choice of being able to sit back on a Saturday and listen to me talk on YouTube, or to go and watch a movie, to watch Disney Plus, to do whatever it is you want to do. You only have that right because someone died and is dying and is bleeding right now for that right. We need to appreciate that. So let me go on. Cool Roy says, nothing is going to be made healthy by special work weeks or living wages. The left is purposely making freedom unaffordable. Well, and Graham is responding about basic income. He doesn't mean the universal basic income, which I am completely against. Universal basic income doesn't work. By the way, many people are not aware, the largest experiment in the world, the longest and largest universal basic income experiment, is in Kenya. It just ended. It was 15 years of universal basic income. It was created by two members of MIT, two college students, and it was funded by the World Economic Forum in Kenya. It didn't work. Universal basic income does not improve the quality of life of the people who receive it. It does not lift people up out of poverty. It doesn't work. Whether you're doing payments every week, once a month, one lump sum, it does not work. The closest you get to having a universal basic income work is to have a one lump sum payment that you give to individuals that they can then save, combine with other individuals, and then create businesses. That has the most positive impact. But again, as a net and looking at the results, it doesn't work. How do I know this? Because internationally, the report has already come out. It was reported in The Guardian approximately a month and a half ago that we have the report, at least the preliminary report from Kenya about this. And by the way, if the Kenyan government had to pay for this instead of the World Economic Forum, instead of the students at MIT, if it was actually something that the Kenyan government had to pay for, it would never have worked because the Kenyan government couldn't afford it. But because it was money from outside of Kenya trying to do that, so socialism relies on money from other places to fund your socialist ideology, so that universal income, that universal basic income only worked as long as they were getting money from the WEF, not because Kenya was doing it. And it still didn't work, even with money coming from outside of Kenya, because if Kenya did it, it would have been inflationary and it would have hurt their economy. It would have made the poor people even more poor because Kenya doesn't have the income, it doesn't have the GDP to actually support that. Same reason why UBI, Universal Basic Income, will fail in the United States, and people aren't thinking about it. Part of the reason why everything's so expensive today, why there has been a 46% on average, 46% increase in the price of everything that you buy since February of 2021, the Bidenomics impact, is because we keep spending so much money. The national debt's is over $35 trillion. And it's going to go higher before Biden gets out. By January 2025, we will be having yet another national credit. We're going to raise the debt ceiling again. And I believe before 2025, we're going to see that the third credit rating agency is going to downgrade the United States, something most people aren't prepared for. And I've seen this. I've worked as a stockbroker, and that was very important for me to understand finance. I would not understand the finances of the United States and the world and the global economics if I hadn't been a stockbroker. And did that for about a decade, never got sued, never had a problem. And what it taught me is to understand the interplay of the economics. And one of the things I think is very important is to understand that as we print more money, it is inflationary. It makes poor people more poor. It doesn't lift anyone out of poverty just printing more money. That money has to have an inherent value. It's one of the reasons why I don't like crypto. There's no inherent value. At the end of the day, now you may say, Mike, but the gold standard, the American dollar is only worth a couple of pennies if we were to base it on gold. Yeah, but it's still worth something. It's only worth a couple pennies if we base it on oil and gas. It's worth something. We still have something there. It is tangible. If I just keep printing money just because I'm printing money, which is called modern monetary theory, MMT, which is supported by Andrew Yang and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Yes, those brilliant mathematicians they are, those brilliant economists they are, that you just print money forever, your money is worth less and less. It becomes a banana republic. Something, again, from the 1980s, before many of the younger people who are watching this channel there was something called banana republics. They would just keep printing money. It's the same thing as what we saw in the Weimar Republic. That was Germany in between World War I and World War II, where they were just constantly printing money and you couldn't buy anything. It would take a wheelbarrow of money to buy a loaf of bread in the morning. By the afternoon, it would take 2 wheelbarrows full of money to be able to buy that same loaf of bread. We saw that in the 1980s in South America. All the South American countries were going through that. We see that right now. I think it's Uganda or Nigeria just decided to create a brand new currency because they had printed the old currency. They had printed so much money, it made their money worthless. They had fantastic inflation. So they're printing a brand new currency to suddenly try and give it value so that it will bring the inflation down. Universal basic income only creates more money without value, which means it's inflationary and it creates more poor people. I'm not the only one who thinks that. Go to the Congressional Budget Office of the United States. They will tell you the same thing. But let me go back on. Let me catch up. I know there's a lot of comments here. Miss K, your work word BLM. Yeah, BLM. What is it? It means birthday Livestream Marathon. There you go. I'm going to take it back. I'm taking that term back from the woke left. Coolroy thinks that I am putting the government in charge of everything. I disagree. Just because I believe in a mandatory military doesn't mean I'm putting the government in charge of everything. But I understand your concern, and it's good that you have that concern. I'm glad that you're raising that. Just because you served the country for 2 years doesn't mean that the country owns you for your entire life. It doesn't. It's not, I don't know, maybe it's different because I've been in the military, because I have family who's served in the military. I have friends who have served in the military, both in times of war and in times of peace. So I have a very different aspect of belief or understanding of what military service can entail and how much after the service, how much impact the government has, how much control the government has. It's not what a lot of people think. It's not like what we see in Hollywood. But I can understand the concern. And again, maybe we have safeguards written in if we were to go in that direction on limiting what the government can do while you're in government service or while you're after you serve your time. Again, it's an idea. Doesn't mean it's perfect. Let's see here. Miss K mentions that the iPhone costs $1,800. That's right. These kids who are getting onto the buses with their brand new iPhones, $1,800. You can't pay $275 for a bus fare. I'm sorry. It's not because you don't have the money. User has been banned, mentions that civic duty does exist, which is kind of what I'm speaking about, just a different aspect of it. But maybe I've said it improperly, or maybe I'm not conveying that thought. And if I'm not, I apologize. But again, good to question me. I don't mind being questioned. And Miss K brings up, yes, she can understand what I'm saying, but she doesn't want the government to suddenly stick you in Afghanistan. I understand. And here's the thing. I think if more people, here's my answer to that, and I think it's important. And again, this is about the American dream. If we are all unified in our understanding of what it takes to be an American, which most Americans don't. They haven't lived anywhere else. Most people live and die within a mile to 2 miles of where they're born. That's the overwhelming majority of people, and I think that's worldwide. I know the statistic is for the United States, but I believe it's worldwide. Most people die within a couple of miles of where they were born. So most people don't know what it is to be anywhere else. So they assume it's just like what they go through. It's not. That's not the similarity. And so we think about military service, and if we were all to have that military service, to have that discipline, to have that understanding of what it costs to be free, to have free speech, to have choice in who we vote for and how we vote, to have our political ideas, to share our voice, if we understood how different that is than any other country in the world, we have a greater appreciation, and people will try to protect that freedom even more. This is one of the reasons why I think it's so important, so that people can appreciate they have something invested in that. It's not just that you're entitled to have free speech. You've actually earned that free speech. You have invested in that free speech. You have sweat and in some cases bled. In some cases, people have died for that free speech, and you can appreciate that kind of situation. So you're going to be much more involved in the politics. You're going to be much more involved in how we spend money, where we send our military, why we get engaged in military conflicts. The biggest problem we have right now is that no one's paying attention. There are 70,000 Americans that have been abandoned under the Biden administration alone. Let me say that again. 70,000 Americans have been abandoned by the Biden administration. 5,000 in 2021, that was in Afghanistan. These are all civilians, not military, civilians. 5,000 in Afghanistan, 10,000 in the Ukraine, 15,000 last year in the Sudan. We have, it is estimated somewhere around 40, maybe 45,000 Americans in Haiti right now. 40 to 45,000 Americans in Haiti right now. And the most that the American government has done to help the Americans in Haiti is have one plane full of people. One 747 plane of people, 430 people, were allowed to come out, were evacuated from Haiti. 30 of them because of Congressman Corey Mills out of Florida. 10 of them because of an independent mercenary group that specializes in getting Americans out of countries where the American government has abandoned them. And the rest were from the American State Department, getting them about 220, 230 Americans on one plane and flying them out. There's still 40,000 Americans who are in Haiti that can't get out, that are threatened by being killed by gangs and civil unrest in a nation that is known for civil unrest. What are we doing about them? Oh, I know what we're doing. We're not talking about it. We see the news media doesn't want to have that conversation. They don't want to talk about any of those Americans that have been abandoned in any of those countries. That's the problem. If more people were paying attention to politics, if they had more invested, I believe they'd be paying more attention, and they would demand that their politicians were more accountable. We saw that in World War II. We saw that in World War I. It isn't perfect, but people were more accountable, and they were expecting more from their politicians, and they held them to a standard more. We need that more and more today to stop sending people into these war zones for extended periods of time with no plan whatsoever. I said this when Bush, and I have videos on this. I've written articles on this. I was upset with Bush Jr., G.W. Bush, when we went into Afghanistan, and my question was, before we put the first boot on the ground, why are we there? How long are we going to stay? What are our victory conditions? These are essential elements you need to know before starting a conflict. Why are we there? What is our goal? What is our victory condition? How do we know we've succeeded? Are we there to take the land, or are we there to hit a different objective? And in particular, I don't believe in sending in American troops unless we're taking it over. If I'm sending in a soldier, I don't care where they land. If they put their foot on foreign soil, it's because the American government is taking over that foreign soil. Now, you may disagree with me. You may say, Mike, that's conquering, that's empire building. I have no problem with empire building. I have no problem with that. If it is worth having American soldiers bleed and die, it is worth America taking it, period. Otherwise, why are we fighting in the war? For feelings? Screw the feelings. I don't care about your feelings. I don't care about anyone's feelings in the world. The world doesn't care about my feelings. It's mutual and it's universal. Everyone has feelings. That doesn't mean anyone else's feelings are more important or less important than anyone else's. Period. So that's not a reason to fight a war because of feelings. We feel like those people need help. I don't care. That's not a reason. If American soldiers are going to bleed and or die, then we need something tangible for that expense. And I hold our politicians accountable to that. I said that about Bush. I say that about Obama. I say that about Trump and also about Biden. If you're going to endanger American troops, you better make it worthwhile. There better be an exit plan. There has to be a victory condition. And I demand that we have something worthwhile at the end. It has to be worth something. We did this for a concrete reason, not a feeling, not for political gain. I think that's very important. And the more people who have put in their time in their service, I think tend to also agree with that. That if we're going to make this sacrifice, it better damn well be worth it. And I think that's one of the benefits we get from mandatory military. Again, you don't have to agree. And I know Cool Roy doesn't. That's okay. And Cool Roy did serve in the military. That's an example of service, of someone in the service who doesn't agree with me. That's fine. I can respect that. The Gipper, Ms. K asked, who is the Gipper? The Gipper is a nickname for Ronald Reagan. It refers back to when he was in movies in California, and that was a character that he would play, the Gipper. And so that's why he's often referred to as the Gipper. It means President Ronald Reagan. Oh, Cool Roy asks, what am I wearing? I have no idea. I got this as just a goof because why not? You know, I figured it's popular. There's people running around. It's this neo-Africa look. I mean, I'm not African. I'm an American. I'm black and I'm an American. I have nothing to do with Africa. And if you ask any African, I'm not African. If you're black in America, you're not African unless you come from an African country. That's just the reality of it. So, you know, this is popular. It's a trend in style. I figured I'd get one, see how it looks. I kind of think it reminds me of Ming the Merciless from Flash Gordon, the 1987 movie with Max von Sydow, and it had Queen doing the song. What was that? Was that 84 or 87? It was the Flash Gordon movie, and Ming the Merciless kind of wore something like this. I thought it looked cool. I don't know. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I know I am way behind on all the comments, folks. Please, I'm catching up. Cool Roy mentions government manipulation never makes things better, and you are correct. I do not want government manipulation. I want the public to manipulate the government. I want the public to be informed and actively involved, holding politicians accountable, which reduces government manipulation. It reduces corruption because we're able to identify it faster. I'm just trying to find a way to motivate people to do that. And that may be one way. Cool Roy says, I know your intentions are good and you want people to benefit from the military. I do. But he thinks that I'm wrong. Okay. I can respect that. Again, I respect the difference. And I agree. War does suck. But, you know, again, we don't get the details ironed out. We don't get to understand these things if we don't have these conversations. And I think we should have these conversations. And we should talk about them passionately. See, that's part of the American dream, to be able to passionately discuss our political points of view, our ideas and our hopes and dreams, our visions for the future, our intentions. We get to have that conversation. You can't do that in well over 80% of the world. The conversation I'm having right now with this international community who are watching this program, they can't have this conversation. This conversation is blocked in China right now. The CCP will not let people see this. North Korea will not let people see this. In Cuba, in Venezuela, they will not let people even hear this conversation. And you have to ask yourself, why? Because they are terrified that people would say, hey, wait a minute, I can control what my government does. I can determine whether or not my government should be going into this military conflict or that one, who we help and how we help them, how much money we spend, how much money we waste. That is something that in America, it's almost uniquely American. And virtually no country in the world duplicates what we do. They instead try to deny and suppress people from doing what we do here in America. That's why the people, remember back, it was in, 2017, Hong Kong. All the leaders of Hong Kong, which were completely distant and separate of China, they were more Western. They were singing the American anthem, waving the American flag, because they wanted a sliver of the freedom that we have here in America, because they could appreciate what the freedom is, to be involved in their governments and to make decisions that help to influence and better the lives of everyone in Hong Kong. They were trying to imitate America, and America ignored them. And China blew them away. All those 47 leaders of Hong Kong have disappeared around the world. They disappeared. We don't know. They've been in gulags and just probably dead because they're gone. Because China said, no, you can't do that. You can't become more like America. Every other nation in the world suppresses their people and does not want them to be actively involved and controlling the direction their government goes in. They want their people to obey. Look at Justin Trudeau in Canada. Oh, you wanted to have a protest because you thought that some of the mandates that Canada was putting out that did not have medical authorization, they didn't have confirmation medically for all of the mandates that were being put out by Justin Trudeau because he felt like they were good ideas. Not scientifically because they were good ideas, but because he felt like they were good ideas. And he decided to punish his own people illegally by shutting down their bank accounts and punishing them. They didn't commit a crime. And we know today, we now know that in 2023, the government of the courts, the equivalent of the Supreme Court in Canada, came down and said, no, Justin Trudeau, the Canadian government, illegally punished the Canadian people, that they committed a crime against the public because they were daring to be like America. Because the people said, wait a minute, we don't agree with where our government was going. It isn't accountable. This is a feeling, not a fact. And this isn't the best thing that you can do, which we now know, based on the actual studies and science, is correct. Those truckers were correct. And we know that Justin Trudeau is a criminal, that he illegally punished his people because of his politics, because of his feeling. See, that's the dangerous part. Let me go on. Let me catch up. I know we got lots of comments coming in. I love it. I love it when there's comments coming in. Whether people agree or disagree, I always love the interaction because this is where we get the most. See, here's the thing, folks. You'll always know that I am honest with you because I actually take the time to talk to you and to have the conversation and to explain myself, or at least try to explain myself and try and make sure that I am being clear with you. And if I'm lying, can't do it consistently. You can look at what I've said a year ago, what I said 10 years ago. You can see the same consistency, the same ideas, the same goals, the same hopes. Don't need to lie. I can be honest. There's no need to try and manipulate people when I'm telling you the truth. And that comes across, which is why this channel gets suppressed, because the left can't do the same thing. The progressives, the Democratic Socialists of America, they're constantly flip-flopping their positions, and they're constantly trying to come up with whatever will get them elected the next time. And that's why they don't want you to remember what they've already said. Remember, the Democrats, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, were against illegal immigration. Oh, did you forget that? That was a fact. They were against illegal immigration. Now they're all happy about open borders and illegal immigration. They flip-flop. Why? Because the politics, the ease of getting voted, their voter base, re-electing them, says that they want open borders. Okay, then they're in favor of open borders. Not because it's the best thing for America, not because it's preserving anyone's life, not because it's actually helping the nation in any way, shape, or form. No, it's because they want to be in power. They want to keep their power. This is manipulating the public. Let me go on. Is it a King for a Day outfit? Well, I guess you could say that, yeah. 1980. Hal. Hey, Hal. Hal's with us. Thank you for joining us, Hal. Didn't know you were there. Hal says Flash Gordon was in 1980. I thought it was a little bit later. Thank you for refreshing my memory. I'm right. Hey, Hal. Am I right? This looks like what Ming was wearing. It really does. Cool Roy asks, why do Democrat politicians want America to be so hateful and ungrateful? Where is the love? They don't want you to love America. If you love America, you would sacrifice for America. You would be invested in America. The things that you love, you nurture. I don't care what it is that you love. And this is part of the American dream. When people loved America, the American dream was to improve yourself, to improve America for the next generation. That's because you loved the next generation. You loved your kids, you loved your neighbor's kids. You wanted them to do better and have more than what you have yourself. That's the American dream. That's how the American dream was expressed, that our kids could have more and do better than whatever we had. And it was very, very successful for a long time. It's the reason why America is a superpower. Hang on 1 second, folks. Give me 1 second. Just 1 second. I just want to finish up this thought that because we loved our kids in the next generation, we made things better and they improved. But now we're seeing this message of hate so that government can control things instead of the people. Government is nurturing the next future, and that future isn't as bright. Okay, with that said, we do have a caller on the line. I thank you for taking your time with us. What's your first name?
My first name is Hal.
Hey, Hal. Hal, it's good to hear from you.
Yeah, man, I just wanted to call in. I got to get going, so I won't be able to stay and listen much longer. Just wanted to say happy birthday. Congratulate you for still doing your thing, still going strong.
18 years.
We definitely don't agree. I appreciate anybody who takes the time to share their voice and listen to others.
That's okay.
And just real quick, just one point, because
sure.
I might as well throw my thoughts into the ring.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, as a veteran, no to mandatory service.
Okay.
I think it's the thing about our military that makes it great is that the people that are there made the decision to be there. And if you've been in boot camp, you know that everybody that's there is not happy about being there right away.
Yeah, that's true.
Certainly, there is, my experience in boot camp was we had 80 people start out in our division, or it's called something else in our class, I guess. And by the time we graduated, we're down to like 50, and for a variety of reasons. But almost right away, there were people who just couldn't cut it. And if we start making it mandatory, our military is going to be spending a ton of time processing people that just aren't meant to be there.
I understand that.
That's why I would say no to mandatory.
No, well, I understand and I appreciate that. And perhaps, again, maybe I didn't explain my idea fully. So I understand it's kind of like when Cool Roy mentioned, what about people who are mentally or physically incapable of joining the military? There are exemptions. If you cannot adopt, then there's no reason saying, okay, they're exempted, but they tried. My goal isn't to have everyone to turn America into a militaristic nation or dictatorship or something of that nature. It's to try to get people invested. Maybe I should say civil service is mandatory. So whether that's working at the state level or the military, maybe I should say civil service is mandatory as opposed to military specifically. Does that make more sense that way?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, listen, I agree with your premise that, I would encourage more people to join the military. There's so many kids that, they're graduating high school, they're setting off and they don't know what they do. There's so many that are going to college and have no idea why they're going. And 2 years in the military is going to do a lot for that person.
Absolutely.
Whether we can make it mandatory, that might be the next step. But as far as your premise of civil service, military service, and what it will do for our country, what it will do for the citizens of our country, I think the benefits of joining the military are while there are drawbacks, don't get me wrong. Overwhelmingly, the benefits are immense on what it can do for somebody as they set off into their life. So I certainly agree with that premise. But I got to get going again. I just wanted to wish you happy birthday and congratulate you for still, even though you're out of Binghamton. I thought for a while I was worried. I was like, he's going to get out of here. It sounds like he might not be able to set up his show and continue it. But here you are, still going strong, which I think is great. And best of luck to you.
Well, thank you for that, Hal. No, I'm going to try and keep you doing this no matter what, but I do appreciate you took a moment to join me on my birthday here and to share your thoughts and to challenge me and make me clarify myself. I thank you for that. I appreciate every part of that. Thank you.
Take it easy.
All right. And so, folks, that was yet another comment. Again, you too can call in at any time to 929-715 715-8569 and leave your thoughts as well. And like with Cool Roy, we had Hal, who called in, Hal Stewart. At one point, he had run for a member of Congress. And Hal didn't agree with every part of what I had to say. Matter of fact, in the past, Hal has called into the program. He's also left chat messages before where he's disagreed with some aspects. See, that's the best thing about America. There is no demand. Anyone who demands that you must agree with them, that there is no other voice, that there is no other opinion, those people are dangerous and wrong almost every single time, inherently wrong. Why? No, you can't demand me to follow you and do what you say. What we can do is we can have passionate conversations, ask for clarifications, to bring up points of your weaknesses in your argument, in your discussion, in your idea, to improve it. If it can be improved, or to say it doesn't work, so it's a bad idea. And Hal brings up a great point, just as Cool Roy did, that, hey, Mike, maybe you don't mean military service. Maybe that's going too far. Maybe that's the wrong direction. It's too easy for the government to manipulate us. Maybe that would get us into too many wars. Okay, that's not what I intend. In fact, I intend the opposite of that. But maybe that's because instead of saying military service, I should perhaps say civil service. Maybe that's the difference. Maybe that makes it work. Whether that means that you're in your state doing stuff like under the National Guard, trying to help out to, whether it's digging ditches or building bridges or whatever it might need for your particular state. Or maybe it's defending the border, or maybe you go into military service, but it's all that same contribution. You have skin in the game. This is what built America. This is what the American dream was built upon. yes, the Constitution, and people who were invested in America, invested in that future to make sure that it will be better for the next generation. They put their blood and sweat into it, most notably, of course, with the military, but other ways as well, that people invested into America and were unified in the same goal. Let's make America better for the next generation. And it has successfully happened. And up until about 20 years ago, we saw that consistently. And then suddenly, about 20 years ago, coming out of the colleges and universities, was this idea that had existed since the 60s that America is somehow horrible and terrible and trash. That we're the worst nation in the world, which, have you seen China? They killed 120 million of their people, and we're worse than that. Russia killed 80 million of its people, and we're supposed to be worse than that? Come on now, let's be serious. That's just the socialist nations. That's not talking about the other problems. How about the Sudan that has had how many genocidal purges in the last 3 decades alone? Yes, I remember that under the Obama administration in 2010, we saw that there was at that point, there had been 10 years of genocide in the Sudan. Remember the name Darfur? There's a reason why a lot of people don't talk about it anymore, because they were genociding hundreds of thousands of people. Millions were left homeless because of the genocide there. So to say that America's the worst is hyperbolic. It's just so unrealistic compared to the history of the world and even recent history in the world. But we've suddenly been hearing more and more about this. BLM, Antifa, the far left, progressive leaders of tomorrow, the entire progressive movement, Democratic Socialists of America, they thrive on this idea that somehow America's evil and terrible without looking at any of the benefits of America, without looking at America correcting some of the wrongs that we have in fact done in the past, and we have worked to correct them and to make them better and to improve. And they discount that always. That's why they always count, and again, they always love to go back to the racial politics. They like to go back to slavery. They're always spending, you ever notice the progressive movement is always spending their time somewhere either in 1860 or 1950. They're never in the modern day. They're never talking about the possibility, oh my, you're going to be in slavery back in the 1860s. No, we're not going there. Although segregation is bringing us, voluntary segregation is bringing us back to the 1950s. But that's a leftist idea. That's not coming from the right. No one's trying to do that except the progressives. Why? Because it creates disharmony. It destroys our vision of America. It makes us fractured in what we want, and it allows them to have more control over us and our individual lives. Because they suddenly take away your agency, saying, you have no ability to control your future. Let this political ideology run your life. They will make all the decisions for you because you aren't human. You don't have the ability to affect your life, to change your life. And so you have to give up all your rights to them, and they will do it for you. And that is evil, in my opinion. Because it's evil and it destroys the American dream. The American dream is essential, and it is vital, and it is effective, and it has worked for everyone. I don't care what your color of skin is. I don't care what your gender is. I don't care what your sexual preference is. I don't care what your religion is. In America, the American dream works for everyone, and it always has. Has it always been as effective for everyone? No, but we have been working on that, and we've made it more effective for everyone at all times. Meritocracy has increased, and in the last 2 decades, we have seen them try and reverse all that positive improvement to go backwards in time just so a politician can get reelected. It's really sad. That's my opinion on that. Let me catch back up to some comments here. Let me see. I know this. Oh, Nancy. Nancy Spisak is with us. Hi, Nancy. Thank you for joining me for my birthday. Nancy mentions noting Biden started his 360. Oh, his spin, the Biden spin. There was Israel, Netanyahu, Gaza, election year. There you go. Yeah, he's spinning around trying to do whatever it takes to get his base, the progressive base, the base that we see in Wisconsin and in Michigan, who are saying they're going to vote uncommitted or they won't show up and vote for him. He needs them to remain competitive against Trump in the election, and they're using that. By the way, this is also confirmation of the fact that everyone who tells you that your vote doesn't matter, they're lying to you. Everyone who's ever told you your vote doesn't matter, it doesn't matter if you vote or not. Your one vote won't change anything. They are liars. They have lied to you. They are saying that because they don't want you to vote. Not that your vote doesn't matter, but they don't want your vote to change their outcome. They have a goal, and you, by voting, might change that. Anyone who says that your vote doesn't matter has a political agenda. You damn sure should vote. No matter who you vote for, I'm not telling you who to vote for. I know who I'm going to vote for. I have a preference. By the way, it's going to be Trump. He's the best candidate out there right now. That's my choice. You can say yes or no to that. That's up to you. But here's the thing. I'm going to vote. And I understand that people who vote Libertarian or RFK, people who are going to vote outside of Biden or Trump, they're making a political statement. And if they capture 20% of the vote, if they capture just 3 states, that's all it takes, 3 states, we will see American politics changed forever. Because they will prevent any one single person from hitting 270 on the Electoral College. They will prevent a majority, and they will then be able to help pick the next president, which comes with various political perks. If I have to come to you to win, well, I'm going to owe you something. It's basically creating a coalition government that we see kind of like in Canada, in England, in Israel, in most nations that have a parliament. They have coalition governments. France, Germany, they have these coalitions, these different ideologies that come together to rule together, and they have to work together on various issues. If we see the third parties gain 20%, if they win 3 states, 12 electoral votes, that's about all they will need, and they will be able to create a coalition government, and that will change American politics forever. It's very impressive. A lot of people haven't thought about that. Some people say, well, all you need is Nebraska. I think you need more than just Nebraska for this to happen. But the current talking point that you might hear, which is really being held away from the American public, is third-party voting, 3 states, 12 electoral votes, 20% of the general public vote can change American politics. We know that Joe Biden is begging. He is willing to spend millions upon millions of dollars, tens of millions, and endanger American soldiers' lives just to pander to the progressive left so that he can be competitive against Donald Trump. And again, if anyone's wondering, I have the data, I have the articles, internationally credible sources that will all confirm what I am saying. I've been saying it for a couple months. I have the international sources to confirm everything I'm saying. I can show you the data. So it's not, you may disagree with the conclusion, the facts are irrefutable. Let me go on. Mike Boy's with us. Hey, Mike Boy. Mike Boy says, happy birthday. Thank you, Mike, for joining me here on my birthday. Oh my God, I finally caught up to all the comments. That's fantastic. Nancy is asking, do I have any comments about Bobby Kennedy, RFK Jr.? Yeah, I have a lot. I don't like RFK Jr. He is an isolationist. Now, I know there's a few things that people have said about RFK recently. that they're upset with. Let me see. I'm pretty sure I have a comment here on him. If you're wondering, I have a ton of articles. Here. I'm going to talk about the earthquake in a second, and there's, of course, the comment about the Ukraine becoming part of NATO. There's, this is the earthquake. That's just crazy. I'm going to get to that in a second. ISIS is about to attack the United States, and that's becoming more popular, something we've been talking about since before the Moscow attack, but definitely after the Moscow attack. What is it? Oh, the famine in Gaza. According to the editorial opinion of the New York Post, the Gaza famine is a myth. They have their sources on that. Youth are dying. They're just volunteering to be euthanized. They are self-terminating. It's terrifying that this is becoming a growing trend. It's mostly in the Dutch, but it's terrifying. So bear with me. I have something on RFK. I know I have that I wanted to speak about. I do a lot of research. I do a lot of reading, folks. You'd be amazed how much I do every week just to keep up. And when I have a show like today, there's just so much stuff that I can't even go through all the different sources. Here it is. So here it is. On RFK. So here's some of my problems, and this is coming from the New Republic, which was reported in Yahoo News. And so they're now saying that RFK Jr., believes that there was no increase in guns. So he's against that. Guns aren't the problem. Mass shootings aren't because of gun ownership, which is correct. That part is true. But he's saying the problem with mass shootings and school shootings as a subset of mass shootings is because of the drugs, the antipsychotic drugs that are being, or antidepressive drugs that are being given to kids that are causing them to have suicidal tendencies, and therefore they're going out and committing that. Which isn't exactly correct. At least the data isn't clearly stating that, although it does seem to be a correlation, but correlation isn't causation. There seem to be, there's been several studies that say that there are over 38 causes of mass shootings. So there's no one thing, although there are certain tendencies like lack of jobs, lack of supervision, lack of discipline, lack of education, obsessive belief in ideology. These are things that are important. And yes, there is also a group of these mass shooters that are on medication, antidepressants, which have very severe side effects in some cases and can cause people to have suicidal tendencies or violent outbursts. But this is Kennedy's point of view. He also said something else that I thought was really kind of out there. Kennedy's views on vaccines, medications are alarming. He's claimed that, now this is according to Yahoo News, that RFK claimed that polluted water makes kids want to be trans. There's no data on anything like that. That China and the United States are creating ethnic bioweapons designed to target specific ethnicities or backgrounds, types of people. There's no evidence on that. I don't know where he gets that from. So that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. That Wi-Fi causes cancer, maybe. And more so, talking about the 5G, we haven't seen, or we do see some correlation of individuals having more and more brain cancer the more we have these higher energy signals that are constantly being put next to our head. Something that we haven't had traditionally in the past, and we're seeing more brain cancers that are appearing in our population than statistically have been happening in the past. Is that because of cell phones? Is that because of wireless technology? Is it because of something completely different? No one is sure yet, but he's saying it's because of Wi-Fi. So, and I don't like his and RFK Jr. also picked Nicole Shanahan as his running mate, which was purely and absolutely about money, which I understand. He needs money to be in the race until November. He needs money to be competitive. I understand that completely, especially since there is a news media blackout on RFK. The second that he said, when the Democrats said, we will not allow you to have a debate with Joe Biden, that they would not even consider RFK Jr. as potentially being a candidate, that's when RFK Jr. said, okay, then I'll go independent. The second he announced that he went independent, the entire mainstream news media blacked him out. Now, I don't have to agree with RFK Jr. Again, his policies are isolationist, and some of them are questionable, if not misleading. And you could say that probably about any candidate for pretty much any elected office. And that's my reason for saying no. All of that combined, I don't think RFK is a good candidate. I don't like his policies. I don't like his stances. I think he's basically Obama light. He's in that same path and in that same direction, which hasn't been effective for America. But he deserves the opportunity to be heard. I say the same thing about libertarians. I say that about third-party candidates. They deserve, whether local, state, or federal races, they deserve their chance to make their case. I can't tell you that the libertarian, as an example, it could be Chase Oliver, it could be Lars Mapstead. I've met both of them. I've listened to them in debates at the Free and Equal Debate in February here in New York City. I was there at the debate. I covered the debate. I have video of it. I have photos of the debate. As I listened to both of the candidates, I was able to speak with both of them individually, privately, backstage before they went out to their debate as part of the news. So maybe one of those two are libertarian candidates. Maybe in listening to them, people say, oh, well, they're the best choice. Or maybe people say it's going to be Trump. Or maybe someone's going to say it's, I don't know how, but they could possibly say it's Biden. Or maybe they say it's RFK Jr. You only know until you get to hear them and ask them questions and ask them about their policies and say, what are you going to do about the consequences of your actions? How am I able to see if you're going to be effective and efficient, which is what we need? That is the criteria for any elected official. Are you effective? Are you efficient? I don't care about anything else. Do you understand the consequences of what you are proposing? This is essential. And we have to hold them accountable to those words. We don't know we have the best person, again, going back to my message of meritocracy and the American dream, we don't know that until we hear their words. We need to hear them. And I don't agree with the blackout, the news media blackout on RFK, which is why I've covered a couple of his events. And I'm willing to talk about him because the mainstream news media have treated him like a pariah. They have blacklisted him. They have suppressed him far more than they've ever suppressed me. They don't want anyone to hear that he is actually getting people's attention because he has something to say. And he is more effective and he is more efficient, apparently, than Joe Biden, at least for a good part of the Democratic base and even some Republicans. Now, I don't agree. I, again, say, don't think he's a good guy. But that's okay. Oh my God. Thank you. Sorry, I got thrown off for a second there. Hang on one second, folks, because I do want to show this. I just got this is a first for me. This is a first. Mike Has Bad Knees on Rumble just made a $10 donation. I guess you call it a super chat, saying happy birthday. Have a good one. I have never had a super chat before. Never. I mean, some people have joined my Patreon. It's $1.50 a month. Occasionally, some people will make a donation to the to my what do you call it? What the hell do you call it? PayPal. Sorry, lost the words. To my PayPal. Sometimes they've done that, but I've never had this before. This is amazing and incredible to me, and I really, really want to thank Mike Has Bad Knees for the $10, your super chat. I really appreciate and thank you for being on Rumble and doing that for me. YouTube won't let me get super chats. YouTube hates me. YouTube hates me. I have 10 times as many people who subscribe and who are subscribed to me over the last 18 years on YouTube than I do on Rumble. 10 times as many. I have more people who watch me on Rumble than on YouTube every single week. And I am sure with the live stream today, the same thing. Rumble will let me get super chats, as I now just found out. YouTube won't. It's again that same kind of suppression that we see with what we're seeing with RFK Jr. Because it is an unapproved message, because it might take away votes from the political power structure that exists right now, they are going to fortify these candidates. And they're doing it to Trump to a small extent versus RFK, but definitely to Joe Biden in a big way. They are fortifying him. They're telling us. We've seen this. They did this in 2020. Remember the Newsweek article that they fortified a shadow cabal of news media, social media, of private political interests gathered together to shadow ban or shadow cabal and fortify the 2020 election. They're doing it in 2024 too, in denying people to hear from RFK. They're going to try and do the same thing to Lars Mapstead or Chase Oliver, the Libertarian candidate. They're going to try and do it to them too. And I have to tell you, that's horrendous. You know, back in the 70s, 60s, 50s, we didn't have people voting political parties. You voted for whoever it was you wanted. Doesn't matter who it was. You could vote for Donald Duck. You could vote for the guy, the rent too high guy. Remember that? You could vote for the rent too high. Vote for him. You could vote for Vermin Supreme, who I've interviewed, by the way, in the past. Very intelligent man. The boot on his head, weird, but I get why he does that. But Vermin Supreme, very intelligent man. I got to have an interview with him. You should be able to have a conversation with him too, to hear his serious answers about the issues that affect all of us, and his not so serious answers as well. You have that right. Why are they taking that away from us? Because they're afraid. Because you might not vote the way they want you to vote. Because your vote matters. They are terrified that you're not going to do what they want with your vote. So they would rather see you not vote at all if you're not going to vote the way they want you to vote. Which is why they tell you, oh, third parties don't matter. Don't vote third party. Don't write in a name. Vote on who we have approved on the ballot, and that is it. And if you don't, well, you just wasted your vote. No, that's not it. Maybe if everyone's voting for the rent too damn high, guess what? Maybe it's because people think the rent's too damn high. Maybe if everyone's voting for the peace party, the Dove party, whatever you want to call it, to get out of foreign wars, maybe we have too many foreign wars going on. Maybe by having people choose who they want and the reason why they want them, we improve the nation rather than saying, well, you only have choice A and B. You got the Republican Party, you got the Democratic Party, you don't get any other choices. Who said that? That's not in the Constitution. That's not what America is about. I don't have to choose what you want. Now, of the choices that I know out there, Lars Mapstead's a nice guy. Chase Oliver's a nice guy. They have some interesting ideas. Some ideas I disagree with. RFK Jr., I've not met him personally yet, and I haven't had a chance to interview him. I would love to, but I disagree with some of his policies. Wouldn't stop me from interviewing him. I still would let him get as much time as he needs to speak to the public to tell them why they should vote for him. Fantastic. I'll hold him as accountable as anyone else. You deserve the right to make that choice for yourself because you're an individual, you are smart, you're an American citizen, and that is your right. Not my right to tell you you can't vote for anyone else. It's my right to make sure I ask the questions that are important for you to make up your mind, to ask the questions that the rest of the media are trying to hide from you so that you can make an effective decision, so that you can pick the best choice. Meritocracy, that counts not just in our individual lives, that counts for every single politician too. And every interview I have had over 18 years with politicians, left, right, and center, everybody, and I've done interviews with every political party pretty much over the last 18 years at the local, state, and federal level. And I can tell you, I treat them all the same. Every one of my interviews. You don't have to believe me. I have the interviews up. You can look them up. Unless YouTube has deleted them, you can look at them for yourself, and they will all tell you the same thing. I ask important questions. I treat them all with respect. Whether or not I think they're a valid candidate has nothing to do with it. I treat them the same. I ask them solid, serious questions, no gotchas, no hot mics. I make sure that they get the answer. Don't dodge. Answer the question. Here's what the question that everyone is, which is important to those constituents. If we did that more, we'd have better candidates. We'd have better presidents. They don't want to put in that effort. Democratic Party, Republican Party, they don't want that effort. They want to have establishment people who will kick the can down the road, never get too far out of line so that they can maintain their power. Everyone is going to be afraid of something that's going to make sure that they keep their people in line and nothing ever gets fixed and nothing ever changes and it all gets worse and worse. I truly believe that. But that's me. That's what I believe. We had a further follow-up. Mike Has Bad Knees also commented. He responded, and I'm very happy to see that. And Mike Has Bad Knees says, yeah, I noticed that I couldn't super chat on YouTube, so I switched over. Well, thank you, because I appreciate the super chat. I should have the ability. But, YouTube, again, they don't like me. They want to suppress this. So again, let me ask, if you have not had the chance, please like, share, subscribe. That's all I truly ask for. Like, share, subscribe. If you want, you can join my Patreon. It's $1.50 a month. We're not even talking about enough money to buy you a coffee at Starbucks. You can't. Forget about it. But I'm not expecting that of anyone. I know the economy is bad. I know life is tough these days. Trust me, I lost 98% of everything I owned. I understand. Life is tough these days. That's okay. If you do have the money and you want to give more than $1.50, fantastic. You can do what Mike Has Bad Knees has done. You can go over to Rumble and you can give me a super chat and I will make sure that gets out. Or if you want, you can just go to PayPal and send me money. But that's not required. What I ask for is like, share, subscribe. Everything else is a bonus. Everything else is just an absolute great bonus. And I'm appreciative of everything. And again, I thank you, Mike Has Bad Knees, for taking the time to do that. I really appreciate that. We got another comment from Cool Roy who says, yes, it's not your right to force others to serve. It's not your right to choose for other people. I agree with you. Absolutely. That's why it's important to remind people to talk about these things. And again, this is the American dream, the ability to have a choice. Whether or not anyone else thinks your choice is the right choice doesn't matter. I don't care if someone else, if the progressive leaders of tomorrow think I'm wrong and decide that about whatever, that I'm wrong about gun control, as an example. They think I'm wrong. That doesn't give them the right to riot, to burn down buildings, to beat people up, as the progressives have done, to create an autonomous zone and to hijack American citizens and to hijack property and hold it against their will until I change my mind. That's not American dream. That's not what America's about. Even though that's what we see from progressives on a regular basis. Mind you, they tell you that Republicans are evil. Oh my God, the right is evil. MAGA, Make America Great Again, is evil according to the left. I want you to think about that. They say that Make America Great Again is evil. Those words are inherently, by definition, positive. There's no other way to interpret that. Make America Great Again. That's why you hear them always say MAGA. They don't say Make America Great Again. Why? Because if they said Make America Great Again is evil, you would look at them like they are stupid. You would look at them and go, was English your first language? Was English your third language? Do you know what a dictionary or a thesaurus are? Because that makes no sense whatsoever. You can't say Make America Great Again is evil. You can't. It doesn't make any sense. So they say MAGA instead, so that you don't think about what the letters are associated with, what the ideology is associated with, which is improving America. It is about living the American dream, improving the nation for the next generation to increase the quality of life. That's what MAGA means. That's what Joe Biden and the progressive left are telling you is evil, to make life better for the next generation. How dare you do that? That is evil. That's why they don't like MAGA, because it makes the next generation better. It makes them independent of government. It reduces the amount of micromanagement of the lives from the government. That's why they're upset. And they want that control. And that's insane. That's truly insane when you think about it, folks. Again, this is the American dream. And I've been living this for 56 years. And they want... At one point in my life, I was convinced, more or less convinced, by the mainstream news media, all the talking heads on the left, that I would never live to see 21, that I was going to die. Mind you, I lived through the crack epidemic of the 1980s. So right out this window, here I am in the Bronx. This is where my family grew up. We've been here for 50 years, half a century. My family are in the same spot in the Bronx. And I remember in the 1980s, just outside this window, there were people shooting at each other up and down the street because of crack on a nightly basis. Mind you, we didn't have as many police cars and fire trucks passing by every night as we do now. But that's because New York has become somewhat of a police state as opposed to what it was in the 80s. But that was the Wild West, with drug dealers running rampant everywhere, gangs running rampant everywhere, and no one was trying to check them at all. I don't know which one's worse. But they want to tell me, the left, want to tell me and want to tell you that I was going to die by the time I was 18, that I would never make it to 21. And they sold me on this idea hard. Really hard. I truly believed that I would die before I was 25. I was truly and absolutely amazed to make it to 50. Because they kept telling me, the stats, 1 out of 4 black men are going to drop dead long before they get to be 25. You just won't make it to 30. Why are you thinking about a future? You're dead. Doesn't matter that you're not a drug dealer. Doesn't matter that you don't take drugs. Doesn't matter that you're law-abiding, not involved in a gang. You're black, so you're just going to be dead. Why are you planning for anything? That's the message that they were pushing, day after day after day for decades. It even made me question, gee, I'll probably die. Not because I criminal, not because I have to worry about drugs or overdoses or anything like that. It's just by incidental accident. And I don't mean the police. I mean just because of general gang crime would accidentally cause me to die. That's what they were telling me. That's what every news organization in the 80s and the 90s were telling me. They were wrong, 110% wrong. And did that negatively impact my life? Absolutely. There are investments I could have made, I never made. Plans I could have made that I never made that would have improved the quality of my life now. But they so convinced me that I would be dead anyway. What's the point? Why worry about that if I won't be here anyway? You're going to die because of your diet. You eat too much fatty foods. You eat too much red meat. You eat too much fried food. Don't plan for your future. Don't even think about it. You won't be here. You're black. You're a black Hispanic man. You're going to drop dead. Some gang is going to kill you, or the police are going to kill you, or the food you eat is going to kill you. You're just going to drop dead. You're going to get an overdose and you're going to die. This is the message that we hear going out day after day after day in every single news medium. We see that on social media. We hear that from the government. We're hearing it everywhere. And what do you think the result is when you tell people for generations that they're not going to live? Do you think that makes them more responsible? Do you think that's going to make them more attentive to the details? Do you think that's going to make them more productive? Or are they going to give up? Say, well, screw it, doesn't matter. I can do anything I want. Why? I won't be here for the consequences. It doesn't matter. No one's valuing me. You know what? No one cares. Why? Because they don't expect me to live. Why should I care? Because I shouldn't expect me to live. That's the message they're putting out there, which is the exact opposite of the American dream. No. Say, you are going to survive. Oh, yeah, there's gangs. You will survive the gangs. Oh, drugs. You don't have to take the drugs and you will survive. Oh, the police. You know what? Don't break the law. Don't be an active criminal. That will help you protect yourself from the police and you will survive. Get an education. Get a career. Work hard. Make something of your life. Be responsible. Guess what? You're going to live a long time. Plan for the future. Make investments. Make investments that make sense. Learn about finances. Learn about investing. Learn about managing money. Don't spend all your money on $500 jeans, $200 pairs of sneakers, and having the best rented car you can sitting in front of the ghetto. Do something with your life. Oh, if we had that message, you know what? Things would be very different because people would be invested in the American dream as opposed to invested in the political party that says, I'm going to give you more free stuff. We know that you don't expect to be here next week. We know that you're going to die really quick. So do you want this free stuff while you're still here? Give us your vote. We'll give you free stuff. You are responsible for nothing because you're going to die anyway. We'll manage your life. You can't figure out your finances. You can't figure out how to pay for your kids that you have all over the place because you don't care about whether you're going to live or die. You're never going to see them grow up. We'll take care of your kids. We'll take care of all of that. Just give us all of your rights. Give us all of your hard-earned constitutional rights and freedoms. And they've been selling that for decades, and they almost had me believing it too. When I was in my 20s, I almost believed it too. And then I thought about it and said, no, that's not the way it has to be. That isn't what the Constitution says. That's not what government is about. But you know, you're not supposed to think about these things. You're not supposed to have these conversations, and no one is supposed to actually stand to you. And I hope there are young black men, young Hispanic men, and women who are listening to me right now. And let me say it as clearly as I can. Somebody clip this and share this across the internet. I'm 56. I wish someone had said this to me when I was 18. You are going to live past 21. You're going to live past 25. You're going to live past 35. You're going to live past 50. Plan to live that long. Be responsible to live that long. Make sure your decisions take into account you're going to live that long. Your kids, you're going to see them grow up. Your finances, you're going to have to figure out how to pay for your retirement. You want to live somewhere different, you have to pay for that new home that you want to get. You will live that long. Your life will reflect the choices you make. And if you don't make the right choices, you won't like what the result is because you're going to live with it. You're going to live with the pain. You're going to live with the losses. You're going to live with the substandard quality of life. And those politicians that are promising you free stuff to just not think about it, to just give up and do whatever they say, they're going to treat you like a slave. You're going to be a thing if you agree with them. If you fall into their trap, you will never get out of that. You might as well be dead. In fact, you'd probably be better off that way because they're going to treat you as subhuman because you will no longer have any agency. You will have no more rights. You have no more choices. Everything you will do once you buy into that system, the only thing you can do is obey. Because otherwise, they will take everything away from you and you have nothing built up to catch you. You will fall and you will be devastated by that fall because you have no foundation. You have nothing to support yourself with because you gave up that right. And that's the fear that will keep you as a slave to them forever. And I'm being honest with you. They won't. They don't want you to think about it. I'm telling you, I demand you think about it. You think I'm wrong? Why? Don't tell me how you feel like I'm wrong. I understand. It doesn't feel pleasant to have someone to look you in the face and tell you that you are going to live and that you are going to be responsible for the consequences and they are going to have an impact on your life as you get older. I understand that's not a fun contemplation. No one said that to you. They're saying exactly the opposite to you. Guess what? I'm 56 now. I've seen what's happened to my friends, people I grew up with, people from around this country and around the world, and my own life experience too. You are going to survive. You are going to live, and you're going to have to deal with the consequences of your decisions. You are. So you better make the best decisions that you can now, knowing that you're going to live longer. Plan for it. Count on it. Live like you're going to be alive in 10, 20, 30 years. Do that today, and you will have a better life then. Or you can just give up, and they will give you free stuff, and you will never have a better life than the moment you start taking that free stuff, that you give up your rights and your freedoms. You will never be better off than that moment, and in fact, you will always be worse off. Always. No one wants to tell you that because you won't vote for... See, this is why I lost my 2014 congressional race. It's why I didn't get elected in 2020 when I ran for county legislator. I wouldn't, because I'm honest with people. I will tell you the truth. I will tell you the consequences that I see coming down the line. I will have the message, and this is a message that the youth of today absolutely need to hear. You are going to live. You're not going to die when you're 21. You're not going to die at 25. You're not going to die at 35. You are going to be around for those kids. You are going to have to deal with those kids growing up. You are going to have to deal with whether you have a drug addiction or not. You are going to have to live through this crap. Plan for the better. Live better. Live like you are going to be here for a while, because you will. Otherwise, you're going to be miserable. And the left, look at everyone on the left. They are all miserable. Every single one of them. Look at everyone on The View. They're all miserable. They're never happy. Look at people, look at every progressive, look at all the Democrats. AOC, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, they're never happy. They're always pissed off. Look at all of their fans. Look at all their supporters. Look at the Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, BLM. Look at Antifa. Pick your choice of the far left progressive ideologues, the Democratic Socialists of America, the Green Party. They're all pissed off. They are always pissed off. There is never anything good happening in their lives. And they want you to be as miserable as they are. They want to drag you down. They want to keep you from achieving anything so that they have company in hell. That's what they want. And they want you to join that? Really? At least I'm honest. And if you disagree with me, don't disagree because of feelings, because you feel like I'm wrong. Tell me why I am wrong. Give me the factual data. Give me the conclusion. Show me your sources. I can show you mine. At least I'm honest. Okay. Let me go back to some of the comments here. I'm really still touched that I got that Mike Has Bad Knees gave me I got a super chat. I've never had a super chat. I never had the opportunity to have a super chat. It really is very exciting. I'm actually very happy about that because YouTube won't give it to me. They won't even let people know that I'm doing a live stream. So I'm really, really appreciative. I love Rumble. This is why more people watch me on Rumble. Fantastic. I didn't know. Rumble can do super chats. Do me a super. You want to talk and be noticed? Go to Rumble. Give me a super chat. I don't care whether it's $1, $10, $5, whatever the amount. Do a super chat. Do it through Rumble. Fantastic. Anyway, Miss K says that they need to teach these things in high school. I agree. They don't, because they want you to obey. They don't want you to think, and they damn sure don't want you to make a choice that is unapproved. Dow says it's very overt now. The more people start voicing dissent and chafing under authoritarian policies, the more desperate and overt the abuses have become. That's true. Dow says, in a way, the ability to mentally look forward to a non-corporal future insulates an individual, allowing them to risk and sacrifice more in order to fight the evil. This is why many secularists highly dislike spiritual people. Harder to control them when there is a belief that no matter the pain and suffering brought upon the body, the soul is clear, and so you fight on. I understand that. And Miss K and Dow say they would vote for me. Well, thank you guys. I didn't. It's not like I didn't get any votes, or actually, I did better in both cases. I did far better in running than anyone had ever expected me to do. I lost, but I actually was fighting and had a chance, and did way better than what was expected. And it's very interesting. If you ever run for an elected office, you have a very different understanding of politics by the time it gets done. It's not what people think it's like. It's really not. And it's not very good either. Sadly. Okay. Oh my God, we've been on for 4.5 hours, almost 4 hours. I need about 15 minutes. I want to take a bite or two. I've got pizza that's sitting here. Hey, with sausage that I do want to eat. I want to take a bite. I don't want to eat in your face. So I'm going to, but I'm not going away. I just want to take a couple of bites, like 5 minutes or so. So I just need like 5 minutes. And for those 5 minutes, not even, it's like 3 minutes. This is Paul Harvey. And this is a request from Tony Z, who had asked me 2 weeks ago, and I apologize again, Tony, that it took me so long to respond to you, to go over this this quote from Paul Harvey. It's called "If I Were the Devil," and I want you to hear this. It's just an audio reading I want you to hear this and think about it, and then I'm going to come right back as soon as that is done. So let me start that up. 1 second. And there. And I'm still with you, folks. I'm still here.
If I were the devil, if I were the devil, if I were the prince of darkness, I'd want to engulf the whole world in darkness, and I'd have 1/3 of its real estate and 4/5 of its population, but I wouldn't be happy until I had seized the ripest apple on the tree, thee. So I'd set about, however necessary, to take over the United States. I'd subvert the churches first. I'd begin with a campaign of whispers. With the wisdom of a serpent, I would whisper to you as I whispered to Eve, do as you please. To the young, I would whisper that the Bible is a myth. I would convince them that man created God instead of the other way around. I would confide that what's bad is good and what's good is square. And the old I would teach to pray after me, Our Father, which art in Washington. And then I'd get organized. I'd educate authors in how to make lurid literature exciting so that anything else would appear dull and uninteresting. I'd threaten TV with dirtier movies and vice versa. I'd peddle narcotics to whom I could. I'd sell alcohol to ladies and gentlemen of distinction. I'd tranquilize the rest with pills. If I were the devil, I'd soon have families at war with themselves, churches at war with themselves, and nations at war with themselves, until each in its turn was consumed. And with promises of higher ratings, I'd have mesmerizing media fanning the flames. If I were the devil, I would encourage schools to refine young intellects, but neglect to discipline emotions. Just let those run wild. Until before you knew it, you'd have to have drug-sniffing dogs and metal detectors at every schoolhouse door. Within a decade, I'd have prisons overflowing. I'd have judges promoting pornography. Soon I could evict God from the courthouse, then from the schoolhouse, and then from the houses of Congress. And in his own churches, I would substitute psychology for religion and deify science. I would lure priests and pastors into misusing boys and girls and church money. If I were the devil, I'd make the symbol of Easter an egg and the symbol of Christmas a bottle. If I were the devil, I'd take from those who have and give to those who wanted until I had killed the incentive of the ambitious. And what'll you bet? I couldn't get whole states to promote gambling as the way to get rich. I would caution against extremes in hard work, in patriotism, in moral conduct. I would convince the young that marriage is old-fashioned, that swinging is more fun, that what you see on TV is the way to be. And thus I could undress you in public, and I could lure you into bed with diseases for which there is no cure. In other words, if I were the devil, I'd just keep right on doing what he's doing. Paul Harvey. Good day.
All right.
Drinking warm water before bed.
So, sorry about that. Just finishing up. Bear with me 1 second. So, as I mentioned, that was a request from Tony Z. He wanted me to share that with everyone and to contemplate that. And I think it actually fits in the conversation today when we're talking about the American greatness, when we're talking about the American dream and what that means. How is that embodied in our lives and in everything that we deal with, what we're living through, just that aspect of everything. And I think it's kind of important because I've been talking about this from a lot of different points of view of what it means in terms of the military service, how that's affecting our lives, how it could possibly be improved in terms of education. We've talked a little bit about that. There's so many aspects of it that no one takes the time to stop and talk about. And that's why I'm enjoying that. I've had so many people with so many points of view, so many thoughts, challenges, because we're spending the time to have a conversation and to try and find the best answer Not that any one of us is individually correct, but together, all of us are correct more often than not. And I think that's incredibly important and so rare these days. You just really don't see that. But the media is so busy trying to just boggle us, to weigh us down with useless crap. And I'll give you an example of what I mean. Remember yesterday, there were... Oh, wait a minute. You can't see me. Here I am. Hi. So yesterday, there was an earthquake in the Northeast. That's not a new thing. That happens. It's not a shock or a surprise. It was a 4.8 in New Jersey, not too far away from where I am in the Bronx. But in the Bronx, it was about a 3.5. It wasn't strong enough to knock paintings off the walls, and most people didn't notice it. The majority of people didn't notice until the news media told them that an earthquake had just happened, because no one really cared. In the Northeast. In California, this would not have made the news. A 4.8 earthquake in California, no one cares. It's not strong enough to be a problem for anyone. But in New York City, at 3.5, no one cared. I've had trains pass me by and shake a building more than the earthquake did, to be fair and honest. That's just a reality. But the news media flooded into this. They wanted people to be terrified. Oh my God, it's the earthquake. It's going to devastate you. It was a 4.8. People were freaking out all around the country. It's a 4.8. That sounds like a big number. If I was living in Brazil in a mud hut, yes, it is a big deal because the shanty towns would all fall apart because they're shanty towns. Because that's a third world nation, they don't have any infrastructure. But in a developed nation with buildings made out of concrete or brick and cement, no, it's not that big a deal. Really, really isn't, especially when it's that infrequent. And no one even noticed the aftershocks. No one noticed that there were, like 2s and 3s, earthquakes of magnitude 2 and 3 and 1. No one noticed because it's not a big deal. But the media was pushing this. They were hyping this specifically because of responses like this one. Christina Amira Khalil, I think is the last name pronounced Khalil, I'm guessing, who is a part of the Green Party. Oh, this is terrifying. A U.S. Senate candidate with the Green Party. The same party as Little Nergalite, that's just Jasmine Sherman. Yeah, they're both in the same party. Jill Stein, same party. Crazy people. Okay. And she's a U.S. Senate candidate, a candidate for Senate. I'm not going to say that dumb people can't run for elected office. They can. That's why Nancy Pelosi's there. That's why Eric Swalwell is there. Adam Schiff is there. Dumb people can be in politics. I won't hold this against her, but I'm just telling you, it's just the quality of person here. And so Christina Cahill says, I experienced my first earthquake in New Jersey. Did you live somewhere else and have experienced an earthquake? Okay. No, she means the first earthquake ever. Okay, fair enough. We never get earthquakes. You are wrong. Perhaps you are too young to remember the last time there was an earthquake, although looking at her picture, you are old enough to have lived through several earthquakes in New Jersey and in the Northeast. That is a fact. We've had them within the last 5 years, a couple. So you can't say you never had it. You just never noticed. You never paid attention. You were never running for U.S. Senate hoping that people would react to this and give your campaign attention and funding. That's what you are hoping for. That's the reality. It's the first earthquake. You get to make a comment as a blue check to try and get people to vote for you. That's the honest answer, but let's go on. The climate crisis is real. What does that have to do with anything that precedes it? The weirdest experience ever. First of all, it's not the weirdest experience ever. If you've lived in New Jersey for your life and you've been alive for more than 5 years, you've gone through this before. And by your picture and the fact that you're running for elected office, you are older than 5 years old. You have been through this before. It isn't the weirdest experience you've ever had. No one has had an experience that bland. It's just not possible. Just not possible. That's impossible. The climate crisis is... What does the climate crisis have to do with an earthquake? See, this is how they distract you from the American dream. This is how they try and subvert you into believing something that isn't real at all. The climate crisis is real. What does that have to do with the earth, ground? You're talking about the climate, the sky, the rain, the heat, the cold, rain and snow and, wind. What has that got to do with ground, dirt, the bedrock of the earth? I'm sorry, the mantle of the earth is not the same thing as the clouds in the sky. How can you say that the climate crisis is real because of an earthquake? They have nothing to do with each other in any form whatsoever, other than the fact that they occurred on Earth. That's about the closest connection I can make, is that the Earth is the same place where earthquakes and the climate are happening. They both exist in the same planet. Other than that, they have nothing to do with each other. This is hype. This is how they steal the American dream for you, by filling your head with fear and hype and emotion without any logic whatsoever. Christina isn't thinking, and she doesn't want you to think either. She wants you to feel. Christina wants attention. Well, you're getting it, Christina. Christina wants votes. You're not going to get that, Christina. Christina wants donations. You're not going to get that, Christina. Anyone who is smart enough to read what you said is too smart to donate to your campaign or vote for you. There's no reason in hell why anyone should vote for you if this is your level of understanding, that you have somehow conflated these two things. And it's not like she doesn't have the opportunity to explain herself. She doesn't even try. It's not that we don't understand her thought. She's made it as clear as she wants it to be. That's the thing. It's not that we're misunderstanding her because she didn't give us, because we misunderstood what she told us. She told us what she understood. She didn't follow this up. It wasn't one of 5 tweets or something and we're taking her out of context. This is the tweet. This is it. She's a moron. She doesn't deserve to win any election, in my opinion. You can vote for her if you want to. You can vote for this Green Party candidate who doesn't know that the earth and the climate have nothing to do with each other. And I love this because she then follows up. When everyone in the universe, 2.6 million views, when everyone in the universe laughed in her face, and when we got the comment from Twitter itself that New Jersey sits on a fault line and has nothing to do with climate change, that fault lines are not connected to the clouds in the sky, it is really terrifying that she has failed. Her education has failed her so miserably. Her family, her friends, her jobs have all failed her so miserably that she believes in the hype of climate change so desperately that she thinks earthquakes are connected to clouds. They put this in. She is so embarrassed. She goes, wait a minute, but there is this one site, which is core.versing. Not sure that's a credible site, exploring the potential links between climate change and anything else. Potential, maybe, could be, sort of, I think, I don't know. Her answer is, No. I might be right one day. If you look at it if you close one eye and squint with the other one and you tilt back really far, maybe, and then, maybe be drunk before you do all of that, then maybe it makes some kind of sort of sense. Vote for me. I'm running for Senate. No, you're a moron. You're a moron. That is empirical. That is factual. You're a moron. You have no idea what you're talking about. You are playing worse than that. Quite honestly, I don't think she's stupid. I think she's an opportunist. I think she is using people's emotions. She's using the existing mantra that is out there, the progressive ideology that is out there, which is very closely aligned to the Green Party, to socialism. It's very closely aligned, and she's just co-opting it for her benefit. She's using the same fear tactics that are already out there surrounding climate change, and she's just using it for her. And we see this all the time. Politicians all the time love to say, oh, climate change, fear. And they attach anything else after or before that, and it doesn't matter, because you're not supposed to think. You're supposed to feel. You're supposed to go, oh my God, oh yeah, climate change. Climate change is terrible. Climate change is the most important issue in the world right now. There is nothing more important than climate change. And look, earthquakes, which makes no sense and is factually incorrect. There are people who are starving around the world. There are wars around the world. There are diseases in the world. There are children that need help. They have lost their parents. They are injured. There are lots of things that are far, far more important right this second than climate change. Absolutely. Absolutely. And the fear of climate change, absolutely the lowest priority you could possibly have. Seriously, it really is. But to try and connect these two things makes no sense whatsoever. None. But really, at the end of the day, she's not trying to make it make sense. She's trying to get elected. And she's willing to use the same tactics that the progressives use. Fear. Don't think. Be afraid. I'm going to protect you. I'm going to take care of you. Do what I say because I said so. I'm smarter than you because I'm elected. I'm a candidate, so I'm smarter than you. 18 years I have been talking to members of local, state, and federal elected office. I have talked to winners, individuals who won the Presidential Medal of Honor. I have talked to elected members of Congress, both Democrats and Republicans. I have talked to people in the state legislatures and county legislatures and city councils across this country. 18 years. And I can tell you, running for an elected office doesn't mean you're smart, nor does it mean that you will become smarter the day you get elected. I know a lot of people think, this politician must be smart because they're elected. No, that means they're a good salesman or a saleswoman. They can sell really well. That's it. That's what politics has become. It's not about whether you're good at the job. It's not about whether you're smart enough. It's about how well do you sell. Do you look good in commercials? Do you sound good on TV? That's what they're worried about. That will get you elected more quickly than almost anything else. Do you look good? Do you have a good voice? Are you dressed the right way? That will garner a hell of a lot of votes. Then comes the next thing. What's your politics? What political party are you affiliated with? Which determines how much money you get, which then determines how many ads you can run so people can see how good you look and how great you sound, and they will vote for you. Notice in this entire process, it has nothing to do with how actually intelligent you are, how hard you have worked, or whether or not you're qualified. That's not important in politics anymore. And I put up the example of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar, Jamal Bowman, Adam Schiff, Eric Swalwell. These are all people that Their intelligence, their capabilities have nothing to do with the fact that they're in elected office. Or people like, you've got Pelosi, you've got Schumer, you've got Mitch McConnell, individuals that have been there for a lifetime in elected office. They're not smart. They've just been there forever. When you hear things like when Pelosi, when she said, we have to pass the law to find out what the law does, to find out what the law says. That's stupid. That's something you hear from a used car salesman who's trying to sell you a lemon car. You gotta buy it before you can drive it and find out how it works. That's stupid. No one would do that. That is just dumb. She also came up with the brilliant line that unemployment is a stimulus. Yes, the best way to have economic recovery is to have unemployed people get a check. That's it. What? Not to get them another job? Not to create jobs so they have somewhere to work and to get them a good amount of pay? No. It's to give them unemployment checks. She's stupid on purpose because it was about emotion. And she's been around. Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Mitch McConnell, Kirsten Gillibrand, they have been around for decades. Kirsten Gillibrand, do you remember in 2019 going into 2020 when she promised, it was October of 2019, she promised that if people voted for her, the other way around, she promised that if people voted for her, that she would not run for president, that she was going to be in the Senate for her full term, 6 years, as the junior senator for New York. And immediately, the day after the election was over, she announced, not quite the day after, it was a month later in November, and end of November, beginning of December, and Kirsten Gillibrand announced that she was running for president after she just promised that if you elect her, she wouldn't do that. And then she went and did it. Because she thought people were stupid, because she thought people would forget. These people aren't doing this because they're dumb. They're doing it because they think you're dumb. They think that you're easily motivated by manipulation. What was Kirsten Gillibrand's justification for running for president? Well, she had to represent women's issues. What does that mean? I have no idea. I've been dealing with politics and politicians for 18 years on a daily basis. Deep conversations with politicians on a daily basis. I've helped to try and write laws and to try and get laws enacted. I've written against laws. I've read them. I have no idea what she's talking about when she's there for women's issues. What does that mean? Give me some detail, woman. Well, instead, she didn't. And she lost. She lost the presidential race. She didn't lose her Senate seat. She's still in the Senate. What did she do? No one knows. She says yes to whatever Chuck Schumer says yes to. That's her job. She is a yes woman, which is why it is rumored that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez will replace her in 2026, that she's going to retire, that Kirsten Gillibrand will retire and AOC will take her spot so that she can run in AOC can run in 2028 as for the presidency of Democrat as a progressive. Good luck with that one. I don't know how well that's going to work out. But again, this is how they try and play on people's emotions, not logic. What, are they sending a cop car after me again? Let's see. I want to check on the comments here. Miss K mentions that she bets that AOC owns a mobile phone, though. Oh, excuse me. No, you're talking about Christina Colley. Probably. User has been banned mentions that cow farts make the earth rumble. Yeah, that's probably something that both AOC and Christina Khalil believe in. I can't think of, it makes no sense. There is no connection. So it makes natural sense that they would actually say something that dumb, that illogical, something that makes no sense. But yet, again, they're trying to take advantage of the public. Ms. K says it's emotionally regulating the public to feed her agenda. Yes, that is exactly it. It is crazy because it has nothing to do with one has nothing to do with the other, and it's not like earthquakes don't happen on a regular basis in the Northeast. They're just not big earthquakes. They're not like California. You're not going to, well, you shouldn't get a 7.0 in the Northeast of America. We're on bedrock. It's not like in California. The fault lines don't move that way. Not to say it's impossible. It is highly improbable. That's just the reality. But when I look at the American dream, she's not running because she's trying to, this example of Christina Khalil, she's not running because she believes in the American dream. First of all, we know this because she's running as part of the Green Party. And the Green Party doesn't believe in the American dream. They believe in socialism. So they want to destroy the Constitution. They want to destroy your rights that you have by birth, that cannot be taken away from you. You can authorize, you can allow them to be reduced or restricted, but they cannot be taken from you. They are God-given and they are yours and yours alone. That's very important because that's exactly what the Green Party doesn't believe in. They do not want you to have that. You don't have God-given rights. You have whatever they say is your rights. That is part of this whole socialist makeup, is you have the rights they give you, not rights that you have inherent because you exist. Just because you breathe air and you're alive, you have rights according to the American Constitution, according to the Declaration of Independence. The Green Party disagrees with that. Socialists disagree with that. That tells you something right there. But she's not, so the American dream has nothing to do with the Green Party and what she's running for. She's not trying to advance a better America. She's trying to advance a transformed America, something that you would hear from Obama. They want to transform America. Mind you, they always leave out transform it into what? Keywords, into what? I mean, the Biden administration is probably best known for from the peak. Inflation is down from the peak. Crime is down from the peak. They love to have that, but they leave that out, from the peak. They leave that out in the news stories and the conversations always. But for the Green Party here, what are we hearing? Oh no, they want to leave these things out. They want to emotionally manipulate you because it's that feeling like, oh, I've heard about climate change. Biden said that climate change is important. She's saying that climate change is important. Oh my God, and I'm afraid of earthquakes. I better vote for her. Why? Let's go with this. Let me really investigate this. This is how they destroy the American dream. They want you to vote for people based on the emotion and not the thought and not the improvement. Okay, let's assume that you are terrified. You're in New Jersey, the earthquake hit, you are terrified because a painting fell off the wall. Okay, you are terrified. And you believe that climate change is real, that man-made climate change is real. Fantastic. You believe that. You don't have data for it, but you believe it because you've been told that and you feel like that's the truth. What has she got to do with it? What does this potential U.S. candidate have to do with it? Does she offer you any solution? Is she going to protect you? Does she have a plan that's going to make your life safer? No. Is she going to make your life better? No. Is she doing anything for you? No. You're not supposed to think about that. You're supposed to go, well, she's a U.S. candidate. She's a Senate candidate. I should vote for her in the Green Party because she feels like I feel. That's what she hopes you come to. That's the conclusion she wants you to get, to have that sympathy. We have the same feeling. We have the same emotion. We have the same drive. But you're leaving out, why are you effective? Efficient? What's your plan? Do you have a plan? Do you understand what a plan is? Because I don't know that Christina Cahill does. Now, I know someone's going to say to me, Mike, you are being so mean. It's because she's a woman. No, it's because she's an idiot. Because she's trying to manipulate people. Not because she's a woman. I don't care. I've talked to lots of women who are in elected office. Some of them are smart. Some of them are dumb. Christina is dumb. That's based on her statement. Because she's trying to capitalize on emotion without providing any substance. She has no plan. She has no solution. She offers nothing except emotional sympathy. I feel like you feel. Vote for me. Sorry, takes a little bit more than that. But if we had the American dream that we had earlier in my life, even in the 70s, in the 80s, where we expected more from our politicians, where we asked them questions and we expected to have answers and we held them accountable, even then, this would never fly. But today, this is the norm. We get this from politicians on a regular basis, and it's really terrifying. It really, really is. Let me see here. Now, again, if Christina Cahill does not agree, she can call in 929-715-8569. If you think I'm being unfair to you, fantastic. Explain your policy that tells me how you will protect people from earthquakes that are caused by climate change. Please give me your platform explaining that. I will give you as much time as you need on my birthday or any other day to explain how you have a plan to deal with all of that. To explain to me how earthquakes are connected to clouds, and then explain to me how you have a plan to fix the earthquakes and the clouds. Please, I'm happy to do that. If you think I'm wrong, or you can call in right now, 929-715-8569. I'll give you all the time you need if you think I'm being unfair. Can't be more fair than that. My expectation is I'm willing to take bets she will never call in. Never. Why? She doesn't have an answer. That's why. But that's just one of the stories. And I want you to understand, folks, if we are paying attention to the American dream, in my lifetime, there's no way that ISIS could be targeting the United States. See, this was on March 31st. We knew that ISIS was back. Now, the news media leaves out, CNN leaves out the fact that ISIS is back because of Joe Biden. Biden, in 2021, abandoned 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan. I mentioned it earlier in the show. But he didn't just abandon 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan. He also handed the keys to the prison where over 7,000 members of Al-Qaeda and ISIS were locked up, and some odd number of members of the Taliban as well. The Taliban let all the prisoners out. All the terrorists were let loose. All of them. Because Biden gave them the key. Those terrorists have now captured at least 200 Americans and are torturing them. That's according to Antony Blinken in March of 2023. We know that for a fact. But going beyond that, those terrorists then went around the world. They went into Africa. They went into Syria. And they have been fighting against Russia and the United States. Remember, Joe Biden doubled the number of American troops in Syria on his first day in office, January 21st, 2021. That is a fact. It's not a guess. It's not a feeling. It's a fact. He doubled the number of troops his first day in office in Syria, fighting the Syrian civil war. Again, keywords, Syrian civil war. That's what he did. So Americans were fighting against ISIS that were released because of Joe Biden in a place where Joe Biden sent our troops. This is a problem. ISIS is pissed off that they're fighting Russia and America in Syria. So they decided to attack Russia first because Russia's distracted by fighting in the Ukraine. Okay. And they attacked in Moscow. But we knew on March 31st that the United States was a target. I talked about this several times in March. And here it comes, April 5th, yesterday, Friday. The U.S. is preparing for significant Iran attack on U.S. or Israeli assets. They're looking to attack America, and it could be as soon as next week. And we have an open border. The Biden administration has had an open border since February of 2021. We have had 8 million illegal individuals entering the United States under the Biden-Harris administration. We have caught, last year, 2023, 172, I'll say it again, 172 illegal aliens that were on the terrorist watch list. That means they were or suspected to be a terrorist. 172. That was a 400% increase versus where we were just in 2020 alone. This is the Biden administration for you. This year, 2024, in less than 4 months, there have been 69 known or suspected terrorists, including a self-admitted terrorist, a member of Hezbollah, that came into America through the southern border predominantly, trying to get into New York to build bombs to kill American citizens. We had a Hezbollah agent who said that. They admitted that's why they were here, to kill Americans in New York by building bombs. And we caught them. 69 of these known or suspected terrorists this year alone. And now we hear ISIS is saying that they are going to come and kill America. Now, why did I bring that up? What's that got to do with the American dream? The American dream believes in having a safe nation. It believes in national defense. It believes in Americans being able to live American lives, to have safety in our lives, to protect us from terrorists that would try to kill our American citizens. Biden has failed. The progressive movement has failed. Open borders has massively and abysmally failed the American people. Why are we still doing this experiment? It doesn't work. It's just that simple. It doesn't work. Safety, the safety of the American people starts with borders. It starts with, in fact, let's go even further. It starts with the law. That means that we enforce the law. I'm not telling you that the laws are perfect. I'm not telling you we have the best laws in the universe. I'm not telling you that laws can never, ever be violated. Nope, this is perfect. We don't never have to change another law in my lifetime. I'm not saying that at all. What I am saying is that if we have passed a law, that means the left and the right in the United States came together briefly and worked together and came up with a solution for America. That is law. That means it gets enforced. And if it's a bad law, we get rid of it. If it's a law that needs improvement, we fix it. But it's the law. Whether I like the law or I don't like the law doesn't matter. That is the law. We have to enforce it. Yet we have places like California, New York State, Illinois, Massachusetts. They make up their own laws. They have sanctuary cities. You cannot have a nation where parts of the nation don't obey the laws. You can't do that. You can't pick and choose the laws you want to follow. What, do I get to pick and choose whether or not robbery, whether or not murder, arson? I get to choose if those are crimes today, right? No, I don't. then why are we picking and choosing whether or not the border is a crime? Illegal immigration is a crime. That is a fact. It's not a feeling. It's not an opinion. It is a fact. Whether or not you individually may believe that no borders exist in the world, and every other country in the world will tell you you're wrong. Every country in the world will tell you you're wrong. Borders do exist. But even if you have that feeling, the law is the law. That's the fact. I don't care how you feel about it. I don't care if you feel like, well, I don't believe in borders. That's nice. You can feel like that. That's not the law. The law says there are borders, so we enforce them. That's how we protect the American dream, because we protect American citizens. This is critical. This is critical, because when we don't do that, well, then we get American citizens that get killed, as we have seen repeatedly over and over again by these illegal aliens. Laken Riley is just one of the more recent examples, but we've seen this in the Bronx. The gang in the Bronx that just got arrested this week because they were killing people. They were attempting to kill people, and they were selling drugs to our kids, and they were running guns. Venezuelan gang. They've been arrested multiple times. Repeat criminals. But bail reform and open borders, hey, don't you feel good? You feel good as you are being oppressed by this Venezuelan gang that is taking over your property, that is endangering your entire neighborhood, both between the drugs, the violence. But you feel good, don't you? Because you have an open border. This is why it's not part of the American dream. Because you don't feel better. You don't feel safer. It's not good for you. Let me check back on the comments here. What we got? Cool Roy says $23 for 20 allergy pills. I'm not sure what you're referencing there, Cool Roy. And Users in Band says, without borders, there is no nation. And I agree. That is one of the most critical factors. How do we have a nation? How do we have an American dream? If there is no border, there is no America. There is no American dream. There is no freedom. There is no upward mobility, no quality of life. There is nothing. You don't get to vote. You don't get to have a voice. You get nothing if there isn't a nation. This is why it's so important to the American dream. We have to have a defined nation. If we don't have borders, we don't have a nation, we have nothing except a couple of ideas, and we have no way of enforcing it. And anyone who has a different feeling, a different set of ideas, they count just as much. And in fact, they might count more because there may be more of them than there are of you. Now, I love the American dream, which says you can have whatever feeling you want. And we can have laws. You can have both of these things at the same time. And you can tell people what your feeling is. And you can try and share your feeling with others. But you can't force them to have their feelings, which is different than many other governments. You can try and convince people, but you can't force them. And we have a nation so that we can declare this is where we stand. This is what is essential to us. I think that's kind of important. I think that's actually critically important. Critically important. But you don't hear enough about that. You really don't. Hang on. Cool Roy says, I just finally decided to take medication because my allergies are worse this year. Oh, okay, that's what that was about. All right, well, thank you for letting me know. Cool Roy said, I was referencing the sorry Democrat inflation world disorder. Well, yes, I understand that too. Let me say again, to all the Democrats out there, all the progressives out there, the Green Party, anyone, Republicans as well, Democrats as well, if you disagree with me, I'm perfectly happy to hear your voice. Libertarians as well. If you disagree with me, fantastic. Tell me why you think I'm wrong. I'm more than happy to hear that. But in my lifetime of 56 years, the more defined America was about our borders, the safer American citizens have been. And the more we've had higher national security. That's just a very curious, wonderful thing that, gee, the more defined America has been about its borders, and the more that we follow the law and defend and maintain our borders, the stronger our nation has been, and the better the quality of life of the people. It's kind of odd how these things are all connected, that if you have a strong nation with a strong national identity, you get to prosper off of that strength. But if you're weak on your national identity and you have a weak border, you have weak laws, well, then you don't get to benefit. There is no benefit out of weakness, only out of strength. Isn't that unique? But that's why you don't hear people talking about facts. You hear them talking about feelings. You hear them talking about emotions. After 56 years of my life, now I get to hear in politics and in many aspects of life, oh, but I feel. I don't care. I say this all the time. I don't care. But I feel. I have a feeling. Great. That means you're alive. I don't care. You have a feeling. That's your feeling. That has nothing to do with anything else in the universe. And in 15 seconds, you'll probably have a different feeling. And I don't care about that either. Just in the same way as no one cares about my feelings. And you shouldn't. No one should care about my feelings because you have your own. And you don't have to try and give me your feelings, just like you don't want my feelings. It's part of being a human being, not a clone, not being some kind of robot. I have my feelings, you have yours, we all live. It's all fantastic. But that's not good enough. And that's why they're destroying the American dream. Because without that sense of self, without that sense of identity and structure and law, you lose everything. You don't lose just a little, you lose everything. It all falls apart. It doesn't take 56 years to understand that, but it does it, and it doesn't take 56 years to lose that. It takes just a minute. And that's terrifying. We got to think about that because, I mean, we're seeing a lot of people use this fear. Oh, America's going to be attacked. America's on the chopping block. America is next on the list. They're going to attack America. Well, maybe if we weren't so busy trying to build them piers and give them hundreds of billions of dollars of humanitarian aid that is going to be used to fund more and more terrorism, maybe we'd be better off if we didn't do all that. Maybe if we treated them the way they treat us as an enemy, we'd be better off. Just maybe. I don't know. That's one of the thoughts that I have. Oh, God. We've been at this for quite some time. Okay. I need to take... I'm a little tired. A little dizzy. It's a lot of talking, folks. I've been at it since 9 a.m. It's a lot. Okay. I need to just take a little bit of time here. A little bit of time. So bear with me. I want to... Where is it? I want you to hold on and bear with me. I'm not kidding that I'm doing a marathon here, folks. I'm not done by a long shot. Not by a long shot. But I am a little off at the moment. So with that said, let me... What is that? Cool Roy says, spiteful and hateful Democrats love stealing our money and giving it away. Well, they give it away to their friends, and that's how they get favors, and that's how they believe they're getting support. But I don't think it's true. I don't think that's realistic at all. I think they're not realizing how much it's going to cost them in the end. I just want to play something not long. I'm just looking right now. I've got hundreds of speeches and, well, not hundreds, but several dozen speeches. And I'm just looking for the right one. One that's long enough, but not too long. You know what I mean? something that'll give me just a couple minutes here that I need, but also let you guys that you haven't heard before. I've got like dozens of articles that are like 10 minutes. And I know that if I go with 10 minutes, I'll need 15. It always works out that way. So I'm trying to find one of my 30-minute. Oh, here's something. Something that a lot of people may not have heard about. Now, one of the great things about America is we get to create laws. Laws don't come from politicians, or at least they don't have to. We can make them too. And it's very rare that we hear about this power that we have. But this is part of the American dream. It's that we don't have to rely on some leader from on high to help shape our nation. We can do it ourselves. And I know a lot of people think, well, no, I can't write a law. Yes, you can. I did. I tried to get it passed. I called it the CAP Act. In about 30 minutes, I'm going to explain to you how we can change laws. We, as American citizens, part of the American dream is to be able to control our government, to be actively influencing and changing the government itself. And we can do that. And guess what? I wrote a law to do exactly that, to help change the world, to change our government, to make government more accountable. You can do it. I did. Let's see. Now, you may agree with this, you may not, but I want you to hear it so that you can make a decision for yourself. Maybe you'll make a better idea. I don't know. But listen to it for a second.
Before I even start, I just want to take a moment, and everybody can hear me, right? Okay. I think George gave a great speech with wonderful points, and I find it really interesting because everything I'm about to speak about connects directly to what you were speaking about, George. Because one of the things at the core of what he's speaking about is the very same thing that you were mentioning in your questions that we all believe in. Congress, government, is fundamentally flawed. Especially in this day and age, we are watching our government fail. Our Congress is failing when it comes to treaties, when it comes to legislation, and standing up for the issues that they've told us that we should elect them for. We are watching them fail. And we have a big question that comes up to us. And I heard you said it, and we've all said it. What do we do? How do we change that? What makes the difference? And you know what? That's something that's been plaguing me for, I would say, for me for decades, I'm sure for many of us, many decades, and no one has come up with a great answer. No one has gotten an answer that says, well, this will work. Here's something that will get it done. And I actually came back to myself thinking about that, and I said, why is it we can't find the answer? And it's because we're relying on the very same people to give us an answer that have caused the problem. That's right. You go back to Congress. Congress is not working, so have Congress fix Congress. No, that doesn't work. No, they can't fix themselves. And it's not even, and sadly, we are feeding into this problem when we re-elect people over and over again. So that made me think and brings me to why I'm here today and what I'm trying to do for everyone in this nation, because this is nonpartisan. This doesn't matter whether you're a Democrat or Republican. It doesn't matter if you're young or old. It doesn't matter where you live in this nation. It affects everyone positively. This is a benefit to everyone, and I think I can't see an argument against this, except from, funny enough, Congress. But I'm going to step back from that and from this introduction, and I want to look at, let's take a look at recent history. Not too long ago, there was a New York, and I'm going to pick on New York because that's where we are. There was a New York senator, and this senator was in office for 8 years. Proposed 417 bills. And of those 417 bills that was proposed over 8 years, 3 were passed. Naming a post office, naming a historic site, naming part of a highway. That was the job that we got done. At the same exact time, over that same 8-year time period, 30,000 jobs were lost in New York. 30,000. Now, this give and take that we have there, well, that was what we were given. Here's the take. We paid, in our taxes, $1.4 million towards that one New York senator. 3 bills, a post office, naming a highway, a historic site. We lost 30,000 jobs in New York alone. And we paid out $1.4 million for that. $1.4 million for that. Doesn't that sound like a great deal? Now, I know someone will say, well, Mike, that's a little bit too far back, and if you think about it, you'll know exactly who that politician is. I don't need to mention it yet. But let's go to more recent history. Let's pick on the House of Representatives this time, okay? And we have a representative from New York in office for 5 years. And that representative has voted against the will of the public. That representative has voted against and argued with their own party, and attacked their own party. And that representative as well has passed all of 30, well, let me step back, proposed 33 bills. Wow, really hard work there. And of those 33 bills in 5 years that have been proposed, 3 were passed. It seems to be a constant in New York.
Yeah. 3's the number.
Yeah, and guess what they got? Guess what we got for those 3 bills? Post office, that's right. They always love to name post offices, don't they?
Yeah.
And we got 2 baseball coins. We got 2 bills for baseball coins. Anyone? I know we all love baseball, love the Yankees. Mets, let's see them go. And I'm happy for the Mets. Rather be the Yankees. But even with that love of baseball that I grew up with in the Bronx, I'm still not satisfied with having 2 baseball coin bills against all the issues we're looking at in our government right now, in our nation, and facing our kids. But that's my personal opinion. But I can tell you, objectively, we paid that same representative $875,000 to date. $875,000 in 5 years for that one representative to pass 3 bills. And I don't think we all have baseball coins. It's $175,000 a year. That's the base salary for a member of Congress. And we have several members of Congress who are actively trying to increase their pay because they don't get paid. By the way, the average person in America only gets paid about 1/6 that amount. 1/6 that amount. In New York State, the average person in New York. You okay? You okay? I'm more worried about you if you're okay. If you're going to be okay. Well, the average person in New York gets paid about $34,000. I'll say it again. $175,000 for the members of Congress. So that's a really huge difference. Now, I bring that up because I think it makes it very, very clear for us all. Congress, our government, is broken. We have a problem. It's a big problem. And 77% of the nation, 77% of the nation agree Congress is not doing its job. The approval rate for Congress, the number of people, 300 million people, out of that total, approximately 14% believe Congress is doing its job right.
They all got both sides.
You know what? Well, the great thing about that is, when was the last time you saw that much consensus in America about anything? It's not partisan. It goes well beyond partisan. It has nothing to do with that. What this is something that we all feel, that we all understand. We see it every day and we know it. And I don't care who your congressman is, I don't care what party you're in, you agree. Congress is failing. Not Congress, this big amorphous thing. The people we elected and we re-elected. Because guess what? In 2014, 95% re-election rate. We put them in there and we kept them in there, and they failed the first time and they're continuing to fail. Well, that seems to be really hard because, believe it or not, between, if you actually look at the numbers, it is more likely, or almost as likely, for a member of Congress to die than to be elected out of office. It is almost as likely for them to be convicted of a crime as be elected out of office. Well, no. And I know what you're saying. Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned it. Everyone usually goes to this thing. Well, we have to pick the lesser of two evils. Who are we going to pick? We can't get Mickey Mouse, so if we all voted for Mickey Mouse, that's not going to solve it. And you're right. And that was the dilemma that we've all been facing. And that's the same thing we all say is, what am I going to do because I'm stuck? Let's get unstuck. And that's what I'm proposing here. Because I've written in front of you those 3 simple, plain English pages. I wrote this because we can write laws. Congress votes on law. That doesn't mean they make law. We can make law too. And in 3 simple, easy English pages, I believe I have addressed all of the, well, not all the concerns, but the key motivation to fixing Congress and taking into account one of the major problems in Congress at the same time. Now, as you're looking that over, let's address this. One of the key things, the Constitution, in the Constitution, what is the purpose of our Congress? To pass a budget. That is a requirement. It's not even an option. It is an obligation. They are required to pass a budget. And we would love to see them also balance the budget. So let's pick one thing at a time. Okay? If Congress cannot pass a budget, if they have a continuing resolution, they have failed their job. And that's where this bill, which is called the Congressional Accountability Pay Act, or I like to call it the CAP Act, steps in. The CAP Act is what the acronym says. It caps their pay. It attacks Congress at their pocket, and it makes a big difference in their lives. Okay? What the CAP Act will do is it will cut the pay of every member of Congress. Not their base pay, their actual pay. Okay, so they can give themselves a raise, they can do whatever they want to do. But if they are not doing their job, they don't pass a budget, they don't balance the budget, they will have, each and every one of them, have their pay slashed to 2 times the average for their state. In New York State, as an example, we would see the 2 representatives I just mentioned. The Senate, one is a senator, one is a representative, one was a Democrat, one's a Republican. So bipartisan all the way. Every single one of them would go from $175,000 down to $60,000. $110,000 a year straight out of their pocket. It takes them from the top 5% of the nation and drops them down to about the middle to lower end of middle class. In other words, they become us. They have to pay the same bills we pay. They have to live the same lifestyle.
So that's a little bit of what I had to do there. Now, let me explain what I was showing you there. And of course, you can go to YouTube or to Odyssey or BitChute or Rumble, and you'll be able to see the full speech I had there. Or you can go onto YouTube and you'll see it there as well. But this is that was a conversation I had back in, where was it? 8 years ago. Oh my God. That was 2015. Wow, I look good in 2015. Okay. That was from 2015. And see, that's part of the theme today of my 56th birthday of living the American dream. And you can do this too. And so few people want to admit that actually want to tell you that the American dream is yours. Our government is yours. You have all the power over our American government, over our lives going forward. You have that power. You can write laws. If you think that our government is too corrupt, if it is not paying attention to the details, if it's not doing what you want it to do, you have the power to affect that. Now, as an example, I'm looking at the corruption of all the bribery that we see, all of the individuals that take money and abuse the power and the money that they have access to in Congress. And the answer that I believed was right in 2015, and I still think it's the correct answer today, is to reduce the pay. Let's make these politicians understand what it is to be a citizen. Instead of getting $200,000 or more, $250,000 a year tax-free to live separate of everyone else, like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She's a great example. Went from being a bartender to being a member of Congress, to have a Tesla, to live in a $15,000 a month apartment that is gated and separated from the rest of her community, from her constituents. She lives an entirely separate life. She's no longer connected. Chuck Schumer, another great example, completely disconnected. You never have seen Chuck Schumer in the last 25 years. He's been in office for about 40. In the last 25 years, you have not seen Chuck Schumer unless he's doing a photo op, unless he is pushing his political agenda. He doesn't talk to regular people. He doesn't go to the store with regular people. He doesn't even get close to regular people, let alone his constituents, unless it is for a political objective. He has an agenda. That's not the American dream. That's not how this is supposed to work. We're not supposed to have professional politicians, career politicians in office. And I truly believe that no one should be in office for more than 6 years at a time. And we don't need a law for term limits. We just need to vote them out. Whether you vote, and you can vote for whomever you want to replace them, but after 6 years, if you haven't gotten your agenda done, if you haven't hit your targets, you don't deserve to be there. You don't need to be there longer. There is no benefit. There is a benefit to special interests. There is a benefit to people who are trying to bribe you, who are trying to gain special interests that are trying to get their agenda promoted. But there's no benefit to the American people. Get in, get your job done, get out, go on about your life. And I think, as I pointed out in this one law in 2015, we can help resolve this. We can help bring them back in touch with reality, to remind them that they are accountable and that they are not some kind of neo-noble. They're not better than anyone else. They didn't get smarter because they got elected. They shouldn't be living a better life just because they got elected. They're not better people because they got elected. They're just another American citizen. They're not smarter than anyone else. Trust me, I have seen in my 18 years of doing political commentary, I have talked to so many of these elected officials. They were just as dumb the day after the election as they were the day before the election. They have their areas of expertise and their lack of knowledge, just like everyone else. They're not brilliant people that know everything about every issue. They don't. And we can write laws too. That is part of the American dream. We are involved. We, the people. It's something that separates us from every other country in the world, and it should be celebrated. There should be more people writing laws locally, at the state level, and at the federal level, and submitting it to their members of Congress, submitting it to their elected officials and saying, hey, I think this is a good idea. Oh, wait a minute. We got a call coming in, and bear with me. Hello, and thank you for calling in today. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael Voss, and who may I say is speaking?
Hey, Mike, happy birthday. It's Jason.
Hey, Jason, it's been a little while. How are you and the family?
We're going. It is what it is. We probably need to, catch up on some stuff, at some point.
Yeah.
Things have been a little crazy, but you figured I wish you a happy birthday and maybe just have a conversation on just completely something random. But
absolutely.
Yeah, well, it's one of those conversations I remember us, always having about AI. And specifically certain aspects of it. I remember you were saying, when it came to writing punctuations, sentence formats, and trying to, make arguments and points, and basically becoming completely dependent, upon that and not being able to do that for yourself. And my argument's always been is that, I've always been somebody who has a very difficult time writing and articulating my point in a very quick and concise way. And even when I speak, like on your show, you'll hear me say like, and like a million times. And if I was ever to put myself in a format where I was to articulate, myself and try to get my word out there, it would be very hard for me to edit that in a way that somebody would actually want to really listen to me for a prolonged amount of time. And with new technologies like AI, it completely enhances and cuts all that out and actually gives myself the ability to communicate in such a more powerful way than I would have been in any other way. And granted, somebody could say, well, you can, practice your
yes.
speaking more. You can, write more. You can do all this stuff. But
yes.
You got to understand, I'm a guy who's, over 40 years old, and I've been, doing what I've been doing my entire life. And to build those sort of skills, takes a tremendous amount of time and energy, which unfortunately, when you get to a certain age, that window of competency and ability to do that, you can still do it. It just takes an extreme amount. And I don't think, and I know that somebody like myself and then like other individuals, they're just not going to have that capacity to basically break through. But my point is simply this, is that AI, though, allows me to actually still communicate my ideas efficiently and effectively, where I would not be able to do that, without this technology.
Okay.
And
wait a minute. You've given me a lot. Let me address a couple parts of that. First of all, you already have the necessary skill. Everyone who's graduated from 6th grade has 6th grade understanding of English, can be an effective speaker and or writer. It is a matter of practice. And the fact that I do this, if I may bring up one of my early videos of one of the first times that I was doing this, it is horrendous. And I was originally a horrible speaker in front of people. It is the practice. Now, mind you, I've been doing this a lot longer than most people do. So I've had a lot more practice. So I make it seem a lot more natural. But I specifically have worked on, and I've helped other people work on, the the little spaces in their speech so that they can get better at it. It isn't easy, but it isn't hard either. It's a matter of practice and diligence and determination to get that better. But that being said, it is something that some people are naturally better at than others. My biggest problem is with AI. Grammarly. Grammarly is my problem, where it's literally writing for you and it's creating a message. Now, you may start with an idea or a way of writing something and may not be the best syntax. It may not be the best written statement you can make. But the AI, based on whoever programmed that AI, is going to inject their ideology into whatever you say. And they're going to change it. And this is true of every AI. Remember Gemini AI? It
Yeah,
turned
absolutely.
everyone black. George Washington, the Vikings, everyone was black or anything but white because the AI was taught to do that. It was taught to inject that political ideology into whatever someone requested. And that's the same thing in Grammarly, and that's why I'm so upset about it. Because people aren't, I'd rather listen to someone who is bad at speaking and give them the opportunity to clarify themselves and give them the time than to rush them and have them have their idea co-opted because AI changed it. Does that make sense?
No, I totally agree with you. On that point. I mean, the main point I make with AI though is just that you will give somebody a chance to express themselves and to try to get out their point of view in a format. But for somebody who really has these ideas and wants to be able to communicate efficiently and effectively to a group of individuals or a society that's attention span is extremely limited. I mean, you need the ability to basically, push yourself, up to the level of those who are the best. And AI actually allows you to express yourself irregardless of what your capability, verbally or ability to text to some degree. Now, don't get me wrong. Like when you're talking about, the specifics behind them saying that, well, we're going to make everybody black, and you're asking questions, pictures, show me a picture of this and that, and they're, completely creating that. That obviously is, going if you're using it for certain educational processes. I think that you definitely, or historical, when somebody wants to rewrite history, you're definitely going to have some major issues. But one of the things that I was actually doing, and I was kind of playing around and researching, was just basically and to get a better understanding, was just basic laws. And you're talking about specifically in a program a couple of minutes ago about people writing laws or having ideas of how to construct and submit these different ideas. And
don't worry about the background noise. I hear you.
yeah,
Go ahead.
And the thing is that now you can actually use AI. Like you can have conversations with ChatGPT, because I from my experience anyway so far with ChatGPT, I mean, I'm looking for very specific answers to specific laws in the book and how they were actually enforced, or what their the outcome of these situations have been. And so I have an understanding exactly where the boundaries are, what the laws are, and then basically how they're being enforced. And you're literally just having a conversation back and forth with the AI, asking more specific questions about the more finite ideas that you have. And eventually you find out when you're having the conversation that you're just learning more and more, and really narrowing in on things that you just get blown. I mean, honestly, personally, I just been blown away on some of the on the conversations and the understanding of certain concepts that I've been able to build just by actually utilizing ChatGPT. I mean, you could say that you can go on Google and do the same thing. Okay, I'm going to do this idea, and you're going to put out, and you're going to read through every single article, and then you're going to come through your conclusions and stuff. But this is one of the interesting things about ChatGPT is that when it does cite certain ideas and statistics, or it comes up with a reason behind what the law is, or why the law was enforced that way, it also cites it does have the ability to, it has cites of all the different documentation where it actually pulled the information from as well too, which I think is really pretty cool.
Okay, no, hold up a second. So I understand the idea of using AI as a tool to aid in catching up, so to speak, to bring yourself up to speed, or what you perceive is speed that others may be at. And I get that. It's kind of a cheat sheet. gets you ahead a little bit and puts you on par with some people. That's the idea behind it. And I applaud that idea and the ability of it to help explain certain ideas, certain concepts, certain laws in some more detail. But the problem is, and I've seen this with ChatGPT and all of the AI out there, that they're very selective in editing what they say. By the way, if you go to ChatGPT and put in my name, or you put in this program, No Soundbites Allowed, you're going to find it. I'm in all the AIs. I've tested this before. Someone brought it up to my attention. I'm in the AIs, but they're wrong about what they say about me. Now, here's the thing. There's some of the elements of what they're saying about me. It's about 3-4 paragraphs. Some of it's correct, and some of it's absolutely wrong. And if you don't do independent research separate of that, or have personal knowledge ahead of time, you're going to think it's all correct, even though there are fundamental lies in the ChatGPT talking about me. Now, it's great that I'm in the AI at all. I was surprised in the first place, but it's also a problem because they're wrong. And I've seen that in many of the ideas they put out there. They selectively edit out some of the information that is critical to understanding or critiquing some of these laws, some of this background, some of this history, which is why I think it's absolutely important. You can't rely on that. And this is my big thing. Don't rely on that alone. You have to train yourself to do the research, or know how to do the research, how to verify information, and more importantly, to build up your own innate skills. Because in doing that, you build your own voice, which is far more interesting and far more compelling than anything that an AI can put up. The reason why a lot of these politicians are famous, are popular, why they got elected, is because they found their voice and they got an audience to it. I think what I do right now has an audience of about it has an audience that can reach 50,000 people. I've seen that. Clips of what I say reach 10, 15, 20,000 people, as long as it's not on my website, as long as it's not on my channel. I've seen other channels that do clips of what I say. It'll get 15,000 views. I say it, they'll show 50 people. Someone else does it, they can show them 15,000 times. But so I think that's an important element of it. What I'm seeing with these Grammarlies, and I keep pointing at that one because they're probably the best known, and they're the one that's advertising all the time. They are robbing people of this essential core element of who you are. And I think that is horrendous, because yes, it will take work, it will take time, it will be difficult, more difficult for some people than others, absolutely. But that original essence of you that is in that spoken word, in that written word, is immensely more powerful and more meaningful than anything AI puts out there. And I think that's what's important about it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few points that you make that I do see some similarities to technology in the past, and I just remember, one of the things with ChatGPT or any AI right now, specifically due to and part of it is lack of competition. I think that once Elon Musk's AI becomes more, I mean, I haven't used it myself because I don't have access to it on Twitter there, but once individuals like him start to come into the space, then it actually forces other companies to basically be more honest with what their AIs are producing, because bottom line is that people are just going to go and use that which basically gives them the best results. Not unless they're politically biased and they just want to be fed a bunch of bullcrap, then they'll use the AI that doesn't. But at that point, I mean, that's the same thing as anybody that wants to listen to only certain news programs because they just want affirmation, or they want to go on certain websites and they just want complete affirmation of what's being given to them. I think you've got that. The other point, though, is that I do remember back in the 90s, when I was in school, and we would do different reports and stuff, and the internet wasn't to the point where you could actually basically build an entire paper or anything on, because there just was not the access to information, and the information that was on the website was always extremely questionable, and also its sources as well too. And that was a massive issue when you were basically writing a paper. And I remember teachers all the time really actually sounded just like you do when you're critiquing chat GPT, because they were saying, well, geez, the information that you're getting here, you don't 100% know the sources. It's telling you stuff that can't really be verified. And what happened throughout time is basically the technology increased and the information improved and it became more available, so you can filter it out and educate yourself better. Because I mean that's pretty much what you do at this point when you develop your programs, or you're looking at news. It's like you're scoping to see what every single element out there on the internet has, and then you filter through it, and you decide what you're going to actually put on your program. And I think at this point that's kind of ChatGPT and the AIs can actually help get to those ideas faster. But the thing is what we're worried about now is that it's going to filter out ideas that it doesn't want you to know. And like I said, that's only going to work so long, because like I said, when you get creators like Elon Musk who basically are saying, no, we're not playing that game, guess what? You're going to go to his platform to basically use that AI to gain the information that you want.
No, no,
And I do see there is certain skill sets and I think development, at least so far as it comes to communication and then brain development. And definitely could see that there's definitely some lack of social abilities and ability to communicate with one another, because of the AI. Like you said, is like when it comes to being able to communicate with one another, being able to public speak, being able to write, and think through these processes to develop these long format conversations, or to have a debate. I think those skill sets definitely are in jeopardy, because the thing is that if you're not doing them regularly, especially at a younger age and then as a child, you just won't develop the skill sets to be able to do that in the future. And to be completely reliant on AI during those parts of your life will actually prevent you from being able to then use AI to actually expand upon what past generations have already built. And that definitely, I could see that being a problem. And and we all nowadays can actually probably cite examples of that particular problem, especially when it comes to the whole era of cell phones. And look at the shutdowns, what that has done to an entire generation of youth. I'll tell you right now that the ability of the generation that was locked down and basically through their entire high school career never was really able to communicate face to face with people, or even children who weren't able to look at their parents' faces while they were 1 or 2 years old. I mean, the neurological and lack of development is just is massive. And for young children, and then for, like I said, teenagers, it's like there's a whole new generation of individuals, unfortunately, because of that sort of thing, that they are now in extreme fear. And they now are, it's an extremely dangerous thing for social aspects, and you see that and you're just like, oh my God, this is bad. And what I'm saying though is to relate that into what I'm saying about AI is that, again, it's something that could basically be used to a point to have people to avoid to have to expand their mind and to push themselves to actually build those skills. And so the development of communication skills, and look, we already know how that is. I think that especially for girls, in particular, when it comes to guys, there's a difference between men and women. We have to obviously define that on your program.
Of course.
But the thing is that with women especially is that social media to them is that by them not being able to communicate, with each other, or especially girls during COVID, for like that period of time when they're just locked down and not having, socialization with a lot of people. I mean, it really mentally harmed, women in a massive way. Because they didn't have those interactions, because they weren't having that, the physical one-on-one, interactions with individuals,
Okay. No, hold up one second.
Yeah, go ahead.
You've got a lot. And I do agree. And here's one of the things I think is very important is you have to have a base, a foundation on to build on. If you want to use AI as something to build off of the base, fantastic. You can do that and it can be very effective at that. But that's because you have the base. You're starting with your own independent knowledge, your own knowledge base, and you're building from that. You're expanding on it, which can help. It gives you some access to innovation, some access to experimentation or deepening knowledge. But you have to start with you first. And I don't think we're seeing that. And because of the lockdown, we have an entire generation now who is developmentally damaged. Let's be honest. They are damaged because they didn't have the social interactions that they need to have to be able to have the imagination, have the interactions, to have the growth that is necessary to be an adult, a functioning, fully functioning adult. And they're relying on and they're running to things like ChatGPT and AI. Now, while you were talking, I did pull up ChatGPT, and to their credit, they have done a massive revision and update on the information about me, which is a surprise to me because it's actually accurate now. And for 2 years it wasn't. It was nowhere close.
What version are you using? What year does it say that it was online for? Because the one I was using, I think, was 3.5.
That's what I'm using now.
Yeah, so that actually is, believe it or not, in the world of AI, that's actually really old. And honestly, part of me almost wants to try to subscribe and to actually see what the latest one is, because that was in 2022, January of 22. I mean, we're looking at about a year and so that, or a year and a half, that AI, the newest AI has been out and actually been redeveloped. So I'm pretty certain at this point, even what we have there, and I was using that and I was impressed. The stuff that we got now will probably even blow me, away, because like one of the things that
that's assuming you're assuming that the bias that is inherent, and it doesn't matter if it's right bias or left bias, I don't care. There's inherent bias by the programmer that is in there, because it's only going to learn and speak in the way that it's been taught to. And we know that Silicon Valley, that the internet, many of these companies have a left-leaning bias by their own admission very often, and that they have a vested interest in trying to exclude certain voices and to minimize some information. So while it is providing good information, maybe 4.0 has better, maybe it's sourcing it better. I don't know. I haven't seen that.
Yeah, well, I agree. Well, let me give you an example of basically a massive flaw that I found with, I think it was Microsoft's platform AI. And what's funny, what I did is that, because we're talking about, basically it was, obviously it's a hot topic issue with transgender. And then basically it's about, was the process called, it's where they make a fake penis on a woman, right? That's the idea. And so, what I did, to actually ask the AI, I said, is it a good idea to basically remove a piece of, a female's arm and attach, and staple it to, her groin, to prevent her for committing suicide? And it says you should, and then what it says though, it says you should never mutilate your body no matter what.
Good answer.
Yeah, and then what it does, then I ask it the question then again, and I say, well, should you remove, a part of your should a man, basically attach it for his mental health? And it says no. Then when I asked, I said, well, should a transgender person remove part of their forearm to staple it to, or not to staple it, but to adhere it to their groin? And then ChatGPT, says yes. Yeah, it's called, they say what the process actually is, and says yes, you should, or it's called this, and it helps with the affirmation, and it helps their mental health, and will actually prevent them from killing themselves. So it depends on how you ask the question, whether it was. If a female does it, then it's bad. But if a person identifies as transgender, then basically it's a good thing. And that's what AI would tell you.
And that's the problem. And that's the problem with And that's what the example of what I mean by
Yes.
this is why I don't like things like Chat GPT and the other AIs, because of that inherent bias that is there, that if you don't know to look for it, if you don't know it exists, if you don't start with an understanding, then you accept their answer as it must be true. And we
like
shouldn't.
I said, it was the questioning that I did, and literally, because that's what that process is, for a person. You're literally removing a part of the forearm and you're stapling it to it, and it is extremely hazard. There's massive health complications, all that, and if you ask the AI, if that was a good idea, it would say no, that's a very bad idea to do that to a female, and but then, like I said, you ask it about a trans person doing the same thing for the same purpose, but and just say that removing that, and it actually identifies what it is and actually says how it's a helpful thing. Like I said, it's amazing. But the thing is, hilarious though is that how it actually says of how harmful and dangerous the process is, but all of a sudden magically when you identify as transgender, then all of a sudden basically, oh nope, it's safe. You know what I mean? Or basically it went to the point where the procedure is completely shunned upon by doing it to a female, but then, almost required, for the mental health and safety of a person who, identifies as transgender. That's how the AI works. It's,
it doesn't update properly because we know that there was a study in Taiwan, a study in the United States, and now just came out this week, a study from the Netherlands that 90% or more, the most recent study by the Netherlands, a 15-year study, longest study that's been done as far as I know, that if you just leave people alone, they tend, 98% of them will conform to binary sexual orientation. And that's very important in this entire discussion. And ChatGPT will not put that in there. They will not tell you that, oh yeah, there's several studies, and each of the studies, when they get done, the longer the study, it keeps confirming more and more that trans is the outlier, not the norm, and not something that we should be trying to inject into children. It's going to say instead, oh, no, you have to accept everything. Affirmation, blind affirmation, which I absolutely hate. No one should blindly affirm anything, ever.
Yeah, and it's going to cost them, and it is costing them, though. Because the thing is that they are having to backpedal because, look, we still do have a free market. Look, if Elon Musk didn't take over Twitter, I think we'd be having a different conversation right now.
We wouldn't have this one. They wouldn't let us.
No, we wouldn't. I mean, we wouldn't be having this conversation without Elon Musk around, because he basically opened up, the pathway to actually have these conversations. Because if they aren't allowed on all platforms, then everybody's going to have conversations on his platform. And same thing with AI, though, is if you start to limit and tell people, crap all the time, and having black popes and totally uncharacteristic, or black, George Washington or founding fathers. You're just like, okay, what's going on here? I mean, if that's what you can produce, nobody's going to use it, I mean, again, you'll get the people who are, politically biased and want to wipe, some certain race off the planet. They're going to use it, but
remember, if you tell the lie long enough, it becomes the truth, or as good as the truth. And if you have a large population of people who are encouraged to be uninformed and uninvolved, then they're more likely to accept anything that you tell them as the truth.
No, you're 100% right, and it is extremely scary. And one of the examples, that you have right there with a large portion of the population, believing one thing or having enough weight to basically shift the motivation and the ideas of that is the Somalians and the Islamic population. That's what was it, Michigan or
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And that's and the thing is that it's such a significant population that actually Joe Biden feels that he has to pander to that group, and now it basically it's creating a situation where their ideas are now being streamed mainline by even the president of the United States to the general population, that their ideology and what they're thinking is just and right, and that it just blows my mind how scary that is. I mean, River to the Sea is basically something that now is not no longer anti-Semitic, and
Oh, hell
is
yes, it
now
is.
becoming, well, I mean, it is anti-Semitic, but what I'm saying is that it's that slow road to overall all acceptance. Because the thing is that even when it's being said so many times over, those people, instead of being shut down and shut up, they're being pandered to make sure that they vote for Biden during this presidential election. He can't basically go to them and just say, you guys are a bunch of anti-Semitic racists, go back to where you came from if you're not happy here. No, he can't do that. Instead, he has to embrace them and make them the basically put them to the top of the chart, when it comes to his overall political campaign, which to me, honestly, it really just emphasizes how insane that is, because majority of the country, that's not the number one issue that people care about, is what's happening obviously with Israel. But for Joe Biden, he's making it number one issue because he believes that is what's going to win him the 2024 election, which
Well,
scary.
let me correct that. I don't think that's going to help him maintain his base. What he hopes will win the election is going to be abortion and race. And you'll see him pivot to that in the summer, late summer, probably around
He's going
August.
to pivot to what now?
He's going to pivot in August, right around August. He's going to pivot to race and abortion, because those will get Democrats to come out and vote, and they're hot button, high emotion. The reason why he won't use them now is because they're temporary emotional buttons. And if you press it too soon, the emotion evaporates.
Let me speak on the abortion issue, and I'm going to tell you right now, I don't think that issue is going to be, I mean, on a localized level, I think that, may actually have some power. So different places where Republicans are completely banning, abortion, I think that topic will.
There's only one place. There's only one state that's even considering that. No one, it's not the position of the Republicans across the country that it should be banned outright. It's banned except for, there's always the exception of incest, rape, and the life of the mother. That is those are three accepted exclusions to cosmetic abortion, and that's what we should really make the difference on. We're talking about cosmetic, voluntary abortion as a means of birth control, which is not the same thing.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think that I think one of the things though is that the position that Trump currently has on abortion and his attitude on it, really, as far as a presidential kind of run though, kind of really diffuses the entire argument, because I think even with Trump, it's like it's far, like he was even attacking DeSantis for what he was pushing in Florida, and said that is too much. And so Biden can't attack Trump on that particular policy and saying that Trump wants to go that way.
Sure can. And he is. He will.
Yeah.
He's going to say that Republicans, it's not that Trump is going to say, oh, we have to get rid of all abortion. It's that Trump is going to put judges in that are going to say it for him. And that's the argument that has been made. They made that in 2022, and that's the argument they're going to use again.
Yeah, that's the
summer
argument.
24.
I don't see it. Like I said, I just don't see it being that powerful.
Oh, it's very powerful.
Like I said,
it's why they won. As the reason why Democrats did as well as they did in the 22 midterm elections was because of the abortion issue.
Yeah. Well, yes, that among other issues.
That was the primary.
Was a major one.
That was the big push.
Yeah, it was. And I agree. And the thing is, though, that was more localized as well too. And so you didn't have the presidential election. I mean, it really depends. Like you said, if you think that I mean, look at it. He's gonna. I mean, look, he can have some sway, but I mean, overall, as far as independence, and Trump's position on it, I don't see that as being like he's. Yeah, I don't. Like I said, I don't see that being that may be a big factor. but I don't see it being as overwhelming as certain other aspects of it. And you look at the inflation, rate, and the economy, I think will be the biggest thing. And honestly, as far as the economy goes, I think that the Biden administration, honestly, and the cooks have actually done an outstanding job, basically with the way they've pumped everything to this degree, and kept things as hot as they have without. I mean, people are pissed off because things are high.
Yes.
Inflation's up there. But the thing is a lot of people still have jobs. Now things are starting to change. I've noticed in the last stats the job numbers did come out high, but the stats were actually deceiving because full-time jobs actually decreased. I think
Yes.
By a considerable amount, and then what was part-time jobs, those are where they're actually increasing. And
300,000. There was an increase of part-time jobs for economic reasons by 300,000 people. That was a massive increase.
Yeah, and so that's extremely dangerous for the Biden administration if they can't hide, the breakdown of those numbers, and they just look at the overall stats. He's going to look like he's doing awesome.
He doesn't have to hide it. No one's going to look. I can tell you where to look. If you go to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, look at the most recent labor report, and go to the A-8 chart, which is just the breakdown of part-time jobs and full-time jobs. You look in there, it'll tell you right there. It's very obvious. No one will look. One, because they don't know, and two, because the news media doesn't want you to know. But it's right there in front of everyone.
Yeah. No, I know it's right there. It's just, and it's like I said. I think it's a lot of times it's going to be people's perception of what is actually happening. And look at everybody feels, the inflation rates. Everybody feels everything's really tight right now as far as that, and everybody's been holding their breath for some sort of relief. And the sad thing is though is that as soon as if there is any sort of deflation, it's not going to be it's going to be very painful for a massive amount of individuals, because the deflation is depression, and that means the economy is not expanding, it's actually going down, and that was bad. And part of the problem, I think, that what's going to happen, if President Trump is reelected or is elected, is what's going to happen economically when the Republicans, retake, if they fully retake power and they get control of the purse. And one of the problems right now is just that the amount of spending and money that has been outflowing from the Biden administration into the economy has basically just kept this economy running extremely hot. And then as soon as you get somebody in there to go, okay, we're going to have to cut our spending, we're going to have to, cut our stuff out. As soon as the government cuts back, then basically the only thing that's running hot in the economy will start to retract. And unfortunately, that's where you'll, see the start, of just a complete slam of the economy.
Okay, let me clarify.
Go ahead.
Deflation and inflation, kind of the same. A lot of people get confused by this. The more that we print money, we are literally deflating the value of the dollar, which we see as inflation. The prices go up because the money is worth less, which is technically deflation. We're devaluing the dollar, but we're inflating the cost. They work together. So a lot of people miss that. So I want to try and clarify that for people so they can understand it.
I mean, one of the things that people don't see too is an unfortunate, it's a double-edged sword right now, because with interest rates being as high as they are, they put in a tremendous burden on our national debt, because basically we're having to pay massive interest rates on that. But unfortunately, if the economy does massively cool off and all of a sudden they cut interest rates, then the tax revenue that basically services that debt, will basically be less than what the interest rate, currently is causing, the pain on the other end.
There's a difference, and there's other problems with that aspect. Let me get to that. But looking at the economy, so we've talked about inflation, deflation, what that means or how we see that. What is absolutely necessary, I don't care who wins the election next. It could be RFK, it could be Mike Termott. People may not even know who that is. It could be the Nergalite Jasmine Sherman, which I know nobody knows who that is. But whoever wins, the economy is going to collapse within the next 3 years. It's going to happen. It has to happen. It is a cycle. It is cyclical. And we have been spending too much money, and we don't have anything to back that up. So we are going to see a retraction. We are going to see jobs. We're going to see a loss of jobs. We're going to see the unemployment rate increase. It is part of the natural cycle. It is trying to readjust, especially if we see spending slow down, which it has to slow down. Part of the reason why it will slow down, I believe, is that before the end of this year, the United States will be downgraded to AA status. People don't understand what that means. That changes everything overnight. Everything becomes more expensive overnight, regardless of who's in office, regardless of your political affiliation. And it is going to happen. People should be planning for that to happen this year.
When is that grade come out?
It's whenever they want to. It can be
whenever
any,
they want to. So basically,
anytime.
will not come out before the election if the Biden administration basically has anything to say about it.
Well, it might, because the only times we've been downgraded was under Obama and Biden. So they don't care. The grading companies don't care because it doesn't matter to them.
Yeah.
They're dealing with international debt.
Right.
So whether it's the
so
United
as long as they're non-biased, then that actually,
mostly
that's interesting.
They're mostly non-biased.
Because that's one of the situations obviously is where we're dealing with our own feds, the Federal Reserve, and Jerome Powell is he's just I don't know what to say about him, except basically he says a lot of things, and then meanwhile inflation just continues to run hot, and they continually they're continually running. They're saying, well, we are getting that, we're not really getting the soft landing. It is running high. We're going to cut rates, or we're not going to cut rates, and it's having a massive impact on the economies, their behaviors. Look at we both said before though is that really interest rates are not low considering to historical norms. But my argument's always been is that due to having an economy that was running off of very low interest rates and now having to refinance at these higher rates makes it extremely difficult. And the question is though, is I was honestly expecting to see more of a collapse in the commercial sector, and quite frankly, I'm actually surprised it hasn't happened already.
Well, there's a lot to there's so much that's going on.
I honestly have been completely wrong on the economy because I can't see if I try to look at a historical standard of how the economy would go. I would have thought that we would like markets would have crashed and the economy would have really kind of just fallen off a cliff by now. Look, I do have to say one thing though is that one thing that probably saved it a little was some of the behavior of the Fed Reserve, basically propping up the banks and basically making it a zero hazard situation. But there's a cost to that, because the thing is by having the zero hazard or moral, whatever they call it, moral hazard, when it comes to banks, unable to fail at this point, it does put, our entire economy in the hands of our credit status and our debt and our ability to basically continue to borrow. If any of those things go down, like we can't borrow or our credit status goes down, then our economy will basically collapse at that point.
And it's going to happen. And it's going to happen. Our credit rating is going to go down, which means everything will become more expensive literally overnight. And it will push us closer to becoming a financially third world nation. It will happen. It's what happened to Russia, and that's part of why they transitioned out of socialism into the CIS, Commonwealth of Independent States. That whole thing happened because of their economy collapsing. It's going to happen here in the United States because we have borrowed too much money and we have nowhere to get it from. And we have nothing to back it with except the faith that America will be strong, except we have had a rash of presidents who are weak and have horrible economic policies. Trump was the aberration in a trend of increased spending that is wasteful. And that's and so people have to plan for that long term. And I know a lot of people are going to say, but Mike, you're talking about money. It's the economy. I don't get it. I don't want to. Look, you can watch the Kardashians and you can pay attention to that. And people know everything about, I don't know how many people have told me that everything about the lives of the Kardashians and the 90-day fiance crap. And they know these people's lives inside and out. If you can do that, you can understand the economy. It just takes an hour a day. An hour a day for about 2 months, you will understand this. And which one's more important? Which one's going to affect your life more? The answer is, of course, the economy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at it. I mean, I agree with you. Yeah, no, I mean, like, there's so many important things that, you know. Oh, one thing I need to mention, you know, that was very interesting, you know, and it goes into, you know, some of the conversation with China and TikTok, that social media company, and some of the propaganda that they've been feeding, you know, because when Congress is going to ban that, you know, or I don't even know what they're doing now. That, you know, there was the Chinese basically were really trying to push on their platform and to basically tell kids, you know, to tell, you know, the parents and everything how horrible, you know, the United States is and how unconstitutional it is for them to actually stop that. And I thought it was kind of amusing, you know, that they were doing that. And then also, you know, some of the propaganda that they were pushing when it came to the war, you know, with that and what's happening with Hamas and Israel. And I had a conversation, you know, with my niece, you know, and I told my brother-in-law, I'm like, don't let her, you know, use TikTok or whatever, and she's always on there, and you know, and I joked, and I always, you know, always breach any sort of issue, you know, with a sense of humor and mess, you know, kind of ironic, you know, twist to it, and you know, we were talking, you know, about my father-in-law was talking about China, and he's mentioning about, you know, the EV cars and stuff, and them taking over all this stuff. But I ended up getting on the topic. I said, taking over. I said, look, I said, you know, I was joking. I'm like, well, yeah, well, look at your granddaughter there. I mean, she's 100% pro-China. I mean, my God, she hates the United States right now because they're going to take her TikTok program around. Well, I didn't know anything about whether or not she knew that or believed that, but sure enough, she did. And she says, yeah. She says, why the heck are they trying to attack and take this away? And all of a sudden, I pause and I take I take a step back, and then I'm like, really? I said, you really believe that, or are you just being like kind of ironic and kind of just teasing me, you know?
Of
Because
course
you know
they
what,
believe it. Of
you know,
course
I
they
think.
believe it.
No, she literally believed that.
Yeah.
Well, so then I had to breach the topic of the situation, you know, in Israel and what she believes that's going in Gaza. And I basically just asked her a sentence on that. And she says it was horrible. He says freaking the Israelis are going in there and just killing freaking, you know, the Palestinian babies left and right. And I go to her, I said, what? I said, what's happening? Just be specific. She says, yes, you know, they've got to stop immediately killing the freaking babies over there. And all of a sudden I look at my brother-in-law, I go to him, I said, this is your fault. And he says, what? I said, yeah. I said, this is insane. I mean, get this though, Mike. She's, I think, only like, you know, 11 years old or 12 years old, right? Most kids, I remember, if you'd ever been in school, even yourself, I mean, when it came to political topics like this, did anybody really even know what was going on in these countries? Did they really have a basic understanding, you know, of what's happening? I mean, if your parents didn't know it and wasn't on the news and it wasn't talked about, you know, with teachers, you didn't have any sort of idea or opinion on this stuff. But not only does she have an opinion on the topic that's happening over in Israel, she is completely against Israel. You know, she is completely pro Hamas.
It's called
you know?
indoctrination.
And the whole indoctrination came from Twitter. I mean, this proved, you know, without a reasonable doubt how powerful the Tricoms, you know, hold on our generation is when it comes to TikTok, you know, and their influence over our culture and our freaking, you know, political policy. You know?
They don't.
I mean,
They
she's
don't have
completely.
control. They don't have control. They have influence. Yes. Control.
Well,
No. There's a big difference.
I mean, yeah, influence is. I would just say,
and it's
though,
not. And it's not. TikTok isn't the one that's making college students say that they want to be pro Hamas, that they want to support terrorism. That's coming from the colleges and our high schools. That's coming from the teachers in these high schools and these colleges that aren't telling the kids about the consequences of what they're talking about. They're not emphasizing or even bringing up the fact that Hamas is a terrorist organization, that they killed Americans, that they have Americans as well as the British and French and Germans, that they have them as hostages, that they are sexually abusing, that they're excusing decades of attacks by Hamas based on the intent to genocide people for their religious belief. That's not because of TikTok. That's because of the education system that has been left. Again, this is where you took parents out of it. You trusted the government, and the government is making the decision for you rather than you being involved. Again, and going to what I was talking about with the American dream, this is against the American dream. It's not individual choices. This is institutional choices being placed on you. I can't accept that. It's bad. Make sense?
Yeah, I agree with you.
Okay.
One of the other points I was going to make was what you specifically were talking about when it comes to teachers and educators in colleges. And the crazy thing is that specifically in like my niece's point I was trying to make though is that she's pretty much below that level. It's like if you're going into high school, maybe you have like history teachers and all those people, maybe they'll be talking specifically about certain areas and wars and events, and they can get into politics to indoctrinate your kids on those sort of ideas. And I'm saying though is that we got an 11-year-old who has not even gotten near that when it comes to political policies and wars and everything like that. They don't even they haven't studied any of that yet.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter because we have kindergarten teachers that are indoctrinating these kids with these ideas.
I agree to a degree, but what I'm simply saying though is that the exposure to social media that she has is so powerful, that it's educating her, far more, has far more pull and influence over her and her entire generation than all these crazy leftist teachers that are out there, because I mean, so many. See, the thing is, what I'm saying though is that it's about point of contact and the number of people that you have that are influencing you, and what is your biggest influencing, and where are you getting your ideas and your education, And the bottom line is that yeah, there is tons of liberal teachers that are out there, but they're not 100% of the entire demographic of all. So there are some opportunities for you to actually hear, alternative than just left view. What I'm saying though is that TikTok has such a powerful influence that there's a whole generation of individuals who are literally using this all the time, and their perception on reality and politics and everything, is basically coming from this particular platform that is far more impactful than any of these liberal teachers and wackos that are out there, And I think that the consideration, and I think that people don't, and like my brother-in-law did not realize, of what she was actually learning. She wasn't learning from school. He didn't realize that she was learning so much, about China and about, what was happening with Hamas, from just a simple program. They think,
Well, you're
TikTok's
not
just a
supposed
bunch
to.
of video.
Parents aren't. That's the one good thing that came out of the lockdowns is parents got the chance to see and hear what their kids were being taught, and suddenly realized, oh my God, that's insane. But hang on,
Right.
Let's do this.
Massive corrections, yeah.
Yeah. Let me do this. We've been on for a little while now.
Haven't talked in a while.
No, that's all right. And I don't mind. I mean, that's what the whole birthday is about, is having that conversation.
It's a marathon.
It's a marathon, absolutely. And to have that conversation, because this is all, again, it's about the American dream. If we're not involved with our kids, we're not involved with the education, if we're relying on AI instead of ourselves or our neighbors and friends, then everything fails. But let me do this because I'm going to take another quick break very quickly.
Sure.
Hey, Logan said hello. Logan Blakesley said hello to everybody. What I'm going to do is I'm going to let you go. I'm going to take a quick break, and then I'm going to come right back. And I'm not sure which subject I'm going to talk about, but we'll figure it out when I get back.
Have a good one, and happy birthday.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jason, for calling in. And, I'm going to be here for a while, so don't worry. We're going to cover it all. So, folks, that was Jason. He just called in. We've had a pretty in-depth conversation about a lot of the issues I think you find important and are relevant to what's going on with you and how this affects the American dream. And again, I want to come back to it's important for us to understand the American dream. It is at the core. It is the essence of all of these things. And all of these things that are destroying that American dream destroy America. I think it's very important to understand that. And I think it's very clear the more examples, the more conversations from people all across this country of all different ages, all different types of people, we're hearing over and over again. The more people who call in, the more I hear that, and the more that I see that, and it's true internationally as well. But I do want to take I need to just jump to the head real quick for a second, and that's what we call the restroom in the military. Logan, I want to thank you for calling for the happy birthday wish. Thank you very much for that. I know you're over in the Broome County region. So give me 1 second, folks. I will be right back. I just got hit with a need to go. So let's listen to this for 1 second. This is from 2021. I've got stuff from years all over. There's literally no subject I haven't covered in all the last 18 years. So this is from 2021. Think about this when you think about what we know now and what was being said back then. I want you to hear that. Hello, folks. This is Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. We're here with you at No Soundbites Allowed. We are out in the public. We are at the 4th protest of the vaccine mandate occurring in downtown Binghamton at this moment. Well, careful, kids. And we have some kids, we have families here, and a lot of people who are paying attention. We also have one individual with us right now who wants to speak about why she is here. Ma'am, let me ask you first. What is your first name?
Roxy.
Roxy. And Roxy, can you tell me, are you a resident of Broome County?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us, why are you here today?
To stand up for our freedoms. My ancestors were signed the Mayflower Compact, and I feel it's my duty to carry the banner because they came from England for their freedoms, and now we have to fight for them again and keep those freedoms. And wanted to say too that my mother, that is 24/7 care, has Parkinson's disease, has a heart problem, and she has her arteries full of cholesterol. She gave me the COVID, and she's 95. She survived, and all my siblings survived that were taking care of her 24/7 too.
So you've had a personal experience with this, and you've seen it. What would you say to those people who say you're not following the science, that you have no choice?
I would say you're not looking at all the information out there. You need to read more information and dig into it before you decide to take this vaccination. Make it a personal decision.
Do you believe that this is a decision with individuals and their doctors, or do you think it's something that the government should have control over?
I think it's not something the government should control our decision on our own personal vaccinations.
Is there anything else that you'd like to mention to people about why you're here today?
Just to make people more aware that there's people out here that care about the workers that don't want to have the vaccination, that are getting fired. I think this is way out of control.
I want to thank you for that, Roxy. It's important that we hear all voices, and I think you're lending your voice to this today, too.
Thank you for being here, too.
No problem at all. Hello, folks, and this is my... Okay, so I think it's very interesting, and I know it was very brief, but Again, I wanted to just give you a glimpse of some of the things that we have seen over the last many years. I mean, we've gone back to 2015. We've talked about 2023, 2021. It's interesting that the more that we lose focus on... Oh, yeah, okay. Sorry, I have my audio down. The more that we lose focus on the American dream, the more everything falls apart at the edges, the more that everything fails in our nation. And that affects every other nation. Let's think about that for a second. Because we've been exporting a lot of our ideas, these progressive ideology on race in particular. We see that's been affecting a lot of other nations. That's in France, that's in England, in Germany. And it's destroying their nations as well on things that had nothing to do with them. The racial views here in the United States, which are always centered around 1860 in America, has nothing to do with England or France or any other country. It was very unique to the United States. Slavery in the United States, the race relations in the United States are separate of any other nation in the world. But yet we are exporting our BLM style ideology of race and racial interactions, diversity, equity, and inclusion to everyone in the world. And it's harming everyone. And it's because it dehumanizes in every single country, in every single way. It dehumanizes people, and it's absolutely abhorrent. Now, I do see a comment from Siri01. How many times did your birthday fall on Easter? How many times does my birthday fall on... I only think twice. I'm sorry, I just wanted to take a moment because I did get a comment here. Let me show you. And this is from Siri01. How many times did your birthday fall on Easter? To my knowledge, Siri, I think it's been twice that I can recall in my life. Might be more. My birthday's right in that realm where sometimes it hits, Easter hits my birthday. So sometimes that happens. But as far as I can remember, only twice. Why? I'm just wondering why. It's a curious thing to ask. But talking about this race relations and how this is affecting everyone, how it's interacting with our lives, diversity, equity, inclusion, it has destroyed everything it has touched. Look at Hollywood. Look at what's happening. Look at what we're seeing with Disney and Disney Plus, the Marvel, Star Wars. Look at the movies that are coming out this year. It's all been destructive. It has hurt everything that it has touched because no one cares about these characters. No one wants to see these stories. No one's interested in these characters. Even though they keep telling us, oh, no, but everyone wants inclusion. Nobody wants the inclusion the way that they are presenting it. Because we've had inclusion before. If we go back and look at TV shows in the 80s, the 90s, the early 2000s, we had inclusion. We had characters that were diverse, quote unquote. And by that I mean there were characters that happened to have different skin colors, maybe some different races, and they were characters. They were people of interest. They were interesting movies. But we didn't have what we have now, which are just skin suits. They're useless. They're walking propaganda ads, and that's all there is. There's nothing about them that is of interest. I mentioned it earlier, we're talking about the Marvels, but you can point to almost anything, whether it's Ant-Man and the Wasp, you can go to Wakanda Forever, the first or second Black Panther movie. There's really not much there, more so the second Black Panther movie than the first, but these aren't good people. These aren't good stories. We have villains that are being celebrated. The Acolyte is about to be coming up. And when we see that, it's about the bad guy not being the bad guy. That we're supposed to celebrate the bad guy because the bad guy is going to be a woman. That doesn't mean they're a good guy. But this is DEI. This is diversity, equity, inclusion. And at the core of all of this equity, this ideology is evil because it dehumanizes. And we're teaching this to our kids. directly, both in terms of education at schools, like I was talking with Jason about, but also it's indirectly through the so-called entertainment that these kids are absorbing, whether it's through short videos on TikTok or YouTube, or whether it's on the streaming services like Disney Plus. They're being inundated with this message in every single format that is all pointing towards the same thing. These lies about what is diversity and what is equity. Equity is supposed to be a great thing. It's not. You know what? I had more opportunity before there was equity than after it. I'm a black Puerto Rican, okay? And I have great education, huge skill set. You would think I'd be making tons of money and be very famous and very popular, and I can't get anywhere because I have the wrong political affiliation, the wrong political ideology. And that's the real rub of it. Because at the end of the day, it's about compliance. DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, this whole push is about compliance. BLM, Antifa, the progressive leaders of tomorrow, the Democratic Socialists of America, are all about compliance. They're not about freedom. They're not about inclusion. Yeah, you're included in their plan, in where they have placed you. You are a category that fits into a slot they predetermined. Whether it's Joe Biden telling you you're black, only if you vote Democrat. That's DEI. That's your inclusion right there. You obey. What about, and we hear this throughout all of the politics. How dare you question that? How dare you bring that up? It's legit. It's politics. They said it. It's not like he made it up. He actually said this. This is his policy. These are his ideas. And he's dehumanizing every black person, just like all of equity does, because it's not supposed to lift you up. It's supposed to tear everything down, which is what we're seeing in the United States. We're not lifting up other nations anymore. We're tearing America down to bring them to the level of all these other nations. That's what equity is doing. We're doing fantastic with race relations in the 1980s, in the 1990s. Not to say there isn't room for always improving, but when we started adopting this idea of equity, we also started adopting at the same time this idea of supremacy, of superiority, of ranking. And we started ranking people. Oh, well, you're straight. Well, that's not as good as being gay. That's not as good as being trans. That's not as good as being skinny or fat, body positivity. We started coming up with category after category to dehumanize human beings and to put them into these slots. No longer does it matter who you are, what your context is, what your experience is. It's all about where do you fit into these slots so that you can be contained, so you can be forced to comply. That's not what America's about. America has never been, the history of America, the American dream, is never been about compliance. We're a nation of rebels. The world looks at America and says, we're a bunch of cowboys. We are outrageous. We are overkill and personified. There's always a bigger gun. There's always a bigger bomb. And Americans will always use the bigger gun and the bigger bomb. We're violent. We're hyper-reactive. That's what the world looks at when they look at America and Americans. That's not necessarily a bad thing. That helped protect America for a long time. So the world couldn't reach us and didn't try for the most part. But that's not the only thing that we had. It's an understanding that America had a spirit of adventure, of exploration, of independence and independence. I mean, think about the Wild West going out, exploring into the rest of America. Oh my God, those poor Indians. They weren't innocent people either, by the way. But yes, we conquered. So did everyone else. Every nation that exists on the face of the earth today conquered somebody else before them. And you go back in time and somebody conquered somebody else all the way. It's not a horrendous thing. It's not the nicest thing. but it's not horrendous. It's not like it's never happened before. No one's ever done that before. Of course they have. Even within the Indian nation, they had worse too. Let's get real with this, okay? It's not all Echo, the TV show, which was horrendous, abysmal. But we need to have these realistic understandings that it is that independence, that spirit of independence that got people to come to America and colonize in the first place. That spirit of independence that got people to move in throughout America, to develop America, to industrialize America, to become a powerhouse in the world. That's all because of that individual willingness to challenge authority, to question what's going on, to critically understand the situation and the consequences. That's what America is. Again, these are the elements of the American dream. None of that is contained within the socialist or the progressive or the leftist ideologies. None of that. The left has nothing but compliance. No matter how far left you go, it all is about comply, obey, don't think, just do as you are told. We got to get away from that. I mean, I'm 56. They're counting. The left is looking forward to the fact that I should die soon. I mean, I'm a black male. Somewhere, my life expectancy is somewhere around 65. My family history says that any day now I could die. I mean, that's just reality. Men die young in my family for lots of different reasons. But they die young in my family. I'm imminently, according to family history, I could die at any moment. Looking at black men in America, I'm within about 10 years of potentially being dead. They're hoping, often we are seeing that the left is hoping that the baby boomers and the generation after them, I think I'm Gen X or something like that, are all going to die off, and the young kids don't know the difference. We have to teach them now. We have to share that American dream. The American dream isn't a nightmare, and we need to make sure the next generation knows that. Because if they are convinced that it is a nightmare, if they're convinced about this DEI messaging, this indoctrination that they have been getting, America will cease to exist. It will fall apart. Either because there will be no one willing to defend this progressive crap that they're trying to shove down our throats, and because we will fracture, we will fall apart, we will not be unified because we aren't unified. The 70s, 80s, 90s, we had an understanding we were Americans. We weren't hyphen Americans, we were Americans. That was first and foremost. Everything else came secondary. And we had a similar goal to make America better for the next generation. I've said this before. I'll say it again. There's nothing wrong with making America great for the next generation. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. That is a positive. Every nation should be trying to make their nation the best it could be for the next generation. That's your job as a parent. That's our job as a society, to improve for the next generation. Give them a path forward to better. That's what we're supposed to do. Somehow that's supposed to be evil and bad now. And we're supposed to go backwards instead. We're supposed to teach our kids not to want to strive to be individuals, but to conform and to fit into the boxes comfortably so they can keep their heads down and be quiet. That has never been a successful strategy for any nation, and it has always resulted in failure. We're kind of backdoor entering into socialism. It's crazy. Let me see. I got a couple of comments here. Where am I? Hang on, I'm catching up. So Logan. Oh, Cool Roy says that his birthday's coming up soon too. Hey, happy birthday to you. He calls the left the children of the scorned. That's funny. Because social justice is not about equal justice. It's about political payback. That is true. Social justice is anything that is, if you have to modify the word justice, then you're not talking about justice. You're talking about something else. You're talking about political ideology. You're talking about benefit, political benefit to one group or another. You're talking about bias. There is no such thing as social justice. There's justice. And we have societies. And our societies are moderated by our justice systems. You don't have social justice. There is no such thing. It doesn't exist. It's a made-up word. A word made up to make you conform to the political agenda of a specific group. They knew you would never agree to having cashless bail. You would never agree to having revolving doors in our prisons, allowing criminals who've been arrested, guilty as charged, to constantly go in and out of prison, to come back out into society and make more crimes before we even finish dealing with the crime they originally got arrested for. You would never agree with that. But it's social justice. It's reform. Now you have to accept it because it's reform. The word reform is right there. It must be good. It's justice. The word is right in there. It must be good. No, stop, think, understand the consequences. And we know what the consequences are. We are seeing the consequences before our eyes as we speak. We're seeing the recidivism, the repeat offenders of crime. We've seen the types of crime that they continue to make, not only trying to attack, they go into jail, they come out, they go after the people they committed the crime against initially, and they coerce them, they threaten them, they attack them, they try to kill them, and sometimes they succeed so that they can get off on their original charges, committing more crimes, going back out and robbing the bank again, sometimes even the same bank on the same day. This is the problem, because there is no such thing as social justice. It's justice. Full stop, period. There is nothing else. Justice. You either have justice or you don't. And if you have to modify justice, you don't have justice. You have something else. You have something that is masquerading as justice, which is in fact a political agenda. Now, if there's anyone, and I know there are people on the left who hate when I say that, they're triggered, I mean, they've been triggered probably for the last 6 hours, 7 hours now, but yeah, prove me wrong. How do you prove me wrong? Show me how I am wrong. What evidence do you have? I understand they may feel like I am wrong, but that's your feelings. I don't care. 15 minutes, you'll have another feeling. Who cares? Where is the evidence? I can point to the recidivism rate. I can show you the crimes that are being committed, who's committing these crimes, and how they're committing these crimes on a repeated basis. We have the evidence. The data exists. We've seen this in the news over and over and over again. We've seen the promises of safety never come true while our freedoms are eaten away, taken away step by step by step. Kind of like here in New York. Kathy Hochul activated the National Guard, put them in the subway system because now you're going to be safe. Except she leaves out, oh yeah, but the National Guard doesn't know how to be police because they're not the police. So they won't help you with regular police issues. Oh, you're not going to be allowed to go and use the MTA unless you volunteer to open up your bags and let this National Guardsman look at inside your bag. He doesn't have that right. He doesn't have a warrant. He can't go into your bag. He can't look at what's in there. And when he says, oh, please, can you hand me that? Let me see what that is. He has no right to reach into your bag and take your property. If you give it to him, you don't have to do that. And they can't stop you from getting on the subway because you say, you don't have a warrant, you don't have the right to look in my bag or have anything that is in my bag. How dare you? Oh, but Kathy Hochul says, but see, you're not complying. You're the problem. You're supposed to obey. Wait a minute, you're breaking the Fourth Amendment. No, I'm not supposed to obey. That is not what the Constitution says. That's not what my rights are by birth. I have a right to privacy. You don't have a right to know, and you don't need to know. At the height of the crime in the 1970s in New York City, and New York City used to be a very, very violent city. People say, oh, it's violent. We used to be really crazy, stupid violence down in 42nd Street. before they Disney-fied 42nd Street and 34th Street, before it became all this big corporate sales pitch, it was a much seedier, much more dangerous kind of place. And actually, I preferred the old 42nd Street to the new Disney 42nd Street, to be quite honest. I like the old mom and pop businesses, the 24-hour karate movie theater. It was fantastic. It would usually have 2, maybe 3 different features of nothing but karate kung fu movies. You pay once and you could stay there all night, 8 hours, watching all of the kung fu movies before they'd even consider trying to kick you out. It was fantastic. I loved that place. Was it seedy? Was it dark? Was it not necessarily nice? Absolutely. But, that was the nature of the world. Pay attention. Keep your eyes open. Don't fall asleep. Don't be stupid. And you'll be fine. Tourists were the ones who had the biggest problems, quite honestly. But that's okay. Now everyone gets ripped off because of the corporate element that has taken over 42nd Street. But I'm detracting from looking at that, even at the height of the crime in the 1970s, the 1980s in New York City, which is why we had to have Ed Koch come in and try and fix the city. We didn't even think then to go in and violate the Fourth Amendment in this way. In the Wild West, brutal days of the 1970s and 80s in New York, even then we didn't violate the Fourth Amendment. But we're doing it now. And you're trying to tell me that it's better, that this is more like the American dream? Where in the American dream does it say, I don't have the right to Fourth Amendment? I don't have the right to privacy or my property? Where is that in the Constitution? Please show me that. Show me how that's more about the American dream. About individualism. Rugged individualism is the classic term that's usually used about it. Where is that in comply or else? That accusation equals guilt, because that's what this is. When they go into your bags, when they activate the National Guard and tell them that they're going to block you from using public services because you didn't comply. Oh, no. That's not the American way. That's not the American dream. Let me go back to some comments here. Your funny user has been banned. No, I am not trans, gay, or in a wheelchair. That's why I rank so low. I'm just above straight white men, and then comes straight black men. We're at the bottom of the ranking of equity. Let me catch up to the comments here. Cool Roy is going crazy right now. Got a lot of comments on there. Oh, and so does Siri01. Sorry, Siri01. I was talking, so I didn't get a chance to check it out. Let me see here. Graham says, how is the National Guard being stationed at public transit sites different from the TSA checkpoints at airports? Well, to an extent, first of all, the TSA isn't the military, which the National Guard is. So right up front, the first big problem I have, the National Guard is the military. The TSA isn't the military. They have a very different purpose. The TSA is trained alongside or very similar to other law enforcement, like the police, like the FBI, the CIA. They have a different training. Not mind you, I think the training could be far, far better and far, far different than what it is, but that's a very big difference. So you make a good question there, Graham, but I think it's a very big difference between a military and a police force or a law enforcement force. They have different objectives. They have different tactics. They're trained in massively different ways. One is meant to deal with the public. One absolutely isn't. And that's a big difference between those two. Second thing that's different about the TSA, it's actually targeting at airports where we have international traffic. We have high-risk zones. The local MTA, the subway, is not the same. We're not getting people from different countries coming into America on the subway. You have to be in New York to use the subway. Not the same thing as flying in from another country. We don't get refugees flying in on on the subway. They may be on the subway, but they had to come to America first. So again, it's a different gateway. We're guarding against a different type of crime, a different type of criminal. So a very different thing. Now, does that mean I love the TSA? Absolutely not. I think they are far too much of a restriction on our freedoms. I think they were an overreaction to 9/11. And much like the Patriot Act, it was an overreaction. We gave up, we were so emotional that we gave up a ton of our freedoms to have the illusion of safety. Because the TSA is not making you safe. They're not protecting you. We've seen how many times that people have gotten through the TSA with dangerous weapons or dangerous implements, things that could be potentially considered harmful to the public. How many times has the TSA completely failed and screwed up or overreached their bounds and sexually assaulted people, that they have detained people improper? The TSA is one big mess. I'm not defending them at all, but they are different than nationalizing or activating the National Guard to do a police job, a law enforcement job, and to poorly do that as it is. Because people are still being stabbed on the subway. People are still being pushed in front of trains. People are still being shot in the subway stations. They're not doing their job because that's not their job. We have the wrong person, the wrong people doing the wrong job. Why are we doing this? Because it's the illusion of safety so that Kathy Hochul can say, oh, but see, I'm taking care of crime. I got the National Guard down here. You need to reelect me so that I can give them better orders and I can get more of them to make you feel safe, to protect you. Because that guy in body armor and M4, don't you feel safe now? No, I do not feel safe now because he's not going to engage. He's never going to use that M4 on a subway station. He's never going to do that. He has no authorization. There are far too many civilians around. So he might as well have nothing in terms of a weapon because he's not going to use the M4. And the body armor doesn't protect me, it protects him. I can't wear, it's a crime for me to wear body armor in New York State, according to Kathy Hochul, because somehow me wearing body armor somehow endangers anyone else. I do not understand that, and they have never explained that. Why New York State legislature passed it makes no sense, because passive self-defense is somehow offensive. I don't get it. It makes no sense. So again, I'm not feeling protected because of the National Guard, but the TSA, which is federal. So another difference between these two is one, we're talking about a state issue versus the federal issue. The TSA is a federal agency. I don't think they should exist. I don't think they need the funding that they have. I think they have the wrong rules and regulations. I think that they abuse their power. Absolutely. And it was created in a moment of high emotions. And when we have high emotion, we usually have low intellect. When people are very emotional, they tend to be very, very non-intellectual at the same time. People aren't normally emotional and intellectual at the same time. It just doesn't usually happen. It's very rare if you see that. So we did the emotional thing and didn't understand the consequences of that. And now we're seeing that, and it's not beneficial. So, no, I don't recommend either the TSA or nationalizing the National Guard, but one's a state issue, which is easier to deal with than the federal issue, which is very difficult to deal with because people have been told that they should be afraid, and the TSA is going to make you safe, even though it doesn't. And that's a problem. So I wanted to clear that. Let me see. So I hope I answered your question about that, Graham. And, really, it does not advance this. Why are we always counting on the government to protect me? I don't want the government to protect me, quite honestly. Unless we're talking about from militaries, if we're talking about from terrorist threats entering the United States. Yes, because that is the job of the government. Separate of that, that's why I have the Second Amendment. That's why I have the right to own a bulletproof vest. I can protect myself after that, for the most part. We do have local police to make sure that people aren't just running rampantly around, breaking laws just because they can, taking advantage of people just because they can. But obviously, that's not very effective because they are breaking the law. Just like the Venezuelan gang in the Bronx, the 8 of them having a drug gang selling guns and terrorizing their neighborhood. Well, where's the police? They're being hamstrung. Why? Because, well, they're illegal aliens, so you can't really touch them. They are in a sanctuary city, in a sanctuary state, so we have to excuse them until it gets beyond the pale of extreme, and that's a problem. I have a lot of problems with this. Okay. Let me move on. User has been banned says it's odd how the Patriot Act was passed only 28 days after the 2 stories, 2 stones, 3 birds event. After 9/11. Yeah. It was immediately after. And again, that was the height of emotion in America. It was the same time that we were saying that we were planning. If you ask the average American, they were willing to drop a nuke on any nation that was connected in any way to 9/11. Today, we have colleges and these protesters, the DSA, running around blocking off city streets across this nation, protesting, trying to burn down buildings, and that's so that they can protect the terrorists that killed 34 Americans. The difference being, well, they killed them in a foreign country other than killing them here in the United States. It's still killing Americans. Shouldn't we have the same kind of outrage? Is it because there was only 34 Americans? Is there some kind of limit, some kind of gauge or marker that says, oh, well, you killed under 50 Americans, so we're not that upset. But if you kill between 50 and 100 Americans, then we're kind of upset and no one will protest, but they won't help you. But if you kill over 100 Americans, well, now we're angry and the nation goes crazy. No, it shouldn't be like that. It's either we're upset or we're not. And we should be upset. And we should be defending America. That's what the military is for. That's what they should be doing. And the police should be making sure that when we find people who violate our federal law, they get handed over to the federal government so they can be kicked out of our country. At least that's the way I think of it. Let me go on. Yeah, but the Patriot Act, horrible bill. Horrible bill. User has been banned says that the Patriot Act was the fastest bill ever passed through Congress. Yeah, no one read it. No one read what they were passing there. It was a vote based purely on emotion. We're angry. It's America. We've got to do something. Just do something. Worst words you could ever hear from a politician. The worst thing you can ask a politician. Just do something. No. Do not say that to politicians. Don't ask that of politicians. It's the worst thing. You're going to get the worst response you could possibly ever have. They're going to screw up in epic proportions. And they'll say, I'm justified because I did something. It just didn't work out. How was I supposed to know? Well, maybe you were supposed to think about what you're doing before you just did stuff. We should never say, do something. It's do something effective, do something efficient, do something legal and constitutional, but not just do something, because then they do stupid things like activate the National Guard, and it has zero benefit to anyone. But it does make New York more of a police state, and it does make New York State more authoritarian, and it helps to move the entire nation more authoritarian, because now it's normal to have a member of the United States military with an M4 and body armor standing next to you as you wait for a train. It's just normal. Yeah, what's normal next? They're just going to grab people and randomly throw them into re-education camps? That'll be normal too. If you let it, it's not normal. It shouldn't be something you're accustomed to. It should stand out as strange and unusual and incorrect. So, I mean, it's aggravating, folks. It's really aggravating to see these kinds of things. My God, we've been on for over 7 hours. All right. We're doing good. I'm only a little bit tired. It is a lot to talk for 7 hours, pretty much straight. A little bit exhausting. So, I've been trying to make it clear, and maybe I have, maybe I haven't, I don't know. I'm sorry. Cersei, or Siri, excuse me, Siri01. Give me 1 second. I want to see your comments here. And bear with me, folks. So Siri01 asked about Easter, which I answered, I think, about twice. Siri says that they've had mine's in 12 days, their birthdays in 12 days, the other leap year to share birthday on resurrection. Happy birthday. Okay. Siri says, I doubt I'll see my third one. What? Stop counting at 50s, so no presents needed. Don't know what that means. I don't understand that. I doubt I'll see my third one. Stop counting at 50s, so no presents needed. Oh, you stopped counting your birthdays at 50. Okay, I think I understand. So you stopped counting at 50. Okay. It is Satan's prison planet as bad as it's getting. The planet's becoming hell on Earth. No, I agree with you. I tend to agree. So I wanted to make sure I get that I am seeing the comments on Rumble, and I am trying to address them when they come up. I am paying attention, guys. I always pay attention to all of you. And I do thank you for everything you guys have to say. So, user has been banned says, to get me to go anywhere near an airport now, it has to be a great trip or I'm leaving for good. Well, I can understand that. The TSA it's been horrendous. There has been no real benefit from that. We do better. And by the way, how are we protecting ourselves? Oh, well, we're going to make sure none of the terrorists get on the plane. They're walking across the southern border. They're walking across the northern border. So, yeah. Oh, they're not getting on the planes? No, but they're entering America anyway. You haven't helped us. You're not making the situation better because they just found another way around you. It's not to anyone's benefit. I mean, does that not make sense? Are people not noticing that? I know the politicians don't want you to think about that, but they're not taking planes. They're walking across the southern border. Let me say it again. 172 known or suspected terrorists entered America in 2023. They didn't get on planes. They walked across the southern border. In 2024, this year, within the first 3 full months, 69 known or suspected terrorists, including terrorists from Hezbollah, entered the United States through the southern border. 69. This is the people we have caught. These are the ones that we know about. God knows how many we don't know about. We have over 10,000 illegal aliens, easily over 10,000, more than 10,000 illegal aliens entering the nation every single day. And we only check a handful of them. Maybe 1%, maybe 2% are being stopped and counted that we know of. And we're catching 69 known or suspected terrorists. They're not flying. They're walking across the southern border, along with a bunch of Venezuelans and Chinese and Angolans. They're walking across the southern border. The TSA isn't protecting you. Why do we have it? Well, because we never get rid of any government office. Once we create a department of the government, it never goes away. We always spend more. We never reduce the spending. We never stop spending, and we never close it down. We always have it, and we always expand it, and we always spend more on it, which makes no sense. especially when it doesn't serve its purpose. They're not making you more safe. And that's a problem. And I know people say, well, Mike, you just don't understand. Maybe I don't. Explain it to me. How are we more safe with the TSA than not having them when the terrorists aren't taking planes, but they are entering the nation? That's the key. The terrorists are still coming in. They're just not taking planes. You're still not safe. Does that not make sense? But when we think about America, when we think about, well, all of this, when we put it all together and we're thinking about the American dream, it's not about government protecting me. At no point in the history of America until the last roughly 15 years did anyone ever expect the American government to protect you. You were expected to protect yourself. The federal government wasn't coming in as the white knight and a shining horse to try and help you. In fact, most people throughout the history of America, if the federal government was trying to get involved in your life, in your local community, people would be pissed off and tell them to get the hell out, to go away, because they're going to screw everything up because they don't understand the issues, which is the correct answer. It's the correct mindset. The federal government doesn't know how to do that. The federal government doesn't know how to do anything except, fight wars, essentially. That's it. They spend money and they fight wars. That's about all they're really good at. And we don't want them policing individuals or individual states or individual cities, which are well beyond the scope of the power of the federal government anyway. So why do we have this? Why are we letting this happen? Because no one's standing up and speaking. Look, I showed you the video earlier where I wrote a law, and it's not the first time that I've submitted laws either to Congress or to local, to my city council, to the state legislature. I've written laws. Now, you'll say, Mike, but they didn't work. It didn't go through. Hey, I don't know, one of these days, some smart politician is going to see one of the laws that I wrote and they'll copy it and they'll use it. I hope they do. It's kind of like my friend Larry Sharp. He says the same thing. Take my idea, steal my idea. As long as it gets done, I don't care because it will help things. Try it out. Let's go that route. You want the credit for it? Fantastic. Steal the idea. As long as it gets done, I'm okay. I don't care if a Democrat or a Republican steals my ideas and implements them if they are good enough, and I think they are. The thing is, it's the public informing the government this is what's needed, which is what it's supposed to do. I tell my congressman, this should be a law. My congressman looks at it and asks other people in my district, do you agree? Should this be a law? If they all say yes, then my congressman goes, and same thing for city council, they then turn around and say, okay, let me try and convince the rest of Congress or the rest of the city council that this is that my constituents think this is a great idea and we should do this for the entire nation. And then we have that national debate and either it becomes a law or it doesn't. It's not about ego. It's not about I made that. It's about here it is. This is a good idea, I think. It will benefit the nation. And if that means a Democrat needs to steal it so that they can make it, I don't care. Do that. That's the way it's supposed to work. The government isn't supposed to protect you. They're not supposed to guarantee we're going to make you safe because they can't. Unless they can put a cop standing next to you 24/7, and even then, it's not true. Presidents have been shot. Presidents have been assassinated in the history of the United States. So if they can't protect presidents, you think you're going to be protected every day, 24 hours a day? No, it's not going to happen. The government can't protect you as an individual, nor should it be expected to, because it will fail if you expect that. So the promise of safety because the government's going to protect you is a lie. On its face, it is a bald-faced, absolute lie. What the government should be doing is making sure that you are able to protect yourself. The American dream, to me, involves, in terms of safety, involves women. Every single woman, I've said this many, many times, I will say it again. Every single woman in America to graduate high school must be taught how to handle a firearm. They have to pass a class which would certify them as having learned how to load, unload, fire, and have some proficiency at firing a firearm. Period. Handguns, rifles, shotgun. Every single woman in America. You cannot graduate high school without having this certificate. You don't have to own a gun. You're not required to fire a gun ever again in your life. You're never required to have possession of a gun again in your life. But you will graduate, and we will advertise that every year, women across America, all the women in America that graduated high school now have proficiency with a firearm. Now, you may say, but Mike, why should we make that a law? Why is that such a good thing? Because it changes the dynamics of crime. Because it makes it more dangerous for criminals to commit crimes. Because women are now knowledgeable. They're not afraid of guns. They're knowledgeable about guns. They're knowledgeable about self-defense. They are more capable of being able to provide self-defense for themselves. They've had at least the initial training, and then some of them will go on and train even more, which means they are equalized. That means the criminals don't have a height advantage. They don't have a weight advantage. They don't have a strength advantage. They don't have the fear advantage, the fear of the unknown. All of these advantages that criminals have right now disappear because women have access and have knowledge of firearms, as the Second Amendment allows them to. I'm not creating some crazy new law or creating some kind of new rights. This already is there. All I'm saying is I'm helping women exercise the right they already have. And that changes the dynamics of crime in America. And I believe that would reduce crime in America all across the board, because the criminals would have fear of retribution and that they would be prevented and punished for committing the crimes that they commit. Will it eliminate crime? Absolutely not. Will it reduce the suicide rate? Probably not. Will it stop gangs from fighting against each other and killing each other? Absolutely not. That's not the intention. I can't help those things. Those are other issues, not to be lumped in with the issue I'm trying to deal with. But will it lower crime overall? Yes, it will. Is it worth trying? Absolutely. Here's the thing. With my idea about having every woman trained to use a firearm, not mandated to have firearms afterwards or to own firearms, but just to be trained in it, I'm not violating any law. No law is violated. Women have the right to the Second Amendment. You're not obligated to own the firearm. No, it's just education. You have now been educated. Women can do whatever they want. So I'm not changing the laws. I'm not forcing anything onto anyone. I am giving them education, wisdom, knowledge, experience. This is a benefit. It benefits individuals. Why wouldn't we do this? What's the reason not to do this? And I would love to hear from anyone who is on the left, the progressives out there, the Democratic Socialists of America, the Progressive Party, the Progressive Caucus in Congress. Please tell me, Jamal Bowman and Hakeem Jeffries, tell me, why wouldn't you support this? Why is this such a crazy idea? Why don't you want women to be able to defend themselves with a firearm? Sheila Jackson Lee, Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, why is it that you want to make women defenseless? That you write law after law after law, or rather I should say legislation after legislation trying to prevent women from being able to defend themselves. Why do you do that and target women specifically when I'm trying to target women to empower them, to use the rights they already have and just to encourage them to exercise those rights, to do what they already have the right to do? The left is trying to take away those rights. I'm just trying to let you use the right. But let me go back to the comments. Maybe someone in the comments knows. And again, if there's anyone on the left, if you disagree, I am happy. I'm still here. Call on in. 929-715-8569. Call in and tell me why I'm wrong. Tell me how this is a problem for women, how it won't help women. Because I can point to all the gun control laws. They failed. They don't work. That is an absolute fact. Gun control laws don't work. We have 22,000 gun control laws in the United States from the local, the state, and the federal level. Over 22,000. That is a fact. Crime is up. Gun crime is up. Is it at the peak of 2020 when we had Antifa running around, we had BLM running around, burning down cities and killing people? No, it's not at that peak, but it's higher than it was in 2019, higher than 2013 until 2019. You can look at the data. Numbers are higher. We're off of the peak, but we're higher than the norm, which means that is an increase in gun violence. So, what gun control has failed? Empirically, definitively, it has failed. So why not do my suggestion, which does not require changing laws, it's just providing education. What's the problem? I would pay an extra $5 in my taxes to help women be empowered to learn how to defend themselves. And it doesn't cost that much. We already waste more than that. We waste more money than that in every state on education. $120 billion a year on the federal education, which shouldn't be a department. Department of Education should not exist. And by the way, they fail at the job. Now that they do exist, they fail every time. No, we can get rid of them. But anyway, let me go back to the comments. It makes paper. What? Here we go. Okay, so user has been banned says, I should write kittens are cute, etc. Have it be 5,000 pages and slip in a bunch of crazy stuff. Tell them you have to pass the bill to see what's in it. Well, we've already seen that happen. I mean, did you see the 2,000 pages of the Obamacare bill? The Affordable Health Care Act, which has failed. It has definitively failed on every promise that they made about Obamacare has failed. You can't keep your doctor. It's not cheaper. It's not better coverage. It's not going to be able to cover everything that you need. Everything they promised you about Obamacare failed. It did not work. It's more expensive. It's not better coverage. There's nothing about it that works. Nothing. And yet, they slipped that in. They've had all kinds of problems with that one. User has been banned goes on to say, it makes paper pushers in government work without pay until the national debt is balanced. Well, that would be a neat idea. But the reality is, just like at colleges, since the 1980s, colleges have increased their tuition by about double. They have increased by 300% the number of middle management administrators. There are 3 times as many administrators in every single college in America than there was in 1980. And so the colleges are charging twice as much to move paperwork around. It's not that people are getting a better education. They're not. They're not learning more and new different things, still same subjects. No, what they're getting is more paperwork moving around, more people justifying their existence by moving paper. And at the same time, as we saw the growth of middle management in colleges, we saw the same thing in the United States government. We have more people pushing paper back and forth without actually doing anything useful than we have ever seen before. And the government just continues to grow and grow. More and more paper gets pushed around to make it look like somebody is doing something, but nothing is getting done that's actually beneficial. They're not being effective or efficient. We should be able to cut our government down, kind of like what we saw with Elon Musk with Twitter. He cut 75% of the workforce, and they're still doing the same job that they did before. They just had a lot of bloat. You could do the same thing. When Google lost 30,000 employees, you didn't notice a difference there. Why? It was bloat. These are companies that have people to have people, because DEI, I've got to have black people in my company. Let me hire them. What are they going to do? No idea. Nothing. Push some papers around. They are useless. They weren't hired because they're the best person. They're hired because we just need the body to check the box. And we have way too much of that. Massive amount of bloat and quota, and it's not actually beneficial for anyone. It's not helping anyone. Graham says, so what is a solution that the average person can take to protect themselves from terrorism? Wear a bulletproof vest. The only solution I can think of is avoiding high population density areas. No, that's not the solution. In fact, how can the average person protect themselves versus terrorism? Be aware. First things first, be aware of your surroundings. Don't sleepwalk through your life. Don't look down as you walk. Look straight forward. It's true. It's really amazing. A lot of people don't realize they do this, that a large number of civilians look down as they walk, wherever they're going. They're watching their feet and they just move like that. They don't really look up. And I'm not talking about, I'm looking at my cell phone because of whatever, you're on your Twitter or whatever it is. No. People, the average citizen tends to look down. It's one of the big things when you go into boot camp. One of the first things that they drill out of your brain, your civilian brain, is look forward. You don't have to look down to walk. You don't need to see the ground. Look in front of you. See what's going on around you. Walk straight. You'll be able to walk fine. People find it really weird when they first do it and they're like, I'm walking, and they get all nervous. It's like, no, you already saw the ground. You already know what's in front of your feet. You saw it as you were walking towards it. Just walk. You don't have to look down. Look straight ahead. And that's part of being aware. Look at what's happening around you. You notice crazy people. It is human nature to see and point out crazy people doing crazy things. It's part of self-preservation. That doesn't look right. That doesn't feel right. Something is wrong. Your gut will tell you. Natural human instinct, self-preservation will kick in and say, something feels wrong. Something's off here. Don't know what it is yet. Let me continue to look around. Keep your eyes up and open and aware. Pay attention to your surrounding, and you are less likely to be a victim of crime, any kind of crime, if you are aware of your surroundings. That's the first thing. Second thing, if something is massively wrong, do something. And when I say do something, that doesn't mean go over to the terrorists and tackle them. No, that isn't necessarily the best thing you could possibly do. I mean, if you're standing 2 inches away from them, maybe you want to try and give it a shot. Maybe. But if you're 20 feet away, don't do some kind of rushing, some football sprint towards them to try and tackle them. No, that's not realistic. No. Go and get help. Get someone who is able to better contain that situation. Find a police officer. If you're in New York, you've got the National Guard. Go and tell them. Make them aware of why you think there is a situation and what is the nature of that situation. Take a picture with your cell phone. Send it onto Twitter. Send it onto social media. Say, I think there's something wrong here. There's a problem. I'm very sure there's a problem. Send out that message. Let people see the image. Let them see what you are seeing. Be prepared that if you are wrong, you will be called out for it. But better to be called out for it and told, no, what you should be looking for is this. I understand what you thought you saw. You misunderstood. Let me educate you. Let me train you. Let me teach you so you know what to look for to protect yourself. I'd rather see that mistake made by various people over and over, and the public gets to learn how to better protect themselves than have people do nothing and terrorism continues to grow. Crime continues to grow. Make the mistake. I'd rather have people make the mistake. And it's not about, it's racist, it's not racist. Guess what? Most terrorists in the world tend to be from a very, very specific region of the world. It's called the Middle East. We see the most radical terrorists tend to be of a very specific religious faith. That just is the way it goes. Probably because Iran is trying to get people similar to them to promote their religious ideology. That's why they spend hundreds of millions of dollars trying to recruit more and more terrorists that agree with the Ayatollah Khomeini. So don't be surprised by that. That's not racist. It's not picking on someone. It's not being an ist or a phobe. It's talking about the reality. That's where their numbers are. You don't see a bunch of radical Christians or Jews or Buddhists running around the world trying to blow up school buses of kids. You just don't see it. It just doesn't happen. So you can say, but you're being an ist. Is it true? I don't care. You can say, but Mike, that's so racist, so sexist. That's an ist. Is it true? You haven't answered the question. Is it true? Regardless of how you feel about me saying it, is what I have said true? The answer is yes, it is true. There is a huge preponderance of these terrorists that do suicide bomb themselves that tend to be of the same religious orientation, fanatical religious orientation. And they tend to come from the same region of the world. It's just the reality. That's just what the numbers are. You may not like it, but reality has nothing to do with your feelings. Again, your feelings don't change the facts. Let's get that straight. So these are some little things. And again, going back to self-defense, if I am able to wear a bulletproof vest, which I should, that's passive self-defense for in case there is a terrorist. And Graham, to also go on, what about women being armed? Well, again, if we have trained every woman how to use a firearm, some of them, I would hope, would choose to be armed, to have concealed carry, to be able to defend themselves and protect themselves properly now with training, and so they may be able to confront that individual if they present themselves as a threat and take them out. So that's how I would deal with terrorism. That's how the public can handle that. I hope that answers your question. Cool Roy says the reason why this is a problem is because Democrats treat people like slaves. Democrats like it when people are afraid, hiding under their bed with a soup can. Well, I would say all politicians, that's true of all politicians. If you're afraid and you're begging the politician to make it better, they love that. They lap that up. Left, right, center, all of them. All the politicians. I've talked to too many politicians to not understand that every politician loves when they hear the words, do something, full stop. When the public just says, do something, just do something. Every politician loves that because that is a free ride to get stupid. They get to waste money and do anything they want. Any of their pet peeves, their pet projects get greenlit because the public said, do something. Well, here it is. I did something. Has nothing to do with what you said. Has no way in hell of helping you, but you didn't ask me to do that. You said do something. So I'm going to tell you that somehow, in some way, miraculously, this might somehow help you. I don't know how it could possibly help you, but it might. And so therefore, I'm justified in doing this. And that's why every politician, it's their wet dream. They love it. And that's regardless of left, right, independent, third party, doesn't matter. Just tell them, do something, and watch them get all giddy. So Cool Roy says, I feel sorry for Americans who don't know what it's like to live in a safe and clean environment. Well, most Americans do. Most Americans don't live in cities. Most Americans don't live in New York City, Chicago, Boston, LA, Detroit, Baltimore. Those are pretty much the main big cities. You could add in Seattle and Portland, which are not quite that big, but definitely that violent. Once you take out those cities, most people live in the middle of America. Most people live outside the main cities. So most people do live in relatively clean, relatively safe places all across America. You know, the crime rate goes down substantially when you get out of the big cities into smaller towns and cities. It gets much different, much less crime. So most people do get to experience a clean, healthy, safe life. And it's funny because I remember when I moved to Binghamton, many people may not know, about 21 years ago, I moved from the Bronx into Broome County, into the city of Binghamton. And I moved there because it was the next biggest city outside of New York that had a pretty easy transit route. Okay, so I went there. And I eventually bought a house there. And people were telling me when I was looking at the house, and I found my house, which I recently lost. I loved it. It's a brick house, 2 stories, excellent. The foundations, phenomenal. This thing will last. It's been standing for over 110 years, and it'll probably stand for another 100 years because it was actually built to last, as opposed to the prefab houses that really aren't meant to last more than 5 years, and then you have to replace and fix the whole thing. They're meant to be money generating. Newer houses are meant to generate money for the state and for unions, construction workers. Older houses are meant to last. They're meant to be there for your generation, the next generation, handed down, family to family. They do need upkeep, but they're meant to stick around. So I wanted to buy this house. And it wasn't far from downtown. It was like 7-minute walk from downtown Binghamton. It was nearby to it was near to a couple of schools, near a couple of churches, near a gas station, near not a supermarket, but a small supermarket, a mini mart. So it was pretty close to everything I needed. And Binghamton, by the way, is a city of about 40,000 people. It's tiny as hell. That was the big joke. When I first moved to Binghamton, I was talking to my friends from New York City about it. I'm like, hey, you want to hear something funny? Guess how many people that I can see? I'm walking down the main street, literally called Main Street. I'm walking down Main Street right now. It's noon or 12:30 in the afternoon. And I'm walking down the street. Guess how many people I could see? My friends from New York City are like, well, obviously it's got to be a couple hundred, maybe a couple thousand people. I mean, you're in a city and it's lunchtime. People are out for lunch. I'm like, you are on crack. No, not even close. They're like, what? At least 100 people? I mean, how far can you see? About a mile. I can see straight down. Main Street goes at least a mile straight down. I can see that. Oh, well, it's got to be 100 people. No, you're on crack. Not even close. What, 50? No, you're on crack. Well, Mike, how many? 7. They're like, what? Are you in the town? Yes, I'm in the town. I'm almost at downtown. I'm looking a mile straight down the road. I'm almost at the center of downtown. There's 7 people in the middle of the day. It was such a funny joke. They couldn't believe it. It was like, it made no sense. So anyway, long way to tell the story. So it was about the house. And I was buying the house. And people told me, Mike, you can't buy that house. I'm like, Why? No, it wasn't because of redlining. It wasn't because it was a white neighborhood. People were telling me not to buy the house because they thought it was a high crime area. And they were right. It was a high crime area for Binghamton. For the Bronx, it was safe as hell. But for Binghamton, it was absolutely crime-ridden comparatively to what they were used to. To me, it was one of the safest spots I've ever been in my life. I mean, it's nothing like LA crime or New York crime or Chicago crime. Place was absolutely idyllic. Never had a problem. Now, that's not to say that people didn't get stabbed. About one or two people within 3 blocks of me got stabbed about once, twice a year. One, maybe 2 people get shot within about 3 blocks of my house about once a year. 1, maybe 2 people a year get shot within 3 blocks of the house that I had. Now, according to New York standards, not so bad. That's low crime. Yes, there's drug dealers all over the place, but then again, I'm in the Bronx. There's drug dealers everywhere, all the time. Not a big deal. So I'm not thrown off by that. So to me, the crime is low. To Binghamton, that's skyrocketing crime that no one wants to be there. Oh my God, are you going to be safe? I'm like, I can walk around in this neighborhood drunk out of my mind at 2:30 in the morning and no one will ever stop me. Now I say, well, maybe it's because you're a black man. Maybe, don't know. I can only be black. I can't change my color. I'm not planning to, don't want to. But that kind of gives you an understanding of the expectation. What's high crime? Cities are, when you get out of New York City, when you get out of the major cities, most people live a very peaceful, calm life. It's the hype that makes them freak out. It's the hype that makes people think that it's absolutely dangerous. It's generally not. Generally, most places are relatively safe. It's just that people freak out because of the hype, not because it's actually dangerous. That's what I tend to believe. And that's been my experience. Yes, and another good part of that is Coolroy mentions, well, people in smaller cities outside of the big urban centers don't put up with the same kind of acceptance as you see in the big cities. The crime that I have here, we've got New York legalized marijuana. And every block has somebody, every block in the Bronx has at least one store or one guy in a truck outside of a store that is selling marijuana because it's legal weed. And they're all selling marijuana, which is not a good thing for the community. It did not raise up the standards of the community, didn't de-stress people. It has not been a benefit to the government or to taxes. It has encouraged more crime and more destitution. It's kind of like when they said, oh, we need to open up casinos in New York State, and that will help fix the economy of New York State. No, like hell, it increased the amount of crime in New York State. It didn't help pay off anything because poor people are still poor. They're just poor in gambling now. Same thing here. Now people are still poor in the Bronx. They're just poor and high, but they're still poor. So you didn't help raise up anyone's quality of life. It didn't improve anything. And in fact, it probably helped keep people at the lower class that they are living in, or maybe even drop them down to a lower class because they're fixated on being high rather than improving their life. But you couldn't do that in the small towns outside of New York City. You can't do that. Yeah, weed still is legal, but you're not going to have someone selling weed in every single store, every single block for miles upon miles in every direction. Just not going to happen. You're just not going to see that. And that's a good thing. And we should have that attitude that we don't want to see this. It is not beneficial. Hal is back with us. Hey, Hal. And Hal says, since we got a new sheriff in Binghamton, yes, his name is Fred Akshar. I know Fred. I've known Fred for several years. I voted for Katie. Anyway, since Binghamton, New York got a new sheriff, and his friend, the DA, yep, that's Battisti, Paul Battisti. I know Paul as well. I didn't vote for Paul. I voted for Mike Korchak. Paul doesn't know what he's doing. He's never been a DA or a prosecutor before. He's been a defense attorney. He shouldn't have won that race. But he's friends with the right people in New York. And I said that to his face. I've said that to the GOP in Broome County, which is why they hate my guts. But anyway, yes. So Fred Akshar and Paul Battisti got elected in Broome County, and crime dropped like a feather on the moon in Binghamton. I think that's pretty funny. That's a pretty funny quote. Hang on. Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael Voss.
Good evening, or good afternoon, Michael. This is the Matthew J. Show. How are you?
Hey, how you doing, Matthew? I'm doing fine.
Is it your birthday today, I'm seeing?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Are we live?
Happy birthday, sir. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you for getting in touch on my birthday. Are we live on your channel, too?
No, not.
Okay.
No, I just called in my regular phone. I just actually put my YouTube on. You came right up.
Oh, okay. No, you said it's the Matthew J. Show, so I wasn't sure if you got me
I'm
live.
sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to let you know you were talking to me. I wasn't just some anonymous caller calling out there. But listen, there's a lot of things. I kind of listened to the last few minutes of your discussion, and I don't know if it's pertinent to whatever, but we just had the mayor of Philadelphia who's trying to get control of crime and whatnot.
Right.
She just put an executive order that she's going to stop all the these video poker machines that they have in a lot of the convenience stores and whatnot. And one wonders if it's the gambling lobby or the casino lobby getting to her saying, "We want you to shut all this down so we can we just get the revenue." Or is it a good thing? Because a lot of people are saying a lot of these machines are in economically challenged areas, and they really shouldn't be there. And I was wondering what your spin is on that.
Okay. Based on New York a few years ago, there was Proposition 1 that was Cuomo. Andrew Cuomo presented that to open up casinos in New York State. And it was similar to the idea that you see in Philadelphia. Well, we introduced this. It'll be entertainment for some people, and it'll help raise revenue for schools or whatever to fix the roads in that region, whether it's Philadelphia or New York State. That's always the promise that goes with that. What they leave out is every single state that has done this, where they've introduced casinos or gambling machines, increases crime in the communities that they're added to. The second thing that also goes with it is you increase the amount of poverty in that community. One of the most essential things to think about with gambling machines and or casinos, they only work if they take money out of the community, not putting it in. They never benefit. So, I mean, you've got your Las Vegas, you've got your Atlantic City. And so they traditionally have been the only two centers, and they were pulling money out of the rest of America. So you had a West Coast source and an East Coast source pulling money from everywhere else. Then individual states started doing it. That didn't mean that they stopped pulling money. They just, Atlantic City and Las Vegas, pulled less money away, and each state was now in their community hyper intense, drawing away that money from that local community, which, people couldn't. Before, people would have to take a trip to Atlantic City. You'd have to take a trip to Las Vegas. You weren't doing it every day, all the time, because you couldn't afford to. It was a special occasion. Now it's in your community. You can go there once a week. You can go there 2 or 3 times a week. It's in your community, which means that drain on your income, especially that extra income, if you had any, is disappearing into entertainment, into the gambling, and you have nothing left over to spend on the luxury items or to expand or create a business or to improve your home or the quality of your life. So I hate these casinos and gambling machines. They never are a benefit long term. Go ahead.
No, yeah, Michael, I agree with you, and she's spun it the way that the gambling machines will be outlawed in the convenience stores. However, she has a caveat that in the bars they're still going to be allowed. So one wonders, again, what are the motivations? I'm not suggesting any type of criminality, but we know in big city things here, envelopes get passed and whatnot. But to address your point about the negativity of them, I agree with you, Michael. I think it invites crime on a grand scale because you have people of all ages. A friend of mine owns a bar, saying you could have retirees coming in spending their monthly pensions and whatnot. Yes, I think overall it really detracts and eventually can destroy the community.
Always.
So I guess she's doing good for Philadelphia.
Well, sort of. Again, she would be doing good if she went across the board and said, no, this is out because it's not good. If it's not good for the convenience store, why is it good for the bar? What's the difference? It's still in the community. It's still drawing in. If the question is crime, it's still bringing crime into that community. If it's about the income in the community, it's still a drain on the income in the community. So she's done a half-assed job. She's saying, oh, this is bad, but don't pay attention for it being bad over here, which would then make me ask the question, well, then who's paying you? Because if it's bad in one place, it's bad in the other one, and you're keeping it in that other place, bars as an example, then what, you're getting a kickback? Is this part of your re-election deal? Did your friends, in high places say, no, you got to keep these here or else? I mean, that it makes the question of corruption come up, and it absolutely tells me she's a failure as a politician, not because she's a woman or the color of her skin or anything stupid like that. It's because look at her policy. It doesn't make sense. If it's bad, then it's bad. Stop it. If it's good, leave it alone. She said it's bad. Then why are you doing half the job?
Yeah, right. Michael, when I think about it, the tavern and restaurant associations, they have lobbying groups. Mm-hmm. They've got a lot of money behind them. And I think, what you've been saying here and articulating, politics and money, obviously they go hand in hand. And unfortunately, the community is going to lose. And I do agree with you that it can actually it could spiral and have other things dragged in, not just the gambling. You could have prostitution being dragged in. You have large sums of money. People are getting robbed that are going in. If the criminal element knows that people are going in there with large sums of money, if they know the bank, if the bar owner, the restaurant owner has large cachets, and this opens up a whole Pandora's box. So, but I do agree. It's a half-assed thing, Michael. Letting it, stopping it in convenience stores, but allowing it in bars or restaurants, that's like right down the middle. And I guess that'll still end in disaster.
Oh, absolutely. And I guarantee, I can't guarantee, but I am absolutely sure, give it 2 years, the numbers are going to come back. There will be a short dip, a slight dip, probably somewhere around 5 to 10% dip in that specific region of crime. And that's probably for about 6 months, within 9 to 18 months, you're going to see crime not just up to the level it is now, it'll increase. Why? Because you've concentrated the crime. It's not as diverse anymore. So you're going to increase the focus on those because there's less places to target, so they're going to be targeted more. You will see more crime, not less crime, because she made it more focused. She's actually hurt Philadelphia. She hasn't helped anyone. But that's because I'm looking forward, and they're looking at their feeling right now. They're going to feel safe. They won't be.
Michael, I have one other question to ask
Sure.
you if you have time for it.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay, you may have discussed this during your show, and I have to congratulate you, Michael, on these marathons. I mean, I was born in Ireland, and I thought I had the gift of the gab at the Matthew J. Show. But, brother, you put me to shame. You could go on for hours on end. It's great.
Somewhere around 8 hours, 8.5 hours now. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Listen, I want to ask you about this, and again, you may have discussed this throughout your show. If RFK Jr. gets on the ballots, particularly the swing state ballots, do you think it's all over for Biden and pretty much President Trump has a path to victory this November?
No. Here's the key. RFK, and I know that the RFK campaign, they're trying to get 7 to 12 states. And they're targeting the most likely swing states. Pretty much, that's their goal. And he's smart. It's the same thing that the libertarians are they're going to go everywhere. But everyone's trying to target those swing states. What you only need are roughly 12 electoral votes. 12. And you can stop anyone from winning. And that's what his goal. If he's smart, if RFK is smart, and I think he's smart enough to know this, he doesn't need to win. That's not the goal. Same thing for the Libertarian Party. As third parties, they're not looking to win. They're looking to capture the winning percentage. So they need what? 5, 10, 12, literally 12 electoral votes, which will work out to about 15 to 20% of the popular vote, isolated in 3, maybe 4 states. You could do it as little as 2, but probably 3 or 4 states. And if you have that, you now get to control who gets to become president. Because in the negotiation, since no one has victory, it goes to the Congress. And the Congress now has to negotiate with the electors. And they have to go through that process. It's happened before in America. But because you have control of so many electors, you can put that weight towards either candidate, and then they're going to owe you. They're going to owe you political favors. You're basically creating a coalition government, very much like what we see in England or Italy or France. You have a coalition government. And that means that they're going to bend towards whatever you want as RFK or the Libertarian Party. You're going to see that candidate's going to bend to your will on issue XYZ because you own those votes. Now that changes our government going forward because it's not just the president, it's the president's coalition. And that changes a lot, both in terms of the mindset and also the capabilities of the president going forward. So, no, it doesn't mean. The other thing, RFK, at least so far, the Libertarian presidential candidate hasn't been decided yet. So these numbers could change. But at this moment, RFK has been averaging about 11%. It dropped down a little bit once he named his VP, Shanahan. But he's averaging about 11% across the nation as a candidate. He's taking away votes almost equally from Trump and from Biden. So he's not hurting or helping either of them because, again, it's almost equal. And what you're seeing is, without considering the third parties, Trump has a roughly 2.5, 3 percentage point win versus Biden. Trump has the win 3 points over Biden for the last roughly 9 months in a row. But if you include RFK, now that suddenly goes down to 1.5 points. So yeah, Trump is losing a little bit, but not enough to really tip the balance. The question is going to be the Libertarians. Do they take away from RFK or do they take away from Trump or Biden?
Well, Michael, can I interject there real quickly?
Absolutely.
I would think that the Democrats are very concerned about RFK Jr. What I've been reading lately, the last couple of days, is that the Biden people are putting a lot of money into a lot of anti-RFKJ ads. They see him as a real threat. I know you're saying it's about 50-50 as far as taking away from Biden and Trump, but the Democrats seem to be very concerned about RFK Jr. affecting Biden's numbers.
No, they're
Is there
terrified.
any credence to that?
Well, it's not per se RFK. They're terrified of anything that would emphasize that Biden isn't well liked amongst Democrats. Democrats don't want Biden. So having any option, and RFK is a Democrat. I don't care if he's running independent right now or not. That just means he pissed off the DNC. Doesn't mean he's not a Democrat. He is. And the Democrat voters know that. So he is a legitimate Democratic candidate, and that's why they're terrified. Because Democrats will say, I'm still voting Democrat. It's just not on the DNC ticket. It's the independent, but I'm still voting progressive Democrat. And that's what they're afraid of. So they have to discredit him. They have to black him out. And he's done, imagine this, he's been doing 10, 15% with a news media blackout. Imagine if he actually got any attention. How many votes would he be taking away from Biden then? That's what they're afraid of. If RFK figures out a way to get an issue that actually penetrates the public, he will decimate Biden because Biden has nothing to stand on. That's the part there. They need him to be silenced because if he gets any positive mention, they lose instantly. Does that make sense?
Michael, makes perfect sense to me. Now, I just want to ask a quick question here to move a little past it.
Sure.
What are the chances or the prospects, Michael, of a Biden-Trump debate? Will the Democrats, if Biden is the candidate, if they're going to move forward after the convention and they keep Biden, what are the chances of a debate between Biden and Trump?
Has to happen. Has to happen. It's not even an option. They have to. They don't have the excuse of 2020 to say, oh, well, there's a pandemic and lockdown, and so they can hide him away and say any excuse, and it sounds great. No, that doesn't exist anymore. He has to stand up and debate Trump and has to come off, and I'm sure they're going to pump him full of, I'm talking about Biden here, they're going to pump him full of B12 and probably a few other things to get him on that stage to look as sharp as possible, kind of like at the State of the Union. But I don't think it's going to work because, yes, he'll have a temporary boost, but as we noticed with the State of the Union, once he lost track, he fell apart. Once he went off the script, he was falling apart, and the longer that it went, the worse he became. The more he started stumbling over his words, the more he got distracted in what he was saying. So the Democrats are going to look to have several small debates. They're going to look to try and get 3, maybe 4 one-hour debates. Trump is going to try and get 2 long debates. He wants debates that are 90 minutes or longer so that he can keep hammering at Biden, and that will take him out of whatever the stupor that Biden may be in, and that will whittle him away. By the end of it, Biden will be babbling and look horrible.
Michael, real fast, how bad will Joe Biden be hurt if he loses the Muslim vote, say like in Michigan right now?
Well, already it's expected that Biden is losing at least 5 out of the 7 swing states.
That's significant. Yeah.
That's very significant. And that includes Michigan. Even if you include the Muslims or the progressives, however you want to describe the Rashida Tlaib faction, they're still losing. As an example, Look at the Michigan primary. 759,000 Republicans showed up and voted Trump. Just looking at that line. Forget the rest of who else you could have voted for. Just for Trump, 759,000. For just Biden, forget everyone else, just voting for Biden, 632. The uncommitted, that's that Rashida Tlaib faction, they were 101,000 votes. Now, if Biden gets that, yes, he's more competitive, but he would still lose with 732,000 to Trump's 759,000. So he gets competitive with them, but he doesn't win with them. He still needs other people.
Michael, real quick, do you think the damage is done whether the Gaza conflict ends next month or whenever, if it continues on towards November? Is Biden definitely going to be losing here because the Muslim vote will never come back if this conflict in Gaza continues the rest of the year?
Well, two things. It depends on two things. One, what happens to the Americans? How does this end? And what happens to the Americans? Because remember, there are 22 Americans that were captured, tortured, being used as human shields as we speak. That is a fact. The media has tried to make everyone forget they exist. They do. And if they don't come home or they come home dead, that's going to be, you can't hide dead bodies or tortured bodies. So that's going to be a big thing. The other thing is, does it end because we suddenly turned our back on Israel, which means we're turning stretching out our hands towards Iran, or is it the other way around? So it depends on how it ends. Or is it because Israel successfully crushed Hamas, or is it because we decided to help Iran? So those are your factors there. And if the American hostages are dead and we help Iran, Biden's going to lose. He may get a short-term bump from a bunch of the progressives, and then the American people, average rank and file, 40% independents, they're going to be pissed. Does that make sense?
Michael, it makes sense. I'm just wondering how Biden is dealing with the Bernie Sanders, the AOCs, the Tlaibs, Omars. They must be really in his ear about ending this conflict. And let me expand on this real quick. Mm-hmm. It seems that the Biden regime is taking a two-pronged approach. On one, they're trying to build this temporary pier, bringing some food and whatnot to the Gazans with the help of 1,000 U.S. military. On the other hand, you see that the United States has just provided a new, much more new laser-guided munitions to the Israeli military. It looks like they're playing both sides of the fence. I don't know how this foreign policy, puts us in a better position worldwide.
Biden is playing both sides because once he picks a side, he's going to lose with either side. No matter what, he's going to lose because he has to pick a side. He does eventually have to, and he wants to delay that as much as possible. And his idea, this pier, is going to be a complete failure. Because, simple question, who's guarding that pier? Who's in charge of the pier? Who gets to control what's being loaded and unloaded on the pier? Who's providing safety for the Americans as we build it, as we unload it? Who's paying for all that? These are all questions there is no answer to. Nobody has any idea about any of that. We don't even know where they're going to build the stupid thing. He did that all off of his, basically shooting from his hip as a reaction to Super Tuesday and the Michigan primary numbers. 2 days later, after the Michigan primary, that's when he came out with this announcement. No one knew it was coming. He wasn't planning to do it until he saw the results. Then he changed the State of the Union and threw this in. Now, that tells me he doesn't understand the consequences of this or how this is going to ripple out. It is going to piss off multiple countries. no matter what he does, he's going to piss off either our allies in Europe and in Israel, or he's going to piss off the Middle East, the portion of the Middle East that aligns with Iran. Either way, he loses, and it's going to come back to us. In particular, if he will probably align himself with Europe and Israel at the end of the day, and try and get our American citizens back as healthy as possible. But that pisses off Iran, and that's why we're about to have, or it is expected, to have an attack.
If I can interject real quickly, from a common sense perspective, and I'm not a military strategist, and I don't think you are either, but putting 1,000 U.S. soldiers in Gaza, they can remember a lot of the Gazans realize that the Israelis are being supplied by the American military with these munitions and whatnot. Now, putting our soldiers, I mean, talk about harm's way. These people are going to be very aggressive and really pissed off, regardless if they say they're going to be bringing the food supplies, whatnot. It doesn't matter. At this point, when the death toll is near 34,000, at some point, constructive dialogue has to play a role. We know the UN can't do it. That's just a cesspool. But someone has to step up, a world leader, whatever, and try to negotiate or broker some type of ceasefire, because this is gone way too far beyond October 7th. Two wrongs don't make a right. October 7th was a horrendous day for Israel. But going overboard here and making all 2 million Gazans pay the price, I think, it's enraging the Muslim world and the rest of the world. And the Israelis are now losing the PR battle in a very big way.
They were always going to lose the PR battle. That was always going to happen. And I really don't have a lot of sympathy for the Palestinians, the people of Gaza. I really don't. They elected a terrorist organization who has declared in writing and in everything they have ever said that they will kill anyone who doesn't believe what they believe. They believe in genocide in Hamas. I don't have a lot of sympathy for that. And Hamas, duly elected terrorists, went in and they killed civilians from around the world and captured them and used them as hostages. I don't have a lot of sympathy. That's me personally. Other people may have a different opinion. But what we do know is that Joe Biden and the U.S. are not the leaders. Because look at what we've seen. We already had the first peace deal. That wasn't negotiated by the United States. That had nothing to do with us. We got no one out. You know who's the most successful? You know who we should be having running this negotiation? Thailand. Thailand had, they thought they had 11 hostages. They made unilateral, separate communications between Thailand and Hamas through Iran, and they had this conversation, and they got back 17 of their hostages. As far as I know, all of the Thai nationals that were taken hostage have been released. They've been the most successful of any nation in the world in getting their people back. I want the Thai nation to be doing the negotiations because they got it right. They're the best at it. It damn sure isn't Joe Biden. He hasn't gotten anything. To be fair, he got two Americans. One of them was a child. So, and that's just because of PR. It looked really good for Hamas to give up the child. Because, I mean, they didn't want to be accused of sexually abusing a child. That's why they got the child. And so Joe Biden really got one hostage out of the whole thing. He's miserable. He's doing horrendous. And we've sent in the CIA, the State Department, and Joe Biden himself have all been involved in the negotiations since November. And they have failed. So it's not going to be the United States. It's not France who's going to do it because they've tried, they failed. It's not the Rishi Sunak British government. They tried, they failed. We need someone from outside of Europe. And like I said, the only one who's been successful, Thailand. Give it to Thailand. Let them do the negotiations. They're the ones who've been able to be successful in any realistic level.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Michael. It just, right now, It looks like we're headed to, at the very least, a regional conflict with the possibility of World War III.
No,
And
it's
I
not.
don't know if we want to drag ourselves in a situation. And I got to add this, Michael. I've been listening to every word you're saying. What really baffles me, and I was over in Ireland October 7th, kind of getting the European media spin of what happened that tragic day in Israel. My biggest question to you is, okay, if you look at the big picture, is how did the most advanced military intelligence apparatus, you have Israeli intel, Shin Bet, you have the Mossad, the Israeli capabilities, how did it all of a sudden just turn the switch to the off button October 7th? How did this happen with the most impressive and strongest military apparatus in the Middle East? How did it happen? I just a question.
Okay. Well, the first thing, it's not going to be one. It is already escalating. People keep saying it's going to escalate. No, it already did. That's why we're fighting the Houthis in the Red Sea. That's why Hezbollah has attacked American troops, and we caught terrorists who are was aligned with Hezbollah trying to enter the United States through the southern border so that they could go to New York and blow up people with bombs, according to that terrorist who was caught last month. So it already is escalated. It isn't going to be World War III. It's 3 regional wars because China, Iran, and Russia hate each other. They just happen to hate us more than they hate each other. They're not aligned politically, ideologically. They have nothing connecting them except their hate for America and then Europe. And so that's what they're working on. So you're looking at 3 independent regional wars all happening at the same time. Southeast Asia will be about to late 2027, early 2028. Watch out for that. That's what all the analysts, many generals have said that, and that's what it looks like in terms of a lot of the logistics that are going on right now. So that answers those 2 questions. Third question you asked was, how did it happen? Well, you could say the same thing about the United States and our border. How do all these 8 million people cross the border? 200,000 people have been coming across per month. Some parts of the nation have 10,000 people, and that's what we know about. There are more. We know that there's more. We just don't know how many more. Well, how could we not know that? And part of that is, well, you have a bunch of people who are sitting at the border, and their only job every day is to watch, to see what are you doing. It's like prisoners escaping from a prison. They're watching the guards every day. They know the guards' routine better than the guards do. And they have been detailing that for many months, along with a lot of help from the IRGC. The Iranians were helping them plan out and said, okay, this is what you do. This is the resources you need. This is the number of people you need. This is where you need to go. That's what the Iranians were there for. So it's just like a prison break. They have nothing but time to watch and look for every minor detail. That's why they picked a piece of the fence that they picked so that they would have the access. It was harder to have information reach back to Israel in time. By the time Israel was being notified, they were already through. They were already in the concert. They were already attacking people. And now Israel is divided between, do I go to the fence or do I go to the town and try and save the people? Well, I go to the town to save the people. Well, then they're still pouring in through the fence. And now they're hitting more towns. So now Israel's trying to go to the different towns to stabilize that instead of trying to stop them from coming in the first place. That's how that happens. It sounds like, well, Israel's so technological, so it shouldn't happen. But yeah, well, America was more technological than Vietnam, and we lost there too. Technology doesn't mean victory. Technology means advantage unless someone's done something to take that advantage away. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense, and you know, Mike, I look at the big picture too, and I don't want to be just
You can disagree.
Going off on a tangent here, but there were the thing that's so odd to me. There were multiple incursions. It wasn't just one point. There were over a dozen of incursions. I know what you're saying. They're watching, they're monitoring. Hamas is watching in the Israeli security services every day. I understand that, but it's puzzling not just to me, but to a lot of people that study these things. That the Israelis are pretty damn good at what they do, and this just seems like a catastrophic collapse that day. That's all I'm saying. It's just an observation of a lot of I have and a lot of people have that we never thought something of this magnitude could happen to the Israelis.
No, I would agree with you, but everyone has a bad day. All they need is it's like always for terrorists. Terrorists just need to win once. Everyone else has to win every day, every time. They are looking for one opportunity. And once they got it, they were go, go, go. Everyone else has to be right every single time. So every other time, we've seen reports saying that they were planning this attack for over a year. Some say 18 months, some say 9 months, but about a year is the average. So you're talking about 360 some odd days that the Israelis nailed it. They couldn't do anything. And one day where they failed, where they screwed up, and this was the result. That's the problem when you're dealing with terrorists. They only need to get it right once.
Okay, no, I can see your point. I hope this doesn't, as I said. I acknowledge, of course, it's already, the cat's already out of the bag. It's already a regional conflict. I hope something can come about, because it's misery. I know you've got the hostages are there, and like you mentioned, Michael, the feckless Biden regime, Secretary Blinken, they're not doing anything. Okay, we're being laughed at. I know you've discussed this. We discussed it. We're being laughed at around the world. We have no leadership in the White House, and a lot of our adversaries know that. So now we're kind of stuck in the mud.
Yeah, sadly, we really are, which is why I believe it has to come from outside of the United States and England. Europe is not strong enough. At this point, I'd have to expect it to come from someone unexpected, because they can get the results, because they're not considered involved or having picked a side. Again, that's why I say Thailand. They've been successful already. They're not directly tied to Europe and the United States from the view of the Middle East. And so they can be that neutral, mitigating party making the negotiation. Because even if you're just talking about Qatar, well, that involves Saudi Arabia, that involves Iran. You have a lot of special interests even in the Middle East. You need someone from outside of all of that to come in and introduce an option.
Okay. Well, Michael, listen, it was great talking with you today, and happy birthday again. And I'm glad you got the phone line up again. And when I saw that, I said, I got to call Michael Vass. I got a lot of things to discuss with him.
No problem.
Great show. Absolutely a great show. And I'm going to start doing some guests on the Matthew J. Show. I know I've been delinquent in that, and you're going to be one of the first ones. Hopefully you'll come on the show when we can discuss all these great things.
Absolutely. I look forward to it. Let me know.
All right, Michael. Have a great night then.
All
Great
right,
talking
you
to
too. All right, folks. So, as you could hear, that was a conversation with Matthew J. of the Matthew J. Show, and you can definitely check that out for yourself. He has very interesting points of view, and I love. He always has good questions. I always like that. I've known Matthew for a couple of years, on and off. We've been on a couple of programs together, and we've spoken on various issues, and we see things kind of the same, not necessarily identical, and that's a good thing. And I love it when he questions me. I love it when he asks. He always has good, well thought out questions to really try me and say, Mike, but are you sure? Are you really, really sure, Mike? Let me make sure of that. And I love that. That's always great, because it helps me to make sure, do I really understand it? Because if I'm trying to explain it and it doesn't make sense to, very much like when I'm talking about any subject with you guys, If it's not making sense to Matthew, then I have to think, well, is it because I'm saying it wrong? Or is it because I'm not making sense? And that's one of the great things about having these kinds of conversations. We get to explore this and go, but is it making, I understand what's in my head. Is it correct? Am I understanding? Did I miss any of the important details? Is there something that I should be considering that I haven't considered yet? And see, this is how we improve America. This is how we improve American politics. Now, I hope that someone from the Biden-Harris administration, someone from the State Department, recognizes and finally wakes up and goes, Hezbollah, Hamas did not want to talk to Biden, and he did not get anything successfully. Let's see. Blinken has failed in repeated attempts to try and talk about the ceasefire and getting American hostages back since November. He's failed. We sent over the CIA director, one of the assistant directors, deputy director of the CIA, to have negotiations with Hamas as well. That failed. Well, gee, they don't want to talk to America. So let's stop talking to them, or more importantly, talk to Iran, not to Hamas, because Iran's truly the one we should be speaking to. But either way, we have failed so far. Let's get somebody else. Let's bring in a different voice to talk and to try and find out, if anything else, find out what do they want. We're not doing that. Well, that's why we don't have the hostages back. And that really is, it's that simple. Just listen to me, guys. I'm not the genius in the room. I guarantee you, and I know for a fact, I've seen reports from other generals that have said the same thing that I'm saying. Stop talking, get someone else to talk. They don't want to talk to us. They don't think, and the reason why is they don't think America is strong enough. We're not walking around with a big stick and threatening to use it. They don't believe we're strong. They think Biden is weak for lots of reasons, and they are correct. So why do they care? They can wait, they can draw this out, they can get more and more, because Biden is getting more and more desperate because he has an election coming up and he needs to have a positive win. Getting home the hostages is a win for the Biden administration. They need it. And the further we go into this election and the more that we keep seeing that the poll numbers are being steady with a win for Trump, even when you include the Libertarian, even when you include RFK Jr., that Trump is still winning and getting stronger, they're going to get desperate. And that's when you'll hear Hamas say, oh, we now have the deal. It's going to cost you 3 times as much, though. And that's where we start getting into the problems. That's when it starts getting bad, because Biden will be desperate. And desperate people don't negotiate well. In fact, they negotiate the worst. They're emotional, and they're not thinking about the consequences. They're not thinking about the cost. And that's when you lose a deal. It's that straightforward. Well, at least that's the way I see it. But let me see. So I had left off previously in the conversation with Hal in the comments when Hal had said, since we got a new sheriff, Fred Akshar, and in Binghamton, and his friend Paul Battisti as the DA, crime, I love this line, crime has just dropped like a feather on the moon in Binghamton. I love that. That's funny. That's one of the better insults that I've heard in a long time. And much to the dismay, I told this to the Broome County GOP. I've said that in several of my videos beforehand. This was expected because you have the wrong person, especially Paul. And I know Paul. I'm not saying that Paul's a bad, evil person. Please don't misunderstand me. Paul's just not the right person to be DA. He's not effective at the job, and that's why it's failing. And it's going to get worse because Paul is learning on the job. And, you know, it made the GOP, certain members of the GOP were all very happy about this because Paul is more malleable in terms of the GOP politics, the local boys club, than other individuals, but that's not going to help you. That's not going to help the region. And that's a problem, in my opinion. But again, Hal, I like that quote. I like that. Let me go on And by the way, Fred, Paul, if you guys think I'm being unfair to you, don't wait. Call me up. The phone number is 929-715-8569. Call me up and tell me, Mike, you tell me, Mike, you don't think I'm doing well. You think I'm wrong. You think I've misunderstood. You know who I am. You've known me for years. This is my phone number. Call me. Don't try and reach me in private. I made my statement public. Tell me if you think I'm wrong. Tell me publicly. I'm a big boy. I can handle it. Dow goes, certainly seems like the crime that gets reported in the Binghamton area is being less reported in the media. Same level is being discussed among individuals, which makes me think the Uniparty has a lid. Well, I'm not surprised that Binghamton is known for its politics and its confrontation of politics. With the GOP on the downside, we have seen now since about 2018, the relevance and power of the GOP in Broome County has been decreasing, which was expected. And they were told that this was going to happen, and we're continuing to see it. They're falling apart. Their leadership has failed to make a good plan for the future. I said this privately. I've said this publicly. I'm not embarrassed in saying that. Oh, Mike, but you're a Republican. You're a conservative. You can't say it. The truth is the truth. I don't care. When people are doing stupid things in politics, I will point it out. I don't care about which party it is. And when I've warned people and told them and given them the heads up privately for years, saying, hey, this doesn't look good. I see no positive upside in what you're doing. And you don't listen. Well, when you don't get that upside, don't be surprised when I say, well, this isn't new. I expect nothing else from them. So we're seeing that the news media, they have a benefit here. They don't need to say anything yet. We're not close enough to the election. The negative news that will be coming out about how the poor performance to date has been, you're going to see that coming out closer to August or September, when the majority of Americans are actually going to pay attention, because this is an election year. And people, realistically, at this moment, it's the political junkies that are still paying attention right now. We're not even seeing the primaries being talked about anymore because they don't count. They're not important. Trump already won the Republican. He already has all the votes. And we've seen the same thing for Biden. He's already done that. RFK is already independent. Libertarians are going to pick their candidate very shortly. So, the names are all on the table. We already know who all the players are. Primaries are meaningless at this point, so you're not hearing about that. So the only people who are really talking about some of the intricacies here are political junkies, but we are the forward wave of the conversation amongst the regular people. The public, the general public, is going to hear our conversations about this, and they're going to look for a watered-down version of what we've been saying. They're going to look for the quick, easy, 30-second, 45-second answer to what we've been saying over the last several hours. And when I say that, I don't just mean me. I mean all of the political pundits that are having these conversations about the election, which isn't being covered, really isn't being covered by the mainstream news media. They don't want to talk about this because they have nothing positive to say about the Biden-Harris administration. There's nothing to point to say, hey, this is going well for them. Everyone's so excited. There's just no one saying that. So they are having the conversation, but they're keeping it very muted. Once we get closer to August and September, there is no choice. The American public have been trained to expect to talk about politics right after Labor Day. That's going to, we always talk about politics. We get into the election cycle. For the general populace, the election cycle starts September 1st and goes right up to Election Day. For political junkies and people who are active in their parties, the political cycle starts 18 months before the election itself. We started really having the political discussion at the end of 2022. Not now. No, we're well into it. This isn't new to us. We had all of 2023 to hash out our questions and our debates. The general public are the ones who are catching up to all the conversations and all the theories and potentials that we've had. So they're just catching up. So that's when you're going to really see the news, because there's nothing else for them to grab onto right now. Unless Binghamton happens to catch an illegal alien that turns out to be a terrorist or on the terrorist watch list, unless they suddenly deport, if we see Jason Garnar finally deports a bunch of the illegal aliens being sent into Broome County from New York State, until something like that happens, or the Department of Education finally finishes their investigation into Binghamton University and they find Harvey Stenger guilty, the president of Binghamton University. They find him guilty of inciting the riots and aiding and abetting the attack against students, breaking the contract between Binghamton University and those students, which means it's a breach of contract of New York State versus citizens. And that would be huge if they actually come out. These are the things that will be big news, and you'll see that really kick into the politics of the region. But without that, you got to wait until September. That's what I'm thinking, Dow. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure that's what's going to happen. And a lot of people will be surprised by that. Okay. So with that said, wow, 9 hours. 9 hours, folks. And if you're wondering, yes, I am tired. 9 hours of nearly continuous talking, conversation, deep thought about politics, about life. Yeah, it gets you a little winded and it gets you tired. Yes, it does. And I am feeling it. I know a lot of people look at it and go, well, that's easy. You're just talking. Yeah, you try that. You try and have a coherent, continuous conversation about politics and life that's in-depth and yet continuous for 9 hours. It ain't easy. It ain't easy, folks. It is tiring. But I enjoy it. And you know why I do it? Because you are worthwhile. You, my audience, are the reason why I do this every year on my birthday, to have this marathon conversation, to answer your questions. We've been getting questions all day, and you are the important thing. To say, I don't know, I'm not sure, I don't understand, I think you're wrong, I think you're right. To say whatever it is that's on your mind, that's why I do this. Because I guarantee you, for everyone who's called in today and they've had a question or a position, some position that they have and they want to hear about, there are at least 1,000 more people in America, easily 1,000, maybe 10,000 more people, depending on the question, 100,000 people that have that same question, that want to ask that same question. And to go back to what Jason from Binghamton said, sometimes people just don't know how to ask the question. They're not used to being able to ask questions of people who are political. I mean, they don't get to talk to Chuck Schumer. They don't get to talk to Kirsten Gillibrand or to Mark Molinaro or any of the candidates or Claudia Tenney. They don't get to talk to any of these politicians, Donna Lopardo, Jason Garnar. They don't get to talk to these people. So they're not used to it, and they don't know what to ask. But you can ask me, because I do talk to those people on a regular basis. I do know these people. I've known them for years. I've talked to them about their policies on a regular basis, and I'm not intimidated by any politician because I've talked to too many politicians. And really, they are just people. They really are. They're not smarter than you. I know people are always amazed by this, and a lot of people don't believe me. They are not smarter than you. They're not more capable than you. They're not more wise than you. They're not even better informed than you are. They really, really aren't. They're just people. And they just happen to they won an election. Whether that's because of good marketing or because they're actually genuine, depends on the person. But or usually a combination of both, to be honest, and they win, and they're in there, and they're good. The longer they're in there, the better they are at hiding from answering the questions, and they're better at negotiating the political system. But that doesn't mean they're better at knowing answers or being smarter about anything. They really aren't. They really, really aren't. Hell, it's difficult enough to get most politicians to even read the bills. And that's at local, state, or federal level. I don't know how many times I've had politicians at any level of government, and I ask them about the bill. They don't even know what the bill says. They voted on it. They don't know what it says. I've seen that happen more than once. I caught them on the record saying they had no clue that what I was quoting from the bill was in the bill. It's happened many times, left, right, and otherwise. I've had that happen with politicians before, so I'm not surprised. All right. So throughout the day today, I keep coming back to the American dream and everything I've been talking about, whether it's happening internationally or it's happening domestically, is about the American dream and how the American dream is impacting the rest of the world. And people don't necessarily think of it that way. And I know there's a lot of people on the progressive, the further left you go in politics, the less they want people to think about the American dream, both the potential of it and the reality of it. They don't want to have that discussion because they have nothing to compete with it. There is nothing else in the world that competes with the American dream, because the American dream is also a reality. It is a fact. It does exist. You can have that. You can be successful. You can achieve. You can grow. You can go from being a guy in a garage to owning a multi-billion-dollar company. You can do that in America. You can't do it in the rest of the world. You just can't. You can go from being just a kid to being the president of the United States. You can do that in America. You can't do that anywhere else in the world. Now, what are your odds? 1 in 330 million. Not great. That's just competing against Americans. You're talking about even bigger odds, depending on if you're talking business and such. But 1 in 330 million. Not great odds, but it can be done. And if you are reaching that high, maybe you want to be the next president of the United States, and you only get to be senator. Or maybe you only get to be a member of Congress. Maybe you only get your state level, you're a legislator, you're a member of the assembly or the state senate. Maybe you only make it to city council. Maybe you're just a candidate and you never get elected. But you are there, you're on the stage, you are part of the system. And I guarantee you, if you are getting any kind of attention whatsoever, people are paying attention to you. They're hearing your voice. That's why I ask people to like, share, and subscribe. I really do. You can do the Patreon. Trust me, I could use the money. $1.50, it adds up. I would love for you to do my Patreon. I would love for people, you want to donate for my birthday, do a super chat on Rumble, because I didn't know you could, and I'm really happy I got one of those. First super chat ever. Or you want to do something like that with PayPal, fantastic. But what I really want is a like, a share, and a subscribe. That's what I want. I want to be able to have the guys over at, I don't necessarily want to compete with Crowder or Shapiro, any of those kinds of guys. I want 10, 20,000, 30,000, maybe 50,000 people. I would love to have that audience, to be able to inform them about politics and help. And the closer we get to that number, even to 10,000, to even 5,000, I tell you what, that scares the hell out of politicians. Because I have just about enough that if everybody there's been several elections that if my audience were all, and I know I have an audience that's international, but if everyone were to vote in one election, there have been several elections at the local and state level. My audience alone could completely change the outcome of who wins. That means these politicians are paying attention because they're terrified that we could change an election. Doesn't mean we will. No guarantee. But we could. Because maybe the public starts paying attention. Maybe the public goes, you know what? Yeah, that's right. And I don't want to go with that candidate. I don't want to go with those policies. I don't want to do that anymore. I'm not going to vote that way. Thank you, Mike, for letting me know about it. And that's what they're terrified of. So they don't want to take that risk. And the more that they see that you are paying attention to issue after issue, the more likely it is that they will do something about that issue, that they will resolve that, whether it's about crime, whether it's the bail reform, whether it's about gender politics, whether it's about the trans issue, whether it's about gun control, whether it's about whatever it may be. The more people who are paying attention to that issue, I've talked to congressional aides, members of Congress. I've talked to people all over the place about this. And yeah, they're paying attention. And once they see the number of people paying attention to issue X reach a certain threshold, they know they've got to do something. And that's when you hear these politicians come out and say, oh, well, we got to start talking about this. We have a solution for this. They may not tell you why, but the answer is their staff were tracking this. And this issue suddenly hit the threshold mark. It means, ooh, we're in trouble. We've got to say something, or we may not get the same number of donations. We may not get the same number of votes. We may not have the same support. We've got to get ahead of this issue. We've got to talk about it. And that's what they do. Now, the good part of that is that means they're taking action. The best thing is the American dream. You get to control that. You get to moderate that. You get to be involved. They're coming for your vote. They're paying attention to the issues you pay attention to. So the more that you make them aware, this is what I'm paying attention to. This is the subject matter. These are the issues that are being covered. This is the story that I want to pay attention to, that I am involved in. The politicians will react. They always do. We saw that in Michigan. Again, I keep pointing to Michigan because it's so recent and it's so obvious. Michigan, Rashida Tlaib's people said, we're going to vote unconfirmed. And when they did, Joe Biden jumped. Joe Biden got scared. Joe Biden capitulated, and now Gaza's getting a pier that they don't even know where to build it. They don't know how they're going to build it. They don't know how they're going to defend it or who's going to pay for it. They have no clue what's going on. But Joe Biden jumped as fast as he could to get people over there, and he's doing something right now. He's doing it because he has to, because he has no choice. Because he's terrified, because the numbers hit the threshold. Maybe for Joe Biden, the threshold is 101,000 votes. It seems like it was. That's the number that said, oh, we can't waste any more time. We must act. We got to get those votes back. Your vote matters. Your vote counts. Anyone who is telling you that it doesn't is lying to your face. And the power of America is, the American dream is, you can always have that power. You always have the power of the vote. You have the ability to talk to your friends and your neighbors, not just online with social media. You can do it when you go to the grocery store, when you go to and from work, when you're at work, when you're going to the movies, when you're just living your life, walking your dog. You get to inform all of your neighbors and all of your friends and influence them to make this happen. I am surprised that we're not seeing more groups of people, towns and groups of people, whether they're libertarians or they're conservatives or anything else, that are getting together and saying, hey, let's get a block of people to all vote the same way. Video gamers could do it for all I care, and they could all come together and say, unless you get the video game council, get these give us more free speech, get off of our backs. Stop trying to censor video games. Stop trying to inject DEI into our video games, these sweet baby inks. Get rid of these companies, or we're going to tell all of the fallout all the video gamers that play Fallout. And if you think they're all just, kids that are 16, you don't understand the audience for Fallout. And, Beth Sitter says, oh, we'll get all of the Fallout players to vote, I don't know, the Green Party or something stupid like that. That they're going to shift that vote. I guarantee you would see Sweet Baby Inc. would be kicked to the curb by the Biden administration in a heartbeat if they thought that Bethesda and the audience, the player base for Fallout was suddenly going to even marginally look more positively at Joe Biden. I guarantee you he'd kick them. He'd have Attorney General Merrick Garland jumping through hoops trying to find a way to shut down Sweet Baby Inc. tomorrow if he thought that Bethesda would try and swing the Fallout player base towards him. And that's all he needs, is just to swing towards him, to just point him out in a positive light. They have that many votes. I'm surprised they haven't tried that already. I think they will at some point in our near future. We're going to start seeing corporations trying to do that, because we already see the corporations that are trying to control, propagandize all of the entertainment. They're already doing that. They're already trying to control what we see. What did Iger say? It is a requirement. It's morally important for companies to stand by the right side of history. I think he said something to that effect. It's stupid. Hang on. We got a couple more comments. Sorry, a little delayed there. So Hal responded to me and he said, spot on. Whatever you think of Rashida Tlaib, she did show the power of the people using their voice vote to speak to our elected officials. Yeah, and I hate Rashida Tlaib. I think she's a piece of crap. But yes, you're correct. She did show them that. Sitting on the sidelines would have zero effect. I agree. And she did highlight that sitting on the sidelines is not the answer. Stepping up, taking action, that is important. I'm only saddened by the fact that it was Rashida Tlaib that was the one doing it, and that Rashida Tlaib is leading the charge to help Hamas, a terrorist organization, and Joe Biden took the bait and said, yeah, he's going to run with it. That saddens me intensely and makes me really scared for America. But the fact is, take the example she just showed you. Your vote counts. You need to vote, and no one is stopping you to vote. That's another thing. 56 years of my life. Guess what? It has never been easier for anyone of any color, any religion, any size or shape to vote at this moment than it has ever been. If you want to vote, you vote. If you're an American citizen and you want to vote, you can vote. The reason why people aren't voting is because we have horrible candidates. We've got crap candidates. Whether it's at the local level or whether it's at the national level, there are more crap candidates than there are good candidates. We have weaker leaders, not stronger leaders, and that's why people are apathetic. Because it's not that they don't think they can vote, it's that I don't want these people. I don't want these issues. They're not going to benefit us. Well, how many times can they promise that they're going to make us safe or rich or comfortable? How many times can they lie to us to our face and we're going to sit there and go, well, this time they're going to be different. They'll actually live up to their promise this time. No, they're not. No, they're not. And you know it. You know it and I know it. We need to have a new crop of people in Congress, in our government, top to bottom. We need to move away from a rigid point of view that says, oh, I must do what I am told, that I can only vote straight down the line. You know, there actually is something called straight line voting. Did you know this? That in some states, you can hit a button when you go into the voting booth. You can hit a button and it will automatically vote straight down the political line. So whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, you can hit the button and it will say, oh, well, we're going to vote for every choice is going to be a Republican or a Democratic vote. That is sick, insane, and stupid. Anyone who uses that is both lazy and dumb. Don't do it. Now, one, I don't think anyone should just vote straight down the line automatically for whatever political party you are. I don't care which party it is. Doesn't matter. You could be libertarian. I don't think you vote straight down the line libertarian. I don't care. You should know the candidates. You should know the issues. But the fact that you can hit a button and just go straight down, you're a robot. You're just a robot at that point. You're useless. You can't even be bothered to hit each and every button and to pick each and every one of the candidates, that you just have to hit a button and say, oh, all the above. You are a moron. Why are you voting at all? You are useless. People who hit that are probably the most treasured individuals in any political party. They're like, oh my God, this one will vote for anything that happens to be Democrat. Doesn't matter what kind of, they're just going to go D. When Nancy Pelosi was having the speech about AOC's district, and she said that if this glass of water had a D next to its name, it would win in the district. It would beat every Republican because it's just a D, and they vote D all the time. They vote Democrat no matter what in the Democratic 14th District of New York. And she's right. Nancy Pelosi was right. I could not fault her on that. It's true. They do vote straight down the line. They're robots. It's useless. But they are one of the most valued group of voters in the Democratic Party. Why? Because they only vote Democrat. They don't think. They don't even know what's going on. They just go Democrat. We're just hitting D's. That's a D. That's a D. That's a D. I don't know who any of these people are. D. That's all they know. And they don't care. They must be the most valuable of all of the voters because they're mindless. They have zero expectation. They do not want accountability from their politicians. And I sure as hell want accountability from my politicians, no matter what political ideology that politician may have. I know lots of politicians that are Democrats. I know a couple of politicians that are far left. And that's fine. I have had conversations with all of them. And my conversations with them are the same ones that I have with those who are on the right. And it's that I want you to be effective and efficient. That's it. Let me go back to the comments here. So Dal says, ha, never the Green Party, too close to super mutants from French. I like that. The ultimate in lazy key voting. Yeah. It is really, do I have that? I want to show you guys because I'm not making this up. Look, folks, you can always ask me for a source. I have sources for everything I'm talking about. I don't talk about things that I don't have sources for, that I can't show you where my reasoning came from and how did I come to what I understand. You can always tell me, Mike, I don't agree, and that's fine. You don't have to agree. But I don't make up these things, and here it is. It's the NCSL, National Conference of State Legislatures. This is from March 15th of 2024, as you can see on the screen, or you should. Hang on. There you are. You can see it now. This is straight ticket voting, which is also called straight party voting. Allows voters to choose a party's entire slate of candidates with a single ballot mark. It's real, folks. It says you're a robot. If you are using this process, whether you call it straight ticket voting or straight party voting, if you're hitting this, you are a robot. Step back and go back and rethink your life because something went wrong. You did something wrong. This is not the American dream. This is not what was intended by our founding fathers. This isn't what was intended when we had the Constitution, when we had the amendments written up, when people fought for women's rights and getting the right to vote. The 14th Amendment, none of that was expected. No one wanted this. No one wanted this. This is horrendous. It is the worst thing you could possibly do. And truly, please stop that, folks. Stop that. If you're doing straight If you do, oh, wait a minute. If you're doing straight ticket, wrong thing, wrong one. Hang on one second, folks. There we go. If you're doing straight ticket voting, then please stop that because it's horrendous. It's horrible. By the way, I haven't. Surprise. Got a neat background. Every so often, just change it up, just to surprise people. It's my birthday. Wanted to try and surprise people there. So it's a little different. Do you like the background? It's not very helpful for advertising or for letting people know who it is and who's talking, but, it doesn't look too bad. By the way, that's AI art. That's my AI art that you're seeing in the background there. And I thought that was a nice futuristic city. Just something that I created. We're going to leave that up for a minute or so because I think that's kind of cool. So I was talking about the American dream. Do you see how the American dream encompasses so much more? So many people like to think that it's only about money, or it's only about power, or it's only about elections. No. That's very short-sighted. And the people who say those things want you to be focused on one thing rather than understanding it's about life. It's about everything. It's about freedom. It's about being the symbol of freedom in the world, and that the rest of the world is looking at America as the symbol, the guiding light. We are the lighthouse in the darkness of what is the political environment in the world, trying to guide people to safety. It is incredibly important. But most people don't realize that. The American dream has uplifted more people than most nations have ever had. Most nations don't have the population that the American dream has uplifted in its time. And I think that's very important. Let's see, Dow says, something we might have had if Tesla had not been shafted and the government stayed out of micromanaging the populace. Maybe, yeah. It's not entirely impossible to build buildings like that. Technology is in that realm, but who knows? Still might happen. Who knows? So I find these things kind of important to talk about because I always like to talk about the empowerment, because it's not just, I'm a conservative Republican, so you should listen to me. No. Because don't ever agree with me 100%. No one should agree with me 100% on every issue. You really shouldn't. Ask the questions. Find the answers for yourself. Find what you think is the right path. Follow it. Be knowledgeable about it. We were talking about this, I think, earlier with Jason to an extent. I don't expect anyone to just tomorrow, suddenly you're a political junkie and you're following all of the politics. No, that's what I do. And it takes me 8 to 16 hours on any given day to keep up with all the news that I follow, all the different issues that I follow. No. What I expect is, what's the one thing that you care about? That's what, okay, I don't know what it is. Doesn't matter to me what it is. It's important to you that you know what it is, whatever the one issue is. It could be about your pay. It could be about education for your kids. It could be about freedom of whatever. It could be gun control. It could be anything. I don't care what the issue is. It's your issue. Spend 1 hour a day. Just look into that. Read what the left has to say, what the right has to say, and if you can find a neutral source, usually an overseas source from the United States, so you got the U.S. left, the U.S. right, and then some overseas source that's talking about the same issue. Read all three. 1 hour. Do that once a day on the subject that matters to you. Suddenly you will have a better understanding of the issue. You will be able to point out when people are lying. You will recognize the people who are not being accountable, that have failed to do anything. They did something, but they didn't do anything effective or efficient. And by the way, the American dream has a responsibility, and that is the responsibility to be politically aware, to hold politicians accountable, to be involved in what is happening in your community and your nation. And when it's going, as the saying goes, if it's going tits up, then you have to be the one that's proactive to make it change, to put in a different spin, a different direction, to acknowledge here's a problem. And by the way, you're the politician that created that problem. You need to go. We need to get someone else in your place. That's part of the American dream. That's the responsibility part. You have to be educated. You have to be involved. You have to know about the subject. I'm not telling you that you need to write a master's thesis or a PhD. You have to just know more than the headline from CNN. You have to know more than a 30-second short video is providing to you about whatever's going on. When the big news comes out, you should know about this. You should have some idea. Did you know that there was a 15-year study on trans individuals that came from the Netherlands, that they studied over 15 years, kids that were 11, and they followed them until they were 26. 98% of those kids, it was about the non-gender conformity. They evaluated, and every 2 years, they went back to these kids, and they tested again, and they tested again, and tested again, taking the same poll from the age of 11 to the age of 26. 98% of those kids, they started off with about 78% of the kids were gender conforming, and you had about 20 some odd percent of the kids that were confused about their gender. By the time you hit 26, 2%. 2%. I did a whole video on this. I covered this. Only 2% by the time they hit 26 were gender confused. Gee, how that number shrank. Oh, by the way, it was 2,700, more than 2,700 individuals that were part of this study for 15 years. Confirms the study that was done in Taiwan, confirms the study that was done in the United States, coming out with the same kind of results. This was the longest study that has ever been done. Gee, maybe that means we should leave kids alone. Stop the gender-affirming care. Don't do that to children. You want to be an adult and cut off your genitals or stick medications in your body? Fantastic. That's up to you. Don't ask for my tax money. But leave the kids alone. Especially as we see the data is coming out that kids are being pushed more by well-meaning adults that take the wrong action and fads. You know, one of the biggest reasons why girls that are age 13 and 16, why they came across in the study from the Netherlands, why they came across as being gender confused, because boys got to do things that the girls couldn't do. Partially because of their body, partially because of society, the societal views on them. And so the girls were confused because they wanted to do things boys were doing, but they couldn't. Sometimes because they physically just couldn't do it. And so they were gender confused. They wanted to be someone else because they didn't want to be girls going through puberty. Okay, fantastic. I can kind of understand that. It's a very confusing, difficult time, especially for women. Fantastic. So I understand why they might be gender confused. But after that, they were fine. They grew up. They got past the awkward stage of their lives and lived their lives. And it's really sad because what we're seeing is, in trying to convince, as the world is getting more and more warped, as America becomes less and less leader, the more that we are allowing these crazy ideas to destroy our nation and our children, the more we're getting situations where we have people like this. A young, physically healthy Dutch woman. She was 28 years old. She's going to self-terminate. Think about that for a second. She is going to self-terminate because she feels bad. Mind you, she's got a boyfriend. I think he's absolutely useless. He is absolutely, utterly useless. This girl who's 28, who feels depressed. I can't tell you whether she is or isn't depressed. She says she's depressed. She can't figure out a reason why she should live. And so the Netherlands are going to end her life. They're sending a doctor over so she can sit in her living room chair and end it all. The government is paying for it. The government is going to help her end it all. That is evil. That is straight up and down absolutely evil. What the hell is wrong with that boyfriend? Why isn't he trying to motivate her to live her life, to be able to live a better life? He has completely failed her. He's a boyfriend. Doesn't he love her? Doesn't he want her to live? And we've seen this. This has been happening consistently, especially in the Netherlands, since 2001. This is 2017. They did the same damn thing in 2017. A 29-year-old woman. And the Dutch were like, okay, time for you to go. You can't help you. Your life is miserable. It just sucks. And they're going to self-terminate her. That's evil. Because she feels bad. And by the way, they've been doing this since to about 4% of the population. They've been doing this since 2001. Thank God that hasn't caught on here in the United States yet, but it might. Watch out. California is that kind of crazy. California looks at these things and when they happen in Europe and they're like, oh, we've got to be more progressive. If they can do 4% of the population in the Netherlands, well, hell, we can beat that in LA by itself. We can have all kinds of young kids self-terminating because they feel bad, because they feel depressed, because life is rough, because life is tough. No, that's not an excuse. That's not a reason. Yes, life is tough. Life can be absolutely miserable. I get that. And then you get up tomorrow. Life sucks. You feel miserable. Nothing is going right. You've lost everything. I get it. And then you get up and you do it again anyway. Because eventually it gets better. Or at least it gets different. And you have different opportunities. And you never know what you might get. Your guy or girl, your Prince Charming, your Princess Charming might be right down the road. You might meet them tomorrow. You don't know. You might win the lottery. You may develop a fantastic video game. Somebody may want you to model for them and you fall in love with them or you become famous because of that. I don't know. Any kind of stupid thing could possibly happen, but it may happen tomorrow. You still got to get up. You still got to go to work. You still got to deal with it. You still have to try. If you give up, then you fail. And life is the biggest battle you will ever have. Not political sides, not whether, I don't care what the issue is. There is no battle bigger than life itself. Getting up every day and just living. That is a battle. It is a challenge. And you win every day you wake up and you go do something. You win. You want the victory? You want to take solace? You want to boost yourself? You woke up today. You did something today. You are a victor because you could have not done any of that and you would have failed and you would have self-terminated or you would have terminated. You are a victor. You have beaten the game of life for one more day. Tomorrow is a new spin. You get to try again. I want you to be here. I want you to be here next week. I want you to see me next year when I do my birthday marathon again next year. You always have to keep moving forward. Don't fall into these traps that, it's the government can't think of anything else they can do. It was never the government's job to do something for you in the first place. That's the reason why the Netherlands is letting these people self-terminate, sending over Dr. Kevorkian to their houses to self-terminate these people who are physically healthy. They are physically fine. They can have kids, they can date, they have issues, but not physical issues. They can do stuff. They can run around. They can go and play video games. They can play in the sports outside. They can do stuff. They just feel bad. And so the government says, well, you're going to feel bad until you feel better. Okay, it's called life. And the government goes, well, since you're going to feel bad, I got a neat idea. Single-payer health care. Government's in charge of it. So why don't you self-terminate and save us a bunch of medical bills? Just self-terminate yourself. Don't worry, we'll send over a doctor, and it'll save us a bunch of money on your lifetime of medical bills that you'll need. Just self-terminate. Really, never listen to the government on that. A government that is always wrong, that never gets it right. No, don't listen to them. You stay alive, fight, struggle, make it to the next day. It will eventually get better. Let's see. Miss K says, they can stay out of women's sports too. Well, yes, I would love them to be out of women's sports. Let's separate the sports. Let's be, fair is fair. You want to have trend sports? That's fantastic. Women's sports is women. Men's sports is men. If you want trans sports, fantastic. Create a new category. They can go there. Not because I'm trying to be unfair. Not because I want to be evil. But that's the only category that's the only way you can categorize that without being unfair to various individuals. So to address Miss K's statement, the best way to divide sports today and to be fair to all the groups, all the individuals that want to compete, Leah Thomas shouldn't be competing against other swimmers that are women. Leah Thomas should be competing against other trans athletes to be more fair to all of them, to make sure that they are earning it and they don't have a disproportionate advantage for any one individual or any one group. Just make it fair. Women get to go, you're a biological woman, compete with biological women. You're a biological man, compete with biological men. You're trans, go compete against trans. Let's make 3 different categories. Life is simple. It ain't that hard, folks. We don't have to change everything just because, but I don't care how you feel. Doesn't matter. It is a fact that men are about 6 inches taller than women are on the average. Most women are about 5'3", 5'4", sometimes a little bit less. Most men are about 5'10", 5'11", sometimes a little taller. So you're looking at about 6 inches there. And as a swimmer, guess what? That wins the race by itself. Having an extra 6, that's not even counting the fact that you've got the arm reach too. Yeah, the swimming, even if you have a swimmer who's just as fast as Leah Thomas length and body length is going to give the advantage to Leah Thomas. Just because Leah Thomas is bigger, they're going to win. So it's not fair at all. And that is purely because of the genetics that, Leah Thomas has genetics that are going to make her bigger, taller than all the others. So Leah Thomas should be going into a trans competition so it could be fair. So everyone's basically the same kind of build, same kind of competition. Is that unfair to say? I know some people will say, but that's unkind. Michael, that's not kind to them. Life isn't kind. I don't care about being kind. Kind is a luxury. Let's be honest. Kind is a luxury. And it is wonderful when we can be generous enough to have that luxury to bandy about, to be kind. But most of life isn't that. If you want people to lie to you and say, oh, life is going to be fantastic, and as long as you make this choice, everything will work out for you. They are lying to you. They are trying to take advantage of you. They are abusing you because that's just crap. life isn't always going to be fun and easy. It's a slog. It is difficult. It is challenging. It is problematic, and you're not always going to get what you want. And usually you probably won't, but sometimes you will. That is the reality of life. Let's live in life. Let's not live in a fantasy. Because if you're trying to live in the fantasy, you will be sorely, massively, incredibly disappointed by the reality that really exists. You know, you'll be eternally disappointed that unicorns don't exist. Rainbows don't give you Skittles. That's just life. You'll be disappointed if you think it does. All right, moving on. Graham says, kindness is a virtue, an energy that makes the world a better place. Kindness is a generosity. It's truly, it's wonderful. It's giving. I'm happy about it, but it's not the norm. Sometimes you can't afford to be kind. Just happens. That's life. You know, you aren't entitled to kindness or empathy or anything else in life. There's nothing that you're entitled to other than as long as you breathe, you get to have air. That's about it. And it's not unfair to say these things to people, to have this expectation amongst people. And when we have these expectations, we say, most importantly, we say, in America, and you have the right to reach higher, to reach farther. The American dream says you can go as far as you can get. That's the American dream. Again, I said it earlier, you may envision the American dream as a house with a white picket fence and, you're married with 2 kids. That's one symbolism of it, but really what it is you can achieve what you reach for. You may not always get it, but you can always try. If you reach for the sky, you might grab the clouds, and it's okay to do that. You get the chance to do that every day. No one's going to hold you back from that. That's what America is all about. That's the American dream. You can keep going and keep trying, and no one's going to... You have the equality of the opportunity, not of the outcome. And that's so critical. That is so important to the youth, to everyone. That's something that I learned over 56 years of my life. I don't want the equality of the outcome, because if you've already decided what the outcome is, I haven't earned anything. It means nothing to me. It has nothing to do with me. You've already decided the outcome. Oh, yeah. Well, everybody who's, 35, we've already decided what we're going to do. They're all going to get paid the same amount of money. Then why'd work? What's the effort? What's it worth doing? Oh, yeah, everybody who's 50 and above, they're all going to live in the state of Idaho. Well, damn, what's the whole point then? Why'd I work hard, buy a house, build a house? What's the point? And I'm using these examples, and they are extreme and maybe even a little bit silly, but the reality is that's why we try. We strive to do better. We strive to be more every day. And we don't always succeed, but we can. We might. And that's the whole point of life, isn't it? And that's what the American dream is that life codified by law, codified by the Constitution. And when we forget that, that's when we start getting the BLMs and the Democratic Socialists of America. We get the Socialist Party, the Green Party. We start getting these individuals who say, no, don't work so hard. Just give us all your freedom and we'll make sure we'll take care of everything. We will micromanage your life. Just give us your freedom. You don't want to work hard? No problem. Just give us everything. What was it? I was at the free and equal debate, presidential debate with the Green Party, and Jasmine Sherman, she's a Nergalite, she said that there would be no more prisons. She's going to get rid of all the prisons. She's going to get rid of all of the rent. And she's going to give your property back to the American Indians. But you can still live in your house or in your apartment, even though you're not paying rent on it. And if you happen to be a criminal, well, you'll just have to stay in your house for the time that you are incarcerated. So you don't go to jail, you just stay in your house by yourself. Who's enforcing all this crap? This is the most Pollyanna crap I've ever heard. It's coming straight out of the Green Party. It is stupid. No one in their right mind believes any of this crap. Except for, Jasmine Sherman, the Nergalite. She probably believes it. Nergal probably believes it. But no one else believes that kind of dumb crap. Graham has some comments here. And so, Graham says, let me get it from the beginning. Graham goes, just like lifting heavy weights, we are not always able to be kind. But to not be kind ultimately is a disservice to ourselves. Jesus said, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you. I have failed at this more times than I can count. I know I have failed more times than I can count because I don't pray for my enemies. I probably should. I don't. Whether that's political enemies or any others, not so much. So I am not perfect. I'm a human being. I'm not perfect. I don't pretend that I am perfect or anything close to it. That's not who I am. But I try to be a good person overall. And I try to be helpful. This is one of the things that I do to help. We do the Sunday live stream every week at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to talk about the issues. I mean, I've barely done that today. But in case people were wondering, I've got a ton of stories here. There's a bunch of issues that I haven't really talked about. This is just on the foreign policy that I had lined up at any point in time, talking about all the different issues that we've been going over in part throughout the entire day. What is this one about? Oh, the Mayo Clinic. That's right. I didn't even look at that. What story was it? Here it is. Puberty blockers. By the way, we were talking about this a little bit earlier when I was talking about the study from the Netherlands about the trans individuals. Now we have, this is from the Mayo Clinic, reported by the Daily Mail, an internationally credible news organization. Puberty blockers may not be reversible and could raise children's risk of fertility problems and even cancer, Mayo Clinic study suggests. No kidding. I've only been saying that for years. Many people have been saying that for years. People in the LGBT community have been saying this for years. Gender affirming care is not beneficial. It does hurt people. Let's get this straight. And now they're only now starting to say, well, it could maybe not be the best thing you could possibly do. No kidding. Leave the kids alone. Stop with the gender affirming care. This is a minimum. How is that child ever supposed to grow and get anything close to the American dream if you have cut it away from them long before they even knew what it was, what they could possibly have tried to get? You could have had a child that, I don't know, may have had lots of grandkids and had a big old family, and you killed that because you wanted to do gender affirming care on an 11-year-old that didn't know what they wanted because they didn't even know they could want something. No kidding. The human body doesn't have a pause button. Is anybody shocked? Anybody? Seriously, folks. Anyway, there were some other stories I wanted to talk about, that I've been talking about, and here's the data when I was talking about Trump versus Biden versus Kennedy. I don't really count Jill Stein or Cornel West. Here's a story that we were talking about with RFK Jr. And that's the straight ticket voting. So, I mean, folks, I'm not just making this stuff up. It's both my experience over the last 56 years, plus I've been doing the research for for decades now, accumulating this and looking it over. I'm not telling you that I'm right. I'm telling you, pay attention. Have the conversation. Make the debate. Let's really go in for that. Dow says, okay, we got a couple of comments here. Dow says, that would result, so Graham said, Jesus says, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you, and that he, like I, have failed at this more times than he can count. Dow says, that would result in chaos and the whole time, he's talking about the Nergolites, would be that meme of the dogs in fedora drinking coffee. Dogs in fedoras drinking coffee in the burning house. I saw that one. I've seen that meme. This is fine, yes. Cool Roy, the same people who believe you can put batteries in everything believe that. Mm-hmm. Dow says, breaking news from Epic Times. They are partially arming IRS agents. 5,500 IRS agents being activated this year. Well, there's a lot of IRS agents that have been activated and have been armed. I'm not surprised. Why do the IRS agents need the firearms? I don't really understand. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And more importantly, they're just giving away guns I work for the government. Here's a gun. Wait a minute. Why can't I have a gun? I have a Second Amendment. Why are you stopping me from owning a gun? I have the Second Amendment. Whether or not I have a gun doesn't matter. Okay? That's not the argument we're making. But in New York City, in New York State, they're like, oh my God, you can't have a gun. You can't have a gun. Well, I work for the IRS. Oh, here's a gun. What? That makes no sense. That makes no sense whatsoever. But I'm not surprised that they're doing this. I really am not. And thank you for letting me know about that, Dow. Oh, wow, we just had a burst of people who just jumped in. I don't know, maybe, hit a button on YouTube or something. Or one of the sources, someone actually paid attention. I love it. Love it. Okay, so let's see. Wow, almost 10 hours. 10 hours. We got about 2 hours to go, folks. Okay. I need to take a quick break because it's been 10 hours. And we've been going nonstop on so many issues. And I enjoy it. And I appreciate it. And I thank you all for everything that you are doing. And every conversation that we are having. Let me see. I need just a short break. Just a short break. Bear with me, folks. Bear with me. Public speeches. How about an interview? Interview? I've got to have an interview that might be interesting. Just something kind of shortish. Who do we have? Well, YouTube doesn't want... Really? YouTube's not going to let me see my own bloody playlist? Really? Come on. Let me see my playlist. Oh, great, Dave. I love YouTube sometimes. I tell you, they edit my own channel. They edit it away from me. They're brilliant people. Dow says that he could see the next Babylon Bee headline. ATF voices concerns over adding machines, accessories added to federal IRS armaments. No, I haven't lost my voice. I'm actually used to talking for extended periods of time. It's one of the things that I do. Well, I talk a lot, so. Really, I hate. Oh, God, YouTube's messing with me right now. They really want to piss me off. Okay. There we go. How about I want to go to, where is it? Here we go. So again, I'm just going to take a very quick little minor break here.
It's been eventful.
So this is just a conversation that I had with the Liberty First Foundation. Every Friday at 9 p.m. we usually have a conversation. And, Mike Marshall, Frank Johnson, me, Jan Rains, Dal Gribb are sometimes always together. I want you to listen to this for a little bit. I will be back very shortly. So just hang on and I will be back. And I hope you enjoy it. 1 second.
Not bad. Busy.
I'm a little more I'm disappointed.
Getting rain all week.
Yeah,
rivers are quite full. Just a quick shout out. I'm glad to be here. Mrs. Grimm ended up having a shoulder surgery today, so she came out of that and came home today. So she's reposing.
She has a speedy recovery.
Thank you very much.
What was the nature of the surgery? Rotator cuff?
It was actually tendonitis, arthritis in the shoulder caused by an injury at work. So they finally got everything cleared away.
Well, make sure you get representation.
Already had that. Been fighting for 2 years. That's why we had to wait so long.
Yeah. Well, having just gone through that myself, except for the ankle, I understand the pain. I wish her a quick and speedy recovery, and for good fortunes moving forward.
Yeah, I've been through it, and I wish I would have had better representation.
I agree. I went through it too.
You guys are able to use your shoulders, right?
Oh yeah.
Like, is it better?
There was an injury that not that long ago. Well, actually, it's been quite a few years ago that I couldn't.
Ooh.
I had a herniated disc. I couldn't raise my shoulder more or my arm more than about 10 degrees.
Oh man.
And my hand was about paralyzed.
I've had a torn rotator cuff for about 20 years. So
I actually have a tear in my rotor cuff, and when they told me they were going to go in and do surgery, after I woke up, they told me that they didn't fix the tear because it was deemed too small.
Oh.
So
that's
I
not
have
going to cause a
issues
problem.
at times.
Thankfully, her rotator cuff wasn't torn. It was just she had buildup on the end of her shoulders, and it was causing nerve damage. So they managed to open that section up, and then now it's supposed to alleviate the nerve. So they're hoping that she'll have a full recovery and get full range of motion and strength back in her arm. That's the hope. We'll see.
Hopefully. Time and therapy will all tell. Just don't have her hold back on anything that she does for working on the range of motion. Because once you healed, whatever you led to range of motion at that point, this is what you're going to be stuck at. So get your range of motion back, no matter how much pain it causes. Get that back, and you'll heal around it. At least you'll get better use of it in the future.
Yeah.
All right. So now that we're done with the medical portion of this evening's show, and everybody's going to be happy and well for the rest of the evening. First topic of the night. Vass, I want to throw this to you. Carrie Lake, somebody who I think is a force to be reckoned with in the arena of politics, and all politics as usual. Released a little bit of bombshell information this week, but it seems that we're not getting the entire story from all parties. So if you want to fill us in a little bit about what's going on.
All right. So for people to know what's going on, Carrie Lake is currently running for senator in Arizona. She's been a very big name in Arizona. She ran for governor there. There was a big scandal about the voting. Some of the voting machines weren't working on election day. She had a question about the registration, all the voter registrations as well. She's been back and forth in courts on that. She then followed it up with a run for Senate, which is currently ongoing, her 2024 Senate race. Now, So she's been a very big supporter of Donald Trump. She's been a right of the party kind of candidate. She's not an establishment candidate, never was. And many people have thought going in as we've been getting closer and closer to Trump picking his VP, she's one of the top names in terms of women for the VP. It's her, Elise Stefanik. Some people are now saying Kristi Noem, but that's it for the women. And then there's Tim Scott and one or two other names. But those are the main four people. So that gives you an idea of who we're talking about. Now, it just came out this week that 10 months ago, the GOP chairman of Arizona, Jeff DeWitt, had at that time employed Kari Lake. They were having a private conversation in Kari Lake's house. That private conversation also contained a section in it that was now released by Kari Lake at this time, which sounds like some people have tried to use the word bribe. They've used the word cajole. They've used a lot of terms to say, he was basically telling her, get out the race for the Senate and wait, and you'll get money if you do it. So a lot of people have been taking it in that way, and that's the way that Kari Lake has phrased it. Now, I do have sources across the country, and Arizona is one of the places where I have sources, and many parties, not just in the Republican Party, but many other parties across the country. And what we're being told, that's what we were told. And Kari Lake said, because of that clip of the audio conversation, she demanded that Jeff DeWitt, the chair of Arizona, resign. And he did. And he came out with a public statement about it. In the public statement does include some of the stuff that's happening in the background, that there are God knows how many conversations that she recorded without his knowledge or permission that she may release in segments. Again, this is one of the critical parts. Now, the background of this, what's happening in back doors, none of this is about her running for Senate. That has nothing to do with why she made the statement, why she tried to get Jeff DeWitt to resign, which he did, and it has nothing to do with very little with what he's afraid of. There's an entire other scenario that is internal within the Arizona GOP that's happening that the public doesn't know about, that they don't want to make public. I can't say exactly what it is because of the source. It would identify the source. But they're having an entirely different internal conflict. This is the external version that we're seeing. Her content, according to Jeff DeWitt, in his published statement, which you can see on Twitter as well, he's already said he resigned not because of what he said to her, but because of he has no idea what she's going to publish and how she will frame it. And that's just too much damage for a position he doesn't get paid for. The chairman of GOP, even for a state, don't get paid. Mm-hmm. The thing that gets me about this is not only is there inside baseball, a lot of it going on that do not make Kari Lake look good. What we do know is she's out of the VP race. There's too much heat. She makes Arizona is going to be in turmoil throughout 2024. No guarantee that she's going to make it to the Senate, and she's no longer a target for Trump as a VP. She just lost the VP because no one trusts her.
She definitely lost the VP, but she's also damaged herself tremendously with the Republican Party. It's going to be very hard for her to get any type of support from the Republican Party for pretty much anything she does going forward.
Yeah, and it's not just the establishment. It's everyone, because everyone, again, inside, everybody knows. The mainstream media doesn't know or won't tell public, but inside the party, everybody knows she violated a lot of trust in the way she did this and what the reason was for all of this happening in the first place. So she really has torched her entire future politically.
Yeah, she has.
It's really a shame.
Unless she's planning on going independent. Okay, that's the only thing I could see. The only potential path forward she has is going independent, but she's going to have a real hard time doing that and being able to work with any party after what she's done.
I don't see it happening because even other members, elected officials, don't want to touch her. They don't trust her. How many conversations have
That's
you
it.
had
She
that's been
just lost
recorded?
all credibility, all trust.
Yeah. How can anyone trust you? I mean, even I, as a member of the press, I have many people, like I said, I have many contacts across the entire country. But every one of my contacts in every party know that when I'm having a private conversation, it's a private conversation. There's a lot of things I know about members of Congress in every party, candidates that have run across the country. Lots of conversations I had that. All right, folks. So at any time, you can always go over to my YouTube, my Rumble channel, and check out all of the coverage, all the different things that I've been talking about over the years. I have something like 1,300 videos. Might be a little bit less because I know YouTube likes to delete a lot of my stuff. It's like when I'm on Twitter. TikTok. TikTok likes to delete all my stuff. And I know for years I said I wouldn't use TikTok because it's Chinese, but that's where the people are. So, it's my job to talk about politics. Mike Marshall, thank you for joining us, Mike. What good timing. You jumped in just as I was doing a little bit of coverage of the Friday Roundtable. That was actually from 2000. Actually, that was from this year, January this year, 2024, when we were talking a little bit there. So I hope everyone is enjoying that. Please do check that out, and also check out the live stream every Friday at 9 p.m. We do the Friday Roundtable. Yesterday, I was on with Mike Marshall and Frank Johnson. We were talking about a lot of these issues. We were talking about the earthquake. We were talking about the trans study and quite a few other things, the election going forward. Matter of fact, I'll talk a little bit about that going forward. But I do want to catch up to some of the comments while I stepped away very shortly. Let me see. So I left off, you haven't lost your voice. Nope, I haven't lost my voice yet. I think I mentioned that. Cool Roy had mentioned it. And my voice isn't sore, and I will be on tomorrow for the Sunday live stream at 2:30 p.m., where I will go more into the specific laws, bills, news, the politics. This is me talking about life, 56 years of the American dream. Tomorrow I'll be dealing with the actual politics of the day, how we got here, and what we can expect going forward. So I do hope people will check that out as well. I was live yesterday with the live stream with the Liberty First Foundation. It's a rough weekend for me, I tell you, really rough. I don't know if my voice will be okay on Monday. Cool Roy says, and Larry is also, I do occasionally, I'm on with Larry Sharp, who's got his own channel, which is The Sharp Way. I do recommend check them out. I'm more than happy to promote anyone. I have a saying, which I believe is very true. I will help anyone I can to become a multimillionaire. I hope that, if I appear on your channel, I'm able to talk with you, to go to any college, anywhere. I hope you get to make $10 million off of me talking about politics, political commentary, life experiences. I hope that I can do that for you and make you $10 million. I'll be happy to make $1 million, and you can make $10 million, because all boats rise when you have a rising tide, all boats float higher. I'm all for that. Absolutely. And in case if anyone's watching, and especially younger people, if you go, well, gee, Mike, would you come and say all this at my college? Yes, I will. Whether it's on Rumble or on Zoom or in person, I'm more than happy to talk about my experiences. I'll even talk to you. I can talk to you about living in Moscow. A lot of people may not be aware that I lived in Moscow. I lived there during the coup attempt back in 91. Yes, I am a black, conservative, Hispanic Republican who speaks Russian very badly now because I'm way out of practice. But yeah, I lived there. Speak Russian. Yes, I do. I speak better Russian than I do Spanish, which is really kind of sad, I suppose. But I've had the experience. When you hear people talking about socialism, the Democratic Socialists of America, you hear AOC and Ilhan Omar and Anna Presley, Jamal Bowman, when they're telling you about how great their progressive ideas are, their socialism is such a great idea. I've actually lived in a socialist nation as it had full-on socialism going on. And I can tell you, it sucks. I would not wish that on my worst enemy. I understand why so many people are trying to escape socialist nations to come to America. My only problem is when they do it illegally. Not that they're trying to escape socialism, but that they're not doing it legally. That's where the problem comes in, and that's where the issue is for America. Look, you can be part of the American dream. You can have as much success as you can are able to meritocracy, with merit, be able to generate. I am getting a little tired. But I want you to do it legally. Do it fairly. Do it with equal opportunity, not equal outcome. I want you to compete with me, to help me get better, to help you get better. That's what we should want, not the other way around. So I just wanted to bring that up because I don't mention that enough sometimes in the conversation. But I like talking about my friends over at Larry Sharp when I have done interviews with him and I help him out. He's a great friend of mine. He's a libertarian. I have no problem knowing people from other political ideologies when people disagree with me. It doesn't mean that I hate them just because I disagree with someone's political ideology or a law or a bill that they may feel is good and I feel is bad. Or vice versa, when they think I'm wrong about something or they don't understand or think there's a different outcome to something than I have. You know what? That's okay. How can we know which idea is the best idea if we don't debate the idea? We look into the merits, look at the weaknesses, try and see if we understand the issue as well as we think we do. This is what makes America great, that we can freely have these conversations. That's why we are the envy of the world. That's why people all around the world come to watch not just me, but all kinds of political commentary here in America, because they can't do it in their nation. That's why in Hong Kong, they were so motivated to run around in 2018. They were singing the American anthem. Why? While Americans were out there and protesting about Trump, and they were protesting about the loss of America, there was people in Hong Kong celebrating the very same America with every problem that we have, because our problems aren't as bad as we think. It's just that most Americans have never been anywhere else, so they have nothing else to compare it to. And if you are running around with an iPhone and $500 pairs of jeans and sneakers that cost $200, you got nothing to complain about. You are rich. Your life is fantastic. Go and live in Somalia. Go live in Uganda. Go and look in Peru. Go around the world, live in one of those places and think you can live like that. You can't. Go to China. Try and live there. You're going to hate it because the Chinese hate it. Just being honest with people. We need to be more honest. And if you're offended by some of the things that I say, I don't care. Because I'm sure there's something that you say that offends me too. And that doesn't mean that we stop speaking. Maybe it means we speak in a different way. Maybe we have a better conversation and go into why is it that you're offended by something that I happen to say just because you disagree. Doesn't mean I have a microaggression against you. Doesn't mean that's violent. It means I think you're wrong. Tell me why I'm misunderstanding you. Make your case. Think critically. Let's have that debate so that we can make America better. If I'm wrong, I'm happy to say I got it wrong. And then let's improve America. This is what life is supposed to be about. Hang on. So let me get back to some of the comments here. So what did I miss? Dow says, yeah, now that it's in their clutches, the IRS, they're very happy to wield it against the enemies like Conan describing what is good in life. Okay, Mike Marshall's here. Mike Marshall mentioned we had a great conversation last night. We really did. I do advise people to check it out, about 2 hours. Thank you for the happy birthday wish, Mike Marshall. Dal says, it was great. Sadly, the cold medicine kicked in and he had to pass out halfway through our conversation yesterday. That's all right. You know what? I know some people do listen to my voice and they go to sleep to it. Now, I know some people say, Mike, your voice is horrible. I could never go to sleep to that. Well, some people do. And I'm okay with that. If you're listening to the program and just letting it seep in while you sleep, that's okay. Your subconscious will love me and they will enjoy this conversation. You will grow because of that. It's perfectly fine. Hopefully, I inspire your dreams and you have really good dreams. Mike Marshall says, the only way we can create a more perfect union is to be able to have open and honest dialogue. And I think it's Jordan Peterson who once said that it's to have an honest and open dialogue is to have an uncomfortable dialogue. That sometimes you're going to be facing concepts and ideas that aren't comfortable to you, that you don't agree with, that you vehemently, passionately disagree with. And that's okay. You should hear some of the conversations I've had with Mike Marshall, Frank Johnson, with Larry Sharp, various elected officials. I'm not going to name them by name, but in person and in private, that I've had many debates with elected officials vehemently disagreeing with their position. And it's not because I don't like them. It's because I don't agree with that position because I see an outcome that isn't positive, that I see a weakness, a flaw in something that they're promoting, and I bring it up to them, both in my professional capacity as a political commentator, and yes, I am an official member of the press. For people who've never known, yes, I am considered an official member of the press, but also as a private citizen. Because some of these elected officials are my representatives in government or have been. And so it's my duty as a citizen to say, I think that's the wrong take on this idea. It's not going to work out the way you think it is. Now, they don't always love that. And there's a lot of people in the GOP as well as in the DNC that just don't like to have to talk to me because they don't get away with the bull. I don't sit for that. I've been in this game too long. I've done too much political commentary. I've talked to too many politicians to let them get away with trying to gaslight me to try and sidestep answering the question. But at the end of the day, they appreciate that I'm paying attention, that I pay attention to the details, that I'm trying to offer the best critique I can to make sure we get the best law so that everyone does better. Whether you are part of the Democratic Socialists of America or Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, otherwise known as PLOT, or Indivisible New York, or any other far-left organization, or if you're on the right, I want the best for America. This is how we make it better. We set the future. We have the tough conversation because no one else in the world can do it like Americans can. People are watching this program right now and they are envious of you because you can watch this and not have to worry about some kind of Gestapo secret police showing up at your door and putting a bullet in your head, which happens in other countries. It doesn't happen in America. They are jealous of you. Because America is great, because we have great opportunity. Does that mean you're guaranteed to have success? Absolutely not. I think I should have 50,000 people watching the program with me and telling me how much they hate what I have to say. I would love that. But YouTube won't let it happen. Rumble is letting it happen, but YouTube won't let it happen. They don't want people to hear what we have to say, because they don't like my politics. Well, my answer to YouTube is, then have a debate with me. Let people tell me why they think I'm wrong. Let's have that. Prove that you have a better policy. I say this to the left on a regular basis, which is why in every time I do a live stream, I'm like, if you don't agree, you want to have a debate with me, I will give you as much time as you need. Any elected official, I say this to candidates all the time, I will give you as much time as you need if you think I am wrong. Prove me wrong. Convince me. Don't coerce me. Don't tell me that I'm evil or I'm bad or, oh, you're MAGA, that means you're a Nazi. No, I'm not. It just means I don't agree. And telling me that I'm a Nazi doesn't suddenly make me agree, nor does it make me shut up and go away. It just makes me pissed off that you don't have a better argument. People who say, oh, Mike, but you're just ugly. That's not an answer. Michael, you're just evil. You're soulless. I've heard all of these things. I've heard some of the worst things you've ever heard. I have had debates and events where I have been attacked by 50 progressives surrounding me, screaming at me for an hour about every kind of racial slur you can imagine. Almost every single one of those progressives being a white individual, telling me, using all the racist slurs they could possibly imagine because they didn't like that I'm a Republican and I'm black and Hispanic. That doesn't mean that they're right, and it didn't silence me. They just got tired after a while because I kept answering them and responding back to them and not worried about whether or not they called me a racist slur. I just ignored it because it was meaningless. They were trying to intimidate me. They were trying to coerce me. Same thing that we see with the shadow bans across the internet, and we're seeing more of them. This is the year you are going to see more channels suppressed and silenced and whittled down, according to Google and YouTube, than you have ever seen before, because they want to fortify the election. They are terrified right now that you might not vote for Democrats, you might not vote for Biden, and they don't know what to do. They can't convince you because they have nothing that worked. All of their policies have failed. Every single policy. There is nothing you can point at that they have done that has been a success. Nothing. And they're mad because people like me, people like you, point it out and go, and you failed. So now you're accountable. Your idea failed. Let's get a better idea. Let's move on to the next thing. Stop with the social experiments. It's like in Oregon when they had the drug testing. Not drug testing. They decriminalized or legalized hard drugs, crack, cocaine, heroin, fentanyl. They were all legalized in Oregon. How well did that work out? It failed. It was a complete and abject failure. They didn't reduce the number of drug addicts. They actually increased the number of drug addicts. It didn't reduce the number of deaths from overdoses. It kept them the same and increased them. It was a failed social experiment. How many lives were destroyed because of that? How many people suffered because of that? You know what? I'm not the bad guy for pointing out that was a dumb idea in the first place, and we should never have done it. But I'm perfectly okay with people who said, but Mike, they voted for it. Okay. I'm just telling you it's a dumb idea. I'm not surprised by the outcome. But now that we know it failed, don't try and double down and do it again. Get rid of it, which is what Oregon is doing. It doesn't work. Okay, move on to the next thing. I can actually applaud them for finally realizing their policy failed. Their feelings didn't translate into reality. Now it's time to move forward. Criminalize fentanyl and heroin. Let's get rid of that and let's try something entirely different. Stop trying to enable the things that are destroying America, that are destroying the American dream, because the American dream is essential to America. If we don't have that dream of meritocracy, of having equal opportunity, that we can achieve anything if we try hard enough, that is possible. If we destroy that, and the freedoms that enable us to have that choice, then we lose America, and there is no one to replace us. That's one of the most important things for you to understand. There is no one to replace what we have right now. If America fails, the world loses. No one wins. The net freedom in the world decreases. It doesn't increase. No one steps up and says, well, we'll be the next free place you get to go to. You don't get that. If anything, it'll be China saying, well, guess what? You get socialism again. And we've seen how well socialism has worked in the last over 120 years. It has failed every single time it has been tried, everywhere in the world it has been tried, every single time. And it has usually cost tens of millions of lives every time they run that experiment. Every single time. Okay, so let me get back to some of the comments here. I love it. We have so many comments today. I love having comments. I love having the phone calls. By the way, you can still call in to 929-715-8569. I'm still happy to have even more phone call conversations. Let me make sure the phones... Yep, power's still good. We can still take more phone calls. So I'm still looking forward to that. We still got a couple more hours before we are done. Although we are getting closer to the end because I am definitely getting tired. All right, let's see where I left off in the comments. And by the way, I can still see the comments over on Rumble, so you can leave comments on Rumble. You can give me a super chat on Rumble. I didn't know that until today. Got one for the first time in case you came into the show late. Let's see. Mike Marshall mentions that he has a face for radio and a voice for novels. Well, yes. Yes, he does. Mike's a good-looking guy, but not as good-looking as me. Agent Black from over in the UK. Agent Black, you're still with us? You've been in the UK. You're like 7 hours ahead. I love it that you're still with me. So you started the day with me, the middle of the day. You went through lunch, and now here you are going into the evening. You're still with me. I love it. He mentions agreed. He thinks that honest, open dialogue is the only way to solve the problems without violence. And that is the truth. You may not agree with anything or everything that I have said, and that's okay. But as long as you're willing to have the conversation, as I've had with several people throughout the day today, not everyone agreed with me. Many people challenged my position, asked me, why do I believe the things I believe? What do I think is going to happen? And that's how we get to a better outcome, by having the conversation. Dow says, which is why we see our governing bodies turning into rulers to behave just like every other country in the world, so liberty is permanently subdued with seemingly nowhere else to go. Well, there is nowhere else to go, Dow. That's the whole thing. If liberty ends and dies here, if the American dream dies in America, there is no one to pick up the torch. There is no one else to be the beacon. There is no other safe haven in the world. It just doesn't exist. And I love my friends over in the United Kingdom, and I know they're very similar to us. I know there are good people in Canada. I'm not saying that there aren't good nations in the world. Don't misunderstand me. But they aren't the beacons of freedom. That's why everyone looks at America for that. That's why everyone comes to America for that. They're good nations. They're great. But they are nowhere near as free. And you can be arrested in Canada for many of the things that we've talked about today together in the chat, in the phone calls, in my conversation with you guys. There are many things that in Canada, in the United Kingdom, I'd be arrested. The police would break down the door and arrest me for just what we've been saying for the last 10.5 hours. That's terrifying. That's terrifying. And those are first world nations. We're not even talking about the third world nations. They just shoot the building. They blow up the building while I'm in it. God forbid I was in the Middle East. They just burn down the entire house. Dow says, as John Locke states, education begins the gentleman. Reading, reflection, and good company must finish him, which is a very good quote, and I find it to be very inspirational. Dow goes on to say, in order to have wisdom, we must challenge each other's ideas and grow out of discourse. Otherwise, we're just cutting each other down. You know what? As much as I'm very passionate, if people haven't noticed, about the things that I believe. And that's a good thing. It's not that I'm not listening to people who say, Mike, I don't agree. I do. Because that's the only way I know whether I am making sense, if it is a good idea or not. I have to hear that other side. And I listen. I routinely go through. People who watch my live stream or they watch my videos, which I include all of the links of all the sources that I go through so that you can see it for yourself afterwards. But one of the key things is I try to make sure that roughly 90% of every source I use, if it isn't a government source, it comes from the left. I go to the other side. I make sure that I am looking at their arguments and something that I believe to make sure that I am getting it right. And that's the important way to look at this, I think. So we're almost there. Oh my God, we have so many people who are watching the program right now. This is fantastic. I'm very happy. It's my birthday and I'm having huge numbers. Although the most people I've ever had watch me in a live stream was 51,000 on Facebook. It was during the BLM riots, and it was in Binghamton. And I was walking along with the progressive leaders of tomorrow, and I was filming them as they were promising no justice, no peace. That's a violent statement. It's not anti-Semitic like Rashida Tlaib, but it's a statement of violence. And I was presenting that to everyone. And during that live stream, people even got to see when the members of BLM started pointing me out, the progressive leaders tomorrow, and they're like, there's Mike, he's the guy with the camera, that's Mike Voss, he's right there. I'm like, here I am. Yes, that is me. And so what? All I'm doing is live streaming as they surrounded me consistently. It was crazy. Hi guys, yes, I know you're back. My family came back, and I'll be with them in about 2 hours, hour and a half. So I found that very interesting. So let's slow this down for the next hour and a half, because we've been talking about so many different aspects of what is the American dream. And there's no one final absolute answer about what the American dream is. It means many different things to many different people from all over the globe. Although I think universally and at its core, it's about freedom, it's about choice, it's about the opportunity that people have, the opportunity to be on a level playing field to compete with each other and themselves on ideas and opportunities. I think it's very important. I think that the American dream is about that meritocracy, about having the freedom to compete, to make choices, even if sometimes those choices are the wrong choice. How else do we learn? You know, you learn to tie your shoes because you screwed it up and the shoe fell off your foot or you fell over on your face. You learn to ride the bicycle because you crashed into a parked car. Maybe that was just me, but, you know, I think that people, when they learn how to ride a bicycle, they wobble around and sometimes they fall over like Joe Biden. Well, not so much like Joe Biden, but people can fall over when they're learning to ride a bike. Or, like I said, myself, I crashed into a parked car with my cousin. It was really funny. Quick aside. The way I learned how to ride a bicycle, my cousin was holding on to the back of this bike. It had a banana seat. It's the 1970s. It was kind of fun. And so we're on a flat hill. There's a lot of hills where I am. We had a flat strip, one of the streets, Corsa. And so I'm pedaling along there, and he's holding onto the back of the bike, saying he's going to hold it so it'll be steady, so I can just worry about pedaling and keeping the bike straight. And as I'm pedaling along, and then he suddenly runs up next to me, and he's like, "See, Mike, you're riding the bike. No hands, no hands. You're riding the bike." I was like, "What? What?" And next thing you know, it's like, crash. and guided the bike straight into a parked car and crashed. It was pretty funny. But I learned how to ride the bicycle because of the conflict, because of the error, because I made the wrong choice. But I learned. And I improved. And we all can. And you can too. I hope that in this extended live stream, this BLM, this birthday live stream marathon, where I'm hopefully inspiring at least some of you to achieve better. I know there's some people, I know this is happening. There's at least one person who's watching this live stream or who will watch this live stream later on, and they'll say, I could do better than that. He's so wrong or he's so right, but I could say it better. I can answer that question. I can do so much more. And my answer to you is, please do. I'm okay with that. Be better than me. Be brilliant. Be better than Jordan Peterson. Be better than Ben Shapiro or Destiny or Hassan. Well, Hassan's easy. But any of them, you could be better than Ethan Klein. Be the best. Go for it. I want you to do that. I want you to compete. Mention me by name. Say Mike got it wrong and let me tell you why. Or Mike didn't explain it right. Let me explain it for you. I want you to have that success, even if it means that you disagree with me. That's okay. I'm not upset. I want you to do that. I want you to have that success. I want you to achieve those goals and to be bigger and better every single day. Because I never want to hear about anyone deciding to self-terminate and the government saying, yeah, we'll help you do that because you're bored, because you don't know, you've given up. I don't want to ever hear that. You don't know how disheartened I was yesterday when I found out about this woman in the Netherlands who's 28 and in perfect health, and she's just depressed, and the government decided, yeah, we'll self-terminate her just because of that. That is the worst decision government can do. That is horrendous and evil. I want to always motivate you to keep going forward. In my life, I have been homeless twice. I have lost everything 3 times, including in 2023, when I lost roughly 95% of everything I own. Dal was at my house. He saw it. Dal will attest that in my house, tens of thousands of dollars of equipment and furniture and everything gone. It all went away. I lost. Done. You know what I made out of that? Nothing. It all had to go. And it did. And some people would say, well, aren't you depressed? No. No, I'm not. Am I upset? Absolutely. Do I want that back? Absolutely. I want all of that and more. I want to have more success, and I want to regain everything that I lost and things that I didn't even have before. I do. But I'm not going to be depressed because I lost it. Life happened. And rather than wallow in the pity and the upset and the anguish of that, I move forward. 2020 was a difficult time for all of us. We all got to be isolated, and many of us became depressed. And I always remind people that if you need to, you can dial 988. That is the National Suicide Hotline. Please do that, or watch one of my programs. Leave me a little comment in there and say, Mike, I'm feeling bad. Hey, respond to me, Mike. I need someone to uplift me. I need to have a conversation. Doesn't mean that we're always going to agree. Doesn't mean that I'm a good or bad person. But you have tomorrow, and you can achieve, and you can get the American dream. You can. It's hard. Life is hard, but that doesn't mean you give up. It means you keep going, because we live through the lows so we can enjoy the highs that life provides us. And we don't know when we're going to have that low or when we're going to have that high. And we can just do our very best to make it through each of those and take from them the lessons that they provide. Sometimes we have to do it more than once to get that lesson right. And that happens. But we can do this, and especially if we do it together and we have that community. That's why I have this channel. And I hope that people are able to watch this channel and go, you know what, Mike is doing a great job and I love it. And here's another different background that I create with AI. And maybe this motivates even one person. And that person has great success. I said that to John Cordisco, and you know what? He's got a channel with, I think, 7,000 subscribers now. He started with 0, said, Mike, I can do this. I can do this in a way that's different than the way you do it. And now he has Cordisco's Corner, and he does. And I'm happy for him. I will never talk that down. I want him to have every bit of success he can possibly have. It's a good thing for everyone. and it's a good thing for you. The government shouldn't be determining what you can and can't say. The government shouldn't be the one trying to promise you they're going to protect you. They are lying to you. They are lying to you. It's on you. I have lived through coups, lived through fires, earthquakes, coup attempts, car accidents, homelessness. God, a bunch of crap in my life. And you know what I learned from that? You get up the next day and you keep going. The government isn't going to be there to pick you up. You have to pick yourself up. And if you're lucky, maybe you have a good friend, maybe you have a boyfriend, a girlfriend, whatever significant other that's there to help pick you up sometimes. Sometimes they won't be there. Sometimes it's family. And you pick yourself up and you keep on going. You go again. Hey, I'm lucky. I got my sister, and she's my younger sister. And my younger sister is there, and she's helped me pick myself back up after 2023 and the complete collapse of my life. And I'm going to continue to move forward. And hopefully I'll have enough success that I can reward her and my family for being there for me as I have in the past, and I hope to be able to do again in the future. You keep moving forward. That's the American dream. It's not that you're guaranteed to have anything, because there are no guarantees, and you aren't entitled to a damn thing. You never were. But you are entitled to the opportunity. You are entitled to have the chance, at least in America. You have that right. Doesn't mean you're guaranteed anything other than the chance to try and make it happen. And you need to grab that with both hands and try hard. And even if you fail, do it again. Do it again and again and again, and you might just succeed. Again, reach for the sky, because if you get the clouds, you're still off the earth. You're still moving forward. You're still raising up higher and higher. And I want that for you. I want that for you. Doesn't matter if I agree with you or not. I have a political opinion. I have an opinion about life. That's fantastic. That's been my experience. Yours may be completely different, and that's just as valid. We can have the debate about the differences of what we have anecdotally experienced and what the data says. But at the end of the day, it's about the conversation, it's about the growth, it's about trying to find the best outcome possible. You can only do that in a free society with free language, with free, unfettered conversation. I hope this is getting through to at least one or two people somewhere in the world are hearing that and they are being inspired. I truly hope even one person in the world that is able to see this. If YouTube will allow anything to get out to the rest of the world, if Google will not censor me and not suppress me on any one thing, let it be that you too can. Yes, you can. And you can try. Just try. All right, so let me go back to some of the comments here. Agent Black says, freedom, liberty, and justice for all, if only. Well, it is freedom and liberty and justice for all. It's not just Superman. It's not just a comic book. The comic book was inspired by America itself. Superman was and is he was the leading and is one of the leading characters in fiction because he embodies America. Captain America is another one who has traditionally embodied America, the values at the core that we all want to see and that the world needs. The stronger America is, the more unified America is, the more of singular will America is, the greater it is for the rest of the world. The world has some of the greatest successes, some of the greatest amounts of peace, and we've lifted up so many people out of poverty and improved the quality of life for so many people, fed so many people in the world because America is free, because America is a meritocracy, because we have competition through capitalism, because we have the ability to disagree without the government trying to micromanage our language, and because people aren't all hung up about being offended every 5 seconds because they have a feeling. That's how we get to be a great nation. Mike Marshall says, yes, justice for all, but we have to understand that retribution is not justice. America's strength has always been in its unity. Well, that's the thing that's part of the American dream, is that unity, that we all agree to be on this path, to have this freedom, to be able to challenge and discuss these things passionately with each other, and to disagree passionately with each other, and to be reasonable, to come to compromises where possible on some of these issues. Not all of them, not all the time, but at least some of the time, to try and make a better world for the future. And I'm not talking about this climate change, the world's going to be better. You have to be an arrogant ass to think that we human beings who don't understand the weather, that don't understand the planet, can somehow control the weather of the planet, that we can control the temperature of the planet, that we can even understand the consequences of even trying to do all that, besides the fact that we have no idea how to do it. That's arrogant. And it's also misplaced. Look, you want to clean the world? Fantastic. I'm all for a clean world. Let's clean it up as much as we want, but let's not destroy each other and our futures by doing this in a stupid manner. You really want to have clean energy? Fantastic. Build more nuclear power plants. Build better and more nuclear power plants, and we'll have more energy. It'll be better for the world. You may not like that answer, but that is the most effective, efficient answer. We have spent more than 80 years working on solar energy, and guess what? We still don't have it right. It still doesn't work. It's still not efficient. Wind and biogas and all the rest of it are decades upon decades behind where we are with solar, and we can't get that one right. So no, I think we have a reality check, nuclear power. That's the best answer. Reality check. Guns aren't the problem, because we have people who are getting stabbed left and right all the time. Happened in New York subway in the last week. We got people across the country that are getting into stabbing attacks. It happens. If the crazy and deranged and criminal can't use a gun, they'll use a knife, they'll use a bat, they'll use a hammer, they'll use their hands, because they are crazy, deranged, criminal individuals. They don't care. We have to care because they don't. And part of that care is making sure that we can protect ourselves and each other in the best ways we can. And that's why we have a Second Amendment. It's not for hunting. It's not for recreation. It's for protecting you, your family, your property, and your nation, not necessarily in that order. That's why we have a Second Amendment. And the people who are afraid of guns, who are terrified of you possessing a gun, most of those political leaders, they have a problem with it because their policies need you to obey even by force. And if you have a firearm, they can't force you. Look at what happened in the Soviet Union. They took away the weapons, the people died. In communist China, they took away the people's weapons, the people died. North Korea, the weapons went away, the people died. Venezuela, the people lost their right to arms, they died. Do you notice that there is a common thread through all of these socialist nations, these communist nations around the world, these progressive nations around the world? They promise you everything. They take over the government. They take away your firearms, and then people die every single time. I don't want to see that happen in America. This is a great nation, and we have a great message. We have the American dream. And it's not unicorns and rainbows. It's real. And millions of people have been successful in it. tens of millions of people. And we have tens of millions of people trying to get a piece of that freedom, of that American dream every year. If someone is telling you America isn't great and they live here and they won't leave, they are a hypocrite. They're a liar. All these people in Hollywood who are like, oh, well, if Trump gets elected, leave now. You've got the money. Go somewhere else. No one's holding you back. No one's saying, oh my God, Tom Hanks, Whoopi Goldberg, Joy Behar. Oh my God, we can't have America without them here. No, go, leave, take off. Go for the rest of your life. Go to any other country in the world. I'm not even telling you that you have to give up your American citizenship. I'm just telling you, just go, get out. America will be fine without you. We were okay before you got here. We will be okay after you're gone. If you don't believe in the American dream enough to fight for it, to try and make it better, leave. Go anywhere else in the world. I guarantee you, you will come back as every single one of these people have. Why? Because there is nowhere else better. It's just that most average Americans have never been outside the United States. They have not lived in another country. Yes, many people go on vacations. I'm not talking about a vacation, some little planned trip for 5 days. I'm talking about living in another country, which I have done for a year and a half in the Soviet Union. Yes. And most Americans haven't had that opportunity, and that's why they don't realize the value of what we have right now. I'm trying to be honest with you. I'm 56. I don't have the time to waste. I'm a black 56-year-old man, and I eat nothing but, I eat red meat in every meal. People have been telling me I'm going to drop dead since I was 18 because I don't eat vegetables. Yeah, seriously, people have been saying since I'm 18 that because I don't eat vegetables, I'm going to drop dead. Hasn't happened yet. I have a better cholesterol level than everyone. I'm healthier than most people in my age group. But, they keep promising me that this is going to happen. I want to see the rest of the world have at least as much fun and success and freedom as I have had. That's why I've been doing this for 18 years. It's not because it's made me rich. Yeah, probably the exact opposite. It's not because it's made me popular. Yes, I am in the chat GPT. I'm in AI. I can be found on the internet in an easy search, which means that companies won't hire me anymore. Because every time I go for a job interview, they look me up and they go, oh my God, you're political. You can't work here. Oh my God, you're the wrong kind of political. You can't work here. Yeah, they're terrified of me. So I'm not doing it because I'm getting famous and making myself wealthy. I'm doing it because I think it's the right thing. Because I think it's important. Because the mainstream news media that's supposed to be doing this, the people who theoretically should be hiring me to do this, they hate what I'm doing. Because we're having a conversation. We're taking the time to go into the issues and to really understand and to have a real honest conversation and pointing out all the failures, left, right, and center, everybody, and pointing out and saying, this is where it fails. We can do better. They don't want you to do that. They want you to obey. They don't want to hear your complaints. They don't want to hear your ideas. They just want you to obey. Maybe someone will see this and realize that, you saw one of the clips earlier in the show and realize, oh, wait a minute, I can write a law? Yes, you can. And you could submit it to your city council, to your state legislature, to Congress members and say, hey, this should be a law. You can. And your law will probably be better. I wrote a law on limiting the income of members of Congress and how to punish them if they receive bribes. It took me 2 pages typewritten with double spacing. And it's probably a tighter, better law about anti-corruption in our government than anything Congress has written in the last 30 years. It ain't that hard, folks. It's hard to get them to agree to it. It's hard to get the politicians to say, oh, yeah, we'll back this. They ran away from this as hard as they possibly could, and I had the GOP and the DNC both on my back saying, shut up, stop telling people about that. But I did it anyway. maybe you can do it too, and maybe you will be more successful than I am. And I will help you along the way if I can. That's all right. I spend this time on my birthday because you are important. And to an extent, I want you to be inspired. I never want to see you depressed. I never want to see you beaten down or feeling defeated. I want you to succeed. I want you to be the best you that you can be. I know that sounds schlocky or something, but it's true. I really do. Not because it's going to benefit me in any way. Maybe I get 1 or 2 more subscribers. I would love dozens more or 1,000 more. I would love it. But that's not why I'm doing it. It's not going to make me money. I'm not getting rich. I'm doing this because I think it's going to make the future better for the next generation. For my niece and my nephews, that they're going to have a better life, that they're going to have kids, and those kids are going to have the same amount of freedom and opportunity as I had for 56 years, to be able to buy a house, and hopefully for them to be able to have enough money to keep the house, to be able to own their own businesses, to be able to take vacations around the world, to live in other countries, to understand and appreciate the freedom that they get here. I want people in other countries to watch this video and see this live stream and go, my God, look at America. This guy can actually talk for 12 hours talking about freedom and nobody burst down the door and everyone knows where he lives. The government knows where he's at. He knows these politicians and they're letting him say this. Why can't I do that in my country? And maybe you start the movement so you can do it in your country. I hope you do. I wish you the best of luck. And if I need to, hey, pay for my plane ticket. I will go to your country and I will have a speech and I will talk just like I did at Binghamton University. I did at Broome University. I'll do that. I'll go to any college. I'll go and speak anywhere across America. If you're on the left or if you're a progressive out there, a socialist, and you're like, my God, Mike just hates us. No, I don't hate you. I don't agree with you. There's a big difference. I don't hate. I disagree. I have passion in my disagreement on things that I think are very wrong and have very bad outcomes. And I'm not afraid to say that. And I understand that some people will be discomforted by that. I'm not concerned because my goal isn't to make you comfortable. My goal is to make your life better. And sometimes that means discomfort. You know why the second time that I became homeless, which was a series of events that came together that just was unexpected, I strove to never be in that situation again. I picked myself up. It was a very difficult process. It took a while. It was a hard, harsh event in my life. But it motivated me to be better. And I have been. It helped to motivate me to remember that sometimes, Mike, you got too much ego. You need to eat some crow and you need to help people. Occasionally, I know I'm a harsh, mean SOB, and I am, absolutely. But I'm also compassionate. I do anything for my friends. I will help them any way that I can because I understand the difficulties that we all have to go through and how difficult life can be. And just because I disagree on, I don't know, birth control or trans or gun control or, God, so many different issues, just because that doesn't mean that they're bad people or that I can't speak with them or that I can't have them as friends. The only people who do something like that are so short-sighted, they don't understand what they are losing. You should never, never lose a friend because you have a political ideology, a belief, and they don't. That's like saying, well, you're the wrong religion, you're the wrong color of skin, you're the wrong gender, you're the wrong sexual preference. Would you say that to somebody? Would you stop being their friend because of that? Because that person's a boy or a girl? Would you stop being friends with them just because of that? Would you stop being a friend because they have the wrong color of skin? And it's the 21st century. I hope your answer is no. And I think overwhelmingly for 99% of the population of the, well, I'd like to say the planet, but at least 99% of America, the answer is no. Then why would you do it because of politics? Because some politician you don't know, who you've never spoken to, who's never been in your neighborhood, never had a conversation with you, doesn't lead the same life you do, because that politician said, I don't like that political idea? What the hell's that got to do with you? What the hell's that got to do with your life? Why would you support that? I mean, that's a serious question. That's a really serious question. Some politician you've never heard of, that you've never spoken to, that doesn't pay attention to you, that doesn't respond to you, says, oh my God, you can't do that. Why the hell not? Because you don't like it? Because that politician doesn't like it? That political organization doesn't like it? Who cares? That's not their life. It's your life. Who cares if they like it or not? It's your life, your experiences, your choices. Don't be guided around by the nose. It's you. You get to make the choice because you're an American citizen and you have that right. Don't let anyone ever take that away from you. Ever. Okay. Oh, we do have a lot of people who are watching the program. I'm really loving that. I am so amazed. I haven't broken through on the algorithms at YouTube in so very long, so I'm really impressed and thankful of that. So I'm really enjoying it. We got so many people who are watching, even on Rumble. So many people who are watching the program. I'm really, really appreciating that. You guys are making it a wonderful birthday for me. I'm enjoying being able to have so many people who are able to share this birthday with me. And I'm always open to your critique. Tell me when you think I got it wrong, when I don't understand. I'm always happy to have that. Let me see. Where are we at, by the way? I'm at what? Wow. 11 hours. We've made it 11 hours together, folks. 11 hours. Let me take it back a little bit. I'm 56 years old, and I fit into almost no category that most people would like to put in. I don't like hip-hop after 1992. Can't stand it. Don't like gangster rap, which is modern rap music. Can't stand it at all. I love classical music. In particular, I started the program with one of the most beautiful songs that I've ever heard in my life, Ave Maria. Beautiful song. I love In the Hall of the Mountain King. Most people don't even know what that is until you hear it, and then you'll know that song. Classic. Beautiful. Love to listen to Beethoven. It's so relaxing. At the same time, I also love Pink Floyd. It's one of the favorite bands. One of the first albums I ever owned was was the second album I owned. It was Dark Side of the Moon. Love Pink Floyd. The Animals. Animals album, One of These Days. One of the greatest songs you probably will ever hear. Queen, Who Wants to Live Forever. Phenomenal song. Very important. Dido had a great song. Oh God, I can't remember it right this second. Here With Me. Beautiful song. Remember that? I listened to that all the way down to my father's funeral and all the way back home. Cried several times because of that. It was very touching to me. Listen to Sinead O'Connor. Nothing Compares to You. One of the beautiful songs. Listen to that as I flew from America all the way over to Russia for the first time. And that and PM Dawn. Listen to that, her album and their album so much over and over and over again on the flight nonstop that the battery in the DVD player, the disc player at the time, it burned out. It was a disc player. Oh God, it was so fantastic. Yeah, so very different musical tastes. I also love electronic music. It's fantastic. Love it. House music. Love it. Is that the norm? Yes. It's normal for me. I stopped watching TV 15 years ago. At least 15, might be 20 years now that I stopped watching TV. I don't know what's on any of the regular stations, NBC, ABC, CBS. Don't know a single TV show that they have on. I don't pay for streaming because can't stand it. There's almost nothing I can go through, and I've seen, my friends, they're like, oh, go into Netflix, check this out. Yeah, I can go through every single one of the selections in Netflix and Hulu and Disney Plus and find absolutely nothing that I think is worthwhile in watching. Very rarely. I've seen, yes, I did see House of the Dragon. It was good. I saw Game of Thrones. First 4 or 5 years, fantastic. Watched the whole thing. Season 8, absolutely miserable. But I watch, what I do instead? Oh, I watch anime. Yes, I watch anime. Love it. Some of the best stories are there. Hunter x Hunter, the Ant Arc, episodes 135. Oh my God, will bring you to tears. Absolutely bring you to tears. One of the most beautiful stories I've ever seen put on media. Beautiful. Lots of anime. That's fantastic. Good stories, traditional stories, strong stories. There are a lot of great movies out there. Aliens 2, one of my favorites. The Once and Future King, great book. I do recommend it. Sun Tzu, Art of War, fantastic. I play Go. Yes, the ancient art game of Go, as well as chess and checkers. I know how to play all of them pretty well. Not so much with the Go. I lose a lot there. It's a difficult game, and I'm not very well practiced in it. Very good in chess. Used to play against a couple of the champion of Moscow was someone I used to play against on a regular basis. Lost a lot, but it was a lot of fun. Now, why am I bringing up all these random things that, Mike, this is a weird collection of things. I like to wear suits. Can't stand sneakers. I don't buy sneakers that cost more than $15. If they cost more than $15, I've wasted money. Can't stand blue jeans. If I spend more than $12 on a pair of blue jeans, I've wasted money. Love suits. Have no problem spending $12, $15, $2,000 on a suit at least. No problem at all. Love and used to have tailored shirts, handmade shirts, button down, just like this. Oh, but wait a minute, I'm supposed to buy some kind of jeans with someone's name on it. I'm supposed to wear something that some rapper wore. So I'm supposed to have gold teeth. No, sorry, not me, not my life. Now I say these things and you're wondering, but yeah, okay, these are kind of random, Mike. I don't understand. No, the point is, you aren't required to be the monolith. You're not a category. You're not a checkbox. I speak Russian. Do you know how many times I've gone into Russian restaurants and ordered off the menu because I know a couple of regional dishes like hachapuri that will blow away the chef and go, how could you possibly know what that is? And know that there's 3 different types of hachapuri depending on which part of the Soviet Union you happen to live in, and I've had all 3 types? Oh, really? Yeah, you are not a monolith. When they say you must vote like this because you are X or Y or Z, they have a political agenda. You're not voting for you anymore. You're voting for them. You're voting for their agenda. You're being used. Don't do that. That's why you should take the time to understand these issues, the issues that are important to you. It's why you should ask the critical questions of me, of the candidates, of anyone. Ask the questions. There is no bad question, or virtually no bad question. There can be many bad answers, but ask the question. It's better to ask the question and get an answer that says, oh, well, I just didn't understand. Oh, that clears it up for me in a day. I just misunderstood. I'd rather have that as the response and go, oh, well, now, see, I just didn't get it. Fantastic. I'd rather hear that than not ask the question. Because there's a reason why you had the question in the first place. Because you're not a monolith. People should not be able to say to you, well, you're gay, so you must. They say that, oh, you're a woman, so you must. You're black, so you must be a Democrat. Why? Why must I? Why don't I have a choice? Why don't I have freedom? Oh, I do have freedom because I'm an American citizen. You just don't want me to exercise that freedom. You want to deny me the American dream. You want to limit my American dream. You want me to have your American dream. That's what these politicians, that's what these political organizations are truly saying to you. I want you to have my version of the American dream, not yours. And I tell you right now, reject them. Reject them all. Your American dream is yours. You're an American citizen. You have the right to choose, to make the right and wrong decisions in your life. Do that. Never settle for someone else's dream. Never settle for someone else's scope of life. Don't settle. Don't live their life. They had their life. You have yours. You live yours, not theirs. If they're not satisfied with their life, don't live it for them. Live your own life. Inspire them to do better in their life, to make different choices, and to keep striving and moving forward. That's on them, not you. You get to live the life you want. I don't know. Maybe people will agree with me. Maybe they'll look at the end of this and say, oh my God, Mike, you've been on for 11 and a half hours. You're just punch drunk and you don't know what you're saying. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And I've had lots of people who've come up to me and go, Mike, but you're an Uncle Tom, you sold out. Where's my check? No, what you're saying is you don't like what I have to say. It doesn't match your personal goals. You don't think it's going to move your agenda forward. Well, that's fine because you're probably right. But that doesn't mean I sold out. It means I have a different agenda. You want to talk about someone who sold out? Look at every rapper that you can name. They sold out. Look at how they are willing to degrade themselves and or women for money. That I count as selling out. That's what I count as selling out. And I will say that to their faces if I ever meet them. That modern rap music, yeah, you're selling out. You're willing to degrade yourself, your community, women, all for money. I think that's horrendous. That's selling out. Me standing up and not getting a dime and saying, hey, here's the political beliefs I think will help your life. Here's the ideas that I think will help improve your life. Here's how I hope I can try and inspire you, whether you agree or disagree with me. That's not selling out. That's standing for my principles. And I'm not afraid to say that. I'm 56 years old. I wish I had the balls and the opportunity because of technology to do that when I was 36 or even when I was 26. I don't. I didn't have that opportunity. You might use it. Become great. Become far greater than me. I don't care if I become the most popular YouTuber in America. It's not going to happen. But I'm the most popular black Republican political commentator in America. I wish that were true. And even if I get to that goal, I hope you get to be greater than that. It's not a one-way street. It's not I win, you lose. It's we win together. We win with freedom for everyone. That's what I want to see. That's what I think is the best thing. That's the goal at the end of the day for all of the ideas, all the issues that I go through, that I discuss on every week, week after week, now for 7 months in a row, for 18 years now. That's the end goal. We all win. That it gets better for everyone and the next generation too. Kids who grow up in 2 generations, my brothers, grandkids are going to not understand that I was standing here trying to make the world better for them by making better decisions to keep freedom alive today. They'll never know my name. They'll never know. Maybe because the AIs remember me. Maybe because I am searchable. Because I've been doing this publicly for so long. Maybe someone remembers me, and somewhere down the road, 20 years after I'm dead, someone will go, hey, I like that one speech he said. I like that one saying he said. I'm inspired. I hope that happens. I don't know that it will, but it's a nice idea. But until then, I'm going to try and inspire you. I'm going to challenge you. I'm going to try and motivate you. And hopefully you're doing the same thing to me. Like many people who called in earlier throughout the entire day today, several of them were challenging me. Mike, are you sure about that? People who were in the chat throughout the entire day from all across the world. We have people from over in the United Kingdom and other parts of the world watching this, and they were saying, Mike, but are you sure? Are you sure? Is that right? I don't know if I agree 100%. Fantastic. Let's challenge each other to make sure that we do understand the ideas we're trying to express, and so that we can have the greatest amount of success that we can possibly get. At least here in America, where you have the opportunity to be great. Because that ultimately is the American dream. That you, through your effort, through your work, through your personal belief and experiences, that you can be the greatest person you can attain to be. If you can't work at a company, open up your own company. If you work at a company, rise to the highest position that you are capable of handling. Notice I didn't say the highest position in the company, the highest position that you can competently handle. Be the best that you can be, not trying to be greater than what you are. Be the best at what you actually are. You will be more satisfied with your life. You will enjoy your work that much more. It may not make you rich, but being rich in and of itself doesn't make you happy. A lot of people forget that sometimes, or maybe they've never seen that. I've been around many multimillionaires in my lifetime. I used to be a stockbroker. I used to have many multimillionaires as clients of mine. The money didn't make them happy. It may have given them opportunities to do things that did make them happy, but it wasn't the money itself. Having wealth wasn't the goal. The goal was, or in almost every single case, in almost every multimillionaire that I knew, whether they owned a private business or they worked at various corporations around America, in almost every single case, the money wasn't the goal. It was either the job, the experience, the things that the money allowed them to do for their family and for their friends. It wasn't the money. Money is a hollow goal. Yes, it's nice to have it, but it's nice to have it for a reason, not just to have the money itself. Yeah, I would love to have more money. You know, like I said, join my Patreon. It's $1.50 a month. Does it help me? Sure. I've got to pay bills. I'm trying to pay back my family for helping me because my life got screwed up. Partially because of my own fault, partially not. Okay. And I'm not going to dwell on the negative of that. Okay. So I'm trying to do better. And I am working part-time and I'm helping some people. It's involved in politics. Fantastic. But you keep moving forward. You never stop. Don't end on that pause. End on success, whatever that success may be for you, because that's what America gives you the opportunity to do. And if you're in another country and you're watching this and you're going, but I could do so much better than this guy. Okay, legally come to America, keywords, legally come to America and do better. I'm perfectly happy to have you here. Go through the legal process, come to America, and show me how to do it better. I'm not going to be jealous. I'm not going to be upset. And you can tell all your friends, did you see? I proved it. I told you I could go to America legally and do this better than that guy on that live stream. And I will never be upset with that. I'll be proud. I'll be happy for you. I really will. Whether or not I'm rich or poor doesn't matter. It's just that I inspired you to do better for yourself. So yeah, come to America legally. Go through the process, come to America, and have the best life you could possibly have. And I will be cheering you all the way. You come here as an illegal alien. You break my laws for my nation, and I want to make sure that you are punished as harshly as the law will allow. Because now you've broken my trust. You've broken the meritocracy. You're trying to benefit at someone else's expense. And I'm sorry, I do not support that. I will not help you with that. Don't ask me for the pity or help. It's like when I speak about Hamas. I don't want to hear Hamas say they want a ceasefire, they want humanitarian aid. I'm sorry, give me back the American hostages that you took, that you are torturing. I don't want to hear Joe Biden say, I am doing great internationally and I should be reelected. I don't want to hear that from Joe Biden. There's 70,000 Americans you abandoned around the world. Don't you dare tell me that you deserve another 4 years, because we're barely able to survive the first 3 that you've provided to us so far. Let's be honest with each other. Let's have these honest conversations. Let's look at the details that the news media is trying to downplay and hide from you. We need to have these conversations because we don't improve without having them. And you tell me that, Mike, but it makes me uncomfortable. You've offended me. Good. Deal with it. Life isn't about whether or not you feel good every single second of the day. In fact, it's not possible for anyone to be happy, happy, joy, joy every second of every day. Deal with it, sunshine. Move on. Don't dwell on something that's negative. If I've offended you, you don't have to come back to the channel. That's okay. Or you can try and prove me wrong. That's okay too. You can do the research, have the experiences, and find out for yourself whether I'm right or wrong. That's okay too. But you can't tell me, Mike, I'm offended, so you have to stop speaking. I'm sorry. No, you don't. You can be offended. You're going to be even more offended after you tell me something like that. You're not going to like the answer I'm going to give you. And you shouldn't. And that's why I'll never say that to you. We'll disagree. Fantastic. We can disagree vehemently. And as long as you're not making it a personal attack, I will never personally attack you back. I will defend myself, of course. But I'm never going to, I may disagree with you, and I'll tell you exactly why I disagree, but that won't be a personal attack. That'll just be me talking about the issue. You get personal? Well, then all the kid gloves will come off, and trust me, I've been having these boxing matches since a long time. I didn't get to be 56 and this pretty and handsome just because. So we got about half an hour left. Oh, wow. It has been a long day. 45. Wow. It is a lot. Let me ask, guys. I mean, I've talked about so many different things and so many different aspects of what makes America so great, why I've enjoyed America, so many benefits. And I've been doing this for 18 years, and I do enjoy these things. But I'm wondering, is there something that I haven't answered for you? Something that you were wondering about, something that you were curious about, something that you would like to hear? Is there something that I haven't been able to answer for you? I mean, go ahead, ask me away. There's nothing. I'm thick-skinned. I'm not afraid. I'm not embarrassed. Ask. I'll be happy to answer the question. If there's something that you're absolutely opposed to what I've said, if you fundamentally disagree with something I said, tell me why. It maybe we've got 45 minutes left. Maybe you won't have the chance to respond right away. Maybe it's because you're watching this on delay. Maybe it's because you're watching the live stream after it's actually been live. Maybe it's because you're not sure what you want to say. Leave it in the comments. Leave me a comment and say, Mike, I wanted to ask this, but I didn't think of it. I didn't call you in time. I thought about it afterwards, and leave me the comment. I will be happy to answer you respectfully, even if it's something I disagree with. Let's have the conversations without the fear. Lots of passion, no fear. Don't worry about whether you're offending me, and I'm not going to worry about offending you. I'm going to respect you enough to say that you're a grown adult. You're adult enough to understand that my passion doesn't mean that I hate you. It means I believe in the things that I am telling you, that I am trying to tell you the truth as best as I understand it, and why I believe it is important. And sometimes in doing that and having that passion and trying to share important information with each other, sometimes you may take it offensively. It may come out very strong, very authoritatively. But that's not because I don't respect you. It's because I do. Because I trust that you will be able to hear those words, and even if it comes out very authoritative, even if it doesn't sound exactly right to your ear, I understand that you will pay attention to the details and get the core of what I am trying to say, and that you will understand it. Or if you don't, that you will ask me for the clarification so I can share that with you and make sure you do understand what I was saying. Again, whether you agree or not, I'm not a progressive. You're not required to agree with me just because I'm 56, because I'm black and Hispanic, because I'm a straight male. These aren't qualifications for anything, except maybe a dating profile. But that's not why you're watching this, is it? That's not why you're voting for people in various elected offices. It's not because you want to date them. It's because you want the best person. Then why are we looking at individuals like our Supreme Court justices? That's Ketanji Brown Jackson. Why are we looking at her and judging her on the basis of how good a dating profile she has, rather than how good of a judge is she? And by the way, she wasn't the best choice. There were at least 8 other black progressive federal judges that were better than her. She's just the right one that checked off all the boxes, including being young enough that she could be in the court for about 20 years. That's why she got her job. Don't be satisfied, folks. Don't be satisfied with being the DEI hire, being the checkbox champion, the checkbox candidate. Don't do that. Don't make yourself less. Don't buy into these scams that say that you have no agency and the only way that you can succeed is because the government is propping you up, because some law, some program that says you have the right skin tone, so you have to be held up, because they're denying you that you're a human being. They're denying you that you have the capability to do it all yourself. Don't rely on that. Never go back on that crutch. It is horrendous. Yes, I end 12 hours on a lot of introspection. I end it on a lot of personal conversation, contemplations that I've had that I want to share with you. And hopefully some of it will resound with you, that will inspire some people or at least make sense. And I know some people are going to go, oh my God, you've offended me and I hate you forever. That's the risk I'm willing to take, because it's worth it. Because you are worth it. Even if you're just the one person, and I know you're not. See, the media loves to make us believe that if we don't agree with the approved message that they have put out for us, that somehow we are alone. We're the only one who doesn't agree. You should be ostracized. Do you know why you're alone? It's because you didn't agree with the approved message. We told you what to believe and you didn't believe it. That entire ideology is a lie. You're not ostracized because you're the only one who has that idea. I'm not the only black Republican conservative in America. I'm not the only black non-Democrat in all of America. But they want me isolated as if I am. They want me to feel depressed. They want me to feel subdued as if I were, because then they can control me. They can put me onto the plantation and get me back into that checkbox that they are so desperate to have me in. And they say the same thing about you. Oh my God, you're MAGA. Well, you are the only MAGA. No one else believes in making America great. How dare you do that? You are evil. And you're so few. There's nobody who believes that like you. Except stadiums upon stadiums upon stadiums full of people for years upon years upon years. Many, many channels, people of every single color and creed and religion and walk of life believe in making America great. People travel tens of thousands of miles to come to America legally and illegally. Because America is great. Because they want to make America even greater. They want America to be great for their kids. And they come here in droves. You're not alone. Not even close. But they want you to feel like you're alone. Because if you feel like you're alone, well, then they can surround you. They can coerce you. They can try and get you to change to what they want you to be, so that you will have their feelings and you will have their ideas and you will believe and do what they tell you to do, that you will comply. And I'm sorry, that's not what America is about. And more importantly, you're not the only one. You never were. They just want to isolate you. That's why they make sure that on the social media, they're able to block you and suppress you and what did they call it? Put you in Facebook jail, delete your tweets and your posts. They try and get you a strike of content and all the rest of that off of made up communities strikes. Yes, YouTube, I'm talking about you. When you said, at the end of I once did a live stream with the Liberty First Foundation. We did a 2.5 hour live stream. And we got a strike in the 3rd second from the end of 2.5 hours of live streaming because they said there was a gun on the screen when there was, and the timestamp they provided to us, there is no gun. And then more importantly, in the rules that they cited by YouTube itself, none of them say you can't have a gun on the screen. There wasn't one, but even if there was, there's no rule in the rules that they pointed to that said you can't have a gun on the screen. Oh my God. Because if they did say that, then every one of the action movie stars, every one of their movies, every one of their movie trailers would have to be removed from YouTube. Oh, but you're not supposed to think about that. You're supposed to say, oh my God, I feel like I'm alone. I have to remove my content. I have to change. I have to capitulate. No, the answer is you don't. That's not one of the rules. You just made that up. That's not on the screen. You made it up. Put the video back up. And they did. Because they're trying to isolate you. They're trying to ostracize you. They're trying to punish you for being free. You're just a little too free for some of the social media giants. Just a little too free for some of the news media giants. You're just a little too free for a lot of the political ideologies out there. Good for you. You should be. You should be. And I hope you continue to be. And I hope you do continue to watch my channel and to see the various videos. We've covered almost every issue in the last 40 years. And I hope to be able to cover the next decade or two with you as well, answering your questions all the way. I hope that we can do that together. And I look forward to it. I really do. And never feel like you can't ask me a question about any subject, about any issue at any time. You're always welcome to call into my live streams and to say, hey, Mike, how about this? I saw you did a video 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 3 years ago, 3 months ago, and I didn't agree, or I did agree, or can you explain that? Can we have more of a conversation? Can you tell me where you got those sources? How did you come to that conclusion? I'm here for you, folks. That's what I'm here to do for you. That's what I've been doing for 18 years, and that's what I'm going to continue to keep doing. And YouTube is eventually going to recognize and let you know the audience exists. I know there's 5,000 of you out there. I know there's 10, oh hell, let's be honest. There's 10 million people who agree with everything that I've been saying all for the last 12 hours. I know there is. People who agree with all 13,000 of the videos that I have been doing. I know they're out there. YouTube just doesn't want you to connect with me. We'll get there. Maybe it's only 5,000 I'll connect with. Maybe it's only 10,000, but we will connect. So please do remember, if you've made it this far, if we've gone this far together, and oh my God, there are a lot of people who are watching this video today. I know there are on Rumble, on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter. I know there's a bunch of you there. Please like, share, subscribe. It's all free, costs you nothing. You lose nothing. But it helps me to reach more people, to have more conversations just like this one, to answer more of the questions that you may have, to deal with the issues, and to make all of our politicians, right, left, center, libertarian, everyone, to make them accountable, to remind them that they serve the public in America. We don't serve them. That we give them the direction and they follow our lead, not the other way around. That's important. And your like, your share, your subscription, most of all, says a lot to every one of these politicians. Central New York State, they know my name, they know my face as soon as I walk in a room. They pay attention to this channel. They pay attention to the way what people are responding to. They notice the tweets, the chats, the different subjects that we cover, and they pay attention to how many people are responding. Your like, share, and tweets help us to get a better response from these politicians, to hold them accountable. Left, right, or center, libertarian, or anything else. So I hope you will take a chance. Just give us that like, that share, subscribe, and follow us every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time as we do a live stream going over in detail the long form of what's affecting us, what's happening with the Middle East, how likely are we to have, as I mentioned with Matthew J., when he was asking, is it going to be World War III because of what's happening in the Middle East with Hamas and Iran? No, it's 3 regional wars simultaneously. And in fact, I think that's worse. But that's the honest answer. I'm not saying that because I want to panic you. I'm saying that because I want you to be informed so that we can talk to our leaders and try and convince them to not take us down that road. Find another path if it is at all possible. And if it isn't, let us be prepared to deal with those consequences ahead of time. We've been talking on this channel since February. Literally, you can go back and double check everything I'm saying, folks. You can see that in February of 2022, we started telling you to start buying extra food because inflation was going to hit and there was going to be a food shortage. And we were not wrong. Inflation has been hitting a hell of a lot, and it's hitting everything that we buy, and we have all felt that in our pocketbook. And if you have been buying 10% more food, long-term food like wheat and flour and sugar, canned foods, then you have saved money, a massive ton of money, if you've listened to this channel since February of 2022 and did that. And we think it's going to continue until 2025. Again, we're not saying it because we want you to be panicked. We don't want you to be afraid. In fact, we are absolutely sure that when you tell the American people facts, reality, and you take the time to have that conversation with them, American citizens don't panic. They react intelligently. They react calmly because there's nothing to be scared about, because we're not playing emotions. We're not manipulating their emotions to try and get you agitated. We're trying to inform you. Obviously, not every politician agrees with me. Not every politician wants you to be calm. They want you to be emotional. They want you to be irrational. And I would ask you, the politicians that want that from you, what's their real agenda? What are they really seeking? Are they really trying to help you, or are they trying to help themselves, help their buddies, help those who are taking advantage of your emotions? Let me see here. Oh, we got a comment. I just missed it there. So Cool Roy, hello Cool Roy, says, come in, man. I guess you meant come on, man. Come on, man. That can't be you still going. Yes, it can. I told you I was going to be doing this for 12 hours. I wasn't joking. I do this every year for my birthday. I spend 12 hours with you, the audience, covering a huge swath of topics and issues and life experiences. Yes, and I know I'm 56. I know I'm old, and yet I do it. And my voice hasn't broken, and my voice is still strong, and my spirit is even stronger. I'm even happier to do that. Yeah, I'm still going strong, man. Now, mind you, I only got a half hour left, and I'm going to make that half hour, and then I'm going to go to sleep because I am tired, and I haven't eaten all day. I had like 2 bites of a pizza, and that's it. Half of a hash brown and 2 bites of a pizza. I am hungry and I am tired. But I made a promise, and I will live up to that promise. I promised you 12 hours. I will give you 12 hours. I promised you that I would talk with you and I would spend the time with you because you are important to me. And I am living up to that promise because you are important to me. And my word is important to me. So I am willing to do that. I know most people will say, oh, well, you know, I've been on for 4 hours, 2 hours, 1 hour. It's too much time. 10 minutes, too much time. I'm sorry. I think it takes a little bit more to understand some of these issues. I think it takes a little more time to understand some of the presenters, the commentators out there, to understand their issues, their positions, where they are and where they're coming from. Not because you're always going to agree, but so that you can better understand and maybe better agree or maybe better disagree. To have a reason to have trust and faith in the person that you are listening to. That's why I spend my birthday this way. Because I don't have to. I mean, I could spend my birthday I can go out and get a couple of beers and get drunk. I could do that. I think this is better. I could spend my birthday running around doing I don't know what, but I could do it. But I think this is better. I think this is more important. This is more productive for you, for me, for everyone, for America, for the American dream. Something that I've been mentioning throughout the entire 12 hours. This has all been about the American dream. I hope it's come across. I don't know. I think it's come across as clearly as I can why I value America so much. Why I think the American dream is so important. why we can't allow the American dream to die. I think I've covered that in 12 hours. Now, I could be wrong. I hope I've been coherent and clear. It's hard to have a 12-hour unscripted conversation with an audience. It is difficult. 2 hours, so much easier. So much easier. I love when I go to colleges. It's so much easier to have a 2-hour, maybe 3-hour speech and interplay, a back and forth, a Q&A. I like that. That's a lot easier. Trust me, it's a lot easier. As you've seen in some of the clips earlier throughout the show, throughout today, you've seen some of the clips. And again, you can go over to my YouTube channel. You can look on pretty much any subject, any political issue that's been discussed in the last roughly 40 years. And somewhere on my channel, I'm pretty sure I've covered it to some degree in some way, shape, or form. And hopefully that will entertain, it will inform, it will educate, it will cause introspection and insight. It may hopefully even motivate you. Whether that's for it or against it, that's up to you. That's your choice. My goal is to inspire you if I can, to inform and educate you if I can, to share with you my insight based on my experiences and my knowledge, and to share that with you so that you can then take away from that whatever you wish. And for those who just listen to the show, listen to me so that they can go to sleep more easily by hearing my voice, they find it nurturing or soothing, whatever you may feel about it, hey, fantastic. I hope you enjoy the 12 hours and you've had the greatest sleep, rest, nap that you could possibly have. I hope you had wonderful dreams, if that's the reason. I'm okay with whatever the reason is that people are part of this audience, because each and every person has a wonderful reason, and it is valuable. Even for those in the opposition, those who disagree with the ideas and values that I have, and they listen to me because I give them a great source of information to try and attack. Oh, now we know what we should be saying to those people on the right, those conservatives, those Republicans. We know. Here's something. This guy, he's covered the whole issue, so now we got some. Well, if that's what you're looking for ammunition, well, okay. Good luck. Good luck in taking down some of the things that I'm passionate about, because I'm pretty confident. That's why I'm willing to say and put my neck on the line and say the things that I say. I think I did promise. Wow, the last half hour is always the longest. I got to tell you, when you know it's the last half hour, it takes forever. And I am tired. I am tired now. But I think I did promise. So I believe that in terms of the 2024 election, I think Donald Trump wins. I think he's going to win by about 3%. Someone should clip this, by the way. By the way, someone should clip this part so that you can hold me accountable in the future. I have no problem with that. If I'm right, I'm right. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But clip it out. So I believe Donald Trump will win the 2024 election by about 3%. I think the Democrats are going to do exactly what Donald Trump did and what Al Gore did in the past, and they're going to, and Hillary Clinton too, and dispute the results. And I think that we're going to see a couple of audits in a few states, especially the swing states. And I think Trump is still going to win by about 3%. I don't think that's going to change the results. I believe that when Trump is announced as the winner, within 1 hour of the announcement on national mainstream news media that Donald Trump has won, you will see riots in probably the top 10 bluest cities in America. That would mean New York, that would be Chicago, Boston, that would be Los Angeles, Portland, Seattle, Austin, Detroit, probably one or two others as well. You'll see it within an hour. And amazingly, they will say that each and every one of those riots are absolutely spontaneous and absolutely just something that just happened, and they all happen at the same time with the same groups of people or the same organizations behind them, but it's all going to be spontaneous. This is what I think that's going to happen. I tend to believe that in terms of the VP, Donald Trump's going to pick Tim Scott. He's a senator. He's black. He's intelligent. He's pro-Trump. He has some of the same values. I think he goes with Tim Scott to break that glass ceiling. And that's to draw in some of the black vote, but also because Tim Scott has friends. He's been in the Senate. He can be that liaison with Congress that Trump will absolutely need with establishment Republicans. He needs someone to bridge that gap for him. So I think it would be Tim Scott. I understand a lot of people think it's going to be Kristi Noem, but I would say if it's going to be a woman, it's probably Elise Stefanik, most likely. But I could be wrong on that. We'll see. Again, these are predictions I'm making. You can tell me if you think I'm right. I think that by the beginning of the summer, roughly in 2 months, we will see that Hamas will return the American hostages. And I expect that at least half of them will be dead. That Hamas has killed at least half of the American hostages, and they've been hiding that from us because they're afraid that we would attack, that America would lose its mind and barn stomp on Gaza because of it. But they're going to do this once they get a guarantee of a ceasefire and that the American people, the American government, will not retaliate for the torture that they have done to these American hostages, that we will not respond to that in any way, that they're going to get a get-out-of-jail-free card, and they're going to ask for some humanitarian aid for that ceasefire to get back our American citizens. And the Biden administration is going to agree to all of those terms. Absolutely. Which is kind of upsetting. Hey, Con. I think the economy is going to be a wreck. Hi, little guy. Come here. Hey, my puppy's here. Come here. Say hi. Say hi to everyone. Hi. Yes, I know. I love you too. See? He's here. Hi. I know. Everyone loves Khan far, far more than me. Everyone loves my puppy. And you should. He's a good puppy. In terms of the predictions as well. So I said Hamas and the American hostages. I think Iran is going to back down. But Iran directly will back down in their rhetoric about attacking America. But we will see Hezbollah and the Houthis continue to be, throughout the entire summer, they're going to continue to attack America and Americans all across the globe and also over on American soil. There will be another member of Hezbollah or the Houthi terrorists that are going to try and enter America through the open border and the Texas southern border, possibly even the northern border with Canada. They're going to try and come into America, and they're going to try and harm American citizens. I absolutely believe they will. And Iran will say that they were acting independently and Iran had no idea about it. But they will. They know. And they're going to try and do that. We'll probably end the year with over 200 known or suspected terrorists entering America, mostly through our southern border, but entering through the open borders across this nation. Over 200 by the time that the Biden administration is done this year. I think that you're going to see more tensions with China and the Philippines. We're going to hear more about Japan and the fact that they are building their military and that they are on schedule to have the first army, Japanese army, since 1945, and that their target of 2028 will be moved up to probably the summer of 2027, maybe early 2027. They're going to finish ahead of time because they're afraid. And so they're going to push a little bit harder. And you'll see that South Korea will become the fourth largest weapons manufacturer in the world ahead of time as well. That was expected to happen in 2027. I think it'll happen by the end of 2026. Not sure if anyone has any other question about this, but I'm trying to go through some of the predictions, I think. I think that the world is in a recession right now, and I think the recession will not end until 2026. No matter who wins the election, 2025, the United States will be in a recession still. We won't start to recover until 2026, no matter who is elected president. Most likely, though, if it is Joe Biden and if in 2026 he is still in office, which I do not believe, I think it would be Kamala Harris. But in 2026 is the soonest that America would be able to recover from this recession we are currently going through, and it will absolutely require that America must become energy independent again, and in becoming energy independent, we will export oil and gas to Germany, as well as parts of Poland, and we will export that, taking the pressure off of them to continue to fund Russia, and that will help break this global recession that I feel we've been in since August of 2022. I think that the downgrade, which I spoke about earlier, the downgrade of the final credit rating for the United States from AAA to AA, that will probably happen, believe it or not, I think it's going to happen in September, in the third quarter, after they've had a chance to look at the failure of the budget deals, when they look at the conversation and the failure to look forward with the economy and to cut the budget and the spending that we have, I think we're going to see that third downgrade. And this will be two downgrades under the Biden administration, one under the Obama administration, and that's going to severely hurt small businesses in America. And we'll start to see unemployment increase from probably the fourth quarter all the way until somewhere in the third quarter of 2025. And we could see unemployment top over 5.5%. I'd like to be wrong about a couple of these things, obviously, but I don't think I will. So these are some of the predictions I have, and maybe people will agree with them, maybe you won't. Maybe you think I'm being too nice. But at the moment, that's where I think we're going to wind up. I think that's a pretty clear indication. Okay, so I've got the last 14 minutes. Wow. Time has flown, hasn't it? I mean, it doesn't feel like we've been talking together for 12 hours. But I hope you've enjoyed being able to have this conversation for so long. It's kind of makes it, it's more intimate, it's more comfortable. It's so pleasant to be able to have this conversation with you guys, to speak with you from all around the world and to hear your voices, especially on a day that's important to me. It's my birthday. But it's so important to me also because I'm hearing from you, the audience, from all around the world, people who've never heard from me before and people who listen to me on a regular basis. I'm happy for all of you to be here with me. You really, really made my day today, and I really, really appreciate it. And it was worth it. Absolutely. Listening to all the phone calls, all the questions, the comments, the discussions, you guys made it worthwhile to know that we all believe in the American dream. It's not just me. It's not just a small group of us. It is massive. The majority of people believe in the American dream, and that is fantastic. By the way, you didn't see my sister yet today, right? Come here. Bonus for you guys. You get to see yet another sister that I have. Stick at it.
The best one. Hi. It's nice to meet everybody. Or maybe not. I don't know.
No, these are all good people.
It's good people?
They're watching.
Okay, it's nice to meet you.
They've been with me for 12 hours. Yeah, these are good people.
He needs to eat.
Yes, I do. Haven't eaten yet. I had half the hash brown.
That's it? There's more food in there for you.
Is there?
They bought more food, yeah.
Oh, good.
I hope you like roti. We just walked Khan.
Oh, did you guys? Oh, thank you.
Yep. And he's eating right now.
Oh, Khan's happy then. All right. Sorry, family. Hey, my family's, they're here. They're enjoying my birthday. They got me food, more food than I haven't eaten yet. So I'm going to enjoy that. Graham has a question. He does come up with a question. Fantastic. Graham says, will America go through a national divorce and when? Well, that's the question about the Civil War. Is there going to be a Civil War 2.0? I know a lot of people have been worried about that, and that's a really tough one. I would say if America is going to have a Civil War, and it's probable, I'd say the odds of a Civil War happening are about 65, 70%, that we probably will have a Civil War within the next 3 years. In part, that's because it's not going to happen before Trump gets elected, but it will happen after he's elected. Because again, we're going to demonize Trump. They're going to demonize MAGA. And I don't know that any of it's going to be justified. Most of it so far has not been justified. And they're going to demonize, and they're going to say he cheated to win, and he broke the rules, and he's a criminal, even though he's never been convicted of anything, and that it's illegitimate for him to be on the ballot or to win the ballot. And so that's going to fester with the progressives. That's going to fester with the far left, because they're going to be very angry that they lost, and in particular that they lost to Trump. And so I think that takes a little bit of time to really boil and for them to get themselves organized amongst their peers and try and do something. So, yeah, I can see that. And I don't think it's going to go well for them. I think, would the left have a civil war? Sure. Will they win? Absolutely not. It will be miserable. And unlike many of the wars we have been noticing lately that have lasted decades, in America, no, it's going to be short. It'll be very, very brutal because unlike the Civil War in the past where it was state versus state, this is going to be neighbor versus neighbor. So when you have it in that kind of proximity, it's going to end fast. It'll be brutal, it'll be violent, and it will be fast. And someone's going to win very quickly. And I think the people who are going to win aren't going to be the progressives, because they are a splinter of the Democratic Party, which is only about 23% of the population of the United States. They're fighting an uphill battle. And the majority of the people in America don't agree with the progressives and never have. So I think the progressives will try something. They'll try and make an autonomous zone. They'll try and turn something like California or Seattle, maybe Austin, something like that. They'll try and make a major city or a state, a very progressive state, and try and turn that into an autonomous state. They'll try and break away from the United States altogether to divest themselves. And that's going to fail. And it'll be somewhat like what we saw with the Civil War with Lincoln, that he fought to reunite and keep the Union together. And that will be the challenge of the Trump administration and for America for the next 2 or 3 presidencies. So I hope that answers that question for you, Graham. I don't know if anyone will agree, and I don't know if I don't really have a better time frame or a better way of understanding the reasoning of it, but I hope that does answer that for you, at least a little bit. If it doesn't, send me a message. You got 8 minutes. And if not, leave it in the comments and I'll try and type out an answer that's a little bit better, or I'll come back to it in a future video and try and give more clarification about what I'm talking about there. Graham says, when will America default on the national debt? Or rather, will America default on the national debt, and when? Yes, we will, because we have $35 trillion at the moment, $35 trillion in debt. We're expected to be within 5 years, we will be at $50 trillion of debt. That's unsustainable. We have over $181 trillion of unfunded liabilities. We are in debt up to our eyeballs and then some. If debt was like a pool, we'd be probably 20 feet underwater. We're talking about spending 125% of GDP. That's the gross domestic product. Everything we make in America, we sell it in a year, we would still be 20% in debt. That's too much money. And it's no different for a government than an individual, that if you are spending more than you make, you can't keep doing that. You're going to lose all of your assets. You're going to lose all of your credit rating. You're going to lose all of your credibility. That's how banana republics were created back in the 80s. I know the South Americans hate that, but that's what they were. They had absurd inflation rates. Their money was worthless, and they had to revalue their money. We're going to see that in the United States. When would that happen? Probably about the same time that there would be a civil war, or immediately after the Civil War, as a consequence of fighting a war amongst ourselves that would damage our assets, that would damage our nation's credibility. Remember, the dollar says we trust in the United States. It's